In the 44th year of the Leaf Village, during the tumultuous Third Shinobi World War, at the borders near the Land of the Bears, a tense encounter unfolded. Uchiha brat, there's no escape for you. Rest assured, my blade strikes swiftly. I'm quite seasoned in this. Regard. You shall not feel a trace of pain, taunted a ninja clad in umbu attire, adorned with the headband of the Hidden Mist Village, as he pursued a youth marked by a fan emblem on the back of his shirt. The boy, with his left hand hanging limply, felt droplets of blood falling from his fingertips, yet he pressed on through the dense thicket with remarkable speed. Damn it! Why must I face a jonin while undertaking a mere crank mission, especially within the borders of the Fire Country? Uchiha Suki lamented silently. He had anticipated a routine patrol, only to be confronted with a formidable jonin from the Hidden Mist Village. His squad leader, a special jonin, along with 2 teammates, had been ambushed and swiftly dispatched. He himself had barely escaped with a mere wound to his left hand, thanks to the activation of his Sharingan the previous year. As he fled, Uchiha Suki assessed his physical state. Despite his speed, his chakra was dwindling, and he doubted he could reach the camp. Is it time to resort to that technique? He pondered, glancing back at the pursuing umbu ninja, before focusing on a small clearing ahead. Upon landing, he pivoted, wielding a kunai before him, his Sharingan activated as he faced the approaching umbu ninja. Not fleeing anymore? I have yet to savor the thrill of the hunter chasing its prey. The umbu ninja mocked, landing with a playful grin directed at Uchiha Suki. Who would have thought that a mere genin could evade my ambush? Truly, the Uchiha clan does not disappoint, he continued. I've heard tales of your clan's illusions. Why not let me experience them firsthand? Uchiha Suki's crimson eyes remained fixed on the taunting ninja as he calculated his next move. Once you are dead, I shall pluck out your eyes. The umbu ninja chuckled, his demeanor growing increasingly sinister. Let me end this with a single strike. Hidden Mist technique. With swift hand seals, the ninja retreated, and soon, Uchiha Suki found himself enveloped in a thick mist. Damn it, not this Catan mouse game again, he thought, scanning his surroundings. With the Sharingan, despite its power, visibility was alarmingly low, barely a meter. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, with no sign of the ninja approaching, anxiety began to swell within Uchiha Suki. The sensation of being toyed with, waiting for his inevitable demise, was unbearable. Finally, steeling his resolve, he lowered his kunai, enduring the pain in his left hand as he began to form seals. The agony and his lack of familiarity with the technique hindered him. It took him 2 or 3 agonizing seconds to complete the hand signs, yet nothing transpired. He grasped his kunai once more, ready for the next moment. That moment, Uchiha Suki caught sight of a kunai soaring towards him from the right. He swiftly deflected it with his own kunai, yet a chilling breeze brushed past him from behind. Turning his head, he beheld a member of the Mist's umbu stealthily advancing with a short blade aimed at his throat. With his Sharingan, Uchiha Suki discerned the threat clearly, but his body failed to respond in time. The umbu ninja's blade sliced through his neck, blood gushing forth. His right hand lost its strength, causing the kunai to clatter to the ground. He clasped his neck with both hands, but blood continued to seep through his fingers. Gradually succumbing to unconsciousness, his crimson Sharingan cast a final glance at the Mist ninja before he collapsed. The umbu ninja observed Uchiha Suki's body fall to the ground, motionless, a smile creeping across his face, radiating confidence. Approaching him, he gazed at the unblinking, single-hook Sharingan. It appears that the eyes of the Uchiha clan are easily acquired. I truly wonder why the villagers deem them so difficult to attain. As he crouched down, reaching out to extract the emblematic Sharingan from Uchiha Suki's lifeless form, he was met with a shocking revelation of body of the seemingly deceased. Uchiha Suki vanished in an instant, sending a chill down his spine. He attempted to rise, but it was too late. Uchiha Suki had already appeared behind him, kunai poised at his heart. With a forceful thrust, Uchiha Suki plunged the kunai into the umbu's heart before swiftly withdrawing it. Blood erupted forth, nearly splattering onto Uchiha Suki. The umbu ninja struggled to turn around, gazing in confusion at the unscathed Uchiha Suki. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, A jolt of pain struck his heart, and he collapsed, lifeless. Uchiha Suki regarded the fallen Umbu for a moment before retrieving 5 explosive tags from his ninja pouch and tossing them onto the body. The tags detonated with a resounding blast. Once the smoke cleared, revealing the mangled remains of the missed Umbu, he confirmed the finality of his demise and slumped against a tree, gasping for breath. Huh. That was close that a wave of relief washed over Uchiha Suki. He was fortunate to have discovered and mastered the technique passed down through his family's legacy. Otherwise, he would surely have met his end. That technique was the legendary Uchiha ability known as Izanagi, a perfect ocular jutsu capable of rewriting fate. Its function allowed the user to record their own state with the Sharingan at the moment of activation, enabling them to physically restore any damage sustained, including death itself, within the technique's duration. However, the chakra expended would not be replenished, and the eye used would be permanently blinded, thus classifying it as a forbidden technique. When he had learned it, he considered that he might someday employ this technique, but he never anticipated that it would be so soon. Merely months had passed, and he had already put it to use, perhaps due to his extraordinary mental fortitude. Yet, he surmised that he might not have another opportunity unless he were to change his eyes. Uchiha Yue gently touched his left eye, acutely aware that it would forever remain shrouded in darkness. He retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and, in its reflection, beheld the vibrant glimmer of his right eye, contrasted starkly by the complete whiteness of his left pupil. With a bitter smile, he sighed softly, returning the kunai to his pouch. He assessed his chakra, pulled out some bandages, and with a grimace, he meticulously tended to his wounds, binding his injured left hand with care. Next, he produced a signal flare, rising to release it into the sky. Afterward, he leaned against the tree trunk and settled onto the ground, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. Resting his head against the sturdy bark, he closed his right eye, contemplating how he might persevere in the days to come. From the moment of his birth, and upon realizing he resided in the world of Hokage, he understood that he must strive diligently. In truth, he had exerted himself tremendously. Around the age of 4, he had persistently pleaded with his father to teach him the intricacies of chakra refinement. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, his progress was agonizingly slow. Despite being a pure-blooded member of the Uchiha clan, he found himself lagging behind. While it was known that the Uchiha may not possess chakra in the exaggerated quantities of the Senju clan, it was still expected that he would not underperform. Yet, he was an anomaly. His peer Obito refined chakra at a far superior rate, accumulating tenfold what he could manage in the same span. Consequently, he found himself at the bottom of the class, trailing far behind. Gurgle, a sound emanated from Uchiha Yue's stomach, the intense focus and brush with death had rendered him oblivious to his hunger, but now that he relaxed, his stomach voiced its discontent. I'm hungry. Sigh. He rummaged through his ninja pouch and retrieved a piece of dried food, consuming it slowly, savoring each bite. Well, it seems today marks my 12th birthday. How tragic. Nearly losing my life, and now I'm blind in one eye. No cake either. Reflecting on it, it's quite pitiful, isn't it? He chuckled softly. Few after finishing the last morsel, Uchiha Yue let out a deep sigh. Suddenly, he perceived a voice resonating within his mind. Host has reached the age of 12. Permissions granted. Permissions successfully acquired. Item inventory has been activated. Character status panel has been activated. Skill panel has been activated. Equipment panel has been activated. Crafting panel has been activated. Panel initiated. To his astonishment, a virtual interface materialized before his eyes. His right pupil dilated in surprise as he gazed at the panel, a wave of familiarity washing over him. Isn't this the game I played just before my untimely demise in my previous life? He recalled it was an open-world RPG, characterized by minimal narrative but endless grinding and abyssal quests. The thrill of obtaining dazzling equipment was one of the game's greatest joys. After completing it several times, he even felt dissatisfied with the original version, opting to play with others' mods and experimenting with creating his own. He had crafted a unique character and, after countless sleepless nights completing the game, met his own untimely end. leading him to this sorrowful and despairing world. Let's hope the weapons from my pre-clearance days are still intact. With a mere thought, he activated the familiar item panel, only to discover it was utterly devoid of contents. Where's my magnificent Huanji-san? What about the true Xingjian and the Dinghai Sinjun? Those were my weapons for graduation. How could everything be gone? Just moments ago, I thought I could bring anything with me. Reluctantly, he navigated to the consumables section, only to find that the once abundant supply of potions had vanished entirely, leaving behind only a single scroll. With a flick of his mind, he accessed the Important Items tab. To his astonishment, it contained merely 2 items. Gazing at the 2 objects that felt hauntingly familiar, Uchiha Suki rubbed his right eye with his right hand, his pupils dilating in disbelief. On the left lay a crimson item adorned with 3 Tamihis unachieved 3-mo. Sharingan.to the right was something so extraordinary that it seemed almost inconceivable, even in his wildest dreams. After rubbing his right eye once more, he convinced himself he had not erred. He focused his mind to examine the description of this item, the golden letters illuminating the details. Rinnegan, an eye possessing incomprehensibly immense power. Grade, immortal. Usage, unknown. The Rinnegan. It is indeed the Rinnegan. Uchiha Suki tightly clenched his right hand and stood up, filled with excitement as he jumped on the spot. He rubbed his right eye once more, still struggling to comprehend the reality before him, nearly overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. It felt as though he were in a dream. After enduring years of hardship, he had even come perilously close to death moments ago. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended from the depths to the heavens, faster than a rocket. This was the Rinnegan. Just look at Nagato, with a pair of borrowed Rinnegan. He could declare himself a god. Had it not been for Naruto's extraordinary abilities, Konoha would have fallen. Yet this Rinnegan was truly his own. Moreover, upon gazing at those 2 eyes, he realized that this template was derived from a character he had created in his past life. The path to the 6 paths level was now within reach, provided he remained cautious. Ah, and there was the gene lock. No wonder his chakra extraction had been so sluggish. Upon seeing this system, Uchiha Suki recalled the existence of the gene lock. He focused his mind and opened the skill panel. There, under the gene lock section, it displayed, first stage gene lock, a shackle binding the body. Only upon its release can further enhancement be achieved. Quality, excellent usage, tier gene lock, unlock condition, at least 12 years of age, effect, 99 experience acquisition rate. Upon seeing this gene lock, Uchiha Suki instantly understood. He had been attempting to enhance himself without breaking the gene lock. No wonder acquiring chakra had been such a challenge. He had been attempting to jump ahead. He recalled that he had been born around this time 12 years ago. Everything began to make sense. Without a moment's hesitation, he used his will to unlock the first stage gene lock. Instantly, he felt the chakra within him flowing with newfound fluidity, as if a river had finally been cleared, allowing the water to rush forth. The entire world became clearer, and he sensed an increase in his chakra. His left hand seemed to regain its strength. Looking at the first stage gene lock now revealed a significant transformation. Sharingan gene lock. First stage, the power of the Uchiha clan's bloodline begins to awaken. Quality, superior effect, insight. Replication, hypnosis. Uchiha Suki felt a movement in his eyes, though his left eye still felt blind. He drew forth a kunai, its smooth blade reflecting half of his handsome visage. Through the reflection, he saw his right eye transform from a single tomo to a double tomo. Was this an advancement brought on by unlocking the gene lock? It seemed that the unlocking had indeed yielded results. He should have smoothly unlocked the first stage gene lock to directly obtain the Sharingan, but instead, he had acquired it prematurely, which also granted him some ocular power, allowing his eyes to ascend further. Uchiha Suki opened the skill panel once again and discovered that several ninjutsu he had mastered were now displayed. Skills such as basic ninja knowledge, body replacement technique, sage arts, basic genjutsu, great fireball technique, and shadow clone technique were all present. Among them was Izanagi, the technique that had saved his life. He glanced at the passive skills section. Previously, during his playthrough, he recalled having over 20 passive skills. Now, however, only 3 remained. The Uchiha clan, with its activated prowess, embodies the essence of formidable pride. Upon awakening, one inevitably acquires powers beyond imagination. Quality, inheritance. Effect, enhancement of both upper and lower limits. Precise control, activated, is a passive ability that signifies your relentless will to transcend the shackles of your past, thereby acquiring extraordinary talents. Quality, divine artifact. Effect, a significant increase in control capabilities. The rebirth mark, activated, is a passive trait that emanates a mysterious energy from an inexplicable mark within. Quality, inheritance. Effect, all damage reduced by 30. Upon witnessing the rebirth mark, Uchiha Yue was astounded. Was this not a passive ability only available after completing the game? Moreover, was the precise control not a reward for the arduous 8 years of toil? Indeed, one reaps what one sows. Having gained a general understanding of his attributes, Uchiha Yue's gaze remained fixed on the golden inscription of the Rinnegan. In the game, the Rinnegan served as a quest item for unlocking the 4-stage gene lock, rendering it unusable. However, in this tangible world, it should be directly applicable. Such a powerful eye, attempting it would entail no loss. Especially since his left eye had already succumbed to blindness. Taking a deep breath, he glanced once more at the gruesomely dismembered body of a mist-hidden Umbu ninja. Feeling the gradual restoration of his chakra within, he reached for his left eye. With determination, Uchiha Yue forcefully removed his already blind Sharingan, blood trickling from the corner of his eye, and placed it into his backpack. He then retrieved the Rinnegan from his bag and positioned it in his left eye socket. The pain was excruciating, yet upon installation, he sensed something peculiar. Once again, his right hand ventured towards his left eye, this time radiating a green glow. This was the chakra manipulation technique he had diligently mastered. Having been born with a limited chakra supply, he had honed the skill of precise chakra control, allowing him to easily learn this technique when the opportunity arose. Following the recent battle, he had initially wished to utilize the technique to heal his left hand, but his chakra reserves were insufficient. He opted to wait for reinforcements. Before long, he noticed that the discomfort in his left eye had significantly diminished. Uchiha Yue ceased the chakra manipulation technique and opened his left eye. A powerful ocular force surged forth from it, creating an invisible wave that rustled the surrounding leaves. Yet, within moments, he felt a substantial drain on his chakra, prompting him to close his left eye once more. In this stillness, he stood quietly, attuning himself to the power granted by the Rinnegan. Clenching his right hand tightly, he marveled at the strength of the Rinnegan. This formidable power, alongside the 6 paths techniques in his unique ocular jutsu, made Uchiha Yue feel nearly invincible, if only his chakra were ample. He began to understand why Nagato exhibited such a dramatic demeanor. The power of the Rinnegan was indeed overwhelming. Were he to possess a pair of Rinnegan and sufficient chakra, he could sweep through the ninja world with ease. Suddenly, he sensed 2 significantly stronger chakra signatures approaching from his right, imbued with a murderous intent. Could it be the fallen mist ninja from his team? The flare served as an enticing beacon for the enemy, a testament to his youthful inexperience. Had the system not been activated and the Rinnegan not been bestowed upon him, his life might have met an untimely end at that very moment. It was an opportune moment to test the capabilities of the Rinnegan, and he decided to use 2 mist ninjas as offerings for his rebirth. As he embraced the ocular techniques granted by the Rinnegan, a passive precision control allowed him to adeptly wield its fundamental abilities. However, it appeared that he was unable to unleash the Rinnegan's exclusive ocular techniques, likely due to his body not yet acclimating to its power. Nevertheless, even the basic techniques inherent to the Rinnegan would suffice. Harnessing the Rinnegan, a black rod, approximately 40 centimeters in length, materialized in his right hand, its tip capable of transforming into a sharp point, an ability granted by the Rinnegan. Swinging the black rod, Uchiha Suki felt an innate proficiency, as if he had wielded it for ages. Truly, it was the mark of a divine artifact. Suddenly, 2 ninjas appeared in the distance, gradually approaching, one in front of the other, both clad in identical attire to the one lying on the ground. Uchiha Suki gripped the rod tightly, his body trembling with anticipation. All of this felt surreal to him, yet the pain radiating from his left eye, coupled with the black rod in his hand, grounded him in reality. He was undeniably transformed. Unable to contain his excitement, Uchiha Suki charged forward before the 2 mist Umbu ninjas could close the distance. A clash ensued as the black rod met the blade of the leading mist Umbu ninja, sparks flying in the aftermath. They separated swiftly, his crimson right eye fixated on the adversary. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The rear ninja unleashed a jutsu, summoning a water dragon over a meter in diameter that surged forth to engulf Uchiha Suki. Is he dead, that Uchiha brat? Not good. Asada Kai, retreat. That kid seems problematic, the second mist Umbu ninja warned. Thank you very much for your concern. My chakra reserves are rather low, Uchiha Suki replied. as he opened his left eye and placed his left hand before him, summoning a translucent circular barrier that began to absorb the water dragon technique. That brat-ass left eye seems unusual. Isn't he an Uchiha? Be cautious, warned Hiranomaki, standing beside Asada Kai, his expression grave as he observed Uchiha Suki. Once Uchiha Suki had absorbed the jutsu, his left eye's pupil expanded as he gazed at the two mist Umbu ninjas, an invisible wave emanating from his left eye. The two ninjas widened their eyes in shock, sensing a loss of control over their bodies in the presence of Uchiha Suki's peculiar gaze. Fearful, Asada Kai slowly stepped back, feeling the ominous presence of the strange left eye invading his mind. What manner of eye is this? Even the mere release of its power feels overwhelmingly potent, he thought, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. To express my gratitude, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. Uchiha Suki extended his right hand forward, summoning a sphere of darkness akin to a black hole that surged towards the two ninjas. With a mighty force, he unleashed the universal pull. An invisible wave of energy enveloped the two Umbu ninjas from the mist, rendering them powerless as they soared uncontrollably towards Uchiha Suki. Just as the two mist ninjas were about to reach him, he swiftly drew forth a black rod, plunging it directly into their bodies. Was it always like this? Or had they simply transformed into water clones upon arrival? The ninja named Hayano Mitsuru, upon being pierced by the black rod, metamorphosed into a water clone, gradually seeping into the ground. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone. Nevertheless, one was slain, which sufficed, Uchiha Suki mused. He then extracted the black rod from the body of the ninja known as Asada Kai and drove it once more into a vital point. He had thought he had eliminated them all, yet, glancing around, he realized that had he not recently absorbed some chakra, he would be at a considerable deficit. Merely utilizing the universal pull had already left him feeling drained. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Nagato, despite being a member of the Uzumaki clan renowned for their chakra reserves, appeared emaciated upon his arrival. Uchiha Suki noticed the fog in the air thickening around him, yet he sensed the presence of his adversary. Approximately 100 meters away, Hayano Mitsuru stood, employing the mist technique, though fear gripped his heart. Fortuitously, he had sent a water clone ahead. That arrogant Asada Kai remained as foolish as ever, despite the stronger captain having been slain by that young boy. He still believed himself invincible and charged headlong, ultimately meeting his demise. However, that boy possessed an unusually peculiar left eye. Could it be a mutated Uchiha bloodline? He resolved to gather intelligence. The boy's ability to draw people helplessly towards him and absorb ninjutsu, along with the sudden appearance of the black rod, showcased the uniqueness of this Uchiha youth. At the very least, he had never heard of or witnessed such capabilities before. Since ninjutsu proved ineffective, he decided to resort to taijutsu. Ideally, he would eliminate the boy and obtain that eye. Utilizing water release, he quickly conjured two water clones, each brandishing kunai and charging towards Uchiha Suki from opposite sides. In his line of sight, what had initially been a single health bar now multiplied into 3. This development unsettled him, for his currently weakened state left him feeling vulnerable. He was unable to unleash Shinra Tensei, should the boy escape. It would not only alert the entire Hidden Mist village, but also the broader shinobi world, significantly escalating his peril. What if he were to lose his eye? No. He needed to seize an opportunity to eliminate the ninja. The boy could utilize shadow clones, and his own chakra reserves were insufficient, placing him at a disadvantage. He had to strike first. Fire release, great fireball technique. He charged forward, unleashing his sole offensive ninjutsu against the nearer adversary to his left amidst the fog. To his astonishment, the attack struck true, causing the health bar to vanish. Chakra coursed through him, and the black rod reappeared in his hand, blocking the water clone that rushed in from the right. In an instant, he engaged the enemy's water clone in a series of exchanges. Yet neither could gain the upper hand. In the midst of chaos, Uchiha Suki once again inserted the black rod into the watery clone. He sensed a severe depletion within his body. It seemed he had exhausted too much chakra. Only a solitary health bar remained in his line of sight, presumably indicating the location of his true self. Suddenly, he noticed movement. The health bar was shifting. Wait, why does it feel like it's moving farther away? To his dismay, it was fleeing. Uchiha Suki hastily pursued, clutching the black rod. If it escaped, his Rinnegan would be exposed. The thought of his secret being compromised sent a wave of anxiety through him. Do not run. You are still a member of the Umbu, while I am merely a lowly genin. Face me directly. As he chased, Uchiha Suki felt the health bar gradually recede. Surely, that little brat couldn't outrun him now. Meanwhile, Hirano Mami, panting heavily, leaned against a tree while casting her gaze toward the nearby town. From her bag, she retrieved a scroll and, concealed behind the tree, changed into a casual outfit, removing her mask. Now they should have trouble finding me. After running for so long and under such pressure, I ought to unwind in the town. I've been craving a treat for quite some time. I'll report back to the village tomorrow. Given that my teammates are dead, I can simply claim I nearly met the same fate. It's best to relish the moment. About a quarter hour later, beneath the same tree, Uchiha Suki, breathless and leaning against the trunk, observed the now motionless health bar. If I do not eliminate you, I would be failing the system. He caressed his stomach. The meager piece of rations he had eaten earlier was long gone. It appeared that the mist ninja was also taking a break ahead. So he decided to head into the town for a meal, as hunger was becoming unbearable. In the bustling town, following the health bar, Uchiha Suki, now transformed and standing at the entrance of an establishment, gazed at the two buxom women outside. Ah, this fellow certainly knows how to indulge. Confirming that the enemy was indeed within, he ignored the women's advances and entered the establishment named Bamboo House, which looked quite appealing, ordering a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Regardless of the urgency of the situation, one should never treat the act of dining with indifference when circumstances allow. He savored each bite with an undeniable elegance. After finishing his meal and wiping the broth from the corner of his mouth, he felt his chakra gradually replenishing. He settled the bill and stepped outside, once more standing at the entrance of the establishment. Oh dear, look who has returned, the two women exclaimed, rushing toward Uchiha Suki. But he silenced them with a sharp glare from his Sharingan, leaving them stunned in place. Casting a glance behind him, he walked silently into the building. As the health bar drew nearer in his vision, he finally stood before a door, confirming that the enemy was inside. With his right hand, he retrieved the black rod. Gripping it tightly, taking a deep breath, he kicked open the door before him. Inside, Hirano Mitsu was taken aback as he observed Uchiha Suki at the entrance while sharing a drink of rice wine with two voluptuous sisters. He never imagined the Uchiha brat would manage to track him down. Despite leaving a trail of destruction behind and donning civilian attire, removing his mask amidst the bustling crowd, he was astonished to find himself pursued. This was the final thought that crossed Hirano Mitsu's mind before his demise. Uchiha Suki entered silently, his crimson Sharingan fixated on Hirano Mitsu, seizing the opportunity during the latter's moment of distraction to thrust a black rod into his chest with precision. After delivering several forceful jabs, he deftly avoided the splatter of blood that might have stained his garments, brushed off his clothes, and observed the now empty health bar before retracting the rod and exiting. The two voluptuous sisters, drenched in Hirano Mitsu's blood, stood frozen in shock for a moment before they finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. As they stepped out and glanced back at the brothel, they couldn't believe their first experience in such an establishment was under such dire circumstances. After a brief moment, they felt a pang of hunger. Having changed into a different outfit and dispelled his transformation technique, Uchiha Suki returned to the Bamboo House restaurant, where he had just dined. Despite feeling full moments ago, he found himself hungry again. He ordered a bowl of miso ramen, Naruto's favorite dish, and resumed eating while perusing his system. Suddenly, Uchiha Suki recalled that when the system manifested, he had also received a scroll. Preoccupied with thoughts of the Rinnegan, he had forgotten about it. With a thought, he opened the scroll and was immediately stunned upon reading its title, halting his chewing mid-bite. The scroll was titled Divine Craftsman Diagram, Quest for the Tao Pearl. It contained various forging techniques. Quality, Legendary. Required level, 45. Learning requirement, Forging level 10. He was astounded to discover that the scroll was, in fact, a design for the Tao Pearl. If he could craft it, he would be invincible until someone of the Six Paths caliber appeared. However, with a required level of 45, he was unable to utilize it just yet. Upon further inspection of the design's details, he realized, oh, I have a level? He had not noticed this before. Checking his status panel, he saw, name, Uchiha Suki title, none age, 12, fully matured, level, 8 experience, 98 100 critical hit rate, 0, ninjutsu effects doubled upon appearance, health recovery, normal magic recovery, normal experience gain rate, 100. The information displayed on his panel was limited, with other attributes such as attack, defense, and elemental resistance obscured, leading him to suspect that his system might be defective. No wonder the numerous weapons and consumables he once possessed had vanished. Though he could not yet utilize the design, Uchiha Suki retained a vague recollection of the required materials. He noted two essential items, one called the Nine-Tails Cloak and the other the Will of Fire. These are all top-tier, immortal pieces of equipment. Among them, the Nine-Tails robe must be obtained from the Six-Path Sage in the White Abyss world, while the Will of Fire can be acquired from the highest level 45 Common Abyss Pain. It is also worth noting that Pain can drop the Rinnegan. Additionally, there are various other miscellaneous materials that can either be purchased, dropped from timed monsters, or obtained through gacha machines. However, if there is an issue with the system, it implies that the Abyss cannot be farmed, and materials cannot be obtained. Is one to merely stare at the blueprints? Moreover, with a forging level of 10. All of this is top tier. This is not a game where one can simply invest time to level up. Without blueprints or anything else, what can be done? It feels like a futile endeavor. Instead, I shall indulge in my noodles, for what lies before me is tangible. As night fell in the hotel room, the moonlight illuminated a 44-sized cake resting on the table. This was recently purchased by Uchiha Yue, adorned with 12 colorful candles flickering in the dim light. Celebrating a birthday requires some formality. Otherwise, one might forget they have grown older. At least, that is his belief. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and made a wish before blowing out all 12 candles in one breath. Without slicing it, he simply picked up the cake and devoured it in a matter of moments, the entire process taking less than 10 minutes. Eating alone is a delightful experience, free from the burden of detail. This was his first birthday celebrated solo, as well as his inaugural journey away on a mission. Today, he had eliminated 3 missed shinobi, granting himself a well-deserved break to relax before returning to seek reinforcements. After all, there was no time to waste after such a lengthy pursuit. He refrained from mentioning his birthday. Instead, he considered setting a goal. After all, with the advantages he possessed, if Naruto could become the strongest in the ninja world at 17, he too could achieve invincibility by 16, just in time for adulthood. System check in progress. Task system activated successfully. Ambition detected from the Year of the Pig. Task acquired. Please check. Reclining on the tatami mat, Uchiha Yue contemplated the grand ambitions he would undertake with the system, casually aiming for the title of the strongest in the ninja world. The system had bubbled up, suddenly presenting a task system, which felt somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, he decided to examine the task. Task: the strongest in the ninja world level. Legendary client. System location: Ninja World objective. Within 5 years, defeat all major experts in the ninja world and ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja realm. Reward: the system expresses its appreciation and rewards you with the title of the strongest in the ninja world, along with various other rewards. Penalty: the system deems your integrity and strength lacking, expressing its disapproval and deciding to revoke the task system. Upon reading this task, Uchiha Yue noted a hint of arrogance from the system. It could even revoke the task system, and the other rewards remained undisclosed. As for the title, he vaguely recalled that in his previous game, the highest title he had achieved was Dragon King. Triggered by a level 30 storyline involving a new teammate and the story of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King and the Su family's young lady. At that time, he had 3 choices. Choosing to eliminate them all would allow him to collect the Dragon King's inner core, granting him immunity from ambushes and an additional 10% damage boost. He recollected the time he had touched the corpse of the young lady from the Su family, during which he acquired a cucumber, described as a refreshing cucumber that sparkled under the sun, evoking laughter. He pondered the potential power of this title, feeling a sense of anticipation. As a new day dawned, he once again ordered a bowl of fugu ramen at a bamboo hut, savoring every bite. Uchiha Yue embarked on his journey home. Along the way, he contemplated whether his clothing should be deliberately torn, perhaps stained with a touch of blood, and smudged with dirt. He imagined binding himself with the blood-stained bandages he had retained from the previous day to appear as though he had been pursued, adopting a disheveled demeanor to avoid arousing suspicion regarding his current state. Spotting a patch of ground scattered with fallen leaves ahead, he briefly considered rolling around, but after much deliberation, decided against it. With Nagato's pair of Rinnegan considered divine, he deemed his half-pair to be a mere semblance of divinity. In his past life, he had struggled with a slight obsession with cleanliness, which he had no choice but to endure due to his lack of capability. Now, endowed with the Rinnegan and newfound strength, he yearned to embody elegance. Notably, the passive ability of precise control was indeed remarkable, worthy of its divine artifact status. He realized that the Rinnegan he had equipped could be retracted, likely a reflexive action when he subconsciously retracted his Sharingan during the pursuit of the missed ninjas. Last night, while washing his face before bed, he discovered this capability initially believing his Rinnegan had vanished, leading him to foolishly squint with one eye as he entered the town. After approximately half an hour, Uchiha Suki returned to the spot he had occupied the previous day, only to find the bodies of the two mist ninjas had vanished. Observing the remaining signal, it appeared that the signal flare from yesterday had been spotted by nearby leaf ninjas. Confirming this fact, Uchiha Suki quickly altered his course, returning to retrieve his fallen comrades' bodies before advancing toward the leaf village. He estimated he would reach the leaf village in just over half an hour. As he journeyed, feeling fatigued, Uchiha Suki prepared to take a break when he heard the sound of ninjas rushing from the right, a series of swift whooshes. Curious, he activated his Sharingan to examine the approaching figures, recognizing them as familiar silhouettes. In the distance, he could vaguely discern several individuals pursuing the trio ahead. At the forefront was unmistakably Might Guy, donned in his signature green jumpsuit, his radiant hair glinting in the light, making identification effortless. Accompanying him were Ebisu, sporting sunglasses, and the ever-ambitious Shiranui Gunma, with a sunbon perpetually lodged in his mouth. Could it truly be them? And were those pursuing them the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Momentarily stunned, he quickly regained his composure, excitement welling within him. The prospect of witnessing the crimson steam of the 8 gates firsthand exhilarated him. Guy over here, in school. His relationship with Guy was second only to his bond with Obito, as they were both at the bottom of their class yet shared the same dedication. Moreover, Guy was the epitome of a true man who nearly altered the grand finale. Uchiha Suki, hurry run. The following individuals are the elite shinobi of the Hidden Mist. We must hastily return to the village and inform Lord Hokage. The Hidden Mist village has invaded, Kai urgently conveyed to Uchiha Suki, his steps unceasing. Notably, Uchiha Suki, due to habits from a past life, ran in a manner akin to an ordinary person rather than the swift pace typical of a Hokage. Regulating his emotions, Uchiha Suki quickly matched his pace with Kai as they fled together. Kai, what is happening? How did you encounter the enemy? He inquired while running alongside Kai, seeking information. This is a long story. Yesterday, someone sent out a distress signal. We happened to be on a mission nearby, and upon our arrival, we found no trace of that squad. By the way, why are you alone? What happened to your teammates and captain? Kai's expression shifted to one of confusion. Recalling Uchiha Suki's companions. Noticing Kai's puzzled gaze, Uchiha Suki patted his ninja tool pouch. I was the one who released the signal flare. My teammates were ambushed and killed by the Umbu of the Hidden Mist. Rest assured, they are all here, and their remains are still intact. At least in a semblance of dignity. Given the gravity of the situation, could you refrain from being flippant? Moreover, it was you who dispatched those 2 Umbu. Kai was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly shifted to a state of astonishment. That aside, please continue explaining how you encountered the enemy. Certainly. After searching the vicinity for quite some time, we could not locate your squad but did discover the bodies of 2 enemies. We collected them and continued our search for you, only to find ourselves at a dead end. We left a signal marker and proceeded to the land of bears to complete our mission. This morning, while returning to Konoha, we encountered them. And the rest you already know. You certainly had quite an eventful journey, Uchiha Suki remarked, feeling that their encounters were indeed numerous. All while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Kai, have you noticed? It seems a few individuals are missing from behind us. Upon hearing this, Kai turned to look, realizing that only 3 were trailing behind. We are surrounded, Kai. Izuna, Hibiki, be cautious. Uchiha Suki warned as he observed the encroaching figures of 7 adversaries, flanked by 2 in front, 2 behind, and 1 on each side. There is no escape now, Izuna stated, fixating on the approaching foes. As the enemies from the Hidden Mist drew nearer, Kai, Izuna, and Hibiki felt a surge of shock. However, Uchiha Suki harbored a glimmer of excitement. Isn't it merely the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Should I be afraid? They come at us with great bravado, but they shall retreat in disgrace. He mused while gazing at the formidable assembly before him. Isn't that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Izuna's voice quivered slightly upon seeing the adversaries. They are merely 4 inconsequential genin from Konoha. Not far away, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, observing that the young shinobi had ceased their flight, gathered together. Kirigakure's Jinchuriki, wielding an imposing beheading sword on his shoulder, fixed his gaze on the 4 Konoha genin. Who would have thought that even the younglings from other ninja villages would recognize us? Have we become renowned? Oh, and look, there's even an Uchiha among them. Having spoken, he raised his execution blade and glanced at it. Alas, there is a small nick on the blade. It must taste blood to allow the iron to regenerate. Perhaps the blood of the Uchiha would be particularly potent. What to do? Relying on just a few of us, we certainly cannot defeat them. Mike I said to the enemy before him, his voice tinged with despair. Are we destined to perish here? The trembling voice of Hebe appeared in Uchiha Suki's mind. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, even feeling a slight urge to laugh. Did you send a distress signal? Uchiha Suki inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the 7 adversaries before him. I just did. I wonder who will come, replied Nara Shikamaru. Suddenly, a figure emerged, standing before Uchiha Suki and Guy, clad in a green jumpsuit similar to Guy's, with slick hair emanating green steam. At least he made it in time. Dad, Guy exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the person before him. Nara Shikamaru and Hebe exchanged glances. The 4 of them looked at Might Dai. Dad, what are you, a Jinin, doing here? Enough talk. You must flee quickly while I buy you time. Flee? Dad, they are all Jonin, and moreover, the 7 ninja swordsmen. You alone cannot contend with them. Might Dai, standing in front of Guy, did not turn around but spoke calmly. I have the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Guy appeared dazed, struggling to fathom. But that technique. Gazing at the 7 adversaries, Might Dai's expression gradually grew resolute. Still, he did not turn around, maintaining his self-discipline. Guy's face began to show shock. Might Dai turned back, offering Guy a smile and giving him a thumbs up. Guy, remember, the moment to protect what is most important to you with your life is now. The 8th gate of Duanjia. The 8th gate, the death gate. Wait, Uncle Dai. Just as he was preparing to embrace death and open the 8 gates, Dai paused, his thumb hovering over his heart. He turned to face Uchiha Suki, whose expression bore a hint of distortion. To be honest, Uchiha Suki did not wish to utter those words. However, the system had issued a task, and thus his fate was sealed. What he truly desired was to lend support to Dai and witness the power of the Death Gate firsthand. Yet, this task required him to take the lead. How presumptuous. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. System detection in progress. Congratulations, you, born in the year of the pig, have received a task. Task, the first step in the Shinobi World level. Epic client. System location, near the borders of Konoha. Objective. As one who ardently seeks the path of strength and wishes to make a name in the Shinobi world, this is a splendid opportunity. How can Dai open the 8 gates and steal your thunder? It is an affront to the Rinnegan, an insult to your very character. As the main attacker, you must eliminate at least 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Reward. The system expresses great disappointment and will grant you a modestly renowned title, along with the activation of a loot system. Punishment. As one possessing the Rinnegan, if you cannot even defeat a few members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. How about a title of a weakling instead? Look at this, look at this. This is simply intolerable. I see no reason to feel insulted. It is undoubtedly the competitive nature of this task system that has arisen. It perceives my possession of the Rinnegan as a reason not to cower in fear, believing that my association with Dai would diminish the system's prestige. Alas, what a challenge this is. Uchiha Suki foresees a bleak future ahead. However, being merely a headhunter is not such a bad fate, particularly given my experience. Yet I suddenly recall that he is only at level 8. Without a hint of hesitation, even if not for the rewards, the pursuit of experience necessitates my participation. Uchiha Suki did not glance at Dai, but instead turned, his right eye igniting with the crimson hue of the Sharingan as he regarded the 3 before him with a smile. K. Noera Erasure, Ebisu, you should return. I will remain here to assist Uncle Dai. Uchiha Suki, you? K, his face resolute yet glistening with tears, looked earnestly at Uchiha Suki. Have faith in me. K. I have already vanquished 3 Umbu of the Mist. Even if I were to falter, the worst that could happen would be your father opening the 8th gate. Which could hardly be worse, could it? You all should leave. K, do not hesitate. The fact that Uchiha Suki has dealt with 3 Umbu from the Mist speaks volumes of his prowess. Trust in us. Remember, youth is everlasting. At that moment, Might Dai, fixated on Uchiha Suki, turned back to them and spoke. Very well. I believe in you. Let us depart, Ebisu, Noera Erasure. Wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye, Kei bore an expression of unwavering determination. I, too, have faith in you. Ebisu and Noera Erasure echoed in unison. Subsequently, the 3 of them swiftly made their way back to the village. Watching the trio recede into the distance, Uchiha Suki addressed Might Dai. Uncle Dai, I shall take the lead. All right, let us proceed. In an instant, the center of Uchiha Suki's left eye manifested a concentric circle that rapidly expanded, transforming into a series of spirals. Rinnegan in the left eye, Sharingan in the right. For the sake of heads, for experience, for task rewards. Uchiha Suki felt no desire to conceal his capabilities any longer. Initially, he intended to remain discreet about his Rinnegan until he activated the Manjiki Sharingan, as the situation was precarious. However, at the moment the task was issued, his body adapted to the Rinnegan, granting him access to its unique abilities, which he found particularly remarkable at this moment. With his right hand grasping the black staff forged from Yin-Yang release, and the power of his Rinnegan illuminating his left eye, Uchiha Suki instantaneously positioned himself behind one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, plunging his weapon directly into the man's heart. The weapon he wielded seemed to be the blunt blade of K-Guy. The name eludes me, yet it is of little consequence, for in my line of sight. His health bar had been completely depleted. Such an adversary, swiftly dispatched, hardly warrants remembrance. The remaining members of the 7 had only just begun to react when Uchiha Suki flung the lifeless form of K-Guy towards them. Paibashi Shiz, wielding a decapitating blade, surged forward, cleaving the airborne K-Guy in half before charging directly at Uchiha Suki. The other 5 members of the ninja sword group, however, were not as reckless. They hastily dispersed, cautiously observing Uchiha Suki's movements. After all, they all sensed that they could not escape the treachery from behind. Uchiha Suki and Pai Pa Shirzong clashed momentarily, resulting in Shirzong remaining steadfast, while Suki staggered several paces back. This young Jinin's strength was not formidable. One must be wary of his spatial ninjutsu, Shirzong remarked, fixating his gaze on Suki. That boy's black rod also raises concerns. I observed that the moment the black rod pierced the body of the T.S. Yubito, he became rigid, as if he were incapable of movement, chimed in the dual-wielding Kaijin Chihiro. The Jinin named Dai possesses impressive taijutsu. I wonder how his ninjutsu fares, added Suikazan Hibi, who was engaged in combat with Dai, wielding a massive blade. Hearing this, Uchiha Suki immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. One must not underestimate any adversary. The 7 ninja swordsmen carried a reputation earned through genuine prowess, not mere boasting. Unlike the Dai who had unleashed the Death Gate in the original tale, Suki at least did not instill a sense of helplessness in his foes. Turning to face Suikazan Hibi with his left eye's Rinnegan, Suki activated his ocular technique, swiftly appearing behind him, poised to thrust the black rod into his back. However, he was thwarted by Kurasame Shiramaru, who, with his long blade, repelled the attack. Damn it! How did you know about the ambush? Cursed Suikazan Hibi, his expression shifting in shock as he engaged Dai in combat. Missed shadow technique. Observing Uchiha Suki approach his ally, Pai Pa Shirzong immediately activated his most familiar ninjutsu, one that every individual from the hidden mist village was well acquainted with. While familiar to them, it posed significant challenges for outsiders, as the obscured vision could create immense discomfort, with mist generated by chakra effectively blocking most forms of detection. As Suki's ambush was thwarted and the mist began to envelop the surroundings, he found it amusing. A single Shinra Tensei would dispel it entirely. Were it not for his insufficient chakra, he could have effortlessly eliminated the mere 7 ninja swordsmen. Glancing at his character panel, Suki noted that his experience bar was at 40 yesterday. After slaying that Umbu ninja, it rose by 20, and having just dispatched a member of the 7 ninja, it surged by an additional 30. He now stood at 90. Thus, with the elimination of one more foe, he would achieve a level up. He was uncertain, however, whether leveling up would fully restore him or merely replenish 10 like in the game. Lightning Release, Lightning Dragon Tornado. Noticing Suki momentarily distracted, Kirok Raiga unleashed his forked lightning blade, executing a ninjutsu of the ninja swords. Powerful lightning was summoned from above, rapidly swirling into a dragon-shaped lightning vortex that charged forth. Exploding blade ninjutsu, Breakthrough. Hiramiki D released its broad, flat double blades, emanating immense chakra orbs, while explosive projectiles surged forth from the mist towards Uchiha Suki. As a flurry of ninjutsu approached, Suki's expression remained unchanged, though internally he reveled in delight. Little did they know how the Rinnegan consumed chakra. After those 2 sudden assaults, nearly 30% of his chakra was consumed. This opportunity to absorb chakra was too enticing to resist. Dodge, Uchiha Suki, in the distance, might die. Engaged in a fierce struggle with Suigetsu's pufferfish form, noticed that Uchiha Suki chose not to evade the approaching trio of ninjutsu. In that moment, his heart sank. As the jutsu drew closer, Uchiha Suki raised his left hand. From the apex of his palm, a transparent wave of air emanated, flowing towards his hand. The remarkably extravagant ninjutsu vanished without a trace upon contact with his left hand. I'm full. I can't consume anymore. It feels as if my body is about to burst. After absorbing the ninjutsu, this was Uchiha Suki's immediate sensation. Due to the limitations imposed by his genetic lock, his chakra capacity was exceedingly low. Even these few ninjutsu nearly overwhelmed him. How can this be? The ninjutsu was absorbed. He's merely a child. The 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen watched in disbelief as their techniques were devoured, their faces etched with profound shock. Meanwhile, Might Dai and Suigetsu also ceased their combat. Can the mist be absorbed too? Ignoring their astonishment, Uchiha Suki felt the mist brush against his left hand and was drawn in. Isn't this just a chakra recovery area? A smile creased his lips as he gazed at the mist-shrouded 7 ninja swordsmen. Thank you. My chakra is replenished once more. Since ninjutsu proved ineffective, he decided to try taijutsu. This child lacks strength. Water clone technique. PP Shirzong was the first to react. 3 streams of water rose from the ground, transforming into his likeness, each wielding a decapitating sword, swiftly charging toward Uchiha Suki. Is that so? You think I lack strength? Allow me to show you what true power is. Shinra Tensei. The black rod in Uchiha Suki's right hand fell. From the palm of his left hand, a powerful wave surged forth. Before the water clones could reach him, they were instantly obliterated. In front of him, the ground, along with surrounding trees and the original PP Shirzong, Kuroji Raya, Wooly Shinba, and Kirigakure Ch Jin, were all sent flying. The original Shinra Tensei repels all objects within its vicinity from the user's center, but with his enhanced control, he could focus it straight ahead, effectively conserving half of his chakra. Before him, a perfectly smooth crater emerged on the ground. Approximately 10 meters away, PP Shirzong, Kuroji Raya, Wooly Shinba, and a pool of water lay scattered and incapacitated. How about that? Impressive, right? Observing the dire state of these individuals, Uchiha Suki's grin widened. Without the system, these seemingly unremarkable members of the original 7 ninja swordsmen could have easily overpowered him countless times. Even with a dozen or more Sharingan, victory would have been elusive. On the other side, as Kurosumi Shiranui noticed Uchiha Suki pause, he hastily unleashed his own ninja sword technique. After all, Uchiha Suki looked like a child who had just received a new toy, eager to showcase his prowess. Countless steel wires erupted from the ground, targeting the side of Uchiha Suki with swift precision. The sound of the wires slicing through the air approached him rapidly. He merely turned his neck slightly, and with a gentle flick of his Rinnegan, countless steel wires swiftly pierced through the body of Kurosumi Shiranui, creating smooth, conical depressions in the ground once more. At the moment Kurosumi's body came to a halt, Uchiha Suki observed his frail form being traversed by dozens of steel wires, motionless. If it weren't for the health bar, one might have truly believed he was obliterated. Yet, gazing at the health bar beneath Kurosumi, it was evident that he was essentially dead, though not entirely so. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Suki appeared beside Kurosumi, retrieving the black rod of yin and yang release with his right hand, plunging it into his heart once more. Another strike was executed, followed by an upgrade. Level up. Current level, 9. An invisible wave of energy emanated from Uchiha Suki's being. Unlike Shinra Tensei, this wave was particularly gentle. The sensation of leveling up was indescribable. He felt weightless, as if embraced by the heavens, an exquisite experience indeed. His overall state was fully restored. Clenching his fist, he sensed improvements in every aspect of his body, roughly around 10% enhancement overall. This feeling was truly intoxicating. Before Uchiha Suki could fully savor this sensation, a health bar gradually receded from his view. The orange-haired figure was none other than Suigetsu Hozuki. This fellow, witnessing his allies being dispatched, had used a clone to shield himself while his real body swiftly fled. Since one had managed to escape, it was time to eliminate the remaining few. Observing Suigetsu's retreat, Uchiha Suki noted the distance was somewhat far, rendering him unable to reach him with universal pull. He thought to himself that it was fine to let him run for now, as the health bar remained visible. He could pursue later. Turning his gaze to the 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, who had just risen from the ground, he noted their health bars were still quite robust, with half remaining ample for play. The surrounding mist had dissipated, seemingly halted when they were blown away. The chakra recovery area had also vanished. Gazing at Uchiha Suki from a short distance, the remaining 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen felt a tinge of despair. Ignoring ninjutsu and taijutsu, they pondered how they could possibly fight back. With Suigetsu having fled, they decided to scatter and escape, taking whatever chance they could to survive. We can't fight back. So let us run, Piandao Shizong despaired, addressing his companions. As the liquid form of Hozuki Jinring entered human shape, he immediately chose a direction to flee. The remaining Piandao Shizong, Korwa Shovel Raiga, and Munashi Shichibukai swiftly selected their own escape routes. This is not the end, Uchiha Suki observed as they hastily sought to flee. Feeling urgency surge within him. He could not let them evade him. The experience from these 4 elite jonin would undoubtedly suffice for him to level up once more. Planetary devastation. With his left hand gripping his right wrist, he reached forward with his right hand, his left eye's Rinnegan pupils widening. A sensation of convulsion coursed through him as his chakra was fully expended in this execution. Before him appeared a black sphere, drawing in the surrounding trees and earth. The 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen leapt upon the rocks in a frantic effort to evade, but ultimately, they were unable to escape their fate. Soon, the 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were drawn into the swirling vortex. Moments later, a stone sphere, measuring several meters in diameter, materialized in midair. A sigh of relief escaped as they were all engulfed. Otherwise, the experience points required for advancement would have been insufficient. Uchiha Suki, observing the 4 health bars, now diminished, felt his worries dissipate. Overwhelmed, he collapsed to the ground. This Earth Explosion Star's technique consumed an exorbitant amount of chakra. It depleted his recently replenished reserves entirely, barely reaching the minimum threshold. Next time, he vowed to exercise more patience. After all, he could monitor the health bars and gradually catch up using his exclusive ocular technique. Within the confines of the Earth Explosion Stars, the 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were engulfed in despair. The space within the sphere contracted incrementally. Suki Kiyoshi unleashed his most potent technique, Thunder Funeral, the Feast of Thunder, alongside the other 3, each employing their most formidable jutsu to create an escape route. Yet, their efforts merely etched a few minor dents into the wall, a testament to the prowess of the Rinnegan's ultimate ocular abilities. Breaking through was not a trivial task. Meanwhile, Suki Shizuka discarded his beheading blade and reclined on the ground, disheartened. His signature skills resided solely in that sword. And a mere scratch was not worth the effort. Let's not waste our energy. It's better to lie down like I am, he mused. With those insignificant dents, even drained of chakra, escape is impossible, especially as this technique continues to constrict. Accepting their fate, he lamented that their first outing as the 7 ninja swordsmen would culminate in their total annihilation by a mere genin. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed, and he resigned himself to his destiny. However, he had hoped to contribute in some capacity to improve the village, though it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. On the other side, Karatsuchi Raiga, too, tossed his lightning blade aside and sank to the ground. Since our demise is inevitable, let us return the swords to their rightful place, he declared. Seeing the others resigned to their fate, Kirigakure's CHJR decided against forcing the issue. Perhaps he could evade death through liquefaction, or perhaps not. Yet, he felt compelled to act. They could perish, but the swords must not fall into the wrong hands. With a resounding thud, CHJR formed a hand sign. In a 1-meter-wide, unfurled scroll appeared before him. In its center, the character for sword was inscribed, surrounded by an array of seals. Everyone, please place your swords here. Let us make our final contribution to the village. Gazing at the other 3 members, CHJR was the first to lay his Suki Kiyoshi upon the scroll. Observing this, Suki Shizuku rose in silence, grasped his beheading blade, and approached CHJR, placing his weapon on the scroll as well. Karatsuchi Raiga and Noara Shinpachi followed suit, placing their lightning and explosive blades atop the scroll. A sense of regret lingered on their faces. Even in their final moments, thoughts of the village occupied their minds. When they initially set out from the village, they had carried the hopes of the people and the encouragement of their Mizukage, aspiring to procure resources that would enhance the lives of their fellow villagers. What a pity, one lamented. I can still envision the villagers looking at me with hopeful eyes, and it fills me with profound sorrow. Especially the 4-year-old child, gazing at me with sparkling eyes. I have betrayed their trust. Black Holeya spoke, his eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy. Bowing his head, he collapsed onto the ground. Indeed, I had aspirations to make a name for myself in the ninja world, and now, having only just gained a modicum of fame, I, the esteemed Pipa Shizong, have been defeated by a mere child. If this were to return to the village, where would my dignity reside? Yet, it no longer matters. Death awaits us all. The concept of face has become trivial. Pipa Shizong chuckled self-deprecatingly before lying flat on the ground. The space around us is diminishing rapidly. Our stage is about to vanish. Hurry, Kaido Chihaya. Wooly Shinba observed the surrounding space, noting that within mere moments, it had already shrunk by half. Their lives were estimated to last no more than a minute. Boom. Kaido Chihaya formed another seal, causing 4 ninja blades along with a scroll to disappear. Transported back to the hidden mist village. He lamented, "Unfortunately, there is no way to relay information back to the village. Nevertheless, returning the blades is a consolation. I hope Suikazan Pufferfish can return safely and inform Lord Mizukage of that child's abilities. Otherwise, the village will surely suffer a significant loss." Yet, a sense of reluctance lingered. I will try once more. After all, I am of the Kaido clan. In an instant, Kaido Chihaya transformed into a puddle of water, attempting to seep through the cracks. However, even as the space diminished further, he failed to escape even a single drop. Don't bother trying. It's futile. There won't be any gaps. I attempted to let the mist escape from the very beginning, remarked Peepa Shirzong, slumped on the ground, with a mischievous grin as he gazed at the puddle. Then why don't you stop me? Kaido Chihaya emerged from the water, his face reflecting exasperation. Isn't it amusing to see you floundering before death? Don't you think? Peepa Shirzong laughed heartily, his wicked smile directed at Kaido Chihaya. Wooly Shimba and Black Holeya chuckled alongside him, their eyes sparkling with mischief. Damn you all. Even facing death, you still find humor in tormenting me. Yet, despite his words, Kaido Chihaya also chuckled, for he too felt a tinge of absurdity in his actions. But who would not wish for a chance at survival? I just want to see the look on your faces when you get squashed. Otherwise, I will have to mock you relentlessly. Meanwhile, not far from the scene, Suikazan Pufferfish sensed the commotion behind him. Upon turning, he beheld a massive stone sphere hovering high above. Terrified, he collapsed onto the ground. Goodness, that is utterly terrifying. Thankfully, I fled early. I must run, he exclaimed, quickly employing ninja techniques to create several water clones, scattering in different directions. Not far from Suikazan Pufferfish, a tuft of lantern grass emerged from the ground, watching him flee. It gazed curiously at the enormous sphere hovering in the air. Black Absolute. What on earth is that? Such a colossal sphere. Uncertain, it decided to take a closer look. With that, the tuft of lantern grass retracted back into the ground, swiftly approaching the floating orb. What is happening? Is this not the Earth explosion stars? Aside from the pair of Rinnegan belonging to Uchiha Madara, could there exist other ocular powers? That seems implausible. Without the chakra of Indra and Ashura, how could one evolve into Rinnegan? Could it have been extracted from Nagato's eyes? That too seems unlikely. If one possessed such abilities, they would not resort to using Earth explosion stars against the 7 ninja swordsmen. This was Black Zetsu's immediate reaction upon witnessing the Earth explosion stars. It, which secretly orchestrates everything, found it hard to fathom occurrences that might exceed its expectations. Meanwhile, Uchiha Suki lay on the ground, resting for a minute or two, observing as Might Guy finally shattered the water clone of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost. Panting, Might Guy approached him and assisted him to his feet. Sensing the gradual resurgence of chakra within his body, Uchiha Suki raised his right hand once more, clenching his fist tightly. The enormous stone sphere hovering above began to shrink, visibly reducing in size as he noticed the disappearance of the 4 health bars, realizing that he had indeed vanquished the 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. In response, Uchiha Suki activated his Rinnegan, dispelling the Earth explosion stars. The colossal stone sphere gradually disintegrated, fragments cascading downwards. Upon confirming the death of those 4 ninja swordsmen, the system's voice echoed once again in his mind. Level up. Current level, 10. An invisible wave of energy erupted from Uchiha Suki's body, which Might Guy felt beside him, accompanied by a hint of fragrance. Even his body, which had begun to undergo the 8 gates technique, experienced a moment of relaxation. Is this your power, Uchiha Suki? Remarkable. I feel that even with the 8th gate open, defeating you would be a daunting task. This is youth. You embody it, Might Guy exclaimed, giving Uchiha Suki a thumbs up, his smile radiating brilliance. Well, it's manageable, replied Uchiha Suki, relishing the exhilaration of leveling up once again. His previously empty body was now brimming with chakra. He felt invigorated, laughing heartily, sensing a comprehensive enhancement in his physical capabilities by a 10th. Even if he were to unleash another Earth explosion stars, it would not be as formidable as the previous one. Uncle Dai, please pursue Guy and the others first. Return to the village with them. I will chase after Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. I cannot allow him to escape. I hope you can keep my abilities confidential for now, as I fear being targeted. Upon regaining his composure, Uchiha Suki spoke earnestly to Might Guy. Even the Hokage must keep this a secret? Yes, I will report to the Hokage. But I hope you can temporarily keep my powers a secret. Might Guy appeared slightly puzzled by Uchiha Suki's request for secrecy, yet after a moment's reflection, he understood. All right. I understand. Be careful while you pursue. Kai and I will wait for you at the village entrance. Thank you, Uncle Dai. I will head out now, otherwise I fear I may lose him. Might Guy nodded at Uchiha Suki, revealing his bright white teeth once more, giving him another thumbs up, before swiftly pursuing the direction in which Might Guy had departed. Observing his departure, Uchiha Suki also began to hasten toward the direction where the health bar was visible. In truth, Uchiha Suki was not particularly inclined to pursue further. Within the span of a single day, he had endured so much. Even with the system providing 2 comprehensive recoveries, these were merely physical. His mental state remained far from restored. After glancing at the system's notification, he felt compelled to chase after his objective, for the allure of the rewards was simply too tempting. Originally, his mission was to act as the primary attacker, tasked with eliminating at least 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. This task was marked as directly completable, thus granting access to the drop system, where defeating enemies would yield items. However, an unexpected surge of strength led him to eliminate 6 adversaries, leaving 1 to escape. Subsequently, the system issued a new task. The demise of the 7 ninja swordsmen level. Excellent client, system location. Within the confines of Konoha description, the fact that you single-handedly vanquished 6 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen exceeds my expectations. Yet, do you not feel a sense of disgrace for allowing one to flee? It is utterly unacceptable, regardless of your capacity to endure this embarrassment. Objective: eliminate the remaining member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Reward: the system expresses profound disappointment. Your title level in the first task of the ninja realm will increase by 1, and you will also receive an additional blueprint as a reward. Penalty: allowing an enemy to escape brings shame upon the Rinnegan. Where shall you place your dignity? Perfect rewards cancelled. Subsequent task rewards for blueprints will have their acquisition probability halved. Observe. This is indeed tantalizing. The task reward is a forging blueprint, and failure would result in a reduced probability of acquiring blueprints in future rewards. This is utterly outrageous. Moreover, he recalled that his level 46 Transcendent Gene Lock required a Dao Orb, which he had personally designed. The blueprint for the Dao Orb necessitated a forging level of 10 to utilize. As for the materials required for forging, after so many years, much had slipped his memory. It would indeed be prudent to collect the materials for forging as soon as possible. Furthermore, the remaining member, Suigetsu of the 7 ninja swordsmen, was an elite jonin, offering a wealth of experience. He needed to reach level 15, only 5 levels away, to unlock the second phase of his gene lock. At that point, he would no longer need to fear that his Rinnegan would attract unwanted attention. Additionally, the increase in title level, while somewhat unclear in its implications, could not possibly be detrimental. Upon reviewing the task, Uchiha Suki understood that for the sake of the reward, he was determined to eliminate the last member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Suigetsu, mere meters from where Suki had just fought. A cluster of lantern grass suddenly emerged from the smooth ground, revealing a head with green hair, half of his face white and the other half black. He observed the surrounding circumstances closely, yet Uchiha Suki remained unaware, as the system only displayed health bars for enemies he had attacked. Kurojutsu. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? It seems overwhelmingly potent. I feel as if countless of our white Zetsu would be mere fodder. It is evident now another Rinnegan has manifested. This matter must be reported promptly to Lord Uchiha Madara. With that, the lantern grass gradually sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. Employing the unique infiltration technique of black and white Zetsu, known as the Mayfly technique, merging one's corporeal form with the earth and its flora to attain extraordinary speed, one can integrate with the ground and traverse through the organic networks of plant roots and subterranean water flows, enabling rapid movement to any desired location, all while suppressing one's presence completely. No one would perceive it. Meanwhile, Uchiha Suki observed the diminishing bloodline in his line of sight, compelling him to accelerate. Should the monstrous creature from Suigetsu escape the confines of Konoha, the mission would undoubtedly fail, resulting in no rewards and potential punishment. Despite his efforts to hasten, his physical prowess remained limited. Even after 2 upgrades, his capabilities had only improved by approximately 20%. Yet, he was still merely an ordinary genin. When his speed proved inadequate, he resorted to his ocular techniques. After all, the tasks issued by the system were not without opportunities for completion. It seemed he was still not entirely adept with the Rinnegan. The previously closed Rinnegan in his left eye reactivated, allowing him to employ its exclusive ocular techniques and set forth. He dubbed this ability Instant Flash. With a gaze, he could pinpoint his location and appear directly at that spot, albeit at a considerable chakra cost. However, after a few attempts, he realized this method was not sustainable due to the excessive energy expenditure. Glancing upwards at the startled birds he had disturbed, Uchiha Suki suddenly conceived an idea. In the original tale, when Nagato's Deva Path initiated the Shinra Tensei, he soared through the skies. If Deva Path could ascend, then Uchiha Suki could harness his abilities to do the same. Moreover, the innate control granted by his divine artifact significantly enhanced his manipulation skills, surely making him more adept than Nagato. Without hesitation, he began to channel the Rinnegan's powers, generating a repulsive force within himself. Gradually, his body began to levitate. So this is the sensation of flying. How exhilarating. He reveled in the gradual weightlessness, which felt akin to floating rather than the absence of gravity. As he countered gravitational pull with repulsion beneath his feet, by modulating the release of chakra, he adjusted his altitude. Upon mastering this technique, Uchiha Suki cast aside thoughts of the mission, delighting in the ability to soar and navigate through the skies. It was a thrilling experience, akin to Iron Man's initial joy of flight. However, he realized he was not particularly swift and could easily become a target in the air. After experimenting with flight for a minute or two, he sensed an increasing proficiency in his manipulation of repulsion. Finally remembering his mission, he quickly ascended to a higher altitude, directing his gaze towards the bloodline's trajectory. After pursuing from the air for some time, Uchiha Suki felt his speed had indeed increased significantly, yet it remained insufficient. It appeared that he would need to incorporate Instant Flash. As he attempted to focus his sight and teleport directly to the location above, he discovered it was still unfeasible. Without a reference point in midair, he could not utilize his ocular technique for instantaneous travel. Instead, he fixated on the treetops in the distance, using them as a reference to teleport. Meanwhile, the creature from Suigetsu continued its escape. Having spent years executing clandestine missions, he had witnessed a myriad of dark occurrences, which instilled in him an unwavering sense of vigilance. This very trait enabled him to be the sole survivor of his escape, even as he traversed a considerable distance. Nearing the boundaries of Konoha, employing water clones to obscure his trail, a twinge of trepidation still lingered. That young boy was exceedingly formidable. The instantaneous ability to materialize behind him, reflecting all ninjutsu and taijutsu, along with the sudden emergence of a massive stone sphere, enveloped him in a profound sense of helplessness. It was utterly baffling, considering he was merely a child. He needed to hasten back to the village to report to Lord Mizukichi. This marked the first instance in his career as a ninja where he had fled without engaging in combat. Nonetheless, despite his fear, he managed to escape. After all, he was still just a child, inexperienced and easily evaded. Before long, Suigetsu Aichizuki sensed a large fireball materializing above him. He promptly unleashed a water technique to defend himself and began his counterattack. Water release, water barrier technique, water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon surged from the ground towards the heavens, yet it was futile. Suigetsu Aichizuki immediately sensed something amiss and instinctively drew his large sword, Samahata, to block the lethal assault from Uchiha Suki's black rod. This was implausibly swift. Had his clone not succeeded in creating a distraction? Suigetsu Aichizuki stared incredulously at Uchiha Suki, whose grin widened. "You guess," he uttered. As soon as he spoke, Uchiha Suki fixed his gaze upon him, and with a gentle flicker of his Rinnegan, unleashed Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force struck Suigetsu Aichizuki, and although he had braced himself with Samahata, he was still propelled away in an instant, leaving behind a newly formed crater in the ground, with dust swirling around them. Amidst the swirling dust, Uchiha Suki, devoid of mission pressure, began to indulge in whimsical thoughts. You know, Shinra Tensei is quite suitable for earth-moving tasks. Not even a steamroller could achieve such precision. This technique would pair perfectly with Yamato's wood release, one room, two halls technique. If funds run low, I could collaborate with Yamato for a lucrative venture. With his mind adrift, Uchiha Suki waited patiently as the dust gradually settled. As it cleared, he noticed that the health bar had been entirely depleted. Yet Suigetsu Aichizuki was nowhere to be found. Approaching the crater, he discovered only a puddle of water. A water clone, perhaps? Could the system produce such a thing? Where had the real body gone? Was it possible that the collision of water and fire techniques had resulted in the formation of a water clone amidst the mist? It was perplexing. As Uchiha Suki pondered the puddle before him, he suddenly observed Suigetsu Suki, not far away. The handle of Samahata in his grasp elongated over 10 meters, twisting and curling like a chain, as the blade lunged toward Uchiha Suki. Instinctively, Uchiha Suki attempted to utilize Shinra Tensei to deflect the assault from Samahata, only to be met with a sudden pain in his left eye. As if the overuse of his Rinnegan abilities during his flight had taken its toll. With a swift motion, he could only manage to lift the black staff in his right hand to block the fierce strike from the swordfish. The clang resonated as he barely deflected the attack. Yet 2 deep scratches marred the ground beneath him. Uchiha Suki was forced back several meters, while Suigetsu, the swordfish demon, observed the retreat with keen interest. As he contemplated advancing to exploit the apparent opening, a sudden realization struck him. Perhaps this young boy was deliberately feigning vulnerability. He hesitated, his expression transforming into one of deep suspicion directed at Uchiha Suki. After a moment's reflection, he addressed Uchiha Suki. "Young one, would you grant me a reprieve? I shall return to my village at once and persuade Lord Mizukage not to attack Konoha, swearing henceforth to never oppose your village." Standing upright, Uchiha Suki heard these words, though internally he was unwilling to comply. After all, experience was invaluable. Without it, how could he level up? Without growth, how could he ensure his own safety? And without safety, what future could he hope for? How could he ever hope to change this world? Yet, he sensed he had pushed his luck too far. "Very well. You may go. I hope you will honor your promise to dissuade your Mizukage from attacking Konoha," he replied after a moment's contemplation, feeling a sharp pain in his left eye. "Really?" Suigetsu's face lit up with surprise, for this young boy was formidable, excelling in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Complemented by his Sharingan, he was not to be trifled with. "Indeed, you may depart, while I have yet to change my mind." With that, Uchiha Suki retracted his Rinnegan, for the pain was unbearable and his abilities lay dormant. The moment he withdrew it, the discomfort lessened. As he prepared to retreat, Suigetsu observed Uchiha Suki's left eye revert to a normal state, prompting a wave of suspicion to wash over him. Something was amiss. After pursuing me for so long, he simply relinquishes his pursuit? Moreover, his earlier attack had not been deflected but rather blocked with his weapon. Could it be that his powers had faltered? If so, he was merely an ordinary genin, certainly no match for me. If I could seize his eyes, would I not become invincible? With this thought, a surge of greed intertwined with his fear, and he smiled at Uchiha Suki. "Young one, you are quite accommodating. I suspect your powers have indeed waned." Shuriken Jutsu, 1,000 needles. Suigetsu's orange hair unfurled, transforming into countless projectiles that surged toward Uchiha Suki like a torrential downpour. Instinctively, Uchiha Suki attempted to employ Shinra Tensei to repel the onslaught. Yet, as his Rinnegan began to manifest, it receded once more, and the nagging pain in his left eye intensified. As the 1,000 needles approached, he grit his teeth against the agony and swiftly formed a hand sign. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball, approximately 2 meters in diameter, erupted from Uchiha Suki's mouth, incinerating the incoming barrage of needles, leaving a multitude of charred remnants upon the ground. "Ah, it appears your powers are indeed beyond your reach," Suigetsu noted with glee, realizing his gamble had paid off. His heart swelled with avarice as a sinister grin spread across his face, revealing his sharp teeth. "Young one, without that ability, you stand no chance against me. Why not simply offer me your eyes? In exchange, I shall leave you a complete corpse." Ignoring the words of Suka, the pufferfish demon, Uchiha Suki activated his right eye Sharingan and fixed his gaze upon him. He silently pondered the unexpected toll that the Rinnegan's abilities could take, likely due to the disparity between his physique and the Rinnegan's powers. This adversary was not easily deceived. He contemplated agreeing to Suka's demands, intending to deliver a fatal blow once he departed and his vision had somewhat recovered, thereby safely accomplishing his task. "How could you possibly know that my abilities have waned? Perhaps I simply wish to practice my skills on you." Even if his ruse might be uncovered, Uchiha Suki still hoped to buy some time, as time was indeed in his favor. "Enough of your pretense, you little brat. I have encountered many like you. Those who possess power inevitably seek to flaunt it. Moreover, I have already attacked you, yet you have not unleashed your formidable abilities, indicating that you have overexerted yourself and can no longer use them. Although I do not possess a bloodline limit, I have witnessed many." As soon as he finished speaking, noticing Uchiha Suki's impassive demeanor, Suka, the pufferfish demon, realized that he had already made his move, especially since they were enemies. He immediately brandished his great sword, Samahata, and charged at Uchiha Suki, cursing under his breath. "You little brat, are you merely stalling to regain your strength?" Upon recognizing Suka's realization, Uchiha Suki understood that he could no longer afford to buy time. He had to rely on his Sharingan to perceive the demon's attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The crimson Sharingan flickered rapidly in Uchiha Suki's eyes, its two tomo piercing through Suka's onslaught. His body danced back and forth, wielding the black rod that had reappeared in his hand to deflect the strikes. Although he could no longer utilize his ocular techniques, it seemed that the abilities of Yin-Yang release did not deplete his ocular power. They were merely an inherent facet of the Rinnegan, not a technique. He could not continue this way. He needed to find an opportunity to counterattack. Even though he could foresee every one of Suka's assaults with his Sharingan and barely managed to block them with the black rod, each deflection sent painful tremors through his hand. In a mere span of seconds, he had parried Suka's attacks dozens of times with his right hand. And during the brief lulls in the barrage, he seized the chance to draw a kunai with his left hand to defend himself. However, the wounds on his right hand continued to multiply and deepen, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. He was still too young. His body had yet to fully mature. Even with a 20% overall enhancement in physical attributes due to leveling up and the activation of his two Tomo Sharingan, without the ability to employ the Rinnegan's powers, he was barely at the level of a CH-Nin. Perhaps, with the Sharingan's capabilities, he could be considered a special J-Nin in terms of taijutsu. But it was clear that he could not defeat Suka, the pufferfish demon. What was to be done? Uchiha Suki sensed that perhaps the pressure from having just annihilated 6 members of the Mist 7 ninja swordsmen had overwhelmed him, prompting Suka to resort to pure taijutsu in an attempt to eliminate him. Clang. As another collision echoed, Uchiha Suki leveraged the force of the impact to leap backward, landing against a tree. The black rod in his right hand dissolved back into chakra, returning to his body. For chakra was a precious resource he could not afford to waste. The scarlet right eye fixated on the gaze of the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon. With a fiery breath, he unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique, expelling a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter towards the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon. Unperturbed, the demon summoned a defensive ninjutsu. Water release, water barrier, to counter the assault of Uchiha Suki's fireball. The collision of water and fire produced a plume of steam, which swiftly enveloped both combatants. Seizing the cover provided by the vapor, Uchiha Suki hastily formed hand seals, employing the shadow clone technique, a formidable jutsu developed by the second Hokage. This technique creates tangible clones from chakra, which can act and fight independently, possessing their own consciousness and a degree of resilience. Any experiences and memories accumulated by the clones would return to the original upon their dissolution. However, Suki had always hesitated to utilize this technique. Aware of his limited chakra reserves and his own inexperience, he feared that using it would hasten his demise. With a resounding thud, a clone identical to Uchiha Suki materialized beside him. The already scant chakra was halved, and Suki executed a transformation technique. His original self produced 2 shuriken, placing them in the hands of the clone, which transformed into a shuriken itself, held along with the genuine shuriken. This sequence transpired within mere seconds. In the clone's right hand, a black rod manifested. The shuriken was hurled towards the approaching watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, while the clone advanced wielding the black rod. The shuriken was deftly evaded by the demon with a swift maneuver. The clone, brandishing the black rod, clashed with the large sword, Samahata. At that moment, the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon remained oblivious to the unfolding events, his grotesque visage fixated on Uchiha Suki's clone. Before the shuriken even touched the ground, Uchiha Suki's original self dispelled the transformation technique, brandishing a black rod of his own. However, Suki did not advance. Instead, he hurled the rod, which flew towards the demon's back like a bullet. The watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, sensing the impending danger behind him, wore an expression of shock. Though he attempted to evade, he could only narrowly avoid a fatal blow, resulting in the black rod piercing his left arm, which was then caught by Uchiha Suki's clone. Damn it! The unexpected strike to his left arm caused the demon's greed to wane, replaced by a grave countenance as he began to take the situation seriously. Water release. Water. The watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, no longer wishing to play games, prepared to eliminate Uchiha Suki with ninjutsu. However, as he began to form seals, he realized that his chakra could not circulate through his left arm. It dawned on him that his chakra points had been sealed. He glared furiously at Uchiha Suki. "You little brat, you tricked me." "Heh, Just a basic application of yin-yang release, Suki replied, a smile gracing his face as he witnessed the demon's fury. He then dispelled his clone, causing the two yin-yang release black rods to dissolve back into chakra, returning to Uchiha Suki's being. Ultimately, chakra remains insufficient. Taking advantage of the fact that Suigetsu Zuki is not fully engaged in battle, a surprise attack is in order. Once he becomes serious, he would easily shatter my clones. Uchiha Suki perceives that engaging in a genuine, bloodletting combat, as opposed to fighting with the powers of the Rinnegan, is what truly enhances his mastery over his abilities. The sight of a smile on Uchiha Suki's face only serves to infuriate Suigetsu Zuki further. You little brat. Do you think we are called the 7 ninja swordsmen for nothing? Do you believe that sealing my chakra points guarantees your victory? The sword known as Samahata, grasped firmly in Suigetsu's right hand, suddenly elongates, its hilt twisting and curling like a chain. The blade, covered in menacing spikes, lunges towards Uchiha Suki. Seeing the spiked blade hurtling towards him, Uchiha Suki swiftly activates yin-yang release, summoning black rods to emerge from his shattered hands, crossing them in a defensive manner to counter Samahata's assault. With a resounding clang, Uchiha Suki, using the black rods to block the blade, is pushed back 2 meters, leaving deep gashes in the ground. Blood flows anew from his still healing hands, dripping onto himself and the earth below. You still cannot kill me. Despite the continuous flow of blood from his hands, Uchiha Suki's smile remains unchanged, even growing more exuberant. Retrieving Samahata, Suigetsu Zuki, visibly agitated by Suki's grin, seethes with rage. I will surely kill you. With Samahata in hand, Suigetsu strikes once more at Uchiha Suki. Fire release, great fireball technique. Forming hand seals. He exhales another fireball, though not as grand as the previous one, for Uchiha Suki's chakra is nearly depleted from the ongoing battle. Faced with the oncoming fireball, Suigetsu, unable to form seals himself, swings Samahata to cleave through it. Though he manages to split the fireball, the spikes on Samahata retract in response. Seizing the moment while Suigetsu's vision is obscured, Uchiha Suki thrusts a black rod from his left hand, piercing into Suigetsu's right leg. Ugh! A muffled groan escapes Suigetsu's lips as he drops to one knee. How does that feel? Uchiha Suki taunts, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Yet internally, he reflects on how Suigetsu was initially frightened by the power of his Rinnegan, leaving him mentally unsteady. Though aware that Suigetsu's abilities have temporarily waned, he remains cautious. Otherwise, there is no way he could rely on a surprise attack to hinder Suigetsu's ninjutsu. It is thanks to the black rods produced by his yin-yang release that he can sever the enemy's chakra pathways and seal their points. In the face of Uchiha Suki's mockery, Suigetsu, filled with rage, attempts to rise, but collapses immediately. Just kill me. Observing the expression on Suigetsu's face, Uchiha Suki feels as though his mental state is shattered. Stunned by Suigetsu's words as he lies on the ground, Uchiha Suki is momentarily taken aback. He even noticed a tear glistening at the corner of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon SI, crystalline and radiant. Is this how one succumbs? You are an elite Jonin. Uchiha Suki found it utterly astonishing that he had managed to defeat an elite Jonin with merely a few clever tricks and a hint of his Rinnegan's power. And yet, the opponent was in tears. Suddenly, the pain from his own wounds felt less acute, as a surge of exhilaration welled up within him. Indeed, this was the joy of overcoming the strong with the weak. As he pondered, Uchiha Suki's grin widened even further. However, just as he took a step forward, he halted. Something felt amiss. He recalled the pursuit by the Mist Umbu the previous day. Even in despair, he had not resigned himself to fate. Thus one must never underestimate a person's will to survive. It would be prudent to wait for the Rinnegan to regain its strength. He could already sense its imminent restoration, alongside the healing of his wounds. After all, he was not one to fear waiting. He had immobilized the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon's left arm and right leg. To eliminate him now would be as assured as pinching a snail with 9 fingers. Uchiha Suki immediately began to channel his healing technique. His hands emanated a verdant glow. The left hand healed the right, while the right reciprocated the favor. His mind began to empty. Truly, I am a polymath, capable of combat, healing, and unafraid of illusions. Perhaps I am destined to be the quintessence of a 5-sided warrior. Amidst the green luminescence, Uchiha Suki felt the wounds on his hands gradually mend. Meanwhile, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon lay on the ground, waiting for what seemed an eternity for Uchiha Suki to approach. Raising his head, he was taken aback to see the boy healing himself. The tears in his eyes vanished in an instant, and the expression of despair on his face gradually turned grave. This little imp had evaded his trap. He had initially intended to ambush Uchiha Suki with the sword, Samahata, when he drew near. Fortunately, he was not well versed in Samahata's capabilities. With a great effort, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon withdrew the black rods from his legs, merging the sword, Samahata, into his being. He prepared to utilize Samahata's devouring power to absorb the chakra that Uchiha Suki had left within him. Not far away, Uchiha Suki observed as the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon stood and removed the black rods. He immediately ceased his healing technique. A new black rod appeared in his right hand and shot towards the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. The demon executed a single-legged leap, narrowly evading the assault of the black rod, but fell to the ground. Upon seeing 2 additional black rods in Uchiha Suki's hands, he hastily raised his functioning right arm to halt the merging with Samahata and drew it up to defend himself. Yet, he was still pierced by one of the black rods, further incapacitating his already wounded right leg. In that moment, despair enveloped the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. Uchiha Suki, witnessing yet another successful strike with the black rod, resolved that he could no longer afford to wait for the Rinnegan to restore itself. He raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers. Instantly, the black rod embedded in the demon's leg melted away, spreading over his right leg and gradually creeping up his body, asserting control over him. The further enhancement of yin-yang release abilities was merely a trivial application. Just moments ago, when the black rod struck the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, a thought crossed my mind regarding the original work by Grandfather Band, where yin-yang release was employed to manipulate Uchiha Obito's Rinnegan abilities, namely the Rinne Tensei. The black rod emerging from Uchiha Obito was indeed a manifestation of this power. Upon testing this hypothesis, it proved accurate. Once more, a black rod, crafted through yin-yang release, materialized in my hand as I charged towards the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. Helpless to resist, he could only watch as I plunged the rod into his heart. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon's eyes widened in shock, his gaze drifting from his own heart to mine. Blood began to pour uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Witnessing this, I swiftly withdrew the rod from his heart and retreated, fearful of the blood splattering upon me. In that moment, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon reflected on many thoughts, yet they were disordered. After a lengthy contemplation, all he could muster were concerns for his village and a profound sense of unwillingness. The intelligence had yet to return to the village. Could the village possibly triumph in war? He realized he would never return. In his final moments, he found himself thinking of the village. How had he never recognized his love for it before? He opened his mouth, yet before he could utter a word, a torrent of blood erupted from his lips. The instant he spoke a single word, his life force dissipated in my gaze. His wide eyes, forever unclosed in death, were a testament to the enmity between us. It was a matter of survival. Either he perished or I did. Let us blame this world for its despair. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito considered the infinite Tsukuyomi a splendid solution. I formed the seal once more to release the control over the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. With a resounding thud, his body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. You were a worthy adversary. Thank you for allowing me to gain practical combat experience, I remarked as I gazed at his lifeless form. Suddenly, a voice resonated in my mind from the system. Congratulations. Year of the Pig. Task successfully completed. Task, first step in the ninja world, completed. Task, conclusion of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, completed. Reward processing. Congratulations. The drop system is now activated, and template generation is underway. Upon hearing that the drop system had been initiated, I realized my path ahead was illuminated. After all, with the drop system, I could now acquire items. Minutes passed, yet I found myself waiting impatiently for further developments. A sense of confusion washed over me as I sensed several white dots swirling intermittently in my mind. After several more minutes, the voice of the system finally echoed in my mind once again. Template generation successful. The drop system is now active. At last, things seemed to be progressing. Was the system momentarily hindered by a network issue, or was it a hardware limitation? Acquiring the title of somewhat notable has led to a successful reward settlement. All items have been included in the package. Please check. Those born in the year of the pig. Upon reflection, it seems there are merely 2 tasks, yet 3 rewards. Can it truly take 7 or 8 minutes? This system, dragging its feet over reward settlements, must surely be gravely ill. Had I known earlier, I would have opted to continue recuperating. The corpse of the pufferfish demon by the watermelon river has already grown cold. I even intended to close its eyes and store it away. However, it does not matter much at this point, as the rewards have been settled. Yet, the system merely states that I have received a blueprint, without specifying what kind it is. I fervently hope it is the forging blueprint I require. Within Uchiha Suki's gaze, a virtual interface reappeared. By focusing his thoughts, he opened his backpack, which now contained two new items. One was a small, framed object with tiny text, and the other was a white blueprint marked with a yellow exclamation mark. Remarkably, the system's reminder feature is quite commendable, identifying new items in the backpack. Impressive. Upon seeing the two newly acquired items, Uchiha Suki's initial reaction was one of exhilaration. Without hesitation, he focused on the long-awaited blueprint, which revealed the following. Blueprint, copper saber description, contains some basic forging techniques. Quality, ordinary weapon type, saber required level 6 learning requirement. Forging level 1 consumable. Upon reading the description of the blueprint, Uchiha Suki's heart soared with joy. Fortunately, it requires only a forging level of 1. Initially, upon noticing the task's quality was exquisite, he feared that the task level might be higher, potentially yielding rewards that he currently did not need. Even if the reward was a forging blueprint, he worried it might be of a higher level, rendering it useless, much like the forging blueprint of the Tao-seeking Jade, which would only gather dust in his backpack. After perusing the blueprint, Uchiha Suki immediately committed it to memory. He then accessed the forging section in the crafting panel, where a yellow icon resembling a saber appeared. Upon inspection, it displayed copper saber crafting level requirement, forging 1 material requirements, 10 copper or 1 basic iron hammer. What now? Upon seeing the required materials, Uchiha Suki was momentarily taken aback. While copper ore is easily obtainable and a basic iron hammer is also simple to acquire, that is within the confines of the game, where one can casually purchase materials from town merchants with a bit of money. However, he is in the world of Naruto. Where could he possibly find a merchant to procure the materials he needs? I knew this wretched system would not facilitate the enhancement of my forging level so effortlessly. After reviewing the forging requirements, Uchiha Suki's mood began to shift. His smile faded abruptly, and the corners of his mouth, once turned up, fell into a tight line. Having completed the task with such joy, why must it complicate matters further? How utterly vexing. After a brief moment, Uchiha Suki managed to compose himself. Never mind. I shall not dwell on it. Solutions will surely present themselves in due course. With a sigh, he turned his attention to the other square object in his backpack, the enhancement title, a perfect reward. Title, notable reputation quality, excellent description. Who would have thought that as you stepped out of the novice village, you would annihilate the 7 ninja swordsmen with the newly acquired Rinnegan? Truly impressive. Title effect. Once equipped, enemies will regard you with utmost caution. Enhancement effect. All chakra consumption is reduced to 95%. Upon equipping and usage, the enhancement effect separates and becomes passive. Upon reading the description of this title, the previously dejected expression on Uchiha Suki's face instantly transformed into one of exuberance. What an incredible title. Meanwhile, not far from him, 3 ninjas appeared. Clad in the same attire as the Umbu ninjas Uchiha Suki had slain the previous day, their masks adorned with the emblem of the hidden mist village. As they approached, they beheld Uchiha Suki and the corpse lying on the ground. There lay a body, the esteemed lord of the Watermelon Mountain, the pufferfish demon, one of the masked Umbu, bearing a dark mark beneath their eye akin to that seen in Sage Mode, exclaimed with incredulous shock, "Which brat has slain our lord?" I refused to believe it. He was the formidable lord of the Watermelon Mountain. This was voiced by a female ninja, whose mask bore dark, twisted patterns at the bottom, her tone tinged with a hint of weeping. "Everyone, be cautious. The great sword, Samahata, is evidence enough, and no one else is present. The pufferfish demon must have been killed by this little brat." The mask worn by this Umbu ninja featured intricate markings extending from the temples to the corners of the mouth. One could discern from his tone that he was the leader of this small team. That brat must be deranged. His expression shifted from sorrow to mirth in an instant, remarked the initial speaker among the Umbu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Suki, reveling in his new title, activated it. Instantly, a passive ability to reduce chakra consumption appeared in his passive slot, alongside the addition of a title in his title section. Although the description claimed that this title would render enemies wary of him, he felt it lacked substantial effect. Nevertheless, he adorned himself with the title. As the enhancement effect was undeniably beneficial, his chakra reserves were severely lacking, especially with the Rinnegan being such a drain on his chakra. With this, should his chakra reach full capacity, he would be able to unleash several more ocular techniques or ninjutsu than before. Delighted, he prepared to approach the body of the pufferfish demon, intending to cover the protruding eye, which appeared rather ominous. After all, he was an adversary deserving of gratitude, providing both combat and leveling experience, a truly splendid encounter. However, before he could reach the corpse of the pufferfish demon, Uchiha Yue sensed a prickle of scrutiny from behind, indicating at least two presences. One of them seemed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for him, as if they desired nothing more than to eliminate him on the spot. Could it be that misfortune has struck again? Have I encountered more enemies? And from the hidden mist village, no less? Is it yet another Umbu from the mist? How lamentable that the defensive capabilities of the Leaf Village against the mist are so lacking that I find myself in this predicament once more. After a brief pause, he refrained from covering his eyes. Should he attempt to shield them, he would surely meet his end alongside the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. Uchiha Yue sensed the urgency to flee, as his mission was accomplished, his chakra nearly depleted, and his Rinnegan yet to recover. What could he use to engage in battle once more? However, he realized he could not escape immediately. He must feign the collection of the enemy's corpses, as the sensation of being watched emanated from directly behind him. Meanwhile, a female Umbu ninja observed Uchiha Yue approaching the corpse of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon and contemplated striking, only to be halted by the team leader's hand. Wait. Yamashita-nai, do not rush. I am aware of your admiration for Lord Watermelon Mountain pufferfish, but we must exercise patience. We shall strike when the boy bends to collect the body. After all, he has slain Lord Watermelon Mountain pufferfish, and we must not underestimate him. As they fixated on Uchiha Yue's approach, just as they prepared to ambush him, they were taken aback when he suddenly crouched beside the corpse, then leaped onto a tree to escape. This unexpected turn of events left them dumbfounded. They had not anticipated being discovered, nor had they expected to be outsmarted by the boy, prompting them to rush after him. Kawada Ryota, Yamashita-nai, you pursue him first, but do not act prematurely. Wait until I arrive. I will collect Lord Watermelon Mountain pufferfish's body, and I will also teleport the Great Blade Samahata back to the village. As Uchiha Yue dashed away at great speed, he glanced back and identified his pursuers as expected two Umbu ninjas from the Mist Village. It was indeed peculiar. This was not his first mission outside the village, yet this particular occasion was fraught with complications. The Umbu from the Mist Village had dispatched his commanding teacher and two teammates with alarming efficiency. In a desperate bid for survival, he had resorted to using Izanagi, sacrificing his left eye, which led to the system's emergence. It was difficult to fathom that the activation of the system coincided with his 12th birthday. It seemed rather that the loss of his left eye triggered the manifestation of the system, especially since the Rinnegan was distinctly situated in his left eye. He recalled that in the game, there was no differentiation between the two eyes. The Rinnegan was merely a round orb. Thus, the system's activation criteria must have been the loss of his left eye, correlating with his 12th birthday, as if it awaited this precise moment to reveal itself. Moreover, he had waited an entire day before returning to the village, only to stumble upon a significant scene, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Alas, he had inadvertently disrupted their gathering, consuming the entirety of their experience for himself, reaping the rewards without any respite, as the continual influx of experience overwhelmed him. As he ran, Uchiha Yue pondered deeply and finally grasped a crucial truth. The system was undoubtedly at play. His chakra was nearly depleted. If he did not devise a strategy, he would surely meet his demise, especially with those vengeful gazes fixed upon him. He could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited him should he fall into their hands. The Rinnegan, however, was on the verge of restoration. Yet, there lingers an ineffable sensation that the time for the revival of the Rinnegan is akin to the ultimate ability cooldowns in the game League of Legends, an interminable wait, where just a fleeting moment seems to stretch into eternity. With each swift stride, Uchiha Yue traverses the branches, acutely aware of the encroaching adversaries. Anxiety begins to etch itself upon his visage, as he realizes that such a flight is untenable. However, with his chakra depleted and his hands yet to recover, the odds of triumph seem almost insurmountable. As his chakra dwindles, his speed in retreat diminishes rapidly. It is a desperate gambit now. He reflects inwardly, recognizing that escape is an illusion. Time must be bought. This village has seen enough turmoil. It is maddening. What are the members of the Mist Shadow Line doing? He curses vehemently, halting his advance. With a swift pivot, he descends to the ground, adopting a combat stance as his right hand channels the Yin-Yang release chakra. materializing a black rod. He fixates on the two mist Umbu ninjas who have just landed moments before him, his lips curling into a scornful sneer. Are you Umbu of the mist merely like rats hiding in the sewers? How bothersome you are. Yet the two Umbu ninjas offer no retort, maintaining a battle stance while fixating their gazes upon Uchiha Suki. One ninja regards him with a hint of trepidation, while the other, whose appearance suggests femininity, harbors a glint of animosity alongside her apprehension. Uchiha Suki finds this peculiar. The odds seem in their favor, yet they refrain from making the first move. As he scrutinizes his foes, a thought crosses his mind. If you choose to remain passive, then I shall do the same. Time is on my side. It would be best to wait until my Rinnegan is fully restored. Then, dispatching you will be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Why is there no mission this time? Could it be that my adversaries are simply too weak? Thus, they engage in an unwavering stare for what feels like an eternity. After several tense moments, Uchiha Suki, perceiving their continued inaction, finds their posture exhausting and decides to stretch his left arm. In response, the two Umbu ninjas, already on edge, seize the moment and launch their assault. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The female Umbu ninja immediately performs hand seals, unleashing a torrent of water that morphs into a dragon, surging towards Uchiha Suki. Meanwhile, her counterpart employs the mist concealment technique, reminiscent of a taijutsu practitioner. Goodness. They come at me with elite ninjutsu, truly flattering. As the water dragon approaches, Uchiha Suki curses under his breath, his mental fortitude fraying as he is compelled to utter expletives. Fire release, great fireball technique. He exhales, directing the flames towards the incoming water dragon, intensifying the already thickening mist. Within the obscured haze, he observes the health bars of his adversaries and suddenly finds himself amused. How peculiar it is that he seems to possess an innate advantage over the mist ninjas, as they frequently resort to the mist concealment technique. Upon their release, their health bars become visible. In this moment, Uchiha Suki observed the health bar to his right, stifling the mirth bubbling within him. Yet, he knew laughter was inappropriate. One must show respect, after all. In a typical scenario, assassination techniques are undeniably formidable, with obscured vision and silent footsteps. One could easily slaughter their foes, provided the disparity in skill was not excessive. Alas, his adversary's health bar had been revealed to him. This necessitated a performance on his part. As the health bar drew nearer, Uchiha Suki comprehended that it was time for his act to commence. His countenance shifted to one of gravity, tinged with a hint of anxiety. He scanned his surroundings, his Sharingan etching crimson lines through the mist. The approaching Umbu ninja, observing Uchiha Suki's demeanor, felt a flicker of confusion, having initially regarded him with suspicion. Was this the boy who had slain the formidable Suigetsu's master? This posture, this expression, he appeared merely as an ordinary genin of Konoha, possessing naught but a Sharingan. How could this be? To his astonishment, on his inaugural mission with the Umbu, he encountered such a significant target. If he were to take this boy's head, it would undoubtedly mark a monumental leap in his Umbu career, being one who could vanquish Suigetsu's master. As he closed the distance to Uchiha Suki, poised to deliver a lethal strike, he was taken aback to find the Uchiha child turning to face him, still smiling. Was this mockery? It should not be possible for him to perceive my presence. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in his gaze, yet he did not halt his assault, swinging his blade towards Suki's neck. With his right hand, Uchiha Suki parried the Umbu ninja's tanto with a black staff, while his left hand extended towards the ninja's abdomen. From his palm, a black rod protruded, plunging directly into the intruder's midsection. The Umbu ninja's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Uchiha Suki. What? Did you think I was merely a child? Do you not wonder how I dispatched Suigetsu's master? Never underestimate anyone. Is that not apparent? With a smile gracing his features, Uchiha Suki spoke, applying further pressure with his left hand. The black rod pierced through the Umbu ninja's abdomen, lifting his body off the ground. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. In Uchiha Suki's line of sight, the enemy's health bar was entirely depleted, and he discarded the lifeless body onto the ground. The surrounding mist dissipated as well. One must admit, after clashing with Suigetsu's master, he had indeed grown significantly. This technique had swiftly eliminated an Umbu ninja, though this particular ninja likely ranked as an elite chunin at best. Encountering a novice like him was surely unfortunate for the Umbu. Meanwhile, a female ninja, initially awaiting her comrade's victory amidst the fog, suddenly noticed the mist clearing. She presumed the enemy had been vanquished, her lips curling in a slight smirk beneath her mask. To her astonishment, as she prepared to advance closer to her teammates, she discovered that it was not the Uchiha boy who had fallen, but rather her own comrades. Lying in a pool of blood, with a smile still on his lips, Uchiha Suki, his left hand dripping with blood from the black rod, fixed his scarlet right eye upon the remaining Umbu ninja. This revelation sent a shiver down her spine. It was indeed this little demon who had slain the Lord of Watermelon Mountain, the pufferfish demon. Fear must not take hold. I must seek vengeance. I will avenge the Lord of Watermelon Mountain. I am a ninja hailing from the Blood Mist village. Yamashita Nai, this covert ninja, steeled herself internally. Yet her feet began to retreat. After all, who wishes to meet their demise? How could she possibly contend with someone capable of dispatching her teammate in a single blow? Revenge was not her forte. Just as she prepared to withdraw, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Yamashita Nai, were you not instructed to pursue without engaging? A figure landed beside her, their squad leader. Yamashita Nai felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. It was their anxiety that had prompted them to act prematurely. Yet she could not voice this sentiment. The enemy had struck first, and to her dismay, Kawada Ryota had been eliminated with alarming swiftness. There is no turning back now. I will take the lead, and you will support me. Together, we shall avenge the Lord of Watermelon Mountain. With that, the squad leader brandished a tanto and charged at Uchiha Suki. Goodness, more enemies. Thankfully, I've recovered. Uchiha Suki, observing yet another adversary, this time the leader, felt the pressure intensify. However, at that very moment, he sensed that the Rinnegan was now barely within his grasp. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, rendering him unable to employ ocular techniques. Yet, the presence of the enemy's chakra was sufficient. As the opponent approached, the crimson of his right eye swirled, transforming into the three tomo of the Sharingan. Armed with dual black rods, he prepared for the confrontation. The three tomo Sharingan was indeed the most comfortable state for him. In mere seconds of engagement with the Dark Squad leader, several exchanges occurred, allowing him to effortlessly perceive every movement of his opponent. This experience was incredibly gratifying. A true reflection of his inner thoughts. It seemed that upon the awakening of his Rinnegan, his Sharingan had evolved to the three tomo state as well, and he could sense the enhancement of his ocular power. During his battle with the Lord of Watermelon Mountain, he had felt that the right eye was on the cusp of evolving into the three tomo form. It had merely been restrained. Now, with his Sharingan evolving once more, it had reached its pinnacle, awaiting the next profound transformation into the Manjiki. While the black rod proved effective, it lacked the versatility of a sword. It was only suitable for thrusting, not slashing. Uchiha Suki recognized this limitation during close combat with the enemy. If paired with ocular techniques, the black rod would be the ideal weapon. However, without them, it was less than optimal. Water release, water dragon bullet. A powerful clash ensued as Uchiha Suki and the squad leader collided, propelling them in opposite directions. Yet, in that brief moment of separation, as Uchiha Suki remained airborne, the female covert ninja seized her opportunity, forming hand seals. A water dragon surged toward Uchiha Suki with alarming speed, striking him unawares. Upon witnessing the approaching water dragon, Uchiha Suki's previously troubled expression transformed into one of delight. What a splendid teammate, delivering aid right to his doorstep. The black staff in his hand vanished in an instant, his left hand raised defensively before him. The water dragon surged forward, crashing down upon Uchiha Suki. Had he succeeded? The female Umbu ninja observed as the water dragon engulfed Uchiha Suki, her voice tinged with excitement. After all, ninjas typically possess high offensive capabilities and low defense. It was not uncommon for a jutsu of that caliber to eliminate an adversary outright. Be cautious, something feels amiss. Unlike the enthusiastic female Umbu, the squad leader sensed a peculiar disquiet. This young boy belonged to the Uchiha clan. Although still a minor, his three tomo Sharingan spoke volumes. In such a scenario, even he could evade the attack. Yet, the scene he had just witnessed appeared as if he had recklessly collided with the jutsu itself, wearing a smile all the while. As the water dragon completely dissipated, Uchiha Suki's figure emerged unscathed, devoid of any signs of injury from the jutsu. His left palm pressed against a transparent barrier, a manifestation of the ability of the hungry ghost path. The jutsu had been absorbed. Upon witnessing this, the eyes of the two Umbu ninjas widened in disbelief, their expressions concealed beneath their masks. Who could withstand such a display? Thank you for replenishing my chakra when I was nearly depleted, Uchiha Suki cheerfully remarked to the female Umbu ninja. It was as if he had dozed off only to find a pillow bestowed upon him. With the absorption of that jutsu, his chakra had recovered by more than a tenth. Amidst his elation, he felt a tinge of sorrow. It was truly pitiful. Why was his chakra so scant? Upon returning to the village, he must devote himself to rigorous training. While others possessed chakra by the ton, he was left with mere milligrams. Before Uchiha Suki could contemplate his next move against the enemies, the two Umbu ninjas charged forward, evidently realizing that ninjutsu was futile and opting for taijutsu instead. If only he could wield jinjutsu. Despite having the 3-tomo Sharingan, he lacked proficiency in illusions, rendering him far from graceful. With a mere flick of his black staff, he effortlessly parried their attacks. The Sharingan truly was an extraordinary asset. He could predict each strike with clarity and counter them deftly. After another clash, distancing himself from the foes, Uchiha Suki found the encounter rather dull. The black staff vanished once more, his hands raised high, aimed at the two Umbu ninjas. Universal pull. An invisible force radiated from his outstretched hands, causing the two Umbu ninjas to soar into the air, their bodies rendered uncontrollable. Slowly, they felt their necks drawn towards their assailant's grasp. Uchiha Suki seized their throats firmly in his hands. Before you meet your end, do me one last favor. I truly wish to avoid the sensation of chakra depletion. As the chakra visibly surged from the two Umbu ninjas into Uchiha Suki's grasp, he expressed his gratitude. Once he felt his chakra replenished, he crushed their necks effortlessly. Observing the emptied blood bars, he carelessly discarded their lifeless forms onto the ground. Now, I can truly indulge. This was Uchiha Suki's first sensation of complete chakra saturation. He felt confident that he could handle a dozen more Umbu ninjas if they were to come. Mastering the arts of chakra, Uchiha Suki slumped down onto the ground. Once again, a green luminescence coalesced in his hands, stained with the blood of battle. The wounds on his hands had reopened, causing him considerable pain. The tension in his body gradually relaxed as Uchiha Suki felt the throbbing agony in his hands. Just as they were beginning to heal, they had torn open anew, inflicting unbearable discomfort. Overall, he was utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally. Despite his chakra being replenished, he felt a profound weariness enveloping his spirit. After a brief moment, Suki sensed that the wounds on his hands had completely mended, prompting him to rise. He could not linger any longer. It was imperative to return to the village promptly, gathering the bodies one by one. Uchiha Suki glanced around before setting off once more on his journey back to the village. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Konoha village, Might Guy hurriedly caught up with Might Guy and his companions, who had just arrived at the village gate and were preparing to register their return. Kai, wait a moment. Kai, shouted Might Guy from behind. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the registering Might Guy turned around, his face instantly brightening with a smile. Father, did you win? However, after waiting for a moment, he noticed the absence of a companion, and the smile on his face quickly faded. Father, where is Uchiha Suki? Why hasn't he returned? Could something have happened to him? Kai, don't speak foolishly. Uchiha Suki is exceptionally strong. He is a true warrior. He has merely gone after the fleeing 7 ninja swordsmen. As the words left his lips, the trio felt a wave of relief wash over them upon hearing that Uchiha Suki was unharmed. Now that I know he is safe, I can rest easy. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for how to repay him for risking his life for us, Inuzuka Kiba remarked. Yet, as the conversation continued, astonishment gripped their faces. It was hard to believe that Uchiha Suki, once the underachiever of their class, had grown so formidable as to pursue the 7 ninja swordsmen with such ease. How remarkable. Hibiya mused. Only Might Guy wore a silly grin, having always believed in Uchiha Suki. Aside from Kakashi, Suki was the one he knew best. And he understood the dedication Suki had put into his training. Inuzuka Kiba, Hibiya, you two go to report to Lord Hokage about our encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen. My father and I will wait here for Uchiha Suki, suggested Might Guy. Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily taken aback. Hibiya quickly responded, all right. Then let us go inform Lord Hokage about our encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen. He seized Inuzuka Kiba by the arm, leading him away to find the Hokage. Oh, fine. I actually wanted to wait for Uchiha Suki as well, Inuzuka Kiba admitted reluctantly. As he watched the two depart, Might Guy sat down beside his father at the entrance, awaiting Uchiha Suki's return. The two Chunin stationed at the village gate exchanged bewildered glances. A quarter of an hour later, at the entrance to the Hokage's office, they announced, we have urgent matters to report to Lord Hokage. Hibiki and Shiranui both addressed the Umbu ninja stationed at the entrance simultaneously, inquiring about the commotion. What is all this noise about? Let them in. Yes, Hokage-sama. Once the Umbu ninja granted them passage, the two entered the room. Hokage-sama, Hibiki and Shiranui again spoke in unison. Do you have urgent matters to report? Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazing at them while holding his pipe, turned to face them. At that moment, he appeared to be in the prime of his physical strength, not at all resembling the weary figure introduced at the story's outset. Hokage-sama, during our mission outside the village, we encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. What? The previously calm expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face shifted to one of incredulity, tempered with understanding. This is indeed troubling news. Hibiki, please elaborate. Yes, Hokage-sama. After leaving the village yesterday, we came across a signal flare during our mission. We hastily rushed to the site, only to discover the bodies of 2 Umbu ninjas from the Mist Village. One was severely burned. After searching for some time without locating the individual who released the flare, we resumed our mission. However, today while returning to the village, we encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. In our desperate flight, we met Uchiha Yue, who informed us that his teammates had been ambushed and killed by the Umbu of the mist, leaving only him alive. The signal flare was triggered when he retaliated against one of the Umbu ninjas. Unfortunately, we also encountered 2 other enemies from that Umbu squad. He managed to eliminate one, but was in pursuit of the other. Just when our escape seemed futile, Might Dai appeared. I heard Dai mention his intention to open the 8th gate of death, but Uchiha Yue restrained him. Both Suki and Dai urged us to return to the village to report the situation, while they confronted the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Upon reaching the village gate, we encountered Dai once more. He informed us that the Mist 7 had been dealt with, and Suki had pursued the fleeing remnants of the mist. However, both Dai and Guy waited at the village gate for Suki's return. Are we on the brink of war with the Mist Village? I have gathered sufficient information. You may withdraw now and rest well. Do not dwell on this matter. What must be evaded cannot be avoided. Understood, Hokage-sama. With that, Shiranui and Hibiki exited the room. Inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, turning his gaze to the window. Ah, what a tumultuous autumn. As he spoke, smoke billowed from the corners of his mouth. Uchiha Yue, if I recall correctly, is only 12 years old. To defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen at such a tender age. Could it be that the Manjiki has manifested? I wonder whether this is a blessing or a curse. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat familiar with Uchiha Yue. He was the underperformer at school yet was exceptionally diligent and held a fondness for the village. He was a member of the Uchiha clan worth befriending. Yet, it seemed that his parents had perished in battle last year. He hoped this would not dampen his confidence. After about an hour had passed, Uchiha Yue finally arrived at the gates of Konoha. So exhausted. I've finally made it. To avoid encountering foes again, Uchiha Yue employed the powers of his Rinnegan, hastily making his way to the village gates, though half of his chakra had been depleted. With a swift motion, he descended at the entrance. There, 2 sentinels appeared on the verge of slumber, while Might Guy and his son, Might Kai, engaged in push-ups. Kai, hold on. Success is near. 4,999. 5,000. I did it, Dad. I succeeded again. The father and son embraced joyfully. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Yue felt a twinge of awkwardness. What is this? He approached. Yet Guy and Kai remained engrossed in their vigorous exercise. Oh, Uchiha Yue, you have finally returned. We were waiting for you, Kai exclaimed. You were waiting for me? Surely you jest. Suki was skeptical of Gai's statement, suspecting it was merely a continuation of their training to stave off boredom rather than an act of anticipation. I felt a bit guilty for not being idle, especially since you saved my life, Kai sheepishly admitted. No worries, I understand. There is no need to feel ashamed. Those who strive deserve respect. Observing Kai's gradually lowered head, Suki comprehended his feelings. Uchiha Yue, have you thought about how to explain this to Lord Hokage? At that moment, Guy suddenly addressed Suki. Honestly, I haven't devised a proper explanation. However, I must face it eventually, Suki replied. He was certain he would not disclose the existence of his Rinnegan, instead opting to explain his awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, which Hiruzen Sarutobi likely knew of. Given that his former comrade, Uchiha Kagami, possessed a Manjiki. After completing the necessary formalities with the 2 guards at the entrance, Suki said to Guy and Kai, let us proceed to meet Lord Hokage. With that, he strode directly into the village. Upon his return, Suki found himself unexpectedly devoid of anticipation. This return felt starkly different from before. While the village remained unchanged, he himself was no longer the same person. Guy and Kai, seeing Suki walk away without a glance back, hurriedly followed him. In the Hokage's office, an Umbu operative knelt before Sarutobi Hiruzen, informing him of Uchiha Suki's return. As Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, the room, despite the open window, became enveloped in a haze. He has returned, I see. Understood, you may withdraw. When Suki arrives, there is no need for a report, simply allow him to enter. Yes, Lord Hokage, replied the Umbu ninja, promptly exiting the room. The guards outside, having overheard the exchange, responded immediately. Meanwhile, Hiruzen rose and turned to gaze out the window, inhaling deeply, releasing clouds of smoke. The current situation was indeed unfavorable for Konoha. Last year, the disappearance of the third Kazekage became known to all the major ninja villages, prompting ambitious nations to take action. This ultimately led to Konoha being besieged by Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure. The situation was dire, and to make matters worse, even the reclusive Kirigakure began to stir. All eyes were fixed on Konoha, truly surrounded by enemies. It was a daunting predicament. If only White Fang had not taken his own life. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself reflecting on the tragic fate of White Fang. In the face of such a multifaceted assault, even the affluent Konoha felt the strain of insufficient manpower. Kirigakure was hastily dispatching reinforcements. However, if Uchiha Suki had indeed awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, perhaps he could turn the tide. At that moment, Hiruzen's thoughts turned to Uchiha Suki. Unlike other members of his clan, Suki had consistently demonstrated a commitment to the village that transcended the narrow confines of clan loyalty. He was indeed a worthy ally. As Hiruzen indulged in these musings, the voice of an Umbu operative broke through his reverie. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Suki and Might Guy have arrived. Let them in, he replied. Snapping back to attention. Moments later, Uchiha Suki entered alongside Might Guy. Hokage-sama, they greeted in unison, their respect evident. You have worked hard, especially you, Uchiha Suki and Guy. I have gathered much of the information from Noara Arashur and Ebisu. Turning his gaze to Suki and Guy, Hiruzen continued. I have heard of your encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen. I wish to hear your account. I shall recount the tale. Hokage-sama, Suki stepped forward, stating, It is not merely that we defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen. Rather, it is accurate to say that Guy and I annihilated them entirely. What? Hiruzen nearly dropped his pipe in astonishment at Suki's casual revelation of their total victory. Steadying the pipe with a hand, he inquired, Have you awakened the Manjiki? Suki paused, momentarily taken aback by the question, before regaining his composure. Yes, Hokage-sama, I am surprised that you are aware of the Manjiki Sharingan. Hiruzen began to reminisce, speaking nostalgically. Yes, the Manjiki Sharingan is a mystery to most of the Uchiha clan, yet I had a comrade among them. Like me, he was a disciple of the second Hokage, Uchiha Kagami. He too transcended the narrow perspectives of his clan, devoted entirely to the village. Yes, Hokage-sama, Suki replied. Observing Hiruzen and sensing the weight of age upon the shoulders of the third Hokage, who had once offered him guidance. Unlike the protagonist he had previously encountered in other novels, who approached the third Hokage with a blend of admiration and disdain, Uchiha Yue's perspective was distinctly different. He recognized that the current third Hokage had extended a helping hand to him, for without such assistance, he might never have gained admission to the Ninja Academy. Gratitude was all he felt, as only he understood the depths of his past suffering. It was also worth noting that the disparagement directed towards him was somewhat misplaced. With no one else available to assume the mantle of Hokage, the aging leader was compelled to reclaim his authority. His advanced years had rendered him less impulsive than in his youth, leading him to pursue an elusive notion of perfection, which ultimately resulted in indecision. Yet, he failed to grasp the fundamental truth that perfection is unattainable in any endeavor. However, as long as Uchiha Yue could safeguard the fourth Hokage and protect his dear friend Uchiha Obito, the tragedies that loomed could be averted. In the past, he had felt powerless, but now, endowed with the capability, he resolved to transform this world steeped in despair. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, announcing the detection of his unwavering will. A long-term quest was thus initiated. Quest title: Rewrite the World Phase 1. Save Uchiha Obito Task. Save Uchiha Obito. Phase 1. Level: Immortal Client. System Location: Ninja Realm. Description: You, unwilling to witness tragedy unfold, have chosen to alter this world of despair. Will you succeed? Objective: In your endeavor to save Uchiha Obito, you must thwart Uchiha Madara's sinister plot, defeat Uchiha Madara directly, or resurrect Rinnegan. Reward. The system expresses its satisfaction and will grant you a pet egg, immortal level. Unlocking the next phase of the quest. Penalty. Should you prove untrustworthy and incapable, subsequent tasks will be revoked, and one of your abilities will be randomly taken away. Is this how the quest begins? Moreover, this pet egg of immortal quality, does it equate to the level of the Rinnegan? How formidable it must be. This marks the second instance of encountering an immortal-grade item. Yet, the notion of confronting Uchiha Madara directly is rather excessive. He is, after all, my idol. How could one possibly challenge their own idol? It is simply too much to bear. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara belongs to a generation revered as sirs. Who would not address him with the utmost respect? Returning to the matter at hand, since he had acquired the Rinnegan and the system, he possessed the means to effect change in this despair-laden world. If he found himself incapable of defeating Madara, a simpler course would be to save Rinnegan, who was not only a cherished friend but also the object of Obito's affections since childhood. This was a source of endless amusement for you, as he often teased Obito about his feelings, prompting a flustered reaction each time. With this thought lingering in his mind, Uchiha Yue felt invigorated. Such an endeavor was indeed worthwhile, as he remained the passionate youth he had always been, forever brimming with enthusiasm. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen as he began to reminisce once more, Uchiha Yue resolved to interrupt his reverie. He needed to relay his report quickly, for he wished to invite his contemporaries who still resided in the village to join him for a soothing bath and sauna session. After enduring prolonged battles, he was in dire need of respite. The need for relaxation was evident. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Tsuki's voice interrupted the reverie of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who quickly regained his composure and replied, "Very well, please continue." "Then I shall proceed, Lord Hokage. My companions, Dai and Noera Kurenai, along with Might Guy and Ebisu, returned to the village ahead of us. I also prevented Dai from opening the 8 gates, utilizing the abilities awakened by my Sharingan. I ambushed 2 of them while they were unaware of my powers. Meanwhile, Dai held off Suigetsu and his water clone. After eliminating the 6 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, I regrettably found that their bodies had been entirely obliterated, as it appeared the swords had been sent away before their demise. In the ensuing chaos, Dai was ensnared by Suigetsu's water clone, allowing Suigetsu to make his escape. After dispatching the 6 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, I instructed Dai to return to the village while I pursued Suigetsu. Ultimately, I managed to slay him, but I was soon pursued by 3 Umbu from the mist. At the time of Suigetsu's defeat, my chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and I was unable to recover the bodies or the swords, forcing me to flee. During my escape, I briefly regained some energy and managed to counterattack the 3 unsuspecting Umbu. However, upon searching, I found no trace of Suigetsu's body or the swords. They had likely been sent back to the hidden mist village in advance. As for my abilities, they were awakened while my teammates were pursued by the mist Umbu. But I must ask for your understanding, Lord Hokage, as I cannot disclose the nature of my powers. Additionally, I have stored the bodies of my teammates and several Umbu in these scrolls. With a soft thud, Uchiha Tsuki produced 2 scrolls. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and an Umbu appeared to retrieve them. "The left one contains my teammates," Tsuki mentioned, observing the Umbu collect the scrolls. "Understood," the Umbu replied before vanishing. Sarutobi Hiruzen then commented, "I have grasped the situation. I did not anticipate you encountering so many challenges along the way. You have endured much, Uchiha Tsuki. Your teammates are indeed heroes. As for your awakened abilities, it is perfectly acceptable. Everyone harbors their own secrets, especially when their powers are of a unique nature. You all should take the time to recuperate, for soon you will be called to the battlefield once more." My Dai and Guy, flanking Uchiha Tsuki, were left in stunned silence, pondering the implications of the Manjiki Sharingan, questioning how it differed from the standard 3-tomo. They were utterly bewildered by the revelations. "Then we take our leave," Uchiha Tsuki announced, leading the still-dazed Dai and Guy out of the room. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained, processing the report. How extraordinary, he mused, that at merely 12 years of age, Uchiha Tsuki could single-handedly vanquish the entire 7 ninja swordsmen. Is this the true strength of the Uchiha clan? Such prowess is indeed formidable. It is no wonder that the second Hokage held the Uchiha in such high regard. It is fortunate that Uchiha Yue does not possess the narrow-mindedness typical of other members of the Uchiha clan. Henceforth, it is essential to foster closer ties. At this moment, Uchiha Yue, along with Might Guy and Dai, exited the Hokage building, and his spirits began to lift. Stretching languidly, he turned to Guy and inquired, "What do you think?" Guy, shall we indulge in a soak and perhaps enjoy a sauna? It's a rare occasion to return to the village. We must unwind. He then addressed Uncle Dai. Would you care to join us? Oh, no. You youthful ones should enjoy yourselves. I shall head home first. Guy, make sure to relax well. After all, this is the essence of youth. Dai responded with a pat on Guy's shoulder, smiling and giving him a thumbs up before taking his leave. Understood, father. Following this experience, Guy regained his respect for his father, for he was a man capable of standing toe-to-toe with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Let us go, Guy. Certainly, Uchiha Yue, he replied, and the two made their way towards the bathhouse. By the way, Guy, do you know how many of our contemporaries are still in the village? I must share my experiences with them. It has always been them boasting, and now it's my turn to invoke their envy. Indeed, that is true. However, I am not entirely certain how many of our friends remain, as I have just returned to the village. Nevertheless, Shiranui Gunma and Ebisu must have the information, as they returned earlier. Knowing Ebisu, he will surely seek someone to boast about his own experiences. As they walked, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Upon returning to the village, it generally signified that no enemies were present, save for Shimura Danzo, who harbored aspirations of becoming Hokage. However, judging by the Hokage's recent tone, it seemed likely that Danzo's ambitions would be curtailed. Even if Danzo sought to trouble him, he felt no fear. Inwardly, he anticipated Danzo's interference. For the tragedies depicted in the original work often bore his shadow, although it is said that Hokages have no villains. Uchiha Yue firmly believes that Danzo can never be absolved. Inside the Konoha bathhouse, Uchiha Yue was pleasantly surprised to find that none of his familiar companions were absent. They were all bare-chested, immersed in the warm waters, with towels draped over their heads, exuding a sense of languor. Wow, you, have you truly grown so formidable? We are good brothers. Please don't vie with me for the position of Hokage, Uchiha Obito remarked. A hint of anxiety etched upon his face as he gazed at Uchiha Yue. After all, you had a penchant for teasing him, having grown up together. Their bond was exceptionally strong, and Obito often visited Yu's home for meals. Since learning of Obito's orphanhood, Yu's parents had treated him as their own. Unfortunately, last year, both of Yu's parents perished in the war. During that time, he felt profound sorrow, yet he could only muster the strength to comfort Uchiha Yue. Regardless, Uchiha Obito has already determined that Uchiha Madara is his lifelong brother. Rest assured, Obito, my aspirations extend far beyond merely becoming Hokage. I have long aspired to be the strongest man in the shinobi world, surpassing even the first Hokage. However, I will always support your dream of becoming Hokage. At that moment, Uchiha Madara, unusually, did not tease Uchiha Obito. Wow. Thank you, Uchiha Madara, Obito said, his face brimming with emotion as he gazed at Madara. It was the first time Madara did not argue with him over the goal of becoming Hokage. At this juncture, a voice from the system echoed in Madara's mind, announcing the issuance of a new mission. Yet, he was disinterested. All he desired was to boast and unwind. You will never become Hokage, Uchiha Obito, you delayed king. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been meditating nearby, suddenly remarked to Obito, I will definitely become Hokage, Obito retorted, and soon he and Kakashi began to tussle. Instantly, water splashed everywhere in the hot spring. Stop messing around. I want to hear how Uchiha Madara single-handedly vanquished the 7 ninja swordsmen. As Obito and Kakashi engaged in playful combat, Asuma Saratobi shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, in the women's bath, Hinata Yuhi, Rin Noera, and Anko Mitarashi, still soaking, overheard this. Anko immediately exclaimed, What? You all want to secretly discuss this? That's outrageous. We want to listen too. Let us talk about it when we get to the hall. A friend in the adjacent women's bath replied. Uchiha Madara then addressed his companions, saying, Anko is right. We should discuss it together later. For now, let us enjoy our soak and steam. All right. Obito and Kakashi, stop your antics. Guy began to persuade. Yes, let us enjoy the hot spring. You're clearly not tired enough. With all that energy, you could continue on missions. Ebisu chimed in, and Ino Yamanaka also began to encourage them. Hearing everyone's remarks, Kakashi and Obito finally ceased their playful scuffle. However, the obstinate Obito managed to declare, I will definitely become Hokage, for it had been his dream since childhood. Yes, you will certainly become Hokage. I believe in you, was the only response from the lethargic Uchiha Madara, while the others languished comfortably in the pool, eyes closed, savoring their rare moments of leisure. After Uchiha Madara and his companions finished their soak and steam, they They walked into the hall, only to discover that Hinata Yuhi, Rin Noera, and Anko Mitarashi had been waiting for quite some time. Though their discussion was inaudible, their faces were radiant with smiles. Upon seeing Rin, Obito's eyes sparkled. Uchiha Madara found this amusing. He knew Obito harbored feelings yet remained silent. It was perplexing, but he could not voice it aloud, as it would only serve to tease Obito. At that moment, Rin Noera, facing them, noticed Uchiha Madara and the others emerging and joyfully waved. Obito, Kakashi, Madara, over here. On the other side, Maidakihara Akane observed Uchiha Tsuki and the others finally emerging, and her previously cheerful expression began to express discontent. You are exceedingly slow. We have been waiting for quite some time. Indeed. We were eagerly anticipating Uchiha Tsuki recounting his experiences from this mission. At that moment, Hinata Karina's eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Uchiha Tsuki, her flushed cheeks rendering her particularly alluring. Her crimson pupils fixated on Uchiha Tsuki, leading him to ponder if perhaps her gaze was the true manifestation of the Sharingan. As the group took their seats one by one, Uchiha Obito promptly chose to sit beside Noera Rin. Now that everyone is gathered, let our protagonist, Uchiha Tsuki, share his experiences from his recent journey outside the village. He has become quite the formidable warrior, having single-handedly defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen. Anticipation filled the air as everyone settled down. Maidakihara Akane immediately spoke up. All right. Let us hear about your experiences. Uchiha Tsuki, noticing the eager expressions directed at him, began to narrate his story. However, this was a modified version, as he could not disclose the true nature of his Rinnegan. Upon hearing that Uchiha Tsuki had nearly faced death, gasps of astonishment echoed around him, and Obito reluctantly shifted his focus from Rin's face to Tsuki's head. Obito, pay attention. You should take this as a reference for any similar situations you might encounter in the future, Uchiha Tsuki remarked, noticing Obito's distracted demeanor before continuing with his tale. He hoped that his experiences would offer some guidance to his comrades. Although in the original narrative, aside from Obito and Rin, everyone else emerged unscathed, who could guarantee that with his presence, the events of the Third Great Ninja War would unfold as smoothly? After elaborating for nearly an hour, he concluded his account, accompanied by waves of astonished reactions. Once finished, Uchiha Tsuki revealed his right eye, showcasing his 3-tomo Sharingan, earning him a chorus of envious admiration from his companions, especially Obito, who looked as if he might drool in envy. Uchiha Tsuki found this amusing. It was no surprise that Obito felt envious, as he had yet to awaken his own Sharingan, while Tsuki had already attained the 3-tomo version. Once trailing behind Obito, he had now surpassed him. What about your left eye? Why doesn't Tia possess the Sharingan? At this moment, the observant Kakashi spoke up, prompting the others to turn their attention to Uchiha Tsuki, eagerly awaiting his response. Every gift comes with a price, does it not? I cannot disclose everything just yet. In time, you will understand. I apologize and hope for your understanding, Uchiha Tsuki replied with a smile, aware that he lacked absolute confidence in safeguarding his Rinnegan and could not reveal its nature. Secrets are part of who we are, Rin interjected suddenly, as she often did, which was part of what made her so captivating to Obito. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their understanding. After Uchiha Izumi recounted his experiences, the other companions began to share their own tales of missions, engaging in a lively exchange of insights. Laughter and playful banter filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Uchiha Izumi smiled at the scene, frequently responding to his friend's remarks, his heart swelling with emotion. This feeling was truly delightful. Why should one endure solitude? In his childhood, he had been somewhat reclusive and out of sync with others. It was Uchiha Obito, this fool, who taught him the value of unwavering enthusiasm and the joy of sharing with comrades. As he pondered, Uchiha Izumi's gaze shifted to Uchiha Obito, a tragic figure from the original story, now vividly present beside him. Their bond had always been particularly close since childhood. He was determined to prevent Obito from succumbing to darkness. However, he knew that awakening his Manjiki Sharingan was essential, even if it meant causing him a bit of distress. After all, Obito aspired to become Hokage, and those who seek such power must possess the necessary strength. Previously, Uchiha Izumi lacked the power to instigate change, merely drifting along with the current. But now, the circumstances were different. To put it bluntly, he had acquired extraordinary abilities. How could he allow such tragedies to unfold? Should he fail, he might as well resign himself to disgrace. He had no intention of squandering his system and Rinnegan. At that moment, he recalled the system had just issued a new task. It dawned on him that, in his eagerness to support Uchiha Obito, He had momentarily overlooked the mission that had appeared in his mind. Now seemed the perfect time to address it. Task: Uchiha Obito's objective, rewrite world subplot, level, legendary client, system location, Konohagakure description, having been inspired by Uchiha Obito since childhood. You have promised to support him in achieving his goals. Why not amplify that support? The system finds this feasible. Objective: ensure Uchiha Obito becomes Hokage. Does this require significant sacrifices? Perhaps of certain things? Reward: the system expresses a sense of urgency and grants you access to a secret treasure of the Sage of Six Paths, immortal level. Penalty: none. Doesn't the system seem benevolent? However, once you experience the entirety of this journey, you will understand its true difficulty, perhaps even more challenging than death itself. Indeed. As I anticipated, the system issues tasks based on his will. I guessed this task correctly. However, it was the first time I encountered a task devoid of penalties, which subtly indicates its inherent difficulty. Uchiha Obito, in earlier online discussions, was often viewed as a dark version of Naruto. Yet, preventing Obito from falling into darkness and even elevating him to Hokage may be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. The crux of accomplishing this task lies in averting Obito's descent into darkness, which ties into the long-term mission of rewriting destinies. This task is designated as a subplot of the long-term mission. Therefore, to fulfill this task, one must first complete the initial phase of the long-term mission, preventing Uchiha Obito's corruption. However, mere prevention is insufficient. It is imperative to empower Obito to become Hokage. After all, on the surface, the Hokage of a village must inherently be the strongest warrior within that village. This inevitably involves Obito, who must endure the trials depicted in the original narrative. Otherwise, he will struggle to attain the Manjiki Sharingan. After all, the only individuals capable of awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan within him are either Rin, Kakashi, or himself, Uchiha Suki. Thus, he would never engage in such actions. It must inevitably be Rin's demise that grants Tobi that formidable power. Therefore, I must apologize to Tobi and Rin. However, I shall rescue you both in due course. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Suki turned to gaze at Uchiha Tobi and Rin, who were currently reveling in their joy, engaging in light-hearted banter. It was heart-wrenching to see Tobi frequently mention his aspirations. Why must this world burden such a compassionate and kind-hearted soul? This peculiar behavior and expression did not escape Kakashi's notice, for this student of Hitaki was also driven by a sense of competition. Once the protagonist, he now found himself observing Uchiha Suki with great interest. As for the rewards of the mission, Uchiha Suki comprehended their significance. The reward was indeed exceptional. The secret repository of the Sage of Six Paths, as the name suggests, undoubtedly belonged to him. Moreover, it was explicitly marked as of immortal caliber, ensuring its unparalleled quality. Yet, what troubled him was whether he possessed the capability to obtain it. At that moment, Uchiha Suki caught sight of Kakashi, who had been intently watching him, his expression wavering as if he wished to convey something. Suki inquired, "Kakashi, do you have something to say to me?" Upon hearing Suki's words, Kakashi snapped back to attention, his previously hesitant demeanor transforming into resolute determination. He addressed Uchiha Suki. "Indeed, I wish to duel with you and assess our differences." Surprised by Kakashi's sudden challenge, Uchiha Suki contemplated the implications and quickly grasped the situation. After a moment of reflection, he acquiesced to Kakashi's request. "Very well, let us do so the day after tomorrow. I would like to relax these next 2 days, as this recent journey has left me quite fatigued. We shall find a suitable location for our duel. Besides, I am eager to test the extent of my current abilities. After all, Kakashi, you are a Chunin now. Do not shed tears should you lose." Kakashi's face brightened upon receiving Suki's agreement. He promptly replied, "No problem. Then the day after tomorrow at 2 o'clock in Training Ground 14. With the time and place confirmed." Uchiha Suki readily affirmed, "All right, sounds good." "Oh, you're going to duel? We must be there to spectate," exclaimed Mitarashi Anko eagerly. "Of course, that is perfectly fine." Uchiha Suki responded affirmatively. "I support you, Suki," Uchiha Tobi declared, raising his right hand and shouting. After all, Uchiha Suki had always supported his dreams, and Tobi felt compelled to reciprocate, especially since he had a long-standing rivalry with Kakashi. "I support Kakashi." Tobi's declaration incited a flurry of cheers from their companions. Ultimately, the outcome was that Uchiha Tobi, Might Guy, Ebisu, and Yuhi Kurenai all rallied behind Uchiha Suki. In the realm of shinobi, the four, Hinata Shion, Asumasara Tobi, Anko Mitarashi, and Lin, stood in support of Kakashi. Upon witnessing this outcome, Obito Uchiha turned to Lin and inquired, "Why do you not support the moon as I do? We are on the same team as Kakashi. Your allegiance to the moon compels me to stand firmly with Kakashi." Upon hearing Lin's response, Uchiha Obito could not help but reflect inwardly on her profound understanding. She was indeed a remarkably considerate young woman. Fate, it seemed, was most unjust. At that moment, the system re-emerged, prepared to instigate further events and bestow prizes. Following the division of his companions, Uchiha Obito was met with yet another mission from the system. Mission: Kakashi's Reluctance Level, Superior Client, System Location, Training Ground Number 14, Konohagakure Description. Among your group of companions, Kakashi has always been the center of attention. However, your unexpected arrival has placed immense pressure upon him. Feeling a sense of competition, he has decided to challenge you and test your prowess. Yet, defeating him outright with the power of the Rinnegan would render the encounter lackluster. Thus, the system has devised an intriguing twist to this confrontation. Objective: defeat Kakashi, excluding the use of Rinnegan abilities. Reward: the system expresses its satisfaction and affirms that it would be unwise to underestimate you. Unlocks the basic materials shop. Penalty: none. The embarrassment of failing before someone you admire is a punishment far greater than mere loss. A basic materials shop? Did that not signal promising opportunities for forging? Upon discovering this reward, Uchiha Obito's spirits soared with joy. Victory was imperative. The reward would grant him the chance to unlock the blueprint for the Sanma. With the Sanma, he would advance towards unlocking the final genetic lock. If all proceeded as anticipated, he, Uchiha Obito, would unlock that last genetic lock. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were to exist, he, Uchiha Obito, would triumph over him. Such was his confidence, bolstered by the fact that he had personally crafted the design of the genetic lock. At that juncture, transforming the shinobi world would become an effortless endeavor. As for the one he held dear, the system was aware, yet do you think I would divulge such information? The notion of losing face before the one he cherished? That was simply unfathomable. In truth, there had been mutual affection in the past, yet neither had dared to express their feelings, often feigning rejection. After all, in those days, he would have considered it a great fortune merely to serve as a lowly genin, with the pinnacle of his aspirations being a chunin. In a world steeped in despair, he dared not allow himself to fall for another girl, a predicament he attributed to his Uchiha lineage. He had once believed that possessing the Sharingan would ensure his self-preservation, especially upon awakening the Manjiki. However, the speed of chakra refinement and its capacity had severely constrained him. During his early school days, he often grappled with feelings of inadequacy. Had it not been for Obito Uchiha's encouragement, he might still be alone today, burdened by the fear of involving those he cared for in peril. Such feelings were profoundly exasperating, leaving him utterly helpless in his unwillingness to accept his fate. It was only after witnessing Kai's relentless efforts to gain admission to the Ninja Academy that he began to confront his own shortcomings. As for this victory, he could only seek external assistance. After a day of rest, he planned to report to the elders or the clan leader, first indulging in the privileges of his family. After all, he currently possessed only a single offensive jutsu, which was rather inadequate. In due time, he would utilize his innate abilities to swiftly master the Genjutsu of the Sharingan, along with a plethora of jutsu. He had already learned the foundational techniques available in his household, and soon he would be able to acquire the Genjutsu that previously required a 3-tomo Sharingan, left behind by his parents. As for the more powerful techniques such as the Great Fire Annihilation and Great Fire Destruction, he would have to request them from the clan. For his idol was none other than the illustrious Madara. After an hour of lively banter among Uchiha Suki and his companions, they unanimously decided to feast at a barbecue restaurant. The group merrily made their way to the establishment, enjoying their meal for over an hour before exchanging farewells and returning to their respective homes. On the way back to the clan's residence, Uchiha Suki walked shoulder to shoulder with Uchiha Obito. Obito, you must put in the effort. As for me, I can now easily overpower the 7 ninja swordsmen, targeting only elite jonin. When the Chunin exams come around, I shall surely surpass you. With that, Uchiha Suki playfully patted Obito on the shoulder. Suki, have you become quite the show-off? In the past, I was the tail end of the pack, and you were the tail end of the tail-enders. Now you've surpassed Kakashi. How wonderful. I am genuinely happy for you. When you spar, make sure to give Kakashi a good thrashing. Sure thing. By the way, how about we have a friendly match where I let you win? Wouldn't that make you look incredibly cool in Rin's eyes? Uchiha Suki said with a mischievous smile, draping his arm around Obito's shoulder. Wow, really? Suki, you're too kind. Obito exclaimed, not realizing he was being teased. His eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at Uchiha Suki. Noticing Obito's expression, Uchiha Suki understood that he had taken the bait. I was just kidding. Silly fool. If you do challenge me, I will make sure to defeat you thoroughly, giving everyone a good laugh at your expense. Haha. Wow, Suki, that's harsh. Here I thought you had changed. Are you merely teasing me about supporting my ambition to become Hokage? Obito retorted, his cheerful demeanor quickly giving way to indignation. The sparring was a jest, but my support for your desire to become Hokage is unwavering. You can trust me on that. Upon hearing Obito's question, Uchiha Suki's previously teasing smile faded into a serious expression. He stopped walking and looked intently at Obito. After walking a short distance, Obito noticed that Uchiha Suki had fallen behind and promptly turned to inquire, Hey, why have you stopped? Do you remember the words I have always shared with you? Uchiha Suki asked with a solemnity that shifted Obito's previously jovial expression to one of seriousness. I remember. You told me when I asked about my dreams, Obito replied, his demeanor now reflecting the gravity of the moment. Then tell me again, Obito. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara approached Obito, placing his hands on his shoulders. His gaze intensely fixed on Obito's eyes. It is not merely the title of Hokage that earns recognition, rather. It is through the acknowledgement of the people that one may ascend to that esteemed position. This sentiment had remained etched in my heart, propelling my relentless efforts. Facing Madara's penetrating gaze, Obito mirrored his intensity, clearly articulating the words that had resonated with him countless times before. I hope you can strive for this. I shall do my utmost to assist you in overcoming any obstacles, whether they be from our clan or the villagers. Yet, I wish for you to ultimately be worthy of that position. Do you understand, Obito? I understand, Madara. I have always been aware of this and have been acting accordingly. Obito replied, confidence radiating from his voice as he locked eyes with Madara. Well then, let us be on our way. It's time to head home. Understanding Obito's resolve. A smile blossomed on Madara's face as he patted Obito's shoulder, and they continued toward home. What is this, Madara? I thought you had something more to say. I didn't expect this, Obito remarked, noticing the renewed smile on Madara's face, which brought joy to his own. Goodbye, Obito. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, Madara. Until tomorrow. Upon reaching Obito's doorstep, Madara bid farewell and continued toward his own home. After a few more minutes, Obito arrived at his own door. Standing at the threshold, he held the key, hesitating to unlock the door. A sense of uncertainty and confusion washed over him. His parents, who had nurtured him with unwavering love, had tragically perished in the war last year, leaving him in a state of despair. Thankfully, with the support of Obito and his friends, he had managed to navigate through his grief. Yet, each time he returned home, he found himself reluctant to push the door open. After a few minutes of contemplation, he finally steeled himself and opened the door. Gone were the familiar shouts that used to greet him, replaced by an oppressive silence and darkness that cloaked the house. The moonlight illuminated his solitary figure, amplifying his loneliness. With a sigh, he reached for the familiar switch. In an instant, the room was bathed in light. Closing the door behind him, Obito stepped inside and collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. Once seated, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, rendering him almost immobile. Tonight, I shall rest well and regroup for tomorrow. Consider it a brief respite. One night won't matter much, he thought. Though he resolved to take a shower, rising once more, he made his way to the bathroom and turned on the water heater. Returning to the living room sofa, he sank back into its embrace, allowing his eyes to close as he began to rejuvenate. Tomorrow morning, it is likely that he will be summoned by the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, or one of the elders, for an inquiry. After all, his recent accomplishments have been rather remarkable. He may seize this opportunity to request certain benefits. As for whether those benefits will be granted, Uchiha Suki believes it unlikely that they would be denied. Additionally, he intends to revisit the family's ninjutsu. He is astonished at how much his father managed to conceal. The Izanagi technique, which saved his life, was only discovered during a search through relics, leaving him in awe for quite some time. It also dawned upon him that his lineage must have once been illustrious, given their retention of such a forbidden technique. Regrettably, both of his parents were mere ordinary ninjas and lacked the Sharingan. Thus, in a state of contemplation for half an hour, he finally roused himself from the sofa as the water heater indicated the water was ready. The sound of running water filled the air as Uchiha Suki refreshed himself thoroughly, including brushing his teeth. While washing his face, he touched the fogged mirror. Oh, how is it that I appear even more handsome after just a day? He gazed at his now clear reflection, startled by his own features. Fair complexion, delicate yet striking features, and a unique gentleness that accompanied his charm. His bright eyes radiated warmth, and his slightly rosy lips curled into a smile, exuding an aura of confidence. Truly, he embodied the essence of the Uchiha clan, and his appearance could easily rank among the finest. His hair was quite long, styled similarly to Uchiha Itachi's rather than in a spiky fashion. Freshly washed, his hair cascaded smoothly, revealing a softer side often associated with femininity. Perhaps he would look good in women's attire. Staring into the mirror, Uchiha Suki activated his right eye's crimson Sharingan, while the Rinnegan in his left eye expanded in mesmerizing circles. He admired his eyes up close. The three-tomo Sharingan was on the verge of evolving into the kaleidoscope, while the Rinnegan served as a source of confidence, equipping him with the audacity to confront any impending dangers. He pondered what form his future kaleidoscope might take. After completing his morning routine and drying his hair, Uchiha Suki donned a yukata and ascended the stairs to his room. Lying down on his bed, he swiftly drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next day, at 9 in the morning, a series of knocks echoed through the house. Uchiha Suki, are you there? The sounds from the front door and the calls below jolted him awake, and he realized they were likely there to convey a message. What is it so early in the morning? I was still sleeping. Uchiha Suki, the clan leader is looking for you. All right, I understand. Please wait a moment. I am not yet up. Then we shall return to report. Once you are ready, head to the clan leader's residence. He is awaiting you. Understood. After their conversation concluded, Uchiha Suki took a moment to gather himself before slowly rising from his bed. He dressed in his fresh attire and completed his morning preparations. Having just departed for the residence of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Suki ambled along, noticing an increasing number of acquaintances greeting him. It was uncertain whether this was due to his recent accomplishments or his newfound confidence. After approximately half an hour, Uchiha Suki finally arrived at the doorstep of the clan leader's home. 2 Uchiha guards stood sentinel at the entrance, whose name Suki did not know well. Clan leader. I have arrived, he announced. Come in, Uchiha Suki, Uchiha Fugaku replied. Upon hearing this, Suki removed his shoes and slowly stepped into the abode of the Uchiha clan leader. Please, take a seat, Uchiha Suki. Fugaku gestured with his right hand, indicating a chair opposite him. He remained silent, merely observing Suki as he settled down into a kneeling position. After a moment, Fugaku finally spoke. I initially intended to inquire about you in the shrine's secret chamber, but I reconsidered. It is more fitting to converse here at home, without such formalities. Suki remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Fugaku. I have heard that you single-handedly vanquished the 7 ninja swordsmen? Without a moment's hesitation, Suki replied, Indeed, I did. Is that so, clan leader? Then, have you awakened the Manjiki Sharingan of our Uchiha clan? At this, Suki was taken aback. Could it not be that I have awakened the Rinnegan instead? Yes. I did not expect that you, clan leader, would be aware of the Manjiki. Regarding the Manjiki, it was common knowledge passed down to each clan leader, especially since his brother had awakened it. Understanding Fugaku's explanation, Suki nodded. After all, as the clan leader, he must surely know of the progression of the 3-tomo Sharingan. The individual in question must be the taboo of Konoha, Uchiha Madara. Since you have awakened the Manjiki, it is clear now that you possess the strength to eliminate the 7 ninja swordsmen, Fugaku remarked with an understanding expression. May I inquire about the abilities you possess? I regret to inform you, clan leader, that I cannot disclose that information. Since you cannot divulge it, I understand. After all, it is prudent for a ninja to keep their abilities known to as few as possible. Indeed, clan leader. Thank you for your understanding. Having concluded this exchange, Fugaku gestured toward a cup on the table, steam still rising from its opening. Please, have some tea. Certainly, clan leader. Suki picked up the teacup and began to sip. He also lifted his own cup, savoring the warm beverage, just as an unexpected voice echoed from outside. Father. Both men turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, witnessing Uchiha Itachi leisurely entering. Who is this? Uchiha Itachi, so small, yet already possessing tear troughs? Suki observed the 2-year-old Uchiha Itachi, feeling a sense of familiarity. With his short black hair, dark eyes, and delicate features, including large eyes adorned with long eyelashes, he was simply adorable. It was hard to envision that this charming little Uchiha would, 11 years hence, bring about the downfall of the entire Uchiha clan. Subsequently, he was colloquially referred to by netizens as the Uchiha's filial son. Is this your son? I had heard of him before, but I never expected him to be so adorable and well-behaved. Upon seeing Itachi Uchiha, Uchiha Suki was somewhat taken aback and hurriedly inquired. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Uchiha Suki and then at his son, Itachi. After a moment of contemplation, a smile suddenly graced his face. He remarked, "What do you think, Suki-kun? Would you like to be Itachi's teacher?" This statement was astonishing. Uchiha Suki felt a bit bewildered. Was he trying to recruit him? Uchiha Suki quickly replied, "That won't do. Esteemed clan leader, how could a mere novice like me possibly teach your son? Moreover, he is still quite young and not yet suited for training. Furthermore, I came here to report to you that I lack certain offensive ninjutsu and genjutsu. Tomorrow, I am set to duel with Kakashi." "You mean Hatake Kakashi, son of the White Fang? I never imagined you had arranged for a sparring session. In that case, you should visit the elder at the shrine. He will allow you to select what you need." Upon hearing that Uchiha Suki was to spar with Kakashi, Uchiha Fugaku readily acquiesced to his request for ninjutsu. However, he added, "Suki, I sincerely hope you will consider being Itachi's teacher." After hearing this, Uchiha Suki felt something was amiss. He had already declined. Yet they insisted on pushing the idea upon him. How could a mere novice like him dare to instruct the prodigious Itachi? At that moment, Uchiha Suki hesitated to refuse further, as a voice from the system echoed in his mind. The system was about to intervene. "Congratulations, you have received a new task. Please check." The system was causing a stir again, prompting Uchiha Suki to feign contemplation. Uchiha Fugaku, observing this, felt optimistic. Meanwhile, Uchiha Suki began to review the new task issued by the system. Task: Itachi's teacher, alternate world line, long-term, level, divine artifact client, Uchiha Fugaku location, Kanehagakure description. Your annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen led Uchiha Fugaku to believe you could be a pivotal influence in transforming the Uchiha clan. Upon suddenly witnessing your expression towards Itachi, he whimsically conceived the idea of having you teach him. The system finds this feasible. Good luck, young man. Objective: guide Itachi Uchiha until he completes his training, can be concluded at any time. Reward: based on Itachi Uchiha's training completion, ranging from rudimentary to immortal. Penalty: none, though it may potentially lead to the failure of certain tasks. Isn't this essentially compelling him to become Itachi Uchiha's teacher? Moreover, the ability to conclude the task unilaterally means he could do so at this very moment. However, the reward, culminating in immortality, is exceedingly tempting. One must remember that the Rinnegan is merely a form of immortality, albeit a unique item that may possess distinct characteristics. The nature of the penalty remains somewhat unclear. Could it possibly lead to a tragic outcome? Very well, esteemed clan leader, I shall temporarily assume the role of Itachi's teacher. If you ever find my efforts lacking, feel free to dismiss me from this position. After feigning some contemplation, Uchiha Suki assented. Hurry, Itachi, come here and address me as your teacher. Upon witnessing Uchiha Suki's agreement, the smile on Uchiha Fugaku's face broadened, and without further delay, he eagerly summoned Itachi Uchiha to his side. Teacher Yue. Uchiha Itachi quickly bowed to Uchiha Yue and exclaimed. He continued, Teacher Yue, I actually heard my father mention you last night. You were truly remarkable, having single-handedly vanquished the entire 7 ninja swordsmen. My father says you are undoubtedly the strongest among our Uchiha clan, even surpassing Shursui. It is an honor for me to have you as my teacher. Upon hearing such earnest praise from Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Yue felt a flush of embarrassment. I am not as formidable as your father suggests. It was merely that the enemy underestimated my abilities, enabling me to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen alone. At this moment, Uchiha Yue increasingly believed that pursuing the likes of the Sakanajima Fugu demon had been a wise decision. For such an achievement revealed the depth of his strength to those who understood. He hadn't anticipated enjoying such benefits upon returning to the village. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku interjected, Uchiha Yue, your accomplishments merit my acknowledgement. To say you are one of the strongest in the Uchiha clan is no exaggeration. Considering I am well aware of the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they're all elite jonin. You flatter me too much, Uchiha Yue replied. Feeling as though he was being overly praised, perhaps reflecting the Uchiha clan's long-standing aspirations for recognition. Was it because of his proximity to power? Yet, Uchiha Fugaku's wife was a close friend of Kushina, or was it something else? Uchiha Yue found himself somewhat perplexed. After all, he had once been an ordinary genin, barely scraping by as one. Nevertheless, he was determined to transform the Uchiha clan for the better. He was resolute in his belief. Uekuen, why not stay for lunch? Perhaps not. I wish to dedicate today to studying ninjutsu in preparation for my spar with Kakashi tomorrow. I hope to disturb the clan leader at another time. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku was eager to have him stay for lunch, Uchiha Yue promptly declined, feeling that lingering for a meal would be quite awkward, as he wouldn't know what to discuss. What a pity. Then, Yuekoin, may I request that you bring Itachi along to observe during our spar tomorrow? It would be an invaluable experience for him. Indeed, as the clan leader, he skillfully pressed for this request, leaving little room for refusal, especially given Uchiha Yue's modest nature. Very well, it will be a perfect opportunity to give Itachi a lesson. I shall arrive promptly at 1 o'clock tomorrow to pick him up. For now, I must focus on diligently practicing my ninjutsu. I certainly do not wish to be outmatched by Kakashi. I shall take my leave now, clan leader. After exchanging pleasantries with Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Yue bowed and exited his home. The bow was a gesture of courtesy from a well-mannered child, acknowledging the respect due to the clan leader who had offered him such kind words. As he walked toward the shrine, Uchiha Yue hoped that he would never allow power to blind him, leading him to become an impolite individual. After all, no matter how strong one may become, companionship is essential. Otherwise, embarking on a solitary journey would be exceedingly dull. Having acquired some ninjutsu and jinjutsu from the clan elders, Uchiha Yue dashed out of the Uchiha compound. Why was he running? He was hungry. He hadn't eaten breakfast and was feeling quite famished. Oh, is that not our lovely Hanabi? As Uchiha Tsuki strolled along, contemplating her next meal, she suddenly recognized a familiar silhouette standing at the entrance of the dango shop. Oh, Uchiha Tsuki, why are you out shopping instead of preparing for your duel with Kakashi? I am rooting for you to defeat him. At the mention of her name, Hinata Hanabi turned, her expression transforming from neutrality to a radiant smile upon seeing Tsuki. I was feeling peckish, thinking of grabbing something delicious to eat before indulging in some rigorous training. So, Hanabi, have you had lunch yet? Would you care to join me? Tsuki's invitation caused a slight blush to creep onto Hanabi's cheeks, accompanied by a hint of surprise. I haven't eaten yet. It's rare for you to be so forward in inviting me to a meal, isn't it? You used to avoid me a bit, didn't you? You seem quite changed since returning from your last mission. Come on, will you? Hanabi, I'm still the same person. I just have gained a new perspective after nearly facing death. Well, why not? If you're treating me, I certainly will join. You two have made plans without me? Hanabi. At that moment, Mitarashi Anko, who had just emerged from the dango shop after settling her bill, observed the two conversing, waiting for the moment they would notice her. To her dismay, they were ready to head off for a meal without acknowledging her presence, leaving her feeling quite overlooked. It was only then that Tsuki noticed Anko's presence, and a hint of awkwardness filled the air. Oh, it's you, Anko. I thought Hanabi was out alone. That's why I was surprised to see her at the dango shop. Indeed, Anko should join us. Hanabi chimed in, recalling that she was not alone in her outing. Feeling a tad embarrassed. Well, how generous of you. You dare to choose the renowned barbecue place? Are you trying to impress my dear Hanabi? Anko remarked, sensing Tsuki's intentions as she suggested the extravagant restaurant. Isn't it to make amends with our beautiful Hanabi? Hence, this restaurant was the only choice, Tsuki thought to herself, her heart aching at the thought of the expense, knowing her savings were limited. It seemed this outing would certainly be costly, yet she maintained a cheerful facade. All right, let us not put Tsuki on the spot. She simply didn't notice you, Hanabi quickly interjected, eager to defend Tsuki. Did you not know? Anko questioned, gazing into Hanabi's eyes with a teasing glint. All right, I concede. Our dear Anko is the most generous of all. Let us proceed to enjoy some barbecue. Red Bean gazed intently at him, prompting the setting sun to soften the atmosphere. Very well, let us indulge ourselves with a grand feast, he suggested. With that, the trio made their way to a barbecue restaurant. After their meal, Uchiha Tsuki bid farewell to his companions and returned home, donning his training attire. He sought out the ninjutsu left behind by his parents, preparing to practice his fire release technique by a secluded pond belonging to the Uchiha clan. With the awakening of the Rinnegan, he was no longer confined to the fire-based jutsu he had previously tested. He could now wield any elemental affinity. However, as a proud member of the Uchiha clan, he felt that a lackluster fire release would tarnish the clan's reputation, especially since Madara was his idol. He vividly recalled the iconic scenes of Madara's fire release and the water release techniques of the Uchiha. Thus, he resolved to diligently train in the fire release technique. As for the Chidori and its various derivatives, he would later pester Kakashi until he acquired them. If all else failed, he could always rely on their system for assistance. Firstly, he turned his attention to the ninjutsu he had long admired, the Great Fire Annihilation. A high-level fire attribute offensive technique he had just unearthed from the Clan S collection that morning. After practicing the hand seals briefly, Uchiha Tsuki stood by the pond, concentrating about 30% of his chakra in his throat. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. From Suki's mouth erupted a vast conflagration, engulfing nearly half of the pond. Well, I succeeded on my first attempt, he exclaimed, feeling a swell of pride. He understood that his success was largely due to the divine artifact's passive precision control, which significantly enhanced his mastery. Nevertheless, his innate talent also played a crucial role, after all. Carrying the experience of a 99 in passive growth to become a competent genin was no small feat. Next came the Great Fire Destruction, another fire release technique utilized by Uchiha Madara, though it lacked the renown of the Great Fire Annihilation. The former unleashed scattered flames akin to a sea of fire, while the latter involved condensing a large fireball that dispersed upon impact, creating a fiery expanse. After familiarizing himself with the hand seals for Great Fire Destruction, Suki directed the technique towards the pond and succeeded on his first try as well. However, he noted that the chakra consumption was rather significant. Nearly half of his chakra reserves were depleted after just 2 techniques. Regardless, he resolved to continue familiarizing himself with the hand seals. As he had a duel with Kakashi the following day, it would be prudent to engage in taijutsu, especially since he possessed the Sharingan. Seizing the right opportunity, he planned to overwhelm Kakashi in one swift move. After practicing the hand seals for over an hour, he also experimented with other fire techniques, such as the high-level Phoenix Fire technique and the Dragon Fire technique. Despite his elegance, he felt he should delve into genjutsu, which would allow him to avoid physical confrontations altogether. However, the thought of bypassing combat bored him, so he only practiced a few genjutsu techniques, with the simplest being the Bloodline Eye technique, which could be activated simply by possessing the Sharingan. Moreover, he possesses an impressive passive ability. Throughout the afternoon, Uchiha Suki diligently mastered several ninjutsu and genjutsu techniques. However, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. After brushing off the inconspicuous dust from his attire, Uchiha Suki resolved to indulge in a hearty meal, for only a satisfied stomach could facilitate the extraction of greater chakra. After a day of rigorous training, he felt a significant sense of growth, as his skill set expanded with an array of new ninjutsu and genjutsu. Most notably, the enhancement of his chakra instilled a sense of hope within him. Remarkably, the chakra refinement he achieved overnight resulted in an astonishing 10% increase in his total chakra capacity. How infuriating! When he learned of this outcome, tears nearly welled in his eyes, reflecting on his past struggles. This also subtly underscored his potential as a genius. System, you are responsible for this. How outrageous! Uchiha Suki lamented at the system for quite some time, knowing it was incapable of retorting. It was only by midday that Uchiha Suki lazily awoke, tidied himself, and prepared a simple lunch. After eating, he made his way toward Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Strolling leisurely along the way, he exchanged greetings with acquaintances. Eventually, he arrived at the patriarch's doorstep. Standing at the entrance, he called out, "Is the esteemed patriarch home? I have come to fetch Uchiha Itachi." "Oh, it is Suki-kun. How punctual of you. Please, come inside." Uchiha Fugaku, who was enjoying tea at home, promptly recognized Suki's voice. "Itachi, come here." Uchiha Itachi, practicing shuriken and kunai throwing in the courtyard, heard his father's call and hurried indoors. Upon entering, Uchiha Suki discovered that Uchiha Itachi had already begun training in kunai throwing at such a tender age. Truly, he is destined for greatness. Furthermore, this foreshadowed the future complexities in the relationship between him and his father. As Uchiha Suki stepped inside, Itachi spotted him and called out, "Suki-sensei." "Ah, Itachi. How diligent you are at such a young age. Since I am now your teacher, it is imperative for me to assess your progress," Suki replied, making his way to the courtyard to evaluate Itachi's throwing accuracy. "Indeed, as you are now Itachi's instructor," Uchiha Fugaku promptly responded, a smile gracing his features as he followed Suki into the courtyard, eager to hear how Suki would praise his son. Upon entering the courtyard, Uchiha Suki exclaimed, "Goodness! This is remarkable. You truly are destined to be the future Itachi." Before him stood several wooden targets, each one struck perfectly by a barrage of kunai and shuriken. "Patriarch, has Itachi truly reached such proficiency? Every throw has found its mark. He is indeed the son of the clan leader." Observing this scene, Uchiha Suki was genuinely astonished. Itachi was merely 2 years old. Reflecting on his own childhood and that of Obito, he couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy. Just the thought of it was enough to evoke a sense of despair. Comparison is a bitter pill to swallow. Turning back, he gave Uchiha Itachi a thumbs up. "Itachi, you are indeed a prodigy. However, a single acknowledgement of talent cannot overshadow the hard work you have invested. Yet, you are still young. So remember to balance your efforts with rest. Upon seeing Uchiha Suki give him a thumbs up and acknowledge his efforts, the young Itachi felt a flush of pride. He nodded shyly. Oh, how adorable Itachi was in his youth. Suki felt fortunate to have taken on the role of mentor. However, he couldn't help but be reminded of the bloodline illness that would later afflict Uchiha Itachi, likely a consequence of the rigorous training he began at such a tender age. Turning to Uchiha Fugaku, he offered a gentle admonition. Clan leader, Itachi is still quite young. There is truly no need to commence ninja training at such an early stage. Moreover, judging by his precision, it seems he has already been practicing for quite some time. Faced with Suki's concerns, Uchiha Fugaku could only manage a wry smile and nod in agreement. After all, Suki had already become the mentor he trusted. Itachi, would you like to change into a fresh set of clothes? There's no rush. Half an hour is more than sufficient. Observing his disciple's attire, slightly soiled from training, Suki felt compelled to remind him. Ah, yes, teacher, Itachi replied, glancing at his clothes and realizing they were indeed dirty. He hurried back to his room to change. Watching Itachi enter, Suki resumed his discourse with Uchiha Fugaku, believing it his duty to ensure his disciple's well-being in every aspect. Clan leader, you should not have arranged for Itachi to begin training at such a young age. Are you aware that this could easily lead to future complications? I hope you will refrain from imposing such training on him in the future, especially considering he is only 2 years old. You are right, Suki. I have indeed been too hasty, Fugaku conceded, finally understanding the implications of his impatience. It was fortunate that Suki had the courage to point it out. The two then deliberated on Itachi's training arrangements. Once they reached a consensus, Itachi emerged, now dressed in fresh clothes. Teacher, I'm ready, he exclaimed. Shall we go now? Clan leader? Goodbye, father. Go forth, and may Suki achieve great success. Fugaku waved farewell as Suki took Itachi's hand, leisurely departing from the clan grounds. Exchanging greetings along the way. Phew, they had finally left the clan territory. The moment they stepped outside, Suki felt a wave of relief wash over him. His polite demeanor had left him quite fatigued from all the salutations. To his surprise, Suki was greeted with such warmth and affection by the clan members. As they walked, Itachi observed the admiration directed towards Suki, his gaze shifting to one of greater respect. This is because your teacher has always been polite since childhood, which makes him well-liked. However, I believe it is largely due to your father's influence, Suki mused, noticing how the attitudes of those who once looked down upon him had transformed. With the arrangements made by Fugaku, many things began to make sense. Yet, this shift was necessary to alter the fate of the Uchiha clan. He needed the support of many clan members. Just as he contemplated this, the system reactivated. Congratulations, Pig, you have received a new quest. Task: the fate of the Uchiha clan, rewriting a world line. Level: Immortal Client. System location: Konohagakure introduction. This is a world steeped in despair, accompanied by a multitude of regrets. With resolute determination, you are prepared to save the Uchiha clan from the impending annihilation. For the sake of your kin, strive forth. Young one, leave no room for regret. Objective: prevent the Uchiha clan from staging a coup and secure them a rightful position to integrate the Uchiha clan into the core circle of power. Reward: Immortal Grade Equipment X1 Penalty. None. Completion of the world rewriting task will lead to a 20 reduction in rewards. The task has finally arrived. Uchiha Suki realized upon reading it that this mission would inevitably present itself, especially since the long-term task of rewriting the world had emerged. It was only a matter of time before this particular mission appeared. However, he did not anticipate it being one of the main quests. The rewards are indeed formidable, as they entail immortal grade equipment. Yet, among the multitude of tasks that have already surfaced, this one does not seem overly challenging. Nevertheless, even without the prospect of rewards, Uchiha Suki recognized this as an obligation he must fulfill. No regrets. The emergence of these tasks has also illuminated certain actions that Uchiha Suki must undertake. Just as the long-term task's title suggests, he needs to alter this world, rife with despair and regret. As he walked along the main thoroughfare of Konoha, Uchiha Suki held the small hand of Uchiha Itachi. The villagers cast curious glances at the pair, yet Uchiha Suki remained unfazed. Having become accustomed to such scrutiny over the years, knowing he would ultimately change this status quo. What is the matter, Itachi? Do you wish to have some dango? If you want to eat it, let us buy some. There's no need to rush. Passing by a dango shop, Uchiha Suki noticed Itachi gazing intently at the interior. Is it possible? Teacher Suki. Upon hearing that they could purchase dango, Uchiha Itachi expressed surprise. Why not? If you wish to eat, then eat. It's my treat. Let us go. With that, Uchiha Suki took Itachi's hand and entered the shop. Madam, I would like 20 skewers of dango, please. Teacher, I cannot eat that much. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback by the request for 20 skewers, being a child who speaks his mind. It's all right. I can manage a few myself. Besides, some of my peers will join us to watch my spar with Kakashi. It's perfect, as they enjoy dango as well. I understand, Teacher Suki. After settling the bill, Uchiha Suki handed one skewer to Itachi to enjoy while he savored another. The remaining skewers were packed into a bag, intended for their friends. Leisurely, they arrived at Training Ground 14 around 2 o'clock. Surveying the area, Suki noted that most had already gathered, save for Obito. You all arrived quite swiftly. Oh, Obito must be late again. Wow, Suki, whose adorable child are you holding? In the midst of their friends, Yui Kurenai was the first to notice Uchiha Itachi. This is the son of our patriarch, Uchiha Itachi, merely 2 years of age, now my disciple. I intend to engage in a friendly spar with Kakashi, and thought it prudent to bring him along for an enlightening experience. Uchiha Suki directly addressed the inquiry posed by Yui Kurenai. By the way, I noticed a shop selling dango on the way. I brought some along for you all to share. As Uchiha Suki spoke, he raised the bag in his hand, inquiring, I want some. Yui Anko hurried over, snatching the bag from his hand before promptly consuming a skewer and distributing the rest among the other children. Are we ready to begin, Uchiha Suki? At that moment, Kakashi spotted Uchiha Suki's arrival and quickly remarked, All right. Itachi, you go sit over there in the audience. Uchiha Suki promptly directed Itachi to join his friends in the viewing area. Itachi, come over here. Inuzuka Rin waved eagerly, beckoning him to join. Once Itachi had settled, Uchiha Suki stepped onto the training ground, facing Kakashi. Shall we commence? Uchiha Suki stated, locking eyes with Kakashi. Wait. At that moment, Uchiha Obito dashed towards them from the distance. Both paused, observing the hurried approach of Uchiha Obito, refraining from initiating their duel. Once Uchiha Obito took his position, Uchiha Suki declared, Then let us begin. First, let us establish the rules, as this is merely a spar. Reflecting for a moment, Uchiha Suki deemed it wise to outline the guidelines, especially since the system had barred him from utilizing the powers of his Rinnegan. Defeating Kakashi outright might prove to be a formidable challenge. You cannot employ your Sharingan techniques. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly stand no chance, Kakashi contemplated before responding. Why? I had no intention of doing so. Initially, both refrained from engaging seriously, opting instead for tentative close combat, colliding with one another and swiftly exchanging a few moves. Give it your all. With that, Uchiha Suki concentrated his chakra in his right hand, summoning a black rod of yin-yang release. Kakashi likewise drew a short blade from his back. The observing companions were intrigued by the black rod in Uchiha Suki's hand, having never seen such a thing before, though they resolved to inquire about it post-spar. The two combatants charged at each other with their weapons drawn. With a resounding clang, they collided and retreated. Then, 3 shuriken flew from Kakashi's hand, hurtling towards Uchiha Suki. Uchiha Suki's right eye activated the Sharingan, its crimson hue keenly tracking the trajectory of the incoming shuriken. With a swift movement, Uchiha Suki evaded them. In that moment of evasion, Kakashi lunged again at Uchiha Suki, appearing directly before him. His short blade aimed to pierce Uchiha Suki's form. Is that the body flicker technique? He seems somewhat unpracticed, Guy observed from the audience, intrigued. So Kakashi has mastered the body flicker technique, noted Ebisu beside him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Suki, with his crimson right eye, had already detected Kakashi's movement. The black staff in hand deftly lifted the tanto, piercing through the right side of his left-turned neck. Uchiha Suki concentrated his yin-yang release chakra in his left hand, aiming to impale Kakashi's body with the black staff. Kakashi, reacting swiftly, turned and parried with the tanto, producing a resounding clash. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of moves before swiftly retreating. During their withdrawal, Uchiha Suki dissolved the black staff in his hand, quickly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. As soon as it landed, Uchiha Suki condensed chakra at his throat, unleashing a fireball with a diameter of 2.5 meters towards Kakashi. Kakashi had no choice but to discard the tanto on the ground and form his own seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. With a clap of his hands against the ground, a wall of earth materialized before Kakashi, shielding him from Uchiha Suki's fireball. After withstanding the attack, the wall crumbled. sending dust swirling around them. At that moment, taking advantage of the obscured visibility, Kakashi prepared to utilize a newly developed ninjutsu from a couple of days prior. Lightning release, Chidori. Instantly, the training ground echoed with the sound of Kakashi's technique, reminiscent of chirping birds. What kind of ninjutsu is this? I have never seen Kakashi use it before. At this time, Guy observed as Kakashi concentrated high-voltage electricity in his left hand, puzzled by his lack of awareness regarding this technique. Uchiha Suki, upon hearing the sound, had a rough idea of the ninjutsu's nature. After all, it was Kakashi's signature technique. Though he did not expect Kakashi to master chakra nature transformation and shape transformation so early on, thus developing this technique. The lightning chakra in Kakashi's hand surged, crackling as it sped towards Uchiha Suki, leaving a charred line on the ground. Can Chidori, without the Sharingan, still be considered Chidori? This technique, as anyone familiar with the original work would know, suffers from a lack of dynamic visual acuity without the Sharingan, leading to questionable accuracy. Perhaps Kakashi had yet to realize this. However, Uchiha Suki was certainly aware. Once he triumphed over Kakashi, he would enlighten him, and then request Kakashi to teach him, indulging in the benefits. Yet now, with so many onlookers present, including his own disciples watching from the sidelines, he felt compelled to put on a show. After all, the three tomo in his right eye allowed him to clearly perceive Kakashi's attack trajectory. In that fleeting moment of their intersection, did it hit? Outside the arena, the watching companions and Itachi were all eagerly anticipating the current situation within. Surely, Suki had won. Uchiha Obito shouted, "I believe it is Kakashi. This ninjutsu seems to be his original creation. I've never seen him unleash it before," commented Noera Rin. This was merely a spar, yet it escalated so quickly. Added Ebisu. Kakashi likely wished to conclude the battle swiftly, probably due to Uchiha Suki's Sharingan. I just noticed that his Sharingan has already advanced to 3 tomo. I've heard that within the Uchiha clan, any member with 3 tomo is said to be on par with AJ Nin, as my father once mentioned. Only Asuma Sarutobi, after much contemplation, uttered these words, for his father was the 3rd Hokage. So it was indeed the Hokage who spoke. And I too believe that Suki should emerge victorious. Might Guy concurred with Asuma, acknowledging that the oppressive presence of Uchiha Suki was formidable. It is certain that Suki-sensei will triumph. I have heard from my father that Suki-sensei is already among the elite of our clan. Without a doubt, he shall prevail. At that moment, Itachi Uchiha interjected, "Enough of the chatter. Focus on the match. No amount of words can compare to the final outcome." Only Kurenai Yuhi remained fixated on the scene, her heart yearning to know the result, yet the noise was overwhelming. As the dust settled, the tableau revealed itself. Kakashi's left hand was still channeling the lightning blade, yet his wrist was firmly grasped by Suki's right hand. The spectators were astounded. Never had they witnessed such a scene where their top student, Kakashi, was being thoroughly outmatched by Uchiha Suki. Kakashi's expression was one of surprise, while Suki regarded him with an air of nonchalance. "Enough of this, Kakashi. Are you not concerned about your chakra?" Seeing Kakashi's left hand still releasing the lightning blade while being held, Suki felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, he himself had been operating with a severely depleted chakra reserve. Bring it on." Kakashi then seized the lightning blade from his left hand, clenching his right fist, and aimed a punch at Suki's face. "Kakashi, that's a bit excessive, isn't it? One doesn't strike the face," Suki remarked as Kakashi's fist charged towards him. A sharp sound echoed as Suki effortlessly caught Kakashi's fist in his left hand, with both of his hands restrained. Kakashi leveraged the moment to kick at Suki. Suki responded in kind, and their feet collided before they separated once more. "What an exhilarating match!" shouted Obito Uchiha from the audience. "Go, Suki-sensei." Itachi Uchiha began to cheer for his teacher as well. "Yes, Suki, give Kakashi a good thrashing for being so arrogant." As Itachi encouraged Suki, Obito joined in. "Come on, Kakashi. You must not lose. I've placed my bet on your victory." Hearing this, Kurenai Yuhi turned to Irika Yumino. "Who did you bet with?" "I wagered with Ebisu. He believes Uchiha Suki will win, while I hold that Kakashi will be the victor. We couldn't reach an agreement, so we made a bet. If Kakashi wins, Ebisu will treat me to breakfast for a month. Otherwise, I shall treat him." What a letdown. I thought it would be more thrilling. After hearing Irika, Enko Mitarashi felt disinterested. A mere month of breakfast seemed trivial. Suki will undoubtedly win. He has slain the 7 ninja swordsmen and saved both you and me, along with Might Guy. Kakashi stands no chance. Furthermore, the current circumstances clearly favored Suki. Ebisu began to defend his stance. However, it was initially stated that Uchiha Suki could not utilize his unique abilities. Moreover, Kakashi was merely experimenting with his self-created jutsu. Although Suki had saved me, these are two separate matters. I still believe Kakashi would emerge victorious. Nara Shikamaru also felt that without his special power, Uchiha Suki could not possibly defeat Kakashi. You can expect me to treat you to breakfast for a month. Ebisu suddenly found Nara Shikamaru's reasoning compelling. After all, without his special abilities, Uchiha Suki would likely struggle against Kakashi. Nevertheless, pride would not allow them to concede easily. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Suki formed hand seals, concentrating chakra in his throat, and unleashed flames resembling the fruit of a phoenix flower, mixed with shurikens, directing them toward Kakashi with his chakra. Earth release. Earth wall. Kakashi, in response, performed hand seals and struck the ground, creating a sturdy earthen wall to deflect Suki's assault. Realizing this, Suki understood that even without the Sharingan, Kakashi possessed a remarkable amount of chakra. At this moment, the two high-level jutsu were being countered, yet Kakashi still showed no signs of fatigue. The original text mentioned the term less only in comparison to Naruto, considering the two high-level jutsu he had just utilized, which had consumed 2 or 3 layers of chakra. Suki felt a surge of frustration. Having just put on a brave face, his lips now curled into a slight grimace, indicating his irritation. Yes, Uchiha Suki was growing angry, realizing that his chakra was inferior to Kakashi's. Seeing that the Phoenix Fire technique had no effect whatsoever, Suki resolved to unleash a more formidable attack, concentrating half of his chakra in his throat. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. With the passive enhancement, he expelled a torrent of flames, creating a sea of fire that surged toward Kakashi. The spectators could feel the intense heat and hurriedly stepped back, as they had come to observe, not to engage in a dangerous spectacle. Kakashi, hidden behind the earthen wall, sensed the impending danger. Earth release. Multiple earth walls. He quickly cast a jutsu he was not particularly proficient in, striking the ground. As the previous wall began to melt away, 3 additional walls appeared before him. Once Uchiha Suki concluded his great fire annihilation, the stone walls were nearly disintegrated. Where had Kakashi gone? Upon the dissolution of the earthen walls, Suki discovered that Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. The ground. Suki felt the earth shifting beneath him and realized Kakashi had employed the earth release, decapitation technique, burrowing underground to pull him down and end the battle. Reacting swiftly, Suki leaped just as Kakashi emerged from the ground. A look of bewilderment on his face as he gazed up at Suki. In that instant, he caught sight of the crimson Sharingan fixated upon him. This is it. This was Kakashi's final thought before succumbing to the Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Observing Kakashi's unwavering gaze, Uchiha Suki seized the opportunity to unleash the Jinjutsu he had recently mastered. Upon landing, Suki brushed off the dust from his attire and approached Kakashi. I have one. Thank you, Kakashi. Uchiha Suki released his illusion, a smile gracing his face as he approached and extended his hand towards Kakashi. Upon awakening, Kakashi's expression fluctuated, though Suki could not perceive it. After a moment of hesitation, Kakashi finally clasped Suki's outstretched hand, pulled up by him. I concede. I never anticipated you truly possessed such capability. In those fleeting seconds of doubt, Kakashi came to terms with reality, acknowledging his defeat. Once the underdog, he had now been surpassed significantly. In Suki's mind, the system's voice echoed, confirming the completion of the task. Despite not employing the Rinnegan, he had indeed triumphed effortlessly. It was merely a spar. There was no need for such intensity. Our clan, having awakened the Sharingan, fears not one-on-one confrontations. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Suki sensed his disheartenment and felt compelled to offer solace. A loss is merely a loss. There is no need for excuses. You can reclaim victory next time. Truly, Kakashi was remarkable, recovering swiftly. Yet, without the Sharingan, he could never match the prowess of Hatake Kakashi. Very well, let us move on. They seem eager. Releasing his grip, Suki smiled in anticipation of accolades from his companions. Deep down, Suki understood that it was solely due to the Sharingan that he secured victory so effortlessly. Had he deployed the Rinnegan, Kakashi would have faltered in an instant. For his Rinnegan abilities could be succinctly described as the god of backstabs. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, you have fallen short. Did you really dare to challenge Suki? Upon seeing the two approach, Uchiha Obito began to mock Kakashi with a grin. At least I am better than you, the underdog. Kakashi retorted swiftly, taken aback that Obito would dare to taunt him. Obito was momentarily silenced, for he truly could not best Kakashi. Teacher Suki, you are truly impressive. The praise from the future Itachi caused Suki's cheeks to flush slightly. Oh, it's nothing. Just average. What of your abilities? How do we compare? Hearing Suki's words, Mitarashi Anko quickly responded with a question, prompting the rest of the group to focus their attention on Suki. Ah, come now, do not be like that. Since I have emerged victorious, allow me to treat you all to barbecue. Suki, realizing he had inadvertently opened a can of worms, swiftly shifted the topic. Which place serves the best? Mike Guy inquired eagerly. The best is surely the most expensive, isn't it? My wallet may suffer a significant loss. All right, to that place it is. Let us go. Suki took Itachi's hand, leading the group towards the barbecue restaurant. Inside the establishment, 2 tables were pushed together as the group joyfully feasted on grilled meat and sipped beverages. Suki, what is the story behind your weapon? Kurenai, the most observant, seized the moment to inquire about their greatest curiosity. After all, it emerged directly from Uchiha Suki's hand, and sparks flew as it collided with Kakashi's short blade. This is one of my abilities. This black rod is generated through the manipulation of yin and yang release. Observe, Uchiha Suki extended his right hand. A surge of chakra coalescing in his palm, and then a black rod slowly emerged from it. Wow, how incredible! Can we learn that too? Upon witnessing this astonishing phenomenon, everyone felt a sense of wonder. Yui Kurenai quickly inquired. I'm afraid that's not possible, as it is a product of my unique abilities. Suki responded to his companion's questions. The group joyfully discussed the duel between the two. Meanwhile, Uchiha Suki's mind was immersed in contemplation, taking the opportunity to confirm the completion of his mission and prepare to check his rewards. Mission: Kakashi's Reluctance completed. Basic materials shop, now open as the system's voice faded. Uchiha Suki felt his consciousness return to reality, somewhat bewildered. Had he been ejected by the system? Never mind, he thought, he would check later. While enjoying his meal, Suki answered some questions from his companions. In the Hokage office of the Hokage building, an Umbu ninja knelt before the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, reporting, Lord Hokage. The spar between Uchiha Suki and Kakashi has concluded, with Uchiha Suki emerging victorious. Kakashi, being a prodigy, had drawn considerable attention, especially with Suki's return capturing the interest of many. Please elaborate, the Hokage requested. Yes, Lord Hokage, the Umbu ninja spoke rapidly before swiftly exiting the office. The third Hokage comprehended the entirety of the situation, feeling a deep sense of reflection. So, Uchiha Suki has become this formidable, achieving victory casually without utilizing the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Kakashi even created a new jutsu. What a promising future for Konoha. As he puffed on his pipe, the third Hokage felt a significant alleviation of his burdens upon learning this outcome. Meanwhile, in the depths of Konoha, Shimura Danzo learned of the result from his subordinates. Uchiha Suki and his friends relished their meal for over an hour, finally satisfied and ready to return home. At the time of settling the bill, Suki discovered that the amount in his wallet was just sufficient to cover the meal. What a challenge. After parting ways with his companions, Uchiha Suki took Itachi's hand and walked alongside Obito toward the clan's territory. Suki, you're amazing. You effortlessly defeated Kakashi. It brought me such joy to see Kakashi humbled today. I wish I could defeat him just as easily, Obito exclaimed, his excitement palpable as they walked along the road, a broad smile adorning his face. Obito, you'll be able to do it too. Once you awaken your Sharingan, you won't lag behind Kakashi much longer. After all, for our clan, the true journey begins only upon awakening the Sharingan. And I believe in you. You will become strong, for you are destined to be Hokage, Suki encouraged. Pleased to see his words bring even more joy to Obito, who was blissfully carefree. Uchiha Suki smiled in return, sharing in the happiness. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Itachi wore a beaming smile. Farewell, Obito. Farewell, brother Obito. Farewell, Suki and Itachi. At a fork in the path, Uchiha Suki parted ways with Itachi and Obito, for he needed to escort Itachi home, and their residences lay in opposite directions. Along the way, Uchiha Suki imparted some wisdom to Itachi. Recognizing the importance of nurturing the young, it was imperative to guide them, lest they resort to extreme measures, such as the annihilation of their clan, a notion utterly unacceptable. Although he felt confident that such an event was unlikely with him around, it was still a matter worth consideration. Patriarch, I have returned Itachi safely, Uchiha Suki called out as he stood at the entrance of Uchiha Fugaku's home. He then turned to Itachi and said, Itachi, you may head inside now. I might not be available tomorrow, so do remember to exercise in moderation. You will only be ready to truly begin in a year or two. All right, I understand. Goodbye. Teacher Suki. Uchiha Itachi waved farewell as he entered the house, just as Uchiha Fugaku emerged. Upon noticing Suki's intent to leave, he quickly called out to him. Lord Suki, won't you come in for a cup of tea? Uchiha Suki, who was about to depart, turned back and shook his head. No, thank you. I'm quite fatigued today. I shall certainly make a point to visit next time. Farewell, Patriarch. Ah, what a pity. Farewell. Thus, Uchiha Suki mused to himself. Finally free to return home and refine his chakra. He felt an overwhelming sense of constraint due to the limitations of his chakra, which had become increasingly stifling. As he made his way home, Uchiha Suki passed by a pond and noticed a young boy, perhaps 5 or 6 years of age, sitting on a plank beside the water, lost in thought. From a distance, the boy's profile seemed strikingly familiar. Is that Shursui? Uchiha Suki halted and called out to the young boy. Huh, Brother Suki. The boy, startled from his reverie by the call, turned around. Upon recognizing Uchiha Suki, a broad, somewhat foolish grin spread across his face. While Suki couldn't help but think that Shursui looked rather silly, he knew better than to voice such thoughts. Shursui, why are you sitting here all alone? Do you have something on your mind? Uchiha Suki descended to sit beside Shursui. Brother Suki, why do wars occur? Upon hearing Shursui's inquiry, Uchiha Suki grasped the gravity of the situation. After all, they shared similar experiences. Both had lost their parents to war in the preceding years, leaving them alone in the world. Are you still troubled by the loss of your parents, Shursui? Uchiha Suki refrained from directly answering Shursui's question and instead posed one of his own. Has Brother Suki found peace with it? Ah, yes. After a recent mission and some unforeseen events, I've come to terms with it. Uchiha Suki sighed, a hint of weariness in his expression. Indeed, it is through the trials of life and death that one realizes the essence of existence lies in simply living. Brother Suki, you seem quite different since returning from your mission. Your words have changed. Nevertheless, I still wish to understand why wars exist. Uchiha Shursui, with a somewhat obstinate demeanor, inquired about Uchiha Obito. Upon realizing this, Uchiha Obito understood that he might need to address the question and impart some wisdom. His expression grew solemn as he began to speak. It is due to human nature. Human nature? Uchiha Shursui pondered, perplexed. Is war merely a consequence of caprice? Indeed. It is human nature, Obito continued. Once an individual acquires power, they experience the conveniences it brings. If this power remains unrestrained, it breeds ambition. Consequently, the powerful tend to devour the weaker. The weak, unwilling to succumb, rise in defiance, thus instigating conflict. Humanity inherently venerates the strong, which fosters the formation of groups that seek to overpower others, leading to war. The essence of war is, after all, plunder, and such endeavors inevitably result in casualties. Uchiha Obito shared his contemplations on war with Shursui, uncertain if Shursui could grasp its depth, for it was indeed a philosophical quandary. After speaking, he turned to find Shursui deep in thought. Obito resumed, as ninjas, we possess strength beyond that of ordinary individuals. The survival of the fittest becomes even more pronounced. The greed inherent in human nature only intensifies. However, Shursui, you must comprehend this fundamental truth. To effect change in this world, one must possess power. To protect what one cherishes, power is also essential. Power is not inherently good or evil. It is the wielder of that power, humanity, who determines its morality. Therefore, strive to grow stronger, Shursui. As Obito concluded his discourse, he sensed a growing resolve in Shursui's expression, indicating that his words held some significance. After all, he had watched Shursui grow, and he was certain that in the future, Shursui would prove to be a great ally. As a seer of the events depicted in the Naruto saga, Obito understood that some endeavors cannot be accomplished alone. Even formidable figures like the Sage of Six Paths, Obito, and Kagaya Otsutsuki faced defeat against the united forces of the protagonists, primarily due to their lack of support. Moreover, his long-term mission to change the world could not be achieved single-handedly. It required the collaboration of many, for destruction merely demands power. But transformation necessitates the unity of all willing allies. A solitary individual cannot traverse far, a truth he had always acknowledged. Suddenly, Obito recalled that Shursui was nearing the appropriate age for the ninja academy. Ah, Shursui, you must be close to enrolling in the ninja school, correct? Prompted by Obito's question, Shursui, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to reality. Yes, I will be attending the ninja school next semester. I'm almost 6 years old now. Then, should I be in Konoha at that time, do call upon me, and I shall escort you to school, Obito replied thoughtfully. After all, Shisui was still a child. Attending school alone could be daunting, especially when most peers were accompanied by parents or guardians. Such a situation could undoubtedly evoke feelings of loneliness. Really? Shisui exclaimed, his eyes brightening with hope. Upon hearing that Uchiha Suki would escort him to school, Shisui's face blossomed into a radiant smile, albeit somewhat foolishly. It's a promise then, Suki and I, he declared, extending his pinky finger to make a pinky swear with Uchiha Suki. Ah, it's settled. Suki, witnessing this, also broke into a smile and linked his pinky with Shisui's. A rumbling sound emanated from Shisui's stomach, causing him to sheepishly scratch the back of his head. Have you not had dinner yet, Shisui? Suki asked with a chuckle. Not yet, Suki and I. Then let us go to my home, and I shall prepare a meal for you. I haven't had much to eat either. Really? I can eat Suki and I's cooking again. Shisui recalled the last time he savored Suki's culinary skills, which had been nothing short of delightful, making his mouth water at the mere thought. Afterward, he led Uchiha Shisui to his residence. Once a simple yet exquisite meal was prepared and shared, Suki accompanied Shisui back home, before turning his attention to his chakra refining endeavors. By the time Suki returned home, the night had fully enveloped the sky. Clad in an apron, he leisurely began washing the dishes, contemplating a warm shower before commencing his chakra refinement when a sudden knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock. I haven't finished washing these dishes yet, he grumbled, wiping his hands on his apron as he made his way to the door. Who is it at this late hour? Upon opening the door, he was met by 3 Yinbyu ninjas, their faces concealed behind masks depicting cats, dogs, and foxes, each adorned with weapons upon their backs. What brings you here at such an hour? I still need to shower and sleep, Suki inquired. The Hokage requests your presence, spoke one of the Anbu, wearing the fox mask. Is it something urgent? Suki probed. You will understand once you arrive, replied another, cloaked in a dog mask. Please wait a moment while I put away my apron. Reluctantly, Suki set aside the dishes and began to untie his apron. Hurry up. The Anbu with the cat mask urged, impatience evident in his tone. Suki hastily returned to the kitchen, hung his apron on its designated hook, and finally stepped out of his home. After securing the door, he followed the 3 Anbu ninjas to the 3rd Hokage's office. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office at the Hokage building, Danzo Shimura entered and addressed Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, I intend to recruit Uchiha Suki into the Root organization. No. This matter should be discussed later. If he is to be involved, it should be in the Anbu, not Root, Hiruzen retorted, his expression shifting to one of anger as he prepared to counter Danzo's assertion. I have already dispatched someone to summon Uchiha Suki. I am not consulting you. I am merely informing you. With that, Danzo left the Hokage's office, his demeanor impassive. Damn it, Hiruzen muttered, slamming his hand against the table. At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared in the office, bowing his head and kneeling on one knee before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, do you require our assistance to intervene? It may be too late. I shall join as well. Let us hope nothing serious occurs. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen exited the office. As he made his way to seek the Hokage, Uchiha Suki sensed something unusual about the 3 Umbu members surrounding him. It felt as though he were being escorted as if he had committed a crime. Is this not the path to the Hokage? This route feels unfamiliar, resembling more a journey to the back mountains of Hokage Cliff. Realizing the situation, Uchiha Suki halted his steps. You are not directly under the Hokage's command, are you? You belong to Danzo's Root organization, do you not? Upon noticing Uchiha Suki's awareness, the 3 Umbu closed in around him. We do not wish to resort to violence. We hope you will comply and accompany us to meet Lord Danzo, spoke the one wearing the fox mask, his tone laced with threat. I anticipated that your organization would come for me on the very night I returned to the village. I did not expect Danzo to exhibit such patience. Is it because I triumphed over Kakashi today that you have faith in my abilities? Will you come or not? Asked another member adorned with a dog mask. They were keen to avoid unnecessary dialogue, intent only on following orders to escort Uchiha Suki to the designated location of the Root organization. And what if I refuse? He challenged. We do not wish to use force. We hope you will act wisely, the fox-masked Umbu declared, drawing a weapon from his back and aiming it at Uchiha Suki. So, it seems you intend to engage? Do you not fear the 3rd Hokage's wrath? Considering this is within the village, Uchiha Suki realized that the members of the Root organization were no different from their portrayal in the original narrative, resorting to violence when words failed, regardless of their surroundings. Nonetheless, he had issued a warning. Should trouble arise, he would not be held accountable. After all, he was merely defending himself. As he spoke, Uchiha Suki withdrew a black rod with his right hand, assessing the three members of Root. I wonder what your capabilities are. Are you truly fit to escort me? Gripping the black rod firmly, he prepared to strike first, for the Root organization had always been a potential adversary, unless Danzo were to perish. Engage, commanded the fox-masked Umbu. Brandishing a short blade and charging towards Uchiha Suki. You initiated this confrontation, he remarked, feeling compelled to voice his thoughts. Even if he would later confront the Hokage about it, he had at least given a verbal warning. The eye of his Rinnegan flashed from his pupil, while his right eye, imbued with the crimson Sharingan, displayed 3 tomo. Tightening his grip on the black rod, he focused intently on the advancing fox-masked Umbu. In an instant, as the Umbu leapt through the air wielding his short blade, Uchiha Suki materialized behind him, thrusting the black rod directly into his heart. Call me the god of backstabbing. The life force of the Umbu was swiftly extinguished. Uchiha Suki withdrew the black rod and retracted his Rinnegan, using the momentum to leap onto the rooftops behind him. The ninja donning the fox mask fell helplessly to the ground, blood cascading from the air like a crimson rain. So, shall we continue the fight? He taunted. The 2 remaining members of the Umbu, poised to weave their hand signs, were struck with shock upon witnessing their leader's swift demise. Their pupils dilated as they fixed their gaze on Uchiha Suki's figure. Yet, as members of the Root organization, they swiftly regained their composure and resumed their intended jutsu. Utilizing the secret technique, mind transfer jutsu, a surge of mental energy surged towards Uchiha Suki. He sensed this but felt no need to evade. He believed that by confronting his adversaries head-on, their will would be shattered. In the blink of an eye, the member adorned with the cat mask infiltrated Suki's consciousness. The member of the Yamakuchi clan collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Observing his teammate's successful execution of the technique, the member wearing the dog mask prepared to employ the shadow imitation technique to seize control of Uchiha Suki's body. The shadow of the dog-masked Umbu spread rapidly across Suki's shadow, akin to writhing tendrils. Success. Danzo had assembled this particular squad to capture Uchiha Suki, and under normal circumstances, they would have been able to bring him back without issue, especially considering the ease with which both the Yamakuchi and Nara clans could manipulate others. However, just as the Nara clan member linked his shadow to Suki's, he exhaled a sigh of relief, only to find Uchiha Suki grinning mischievously at him. How can this be? The dog-masked member gasped in disbelief, for his comrade had only just entered Suki's mind mere seconds ago. How is this even possible? Why not ask your teammate how he fares? Suki replied with a smile. He relished the opportunity to utilize the power of his Rinnegan, his spirits lifted. As for the shadow imitation technique, it was not something one could easily escape. Yamakuchi Isumi, are you alright? The dog-masked member called out urgently. After several agonizing seconds, the incapacitated cat-masked Umbu finally responded, not so well. The Yamakuchi clan member had initially thought he could easily infiltrate Uchiha Suki's mind, believing the youth to be unremarkable. Yet, upon entering, he was met with the unmistakable gaze of the Rinnegan and Sharingan, an overwhelming pressure of mental force bearing down on him, leaving him trapped and vulnerable. Before long, he felt as if his very consciousness was on the verge of being crushed. With a desperate struggle, he managed to withdraw from Suki's mind. Lord Danzo has underestimated Uchiha Suki's strength. If you can escape, hurry back and report to him, he declared, before ceasing his movements. In Suki's view, he noticed her vitality wavering, yet she clung to life, albeit on the precipice of death, for the damage inflicted was of a psychological nature. Well then, will you heed your teammate's advice and flee for your life? Uchiha Suki maintained a smile as he fixed his gaze upon the last member of the Root organization. His tone, though calm, carried an undercurrent of menace. You have fallen victim to my secret technique, yet you dare to threaten me? The figure adorned with a canine mask retorted. That was merely my design. Suki replied nonchalantly, his right eye, the Sharingan, focused intently on the masked member. What? The masked individual scoffed, seemingly uninterested. I'm done playing. In that moment, the Rinnegan in Suki's left eye manifested again, and a shadow as dark as night extended from the ground to envelop his left hand, vanishing without a trace. Your eyes? The masked member finally noticed the unfamiliar shape of Suki's left eye, and as he realized his technique was being absorbed, he instinctively turned to flee. Observing the masked member's sudden urge to escape, Suki's left eye remained fixed upon him, his right hand clutching the black rod tightly. The ocular technique of the Rinnegan was unleashed. In an instant, Suki appeared behind the masked figure, thrusting the black rod directly into his back. A swift kill. Does it not seem too late to flee now? Why force me to act within the village? Suki remarked, withdrawing the rod. He swiftly retreated to avoid staining his attire with blood. Reappearing beside the fallen root member, he plunged the black rod into his heart once more. A final blow. Consider this your release, for you must be suffering greatly now. With that, he extracted the rod and wiped it clean on the member's clothing before converting it back into chakra to avoid waste. Suki surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find the area secluded. The ninjutsu they had unleashed, along with his ocular techniques, had made no sound, and no one had witnessed the encounter. Moreover, having achieved a triple kill, his experience points surged to an impressive 79%. Dusting off his attire, he murmured a word of thanks to the fallen. He was ready to return home, confident that no one had seen him, and he would deny any involvement. Just as he prepared to withdraw, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared before him. The ground was strewn with a corpse, 2 more lay on the roof, and there stood Uchiha Suki, poised to escape. Uchiha Suki. The Hokage seeks you, the Umbu announced. Suki, taken aback, questioned, he seeks me again? Are you affiliated with the Hokage's Umbu or Danzo's route? I belong to the Hokage's Umbu. At that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared beside the Umbu. Ah, Hokage-sama. Upon witnessing the third Hokage's presence, Suki realized there was no escaping this situation. He needed to report. He leaped down from the eaves and hurried to stand before Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, you must advocate for me. They claimed you summoned me for a matter of urgency, compelling me to abandon my unfinished chores to follow them. Yet, en route, I sensed something amiss and wished to decline. They attempted to act against me despite my repeated warnings, leaving me with no choice but to defend myself. Moreover, they resorted to lethal force, leaving me with no choice but to eliminate them all. Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Uchiha Suki from head to toe, noting that he was impeccably clean, with nary a trace of blood to be found. Ignoring Suki's remarks, he addressed the ANBU nearby. Please take care of the 3 bodies. They were villagers after all. He cast a grave look at Uchiha Suki and casually said, You will accompany me to the Hokage's office. Ah, yes, Lord Hokage, Suki replied. And the two made their way to the Hokage building. Upon entering the office, they were met by a figure clad in loose clan attire, his right eye wrapped in bandages. This was the first time in 12 years that Uchiha Suki had laid eyes on the Hokage's assistant, Shimura Danzo. Many of the tragedies depicted in the original narrative were attributed to this man. Danzo, what brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired upon seeing him. Danzo turned, fixing his left eye upon Uchiha Suki. I wish to understand why my 3 subordinates met their demise en route to fetch you. That is not my concern. They claimed the Hokage summoned me, yet instead of heading to the Hokage building, they attempted to engage me, forcing my hand in self-defense, Suki retorted, unafraid of Danzo. If this Hokage's assistant sought confrontation, he was ready to stand his ground. You insolent brat. How can you assert that my subordinates acted first based solely on your word? Perhaps you are the villain here, crying foul first, Danzo spat, turning his gaze back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, I suggest you detain Uchiha Suki. Taking his seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Danzo. Enough of this. I possess the discernment to judge the matter. Given my years of familiarity with you, it is clear that you dispatched your subordinates to intimidate Suki, only to be turned against. This incident does not implicate Uchiha Suki. Are you attempting to shield Uchiha Suki? Danzo countered, eager to refute the claim. Yet Hiruzen interjected, Remember, I am the Hokage. In response, Danzo merely retorted, You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. With a final glance at Uchiha Suki, he turned and exited the office. Faced with this outcome, a smile graced Uchiha Suki's face, appreciating the wisdom of the third Hokage. The Hokage is indeed wise. He exclaimed, Do not get too carried away, Uchiha Suki. The fact that you so effortlessly dispatched 3 members of the root organization indicates your considerable strength, surpassing that of most ninjas in the village. Your praise humbles me. Lord Hokage, Suki responded, feeling somewhat undeserving of such accolades. After all, he believed he should rank higher. However, such sentiments could not be articulated. Given the stature of the Hokage, would you care to train with my Imbu? The suggestion left Uchiha Suki momentarily stunned. Was it truly so simple to join the Imbu? After all, he was a member of the Uchiha clan. In the original narrative, only Itachi and Shursui from the Uchiha clan have ever served in the Umbu. Their inclusion in this elite division suggests certain qualities. However, he feels that the Umbu is ill-suited for him, at least not at this moment. He is prepared to decline outright. I believe it would be best if I refrain from joining the Umbu, he states. Taking a deep draw from his pipe and exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not anticipate Uchiha Suki's refusal. He responded, "Do not be so hasty in your decision. Perhaps take a few days to contemplate before giving me your answer. There is no need for consideration, Hokage-sama. I am acutely aware that I am not suited for the Umbu." Nevertheless, Uchiha Suki remained resolute in rejecting the invitation to join the Umbu. "I understand your intentions, Hokage-sama, in wanting me to avoid the storm, but I believe there are alternatives. What if I were to serve on the front lines instead?" Faced with Suki's proposal, Sarutobi hesitated, taking measured puffs from his pipe and contemplating for an extended period, while Suki maintained his gaze upon him. Uchiha Suki had his own plans. After all, serving as an Umbu would require strict adherence to their regulations. The workload would be significant, and the opportunities to confront enemies would be limited. This could hinder his aspirations for advancement. On the front lines, however, there would be a multitude of adversaries, providing ample experience. Although he possessed the Rinnegan, Suki understood that while self-preservation was achievable and small skirmishes manageable, enduring large-scale, prolonged conflicts would be beyond his current capabilities. Ultimately, he was still at level 10, with the second stage of the genetic lock yet to be unlocked. In the realm of the game, he was akin to a novice just emerging from the starting village. He needed to level up, at least to level 15, to unlock the second stage of the genetic lock, allowing him to freely reveal his Rinnegan. Only then would he be qualified to undertake his primary quest. The battlefield, without a doubt, would be the most expedient place for leveling up. He reiterated to Sarutobi, "Hokage-sama, with my abilities on the battlefield, I could undoubtedly reduce our casualties. That is beyond dispute. You may return for now. I shall give this matter further thought," Sarutobi replied, still deeply engaged in his smoking, which led Suki to believe that the pipe was nearly empty. Understanding, Suki said, "Very well, I shall take my leave now. I hope you will consider this matter thoroughly." With that, he did not press further and bid farewell to Sarutobi, preparing to return home and wash his bowl. After Uchiha Suki exited the Hokage building, an Umbu ninja materialized in the Hokage's office, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head. He reported to Sarutobi, "Hokage-sama, we have confirmed the injuries of the 3 ninjas. All were struck in a lethal blow to the back." "Understood. You may withdraw," Sarutobi replied. "Yes, Hokage-sama." With a swift motion, the Umbu ninja vanished from the office. Upon receiving the report from the Umbu, Sarutobi was taken aback. He had just noted that Uchiha Suki bore no signs of battle. Had they arrived a mere few seconds later, Suki might have departed, leaving them oblivious to the fact that he was capable of achieving such results alone. This revelation led him to contemplate why Uchiha Suki, who seemed perfectly suited for the Umbu, would choose to head to the battlefield instead. No matter how much Sarutobi Hizashi pondered, he could not comprehend the rationale behind Uchiha Suki's actions. Given his prowess, joining the Umbu would surely be akin to a fish returning to water. Meanwhile, Uchiha Suki returned to his abode and promptly set about washing the dishes that remained unclean, followed by his evening ablutions. As he reclined on his bed, it dawned on him the rewards for the task he had completed earlier that day. He yearned for further understanding, only to be interrupted by the system's abrupt disconnection. As his mind delved into the recesses of his consciousness, Uchiha Suki discovered an additional panel for a basic materials shop. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an array of materials previously available for purchase in the game. The copper ore and basic iron hammer necessary for his forging endeavors were present, albeit with prices that required silver. Hastily, Uchiha Suki retrieved his emergency stash of silver, as he had already exhausted his visible funds treating others. While preparing to deposit his currency into the item inventory, he noticed 2 scrolls had mysteriously appeared within. Each item's upper left corner bore a small yellow exclamation mark, shimmering softly. When had these items manifested? His task had merely been to unlock the materials shop, which struck him as peculiar. Out of curiosity, Uchiha Suki focused his thoughts and opened one of the scrolls. It revealed the following inscription: Ninjutsu Scroll, Secret Technique, Part Turn Technique, Skill Book. This document details the secret techniques utilized by the Mountain Clan. Quality: rare. Skill type: single user. Weapon restriction: none. Learning requirements: none. Consumable. Could this be a drop from the root member of the Mountain Clan he had defeated? He had often wondered why, despite his repeated victories, no drops had occurred, leading him to suspect the drop system was a fabrication. It turned out that the items had directly entered his inventory. However, Uchiha Suki felt this secret technique might not be particularly beneficial to him. He could utilize his Rinnegan's human path to extract an enemy's soul for information. Yet, he contemplated a different perspective regarding this matter. If secret techniques could indeed drop, could it not imply that other bloodline limits might also be obtained? If he collected enough, he could achieve the remarkable feat of acquiring unique ninjutsu without repetition. Congratulations, you have unlocked the achievement task, Collection of Ninjutsu. Task, Collection of Ninjutsu. Level, Legendary. Client, System. Location, Ninja World. Description, gather all standard ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, and bloodline limits, including bloodline elimination and bloodline collection ninjutsu. Objective, bloodline ninjutsu, 50 types, encompassing bloodline collection, bloodline elimination, and bloodline limit ninjutsu, and standard ninjutsu, and forbidden techniques, 500 types. Reward, the system expresses great anticipation, offering a top-tier legendary weapon, 10,000 mechanisms umbrella, and top-tier legendary equipment, primordial bud. Penalty, none, with no time limit. Where lies the penalty? As Uchiha Suki contemplated future endeavors, the system had orchestrated everything for him. However, he could not shake the feeling that the 10,000 mechanisms umbrella and primordial bud might be the two pieces of equipment he had lost. After perusing the task description, he did not harbor any illusions about completing it. While he felt he could muster the effort for the 500 standard and forbidden ninjutsu, acquiring the 50 bloodline techniques seemed rather daunting. Uchiha Suki then examined the other scroll, discovering it contained conventional ninjutsu. Ninjutsu Scroll, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. This skill book contains the application of advanced water attribute attack ninjutsu. Rarity, Rare. Skill Type, Single Target. Weapon Restrictions, None. Learning Requirements, None. Consumable. Uchiha Suki promptly mastered both skill books. Observing the two newly added skills in his skill bar, Uchiha Suki seemed to have noticed a peculiar issue. The skills he had learned were absent from the skill bar, while those he had acquired through drops were present. Currently, his skill bar contained only the secret technique, Heart Turn technique, and the Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet technique. If memory served him correctly, skills listed in the skill bar should be instant cast. With a swift motion, Uchiha Suki sprang up, hurriedly donned his clothing, and set out towards a nearby pond. Utilizing the Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet technique, he unleashed this advanced ninjutsu, reputed to require 44 hand seals, solely through his will. Indeed, he released the technique without forming seals or performing any other actions, only the consumption of chakra was necessary. However, it appeared he could not control the output of chakra to enhance its potency. Therefore, increasing the damage of this skill necessitated an enhancement of magical attack, which in turn required appropriate equipment. This was, indeed, the true function of the system. After conducting his experiments, Uchiha Suki comprehended everything and promptly returned home. As for the materials shop, he concluded on his way back that his immediate priority should be to enhance his chakra and level up. After all, once he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he would undoubtedly acquire more currency, making the elevation of his forging level significantly easier in the future. The following morning at 8 o'clock, a series of knocks echoed from downstairs. Startled awake from his chakra refining, Uchiha Suki had experienced considerable growth in his chakra after a night of diligent practice. Moreover, invigorated by the experiments from the previous night, he was eager to venture onto the battlefield for further exploits. He had intended to seek out Hokage-sama to discuss his desire to join the fray. "Who is it?" he called out, slightly unsteady as he rose from his meditative position. His legs somewhat numb, he quickly shouted down the stairs, "Wait a moment." He resolved to be more mindful in the future about maintaining a single posture for too long. After stretching a bit and feeling his legs improve, he descended the staircase. Upon reaching the door and opening it, he found Uchiha Shursui accompanied by Uchiha Itachi standing at his doorstep. "Brother Suki, Teacher Suki," they exclaimed in unison. "Oh, what brings you both here together?" Uchiha Suki inquired, somewhat puzzled by their simultaneous appearance. Had they already become acquainted at this juncture? "We encountered each other at Teacher Suki's door. As for me, my father sent me to find you. He mentioned wanting to discuss certain matters," Uchiha Itachi explained. Turning his gaze to Uchiha Shursui, he heard the latter resolutely state, "I wish to train ninjutsu with Brother Suki. I aspire to grow stronger. Last night, I pondered deeply and concluded that Brother Moon would undoubtedly be able to assist me. I am determined to protect those I cherish." "Ah, I understand now. Itachi, is your father urgently seeking me?" Recognizing the reasons behind their search, Uchiha Moon felt it prudent to first address Itachi's concerns. After all, Shirsue's enhancement would require time, and haste would not yield results. Father mentioned that if you are available, you should come by, Itachi replied. Ah, I comprehend. Have you both had breakfast? We have, came one response, while the other declared. We have not, both answering simultaneously. Observing this, Uchiha Moon fixed his gaze upon Shirsue. Shirsue, how can you think of training when you haven't even had breakfast? Do not be so impatient. Conveniently, I too have yet to eat, so please come inside. Once I finish my breakfast, we shall visit the clan leader. Then, Shirsue, after you finish eating, go train for a bit. At 1 o'clock this afternoon, meet me by the pond where you stayed yesterday. I will teach you some ninjutsu. With that, Uchiha Moon entered the kitchen. Uchiha Shirsue and Uchiha Itachi followed him in, ensuring the door was closed behind them. They promptly took their seats at the dining table, swinging their little legs. From the kitchen, Uchiha Moon called out, Itachi, would you like a fried egg? After lightly patting his stomach, Itachi hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. Ah, thank you. Teacher Moon, I would love one. Before long, Uchiha Moon had prepared 3 fried eggs, placing one in front of each person. He then steamed 2 baskets of the dumplings he had previously made and set them on the table, along with a few deep-fried dough sticks. Come, let us eat. You shall have the pleasure of tasting Brother Moon's culinary skills once more. How delightful. Seeing this, Uchiha Moon smiled, reminiscing about how, due to his previous limitations in chakra refinement, he had only been able to gather a few skills from his past life. After all, should he fail to become a ninja, possessing a craft would still be advantageous. This led to a remarkable improvement in his culinary abilities. If cooking were regarded as a skill, he would likely be considered a master. Once the 3 had finished their breakfast, Uchiha Moon took Itachi's small hand, bidding farewell to Shirsue as they headed to Itachi's home. Clan leader, you called for me? Upon entering the house, Uchiha Fugaku was found sipping tea. He extended his right hand, gesturing for Uchiha Moon to take a seat and enjoy some tea. Uchiha Moon sat down without hesitation, lifting the teacup before him. It was then that Uchiha Fugaku spoke the words he had long contemplated. Young Moon, I thought deeply yesterday and early this morning. I asked Itachi to find you because I would like you to train with our Uchiha clan's police force. Your accomplishments are already well known among our clan members, and your presence would surely be welcomed. Faced with Uchiha Fugaku's invitation, Uchiha Moon felt somewhat bewildered. Having just declined the 3rd Hokage's offer to join the Umbu the previous night, now Uchiha Fugaku was suggesting he join the police force. Was he to intimidate the villagers? There would be no benefit to him, only a multitude of grievances. Perhaps not, he thought. I just applied to the 3rd Hokage for deployment to the battlefield. With a swift refusal, Uchiha Fugaku dismissed the invitation and recounted his request to the 3rd Hokage from the previous night. Why, one might ponder. Would Suki voluntarily venture to the battlefield? Uchiha Fugaku, enveloped in a veil of confusion, mused over the perilous nature of such a choice. After all, who would willingly embrace the specter of death? I have compelling reasons to be there. I must earn my renown on the battlefield to facilitate my ambitions, Uchiha Suki asserted, his tone resolute and his expression unwavering. Could it be that you aspire to become Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku's sudden inquiry startled Uchiha Suki. He was no Obito. Clamoring for the title of Hokage, what merit lay in such a role? Had he not observed the burdens borne by Naruto during the era of Naruto? Tirelessly ensconced in his office? Family neglected, a life devoid of joy. Let anyone else take it. I have no desire for such a position, he retorted hastily. That's good to hear. For our Uchiha clan, aspiring to the role of Hokage is a daunting endeavor, far more challenging than for others, Suki, Uchiha Fugaku added, his tone tinged with melancholy. Upon reflection, it was evident that the Uchiha clan, one of the founding families of the village, faced insurmountable obstacles due to the legacy of Madara Uchiha. Not only were they barred from the Hokage position, but they also stood marginalized within the circles of power, tasked with the most arduous and thankless duties. The clan bore the brunt of public disdain, a classic case of laboring without reward. Our fortunes rise and fall with Madara Uchiha. Perhaps, the clan leader could endeavor to alter this predicament, Uchiha Suki suggested. He held no particular yearning for the title of clan leader, at least at this juncture. Power held little allure for him. His aspirations lay in attaining the pinnacle of divine strength and embarking on grand adventures, a life he truly desired. What insights do you possess? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, suddenly intrigued by Uchiha Suki's response. The clan leader could gradually work to dismantle the arrogance and prejudices of our kin, while the police force should consider recruiting ninjas from outside our clan. If we achieve these 2 objectives, The Uchiha clan will no longer be scorned in the village. Uchiha Suki articulated his perspective candidly. Uchiha Fugaku, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, a look of deep contemplation settling upon him. After a moment of silence, he spoke. To accomplish these two tasks is no small feat, setting aside the attitudes of our clan members. The notion of recruiting outsiders into the police force equates to relinquishing the last vestiges of our clan's power. The clan would never consent to such a proposition. Understanding the depths of Uchiha Fugaku's steadfastness, Uchiha Suki replied, "Then tell me, clan leader, was the role of the police force assigned to us by the second Hokage a genuine empowerment for the Uchiha clan, or merely a scapegoat?" He posed a counter-question to Uchiha Fugaku. Sometimes, one must relinquish certain things to gain others. I hope the clan leader will reflect on this, Uchiha Suki concluded, rising from his seat after finishing his tea. Clan leader, I shall take my leave now, he said, gazing at the still pensive Uchiha Fugaku. Are you departing so soon? Will you not stay for lunch? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. There's no need for that, esteemed clan leader. With those words, Uchiha Suki prepared to depart. After all, he had said quite enough and hoped Uchiha Fugaku would reflect deeply and make necessary changes. That way, his own task would be conveniently accomplished. By the way, Itachi. Having taken a few steps, Uchiha Suki recalled something and called out to Itachi, who was practicing shuriken throwing outside. Teacher Suki, is there something you need? Upon hearing his teacher's call, Uchiha Itachi immediately ceased his actions. I plan to practice with Shursui this afternoon. You should come and watch. All right, Teacher Suki. Such a good boy, Suki said, ruffling Itachi's hair before waving goodbye and leaving his home. On his way back, as he expected, he spotted Uchiha Shursui training alone at a relatively secluded training ground. Shursui. After observing for a while, Uchiha Suki finally called out. Huh, brother Suki, what brings you here? Uchiha Shursui, drenched in sweat from his training, turned to see it was Suki, and his expression transformed from neutrality to a goofy smile. Suki couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Did you come to train right after your meal? As he stepped closer, Suki spoke to Shursui while glancing around to assess his training progress. The majority of his throws had hit the target dead center. Perhaps this was why Shursui was so formidable in the original story. After gathering his observations, Suki understood why in the original narrative, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi could perform such intricate shuriken techniques. Indeed, brother Suki, after hearing your words last night, I've come to realize that some things can only be changed by becoming stronger. Otherwise, one is merely swept along by the current. Truly commendable. Perhaps this was the reason he referred to Uchiha Shursui by that name. By the way, Shursui, do you know body flicker technique? Nodding his head, Uchiha Suki suddenly recalled that Shursui was famously known as Shunshin Shursui. His talent for the body flicker technique might surpass even his Jinjutsu prowess. No, brother Suki, why do you ask? It was astonishing that the renowned Shunshin Shursui could not perform the body flicker technique. I'll teach it to you this afternoon. After a moment of reflection, Uchiha Suki stated. Just as he finished speaking, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Upon hearing the system's voice, Uchiha Suki realized it must pertain to Shursui. Yet, it seemed the task had certain triggering conditions. It wasn't merely a matter of speaking. It appeared that the system would only issue a task at a specific moment. Congratulations, Pig, you have received a task. Please check. Congratulations, Pig, you have received a task. Please check. Task, Shunshin Shursui, Side Quest, Level, Divine Artifact Location, Konohagakure Description, Uchiha Shursui, who should have mastered the body flicker technique long ago, has yet to do so. Perhaps your assistance is required. Objective, make Shursui's body flicker technique renowned in the ninja world. Reward, enhancement of Rinnegan's exclusive abilities. Penalty, diminishment of Rinnegan's exclusive abilities as he had anticipated. It was indeed a task concerning Shursui. However, is it possible that Shursui is unworthy? It is merely a divine artifact mission. Yet, if it were just to teach Shursui the body flicker technique, perhaps a rudimentary task would suffice. After all, he has already gained fame in the original work. Yet he is merely of divine artifact caliber. As for the exclusive abilities of the Rinnegan, whether they can be enhanced or diminished, Uchiha Yujetsu is indifferent. It is merely the reward of a trivial divine artifact mission. His sole purpose is to instruct Shursui in the waters of knowledge. Upon hearing Uchiha Yujetsu conclude his lesson on the body flicker technique, Shursui's expression shifted to one of perplexity, prompting him to practice his shuriken throwing technique. Uchiha Shursui produced 3 kunai from his right hand and with a swift motion, whoosh, 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 the three kunai struck the bullseyes of the three targets before him. The sound of the kunai embedding into the targets jolted Uchiha Yue from his reverie. Did Shui truly require his guidance? Take a break, Shui. Afternoon training will be even more exhausting. One must balance work and rest. Uchiha Yue mused for a moment before uttering these words. Perhaps this was indeed his rightful duty. Suddenly contemplating that without the system, he might be struggling at the Nin level, or worse, he could have perished in the field during his last mission. Understood. Brother Yujutsu. By the way, Shui, how many ninjutsu do you currently know? After a brief reflection, he inquired about Shui's skills to determine what techniques to teach him later that afternoon. I know the fireball technique and the summoning technique, Shui replied after some thought. So you can summon as well? What is your summoned beast? Uchiha Yue expressed surprise, realizing that Shui, at just over 5 years old, had already mastered the summoning technique. It seemed Shui indeed possessed a gift for space. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to teach him the flying thunder god technique in the future. It's a crow. Inherited from my father. I particularly like it, Shui answered promptly. Inheriting a crow from your father? Perhaps you might try using the crow for your shadow clone technique. Uchiha Yue suggested, offering Shui a new perspective. With his guidance, Shui might surpass the original timeline's progression and grow stronger much earlier. Well then, Shui. I shall take my leave for now to prepare the ninjutsu I am to teach you. With that, he bid farewell to Uchiha Shui. Reflecting on the ninjutsu and jinjutsu available in his clan, Uchiha Yue realized they might not suffice, prompting him to seek out Uchiha Fugaku for some practical ninjutsu. Upon returning home, he gathered the ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu he had stored in his house, along with those acquired from Uchiha Fugaku, and placed them all into his spatial backpack. As he walked home, he recalled the convenience of his spatial backpack, feeling grateful for its utility. Once he completed all his errands and enjoyed a hearty lunch, it was nearly time for his appointment. With a leisurely gait, Uchiha Yue made his way to the designated meeting place with Shui. As he approached the location, he spotted Uchiha Shui and Uchiha Itachi engaged in a lively and earnest discussion. They appeared so engrossed that they had yet to notice his presence even as he drew near. Shui's smile remained as endearingly navi as ever, while Itachi's grin bore a hint of shyness. It was reminiscent of a playful puppy and a timid kitten, both exuding a delightful charm. Shui, Itachi. It seems you two get along splendidly, observed Uchiha Suki with a warm smile upon witnessing the scene. Upon hearing his voice, the two turned in unison. Their faces adorned with smiles as they greeted him, Teacher Suki and Brother Suki. The sight of their smiles filled Uchiha Suki's heart with warmth. Now, let us set aside our previous discussions. Shui, let us begin. As for Itachi, you may simply observe for now. All right, they replied in perfect harmony. After exchanging glances and smiles, they turned their attention back to Uchiha Suki. Shui, let us start with the body flicker technique. After some contemplation, Uchiha Suki decided it would be best for Shui to learn this technique first. With a flourish of his right hand, a scroll materialized before him, dazzling both of his young companions. Wow, how impressive, they exclaimed in unison. It's merely at a standard level. With diligent practice, you two shall master it, he replied modestly. After demonstrating the technique briefly, Uchiha Suki began instructing Shui in the fundamentals of the body flicker technique, classified as a D-rank skill. This technique primarily involves concentrating chakra at the feet to achieve rapid movement akin to a gust of wind. The speed is so swift that it defies the naked eye, appearing to onlookers as though the practitioner has instantaneously transported themselves through space. The amount of chakra required varies depending on the distance and elevation of the movement. Having read the scroll, Uchiha Suki handed it to Shui. Let me demonstrate first. After completing the necessary hand seals, Uchiha Suki gathered chakra beneath his feet and, in the blink of an eye, reappeared several meters away. Returning, he looked at Shui and encouraged him, give it a try. Remember to focus on gathering chakra at your feet. Understood. Shui formed the hand seals and, in an instant, appeared several meters away. Uchiha Suki felt an inexplicable pang of sadness at this sight. After 12 years of rigorous training, he had only just gained a semblance of such talent. Yet, he managed to maintain a smile as he looked at Shui. Impressive, Shui. You grasped it so quickly. Brother Shui, you're amazing. Itachi chimed in, praising Shui from the sidelines. You must not waste such talent, Shui. In the future, consider delving deeper into the body flicker technique. Shui nodded, continuing to practice his newfound skill. Reflecting on his past life, Uchiha Suki recalled some of Ji Shui's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. He remembered that Ji Shui's body flicker technique seemed to integrate with the shadow clone technique. Although he wasn't entirely certain, he believed that regardless of any potential integration, it was worth learning. Ji Shui, come here. I shall teach you another ninjutsu. Perhaps you can use them in conjunction later on. With this thought, Uchiha Suki called to the practicing Ji Shui, who promptly halted his exercises and approached. This technique is called the shadow clone technique, classified as a B-rank ninjutsu. Unlike ordinary clones, these possess substance, consciousness, and the ability to engage in combat. After explaining, Uchiha Suki proceeded to teach Ji Shui the necessary hand seals. Allow me to demonstrate once more. With a resounding clap, Uchiha Suki completed the hand seals, summoning a shadow clone that mirrored his very form. Instantly, the chakra within him, already sparse, was halved. Upon concluding the experiment, he dispelled the clone and turned to Shui. Shui, give it a try. On the other side, Shui followed the hand seals as instructed by Uchiha Suki. With a similar clap, a shadow clone identical to Uchiha Shui materialized before him. The two exchanged glances with Uchiha Suki. This is akin to Naruto's effortless learning, Suki mused, momentarily taken aback. So this is what true genius looks like. I merely scraped the surface. He vividly recalled the arduous days spent mastering the shadow clone technique, a journey hindered by his own inadequate chakra reserves. Indeed, he had not learned it instantaneously. Comparison can be disheartening, he thought, unable to voice his feelings. Shui, you are a prodigy. Keep striving. You will undoubtedly possess the power to change the world. I understand, Brother Suki. I will certainly put forth my utmost effort, Shui replied. Uchiha Suki felt his role was to guide Shui's progress and ensure his protection, a mission he deemed accomplished. His gaze drifted to Itachi, who watched Shui with envy. Almost forgotten, Itachi was also a prodigy, destined to match Shui's excellence. Shui, for the next few days, focused primarily on practicing the body flicker technique. Later, I will teach you some offensive ninjutsu that complements it. After much contemplation, Uchiha Suki decided to stick with this plan for now. One must not be greedy. Mastering the body flicker technique first will yield far better results. He had numerous ninjutsu and taijutsu prepared for Shui, several of which were well suited for him. Particularly those that synergized with the body flicker technique, such as Uchiha-style Sword Leap Flame, Uchiha-style Gale Sword, and Uchiha-style Solar Halo Dance. 5 evenings later, still at the training ground, the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the two. Itachi was absent today. Shui, I have imparted all I can for now. The rest is up to your diligent practice, Uchiha Suki said with a smile. He had taught Shui everything he possessed, be it taijutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu. Shui, living up to the Uchiha legacy, had successfully executed most techniques, with only a few hindered by his age. I understand, Brother Suki. Thank you immensely, Shui expressed, bowing deeply. There is no need for that, Suki replied, feeling slightly embarrassed by Shui's sudden gesture of respect. Brother, it is only right. I am truly grateful for your guidance these past few days, Shui said with an endearing grin. Let us conclude for today. Starting tomorrow, I will not be coming anymore. Shui gazed at the setting sun, wrestling with his emotions, as Uchiha Suki uttered those words. Why, Brother Suki? Is it something I did wrong? Then I shall slow my learning pace. Please don't stop coming, Shui exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face at the news of Suki's impending absence. A pair of large, piercing eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Suki. Tomorrow, I shall step onto the battlefield, Shui. I am truly sorry. Perhaps when you go to school, I may not be able to see you off. Yet, I will strive to return as swiftly as possible. Uchiha Suki spoke to Shui, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features as he gazed into Shui's earnest eyes. Just yesterday, the third Hokage had granted permission for him to accompany the reinforcements to the front lines. After a day filled with turmoil, he felt it necessary to explain the situation to Shui, choosing not to depart without a word. It's impossible. From what I understand about the village's circumstances, the Hokage would not send a mere genin to the battlefield. You're deceiving me, aren't you, Brother Suki? Uchiha Shui's disbelief was palpable. His voice tinged with a hint of tears as he looked at Uchiha Suki, seeking confirmation. Shui, I requested to go to the battlefield myself. Do not worry. I assure you, I shall not perish. Moreover, I possess compelling reasons to be there, though I cannot share them with you at this moment. After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Suki opted to withhold the truth from Shui. After all, the matter of the system was not something he could divulge. Like you, I too harbor dreams of altering this world. Yet, such aspirations require strength and renown to sustain them. To grow stronger, I must venture to the battlefield. It is only there that I can acquire power swiftly and establish my name within the ninja realm. Uchiha Suki's words were imbued with conviction. He needed to unlock the second stage of his genetic lock promptly to commence his aspirations. All right, Shisui. Please believe in me, will you? Uchiha Suki crouched to meet Shisui's gaze at eye level, wiping away the tears at the corners of Shisui's eyes. He understood that at just over 5 years old, Shisui might equate going to the battlefield with the specter of death, especially since both of their parents had perished due to war. Should he fall in battle, Shisui would indeed be left utterly alone. I understand. With tears brimming in his eyes, Uchiha Shisui nodded solemnly in response to Uchiha Suki's words. Moreover, I am no longer a mere genin, Shisui. Just yesterday, I was exceptionally promoted to CH Nin by our Hokage. Upon seeing Shisui cease his tears, Uchiha Suki shared this delightful news with him. Wow, is that truly so, Brother Suki? The innocence of childhood was evident, even in Shisui. Despite the lingering tears in his eyes, a goofy smile broke through as the topic shifted unexpectedly. Indeed, Uchiha Suki replied with a smile of his own. A rumbling sound emanated from Shisui's stomach. Embarrassed, Uchiha Shisui scratched the back of his head, glancing at Uchiha Suki. You're hungry, aren't you? Ha. Come, Shisui. Let us enjoy my cooking. Taking Shisui's small hand, they set off toward home, bathed in the glow of the evening sky. Their shadows elongated on the road, stretching gracefully in the waning light. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, Uchiha Suki rose from his bed, swiftly completing his morning routine and preparing breakfast. By the time he finished his meal, it was already 7:15. Standing before the mirror, Uchiha Suki meticulously adjusted his battle attire. At the tender age of 12, he had already reached a height of over 1.7 meters, with his gradually maturing visage adorned by the standard forehead protector of Konohagakure. His bangs cascaded gracefully from either side of the protector, while a ponytail secured the hair at the back of his head, presenting an overall appearance of striking elegance and charm. The noble lineage of the Uchiha clan was unmistakably evident in him, rendering him deserving of the title the most handsome in Konoha. Gazing at his reflection, the thought blossomed within Uchiha Suki's mind. After gently patting his cheeks, he stepped out of his home. As he strolled along the path, he exchanged greetings with acquaintances until he finally exited the Uchiha compound, making his way directly toward the Hokage building. 2 days prior, during a conversation with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had consented to his request to join the battlefield and even granted him the exceptional privilege of becoming a chunin, albeit with a stipulation that he would only disclose today. A few minutes later, Uchiha Suki entered the Hokage building. He forcefully pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, only to be greeted by the familiar figures of 4 individuals. His gaze was immediately drawn to the tall figure at the forefront. Wasn't that the future 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato? Recognizing the distinctive yellow hair atop his head, Uchiha Suki comprehended his identity. At the moment the door swung open, the leading Namikaze Minato was engaged in conversation with the 3rd Hokage, yet he turned his attention toward Uchiha Suki upon hearing the doors creak. Suki. The first to notice was Uchiha Obito, who promptly called out his name. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi, what brings you here? Uchiha Suki recognized his 3 companions. We are applying for a mission, Obito quickly responded to Suki's inquiry. Suki nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Kakashi raised a finger to his lips, signaling for quiet. It's fine. I was just about to learn the details of the mission. Let us go, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, Minato interjected, turning to face them with a gentle smile. Good luck, he said to Uchiha Suki, having likely learned of his desire to enter the battlefield through Obito, who was known for his loquacity. All right, Uchiha Suki affirmed with a nod. Goodbye. Obito and the others waved as they followed their leader, Minato, out of the Hokage's office, with Kakashi giving him a thumbs up before departing. Watching the 4 leave, Uchiha Suki then turned his attention to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was evident that the once vibrant leader of the ninja world now bore signs of age, with streaks of white beginning to mar his once jet black hair, and his face showing the marks of time. He appeared weary. Hokage-sama, I have arrived, Suki announced. I must confess, I have been in turmoil over whether to allow you to go. Upon entering the room and finding only Uchiha Suki present, Sarutobi Hiruzen proceeded to elucidate the situation. Please, speak candidly, Hokage-sama. Following the recent skirmish in the village with the root, and considering various circumstances I have come to understand, It is evident that you possess a remarkable aptitude for assassination. This must be the ability you have awakened. Your style and skills lend themselves well to stealthy ambushes, aligning with the true essence of a ninja. Therefore, I have resolved not to deploy you to the front lines. Instead, I wish for you to eliminate a pivotal figure within the mist. The mission to reinforce the mist battlefield is led by my seasoned comrade, Akimichi Torafu. I have briefed him on the particulars. Simply adhere to his directives. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Suki was taken aback. How could he gain experience and level up if he was not sent to the front lines? He quickly replied, Hokage-sama, I am capable of fighting on the front lines as well. It is not strictly necessary for me to engage in assassination. The front lines do not lack for personnel, but few are qualified for assassination. This is how it shall be. The reinforcements departed last night. You will join the supply convoy to the front shortly. Understood, Hokage-sama. Faced with the third Hokage's decision, Uchiha Suki had no choice but to acquiesce. It was partly his own fault. There were certain matters he could not disclose, and the third Hokage's arrangement based on his revealed abilities was quite reasonable. Regardless, he had resolved that, in pursuit of experience, he would resort to any means necessary. Only by growing stronger could he truly seize control of his fate. Are you prepared? The supply convoy outside should be ready as well. Yes. It has been ready for some time, Uchiha Suki replied, his face alight with excitement. The battlefield he had long yearned for was finally within reach. Soon, he would unlock the second stage of his genetic seal, awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, and enter the dungeon mode and abyss mode. Only then would his true journey begin. A day later, en route to the land of bears, Uchiha Suki sat atop the supply cart, swaying gently as they moved forward. This was his first experience accompanying a supply convoy. The cart was brimming with scrolls, including provisions, shoikin, medical supplies, and various other essentials stored within space scrolls. This expanded Uchiha Suki's understanding of the world of Hokage. While one could argue that the spatial technique was sufficient, it could not merely accommodate a handful of scrolls. The presence of space scrolls made transportation far more efficient than the primal method of simply loading everything onto the cart. As the cart rocked back and forth, Uchiha Suki settled into a meditative position atop the vehicle, refining his chakra. His chakra was exceedingly scarce, and he was uncertain when he would be able to increase its volume. At this moment, he lacked only chakra. He had already mastered other ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu during his time training under Shursui. He was no longer the inexperienced boy with only a few techniques. Lord Uchiha Suki, should we pause for a moment? Perhaps to have lunch? One of his clansmen, who had been accompanying him, suggested. Uchiha Suki had not anticipated that the third Hokage had inadvertently placed him in charge of this supply unit. No wonder the Hokage had looked at him with a sly smile as he departed. Suki had thought he could simply coast along the way. After receiving an assassination mission at the stronghold, he ran off to indulge in his own pleasures. Very well, let us pause for a moment. Uchiha Suki glanced around and realized that this indeed was a splendid place to rest. One of the Uchiha clan members began to shout. Lord Suki has decreed, cease your journey, rest in place, and manage your own lunch. Upon finishing his proclamation, the Uchiha member fixed a fiery gaze upon Uchiha Suki, as if he wished to devour him. Lord Suki, do you require assistance in preparing something warm? No, I shall manage on my own. Uchiha Suki quickly declined, for he was a man equipped with a spatial backpack. He had previously experimented and discovered that any inanimate object placed within it would retain its original form upon removal. Thus, he had managed to stow away a generous supply of food, all to his liking. By the way, what is your name? He surveyed his fellow clansmen, who appeared to be in the bloom of youth. Lord Suki, my name is Uchiha Fei, the young Uchiha promptly replied. Uchiha Fei, is it? I see. Suki acknowledged with a nod. Only then did Uchiha Suki dismount from the carriage. Looking at the surrounding leaf ninjas, he noted that a significant portion belonged to the Uchiha clan. It suddenly dawned on him why he had been appointed as the leader. His previous accolades from the battle involving the 7 ninja swordsmen had elevated him to an idol among the younger generation of his clan. Suddenly, a thought struck Uchiha Suki. Should any trouble arise, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame, and he would be cast as the villain. While the prospect seemed unlikely, it was a matter that warranted vigilance. Everyone, remain alert. Even during rest, we must maintain our guard. We cannot afford to become complacent simply because some are on watch. Understood, Lord Suki, came the immediate response from all Uchiha members, led by Uchiha Fei. The remaining leaf ninjas also expressed their agreement. From their reactions, Uchiha Suki discerned that, Aside from his clan members, others did not harbor much warmth towards him. And some seemed to harbor hostility, though he could not fathom the reason. Perhaps it was due to his position as leader? Nevertheless, Uchiha Suki remained indifferent. These individuals were insignificant to him. As long as they did not provoke him and he could safely deliver them to their destination, everything else was negotiable. After all, he would not encounter them again, and whether they made it through the battlefield unscathed was another matter entirely. Embracing his responsibilities as the leader, Uchiha Suki conducted a thorough inspection of the resting area. Once he confirmed that all was well, he returned to his carriage, retrieved his prepared food from the backpack, and began to savor his meal. After Uchiha Suki leisurely finished his delightful repast, he noticed that the surrounding Uchiha clansmen were gazing at him with envious eyes. "What are you staring at?" "Each to their own when it comes to sustenance," he replied, feeling the weight of their stares. He could not share his food, as it barely sufficed for the entire supply unit for a few meals. After they finished their meal, what would he eat? Uchiha Suki realized that others could only slightly warm up portable rice balls to stave off hunger. Eating them for a day or two was tolerable, but overindulgence would surely lead to monotony. It paled in comparison to what he had just consumed, a delectable blowfish ramen packed from Ichiraka Ramen. As he noticed them preparing to enjoy their lunch, Uchiha Suki leapt back atop his carriage, ready to continue his chakra refinement. Suddenly, a mist began to envelop the area. As he settled into a meditative position, Uchiha Suki discerned a faint fog surrounding him. Reacting swiftly, he shouted to those around him, "Be alert! We are under attack." Upon hearing his warning, the Konoha ninjas halted their meals, swiftly drawing kunai, or short blades, safeguarding their provisions. Uchiha Fei, who had been by his side, also unsheathed his small blade, standing vigilantly beside Uchiha Suki's carriage. He called out, "Lord Suki, be careful. There's no need for concern, just ensure your own safety." "I do not require your protection," Uchiha Suki replied. The mist thickened, and he sensed that more than one enemy had employed a concealment technique. He shouted again, "Are there any members of the Hyuga clan? Confirm the enemy's location. We cannot passively await their assault." "Yes, Lord Suki," a ninja from the Hyuga clan promptly responded. Activating his Byakugan, the Hyuga ninja's veins bulged, and his eyes transformed into a pale hue, revealing black markings in the pupils. Waves of invisible chakra radiated from him, revealing the number and direction of their foes. "Sir, there are 12 ninjas in total, all with chakra levels comparable to that of elite Jonin. 3 are directly in front of you, 3 on either side, and 3 behind us. We are surrounded." "Understood," Uchiha Suki replied. Upon hearing that there were only 12 enemies, Uchiha Fei exclaimed, "12 of them dare to charge at us? They underestimate Konoha far too much, as well as the Uchiha clan. Lord Suki, should we launch an offensive and eliminate them all?" Uchiha Fei inquired, gazing at Uchiha Suki with his crimson Sharingan. "No, our primary objective is to protect our supplies. That is paramount. Do not forget our mission. If we lose our provisions, our clan's reputation will be tarnished," Uchiha Suki instructed. "Yes, understood, Lord Suki." At that moment, Uchiha Suki stood atop the carriage, utilizing the mist as cover. His left eye transformed into the Rinnegan. Scanning the surroundings, he discerned several pairs of crimson Sharingan peering through the fog, tracing red lines in the air. Through the Rinnegan's vision, Uchiha Suki also spotted an enemy stealthily advancing towards him through the mist. After all, the Rinnegan possessed the ability to perceive chakra. He could see that one enemy was approaching him directly. Did they intend to decapitate him? Uchiha Suki's lips curled slightly as he gathered chakra in his right hand, forming a sharp black rod that materialized in the palm of his hand. He addressed Uchiha Fei, who stood beside him, saying, "Guard the carriage well. I shall advance first." With that, the power of his Rinnegan activated instantaneously, and Uchiha Suki found himself behind his stealthy foe. The black rod pierced directly into the enemy's back, and with a forceful thrust, it emerged from the front of the enemy's chest. In his line of sight, the enemy's health bar was completely depleted. The adversary, utilizing the mist concealment technique, sensed the demise of his comrade and immediately cried out in alarm. Uchiha Suki employed the Rinnegan's ability to scan once more, confirming the presence of another enemy. He withdrew the black rod from the fallen foe's body and executed another instant kill, driving the rod through the heart of the next opponent. A double kill. Ah, what a delightful sensation. Uchiha Suki felt an exquisite comfort. The Rinnegan's abilities proved to be a divine technique against foes who were oblivious to its power. Glancing at his experience points, he noted they had reached 97. With one more enemy, he would once again relish the thrill of leveling up. Suddenly, an enemy charged forth. just as Uchiha Suki was savoring the ecstasy of swift executions. The enemy's shrieks echoed through the mist, astonished at how easily their allies were dispatched. Uchiha Suki swiftly extracted the black rod from the body of his previous victim and reappeared behind Uchiha Fei. "Ah, Lord Suki, how did you come to be behind me?" Uchiha Fei exclaimed, sensing someone at his back. He hastily swung his small tanto, only for it to be blocked by the black rod in Uchiha Suki's hand, allowing him to realize the situation. "Your reflexes are commendable. Maintain this vigilance." Only Uchiha Suki understood that his clan member possessed far superior reflexes than most. The moment he materialized, Uchiha Suki sensed that he had been detected. "Ah, thank you for the praise, Lord Suki," Uchiha Fei replied, his heart swelling with joy at the encouragement. "Now, remain alert. I shall lend assistance." Uchiha Suki activated the Rinnegan's abilities once more. Clang! In an instant, he deflected a deadly strike from an enemy, saving his ally. As he blocked the attack, Uchiha Suki aimed his left palm at the assailant. The black rod appeared once more, piercing through the enemy's abdomen, and with a swift kick, he sent the foe sprawling away. Without turning back, Uchiha Suki remarked, "Are you merely standing there awaiting your demise?" He dispatched the enemy with another thrust of the black rod. Simultaneously, a refreshing breeze encircled Uchiha Suki, slightly dispersing the mist. The ninja, who had been with his eyes closed, felt no injury for a considerable time. He hastily opened his eyes, and with the mist partly cleared, he clearly discerned the Uchiha clan emblem on the figure before him, a surge of emotions flooding his heart. Water release, water whip, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Meanwhile, the two enemies nearby, witnessing their comrade's swift demise, began forming hand seals and quickly unleashed their ninjutsu. Whips and water dragons surged toward Uchiha Suki. On the other side, the enemy employing the mist concealment technique sensed that 3 of their comrades had perished in a matter of seconds. They shouted in alarm that the situation was amiss and activated their contingency plan. The remaining 7 adversaries began unleashing ninjutsu to attack the supplies. Meanwhile, Uchiha Suki utilized his abilities to absorb the ninjutsu and heard his allies cry out that the supplies were under assault. "How despicable," he remarked to the 2 enemies, who were taken aback by his prowess. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly if the supplies were ambushed and depleted before exiting the Leaf Village. His reputation would be tarnished. "Universal pull," Uchiha Suki declared, extending his hands towards the 2 foes, palms facing them. An invisible force surged forth, and as the enemies attempted to flee, they found themselves levitating, unable to control their bodies, their faces etched with terror as they gazed upon Uchiha Suki. Increasing his chakra output, the 2 adversaries were rapidly drawn toward his palms. Just as they were about to reach him, black rods erupted from his hands. The 2 enemies stared in horror as they were propelled toward the dark rods, which pierced their abdomens. Even in death, they could not comprehend why their bodies had betrayed them, leading them to their demise at the hands of Uchiha Suki. As their health points depleted, Uchiha Suki cast the lifeless bodies aside. 5 remained. Upon surveying the surroundings with his Rinnegan, he noticed the chakra of 2 enemies had vanished. It appeared that not all members of the opposing team were mere fodder. They had now regained their composure following the ambush. "Attention, everyone. Protecting the supplies is our primary objective. Eliminating enemies is secondary," Uchiha Suki called out before charging towards the remaining foes. With Uchiha Suki's involvement, 4 enemies were swiftly surrounded and dispatched by him and his comrades, leaving only 1 distant foe who managed to escape. However, the health bar of the fleeing enemy was now visible to Uchiha Suki. "Clean up the battlefield while I pursue the last enemy," he instructed his teammates. Turning to Uchiha Fi, "While I am away, keep a vigilant watch." "Understood, Lord Suki," Uchiha Fi replied, quickly grasping Uchiha Suki's intent and beginning to direct their allies. Swiftly, they dashed and leaped across the tree trunks. Uchiha Suki felt himself drawing closer to the enemy. Had they stopped? Mid-pursuit, he noticed the health bar had ceased its movement. Could it be a trap? Observing the enemy's stillness, Uchiha Suki halted his chase. The boldness of 12 Jonin daring to ambush a supply unit struck him as peculiar. Furthermore, with the enemy now stationary, suspicion gnawed at him. After all, even the mighty Senju Hashirama could fall to explosive tags. He did not believe his life to be any more resilient than that of Hashirama. Caution was imperative. After much contemplation, Uchiha Suki resolved to pursue the fleeing enemy. After all, this was a valuable opportunity for first-hand experience, one that had presented itself so readily. Perhaps even with the prospect of additional rewards. It would be remiss not to seize such an opportunity. although the mission to intercept the supplies had failed. The plan to draw the enemy out appeared to have succeeded. On his way back, Suki had sensed that only a single adversary was in pursuit. This must be a significant target. The fleeing enemy addressed his 6 comrades, lamenting the failure of the supply interception mission. It was indeed unfortunate. Yet, should the decapitation plan succeed, their incursion into Konoha could still be deemed a qualified success. One of the 6 mist shinobi, standing at the forefront, spoke slowly. Then, let us proceed as planned. In an instant, save for the fleeing mist ninja, the other 6 figures vanished without a trace. Moments later, Uchiha Suki caught up to the retreating mist ninja. Perched atop a tree, he steadied himself against the trunk, observing the enemy sprawled on the ground not far away. After surveying the surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he descended directly before the adversary. He noticed that blood flowed profusely from beneath the mist ninja, pooling into a small crimson mass on the ground, while traces of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. Leaning weakly against the grand tree, the enemy appeared utterly wretched. "Is this your end?" Suki remarked with a smirk. However, he did not believe that this enemy was incapacitated by injury. After all, the blood bar in his view was not misleading. Approximately 70% of it remained, presenting the guise of a dying man. Something felt amiss. The enemy merely gazed intently at Suki, offering no response. Noting the prolonged silence, Suki withdrew a black rod from his side and approached, inserting it into the enemy's body. Bang! Was this merely a shadow clone technique? Yet the blood bar remained intact. Could it be? With a smile, Suki slowly approached the tree against which the enemy had leaned, resting his left hand against the trunk. He could discern that it was an ordinary tree. Nevertheless, the blood bar would not deceive him. From his palm emerged another black rod, which he drove into the tree. Bang! The tree transformed into the likeness of the fleeing enemy, the rod plunging into his abdomen. The enemy's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Suki, struggling to comprehend how Suki had discerned his transformation into a tree, for his transformation technique emitted no chakra fluctuations whatsoever. What? Is it so hard to imagine? Suki mused, half crouching with a smile as he observed the enemy. He withdrew the black rod once more, inserting it again into the enemy's body. Yet the blood bar will not deceive me, Suki asserted inwardly. Upon witnessing the blood bar deplete entirely, he prepared to rise. However, in that instant, he sensed a surge of chakra emanating from behind him. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Meanwhile, the 6 adversaries, poised to ambush Suki, had yet to find their opportunity before discovering that one of their own had been slain. An enemy was the first to unleash a ninjutsu attack against him. As the water dragon soared through the air, Uchiha Suki swiftly reacted. Unperturbed, he formed hand seals with fluid precision, executing 6 seals in a mere second. With a decisive slap to the ground, he cast the Earth-style defensive technique, Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. This formidable barrier successfully thwarted the water dragon's assault, though the wall itself crumbled under the force. I knew there was an ambush. Soon after, Uchiha Suki sensed a thick mist enveloping his surroundings. Rubbing his temples, he felt a slight headache. The foggy village ninjas seemed to instinctively employ their mist techniques upon arrival. He was weary of their repetitive tactics, utilizing the Rinnegan's abilities. He discerned 2 enemies stealthily approaching amidst the haze. This blatant offering of their lives was almost comical if this were a game. Their teammates would surely report them for such folly. However, the enemies remained oblivious to his powers, which made their unwitting sacrifice all the more delightful. This ability was a recent enhancement he had experienced with the Rinnegan, becoming increasingly attuned to its capabilities. He recalled that in the original storyline, Nagato had used the Rinnegan to see through the defenses of Konoha, which should have been a fundamental capability. It was surprising that it had taken him so long to unlock it. Here they come. He sensed an enemy closing in just a few meters away, even perceiving the corners of their mouth twitching in anticipation. Uchiha Suki interpreted this as an acknowledgement of his prowess. To express his gratitude, he felt compelled to send this adversary on their way. Within the mist, a flicker of purple light passed by, and a silhouette emerged behind the enemy. In an instant, the adversary's body plummeted face-first to the ground, their expression remaining unchanged even as they fell. "Thank you." Once the corpse hit the ground, Uchiha Suki crouched down, wiping the black rod in his hand on the fallen enemy's clothing, softly uttering his thanks. Another swift kill, and he had effortlessly dispatched the 2 foes. The surrounding mist began to dissipate, and his Rinnegan reverted to its normal state. Could it be that these 2 dared to ambush him? As the fog cleared, Uchiha Suki scanned his surroundings with his Sharingan, finding no trace of any remaining enemies. Doubt began to creep into his mind, yet he remained vigilant. After nearly 2 minutes of alertness without further attacks, he noticed an eerie silence, devoid of any sound except for his own. "Come out. I can see you." Uchiha Suki called out, uncertain if any foes remained hidden, unwilling to let his guard down. "Why not reveal yourselves? If you remain hidden, I might just have to attack." A few seconds later, he shouted once more. A few seconds later, still no adversary appeared. Just as he was about to turn in another direction to continue his calls, several shurikens flew towards Uchiha Suki, clearly visible to him through his right eye Sharingan. With a swift sidestep and a flick of his right hand, he deftly evaded the assault. At that very moment, his opponent seized the opportunity, charging fiercely at Uchiha Suki with a short blade aimed directly at his abdomen. Yet, every movement was vividly reflected in the three-tomo Sharingan of his right eye. Uchiha Suki positioned his left palm towards the assailant, his gaze fixed on the opponent's blade. A surge of darkness emanated from his palm, and as the enemy was about to pierce his left hand, it rapidly elongated, colliding with the tip of the assailant's weapon. Witnessing this scene, a grin spread across Uchiha Suki's face, a chuckle bubbling within him. Truly, the three-tomo Sharingan was a source of unparalleled comfort. Praise be to the Sharingan. Just as Uchiha Suki thwarted the enemy's assault, another adversary positioned behind him formed a hand sign, directing a water-based jutsu towards Suki. A liquid projectile, akin to a bullet, shot forth from the tip of his index finger, hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Suki's left eye transformed into the Rinnegan, instinctively unleashing the Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force radiated from Suki's body, creating a circular crater in the ground. The assailant, who had attempted the ambush, was violently thrown back several meters, collapsing to the ground, nearly incapacitated. The ninjutsu attacking from behind was also dissipated by the repulsion. That was a close call. Uchiha Suki turned to regard his ambusher, his expression now grave. Had it not been for his Rinnegan, he might have met his demise. This realization instilled in him the importance of never underestimating anyone. Against any foe, one must exert their utmost effort. "Your eyes?" The assailant, witnessing his failed ambush and the overwhelming power of Uchiha Suki, was struck with fear as Suki looked at him, noting the peculiar left eye that differed from the Sharingan. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, Uchiha Suki aimed his left hand at the enemy, invoking the universal pull. "Ah, my body." The adversary found himself unable to control his form, transforming into a mass of liquid, yet it proved futile as he was drawn towards Uchiha Suki. Amidst this watery form, the enemy's eyes widened in shock as Suki's black rod pierced through the liquid. Observing that the enemy's health bar remained unresponsive, Suki promptly enveloped it with the black rod, disrupting the opponent's liquid transformation technique. How is this possible? Soon, the figure of the adversary began to materialize, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Uchiha Suki. "Now I can end you." Uchiha Suki fixed an unyielding stare upon his foe, a smirk playing on his lips as a black rod reappeared in his right hand, plunging into the enemy's chest repeatedly, delivering a barrage of strikes. "Do you realize how your ambush has startled me?" Until the enemy's health bar was fully depleted, Uchiha Yue had struck him a dozen times, leaving the ground soaked. Only then did he cease his relentless assault on the lifeless body, carelessly discarding the foe onto the ground. Was there anyone else? Just as Uchiha Yue turned around, he noticed the enemy who had initially ambushed him was attempting to rise from the ground. Without hesitation, he swung the bloodied black rod in his hand toward the recovering adversary. Clang! The black rod soared through the air, only to be intercepted by a shuriken from a distance, sending both tumbling to the ground. So there were still more. Following the trajectory of the shuriken, Uchiha Yue quickly pinpointed the enemy's location. Drawing forth the black rod once more, he charged toward his opponent with the swiftness of the wind. Before he could reach him, however, the enemy unleashed a ninjutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon surged forth, hurtling toward Uchiha Yue. Why does this kid not defend himself? As the enemy observed Uchiha Yue charging directly toward the water dragon without any semblance of resistance, doubt crept into his mind. Is he going to perish? In his line of sight, the water dragon engulfed its intended target. Just as he began to lower his guard, a figure burst forth from the water, striking directly at his heart. How could this be? What is impossible? I have already activated my special abilities and nearly met my end at your hands. What could possibly be beyond the realm of possibility? Hearing the enemy's final words, Uchiha Yue's thoughts echoed. Such insights are not for your ears. Take your questions to the afterlife. With that, he withdrew the black rod that had pierced the enemy's body, swiftly dodging the splatter of blood. Casting a glance around, he approached the foe still writhing on the ground. No need to struggle. Do you not understand? No one can save you now. Consider this a kindness. As I escort you on your journey. Observing the enemy's agonized convulsions, Uchiha Yue could sense that most of the adversary's bones had been shattered by his Shinra Tensei. Just the thought of it was painful. This time, no one intervened. Uchiha Yue decisively dealt with the adversary who lay helplessly on the ground. A glance at his experience panel revealed that he was on the verge of leveling up, having reached 89%. With such experience, Uchiha Yue surmised that these enemies were at least of special Jonin caliber. One more level would bring him to 12. Just 3 levels away, progress was swift. Soon, he would be free of such concerns. Were there any more enemies? After eliminating the last foe, Uchiha Yue surveyed his surroundings once again, finding no traces of adversaries. The last of them, their leader, had intended to find an opportunity to eliminate Uchiha Yue, but before he could enact his plan, he realized the capabilities of this Konoha boy filled him with dread. As time passed, he found himself too intimidated to act, deciding instead to return intelligence about this formidable opponent to his village. This information might prove to be more significant than their original mission. Is that all? If so, I shall take my leave. Yet Uchiha Yue remained in place, scanning the area and calling out into the void. Come on, just a few more. If I can lure 2 or 3 more high-ranking ninjas, I shall ascend. He shouted fervently within, while his body feigned movements, intentionally exposing vulnerabilities, urging the adversaries to launch a surprise attack. After several minutes of calling out, Uchiha Yue remained oblivious to the enemy's presence. Could it be that only these few were present? Yet, the intent behind the last adversary's attack suggested there must be at least one more lurking nearby. As he continued to shout, Uchiha Yue reflected on the direction from which the enemy had struck, as well as their gazes. After considerable contemplation and scanning the surroundings, he uncovered a crucial detail. The enemies had positioned themselves around the fleeing adversary as their focal point, forming a perimeter of assault. Upon careful comparison, Uchiha Yue discerned that there was an absence of enemies in the left front quadrant where he had just dispatched the fleeing foe. This could either indicate a ploy to entice him into a retreat and subsequently encircle him, or perhaps the ambushers were still poised to strike. With a clearer understanding of the direction, Uchiha Yue resolved to unleash his idol's signature fire technique, the Great Fire Destruction. Meanwhile, the enemy had been observing Uchiha Yue's erratic movements and shouts, ultimately casting a glance in his direction, which sparked a sudden alertness within Suki. Have I been exposed? Why is he beginning to form hand seals? Before he could fully grasp the situation, a torrent of flames erupted from Uchiha Yue's mouth, engulfing the vicinity. Realizing he was within the Inferno's range, the enemy hastily summoned a water release technique to create a water barrier for protection. As anticipated, the flames were countered, and the area became shrouded in steam. Uchiha Yue understood he had not erred in his assessment. Moreover, this probing attack revealed the enemy's health bar within his line of sight, eliciting a surge of joy as he promptly ceased the fire technique and drew forth a black staff, charging boldly into the mist. The adversary, realizing his exposure, prepared to retreat under the cover of steam. However, before he could withdraw, a figure gradually materialized through the fog, charging directly at him. What? He gasped. Incredulous that amidst the dense steam, this Konoha brat could pinpoint his location with such precision. With no escape left, he swiftly unsheathed a small dagger from his back, bracing himself to confront Uchiha Yue. The clash of their weapons resonated with a sharp clang. How did you discover me? The mist ninja inquired, diverting his gaze as their eyes met. Yes, Suki replied with a smile, extending his left hand towards the enemy's chest. Do you still think you can ambush me with that black staff? Having witnessed all of Uchiha Yue's maneuvers, he was aware of Suki's ability to summon the staff unexpectedly. As he spoke, he aimed a knee strike towards Suki's chin. In response, Uchiha Yue had no choice but to halt his own motion and retaliate with a knee strike of his own. As the knees collided, Uchiha Yue deftly utilized the force to propel himself backward, facing his adversary. In midair, the ebony staff he wielded vanished instantaneously, and his hand seamlessly formed the seals he was most familiar with. Chakra coalesced at his throat as he executed the fire release, Grand Fireball technique, launching a fireball with a diameter exceeding 4 meters towards the hidden Mist Ninja. Upon witnessing Yu's hand seals, the Mist Ninja leaped and promptly began crafting his own seals. Water release, Water Pillar technique manifested as he expelled a colossal water sphere, aimed diagonally upward to collide with Yu's fireball. A dense vapor enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the vision of both combatants. Upon landing, Yu found himself shrouded in the thick mist, yet the health bar within his sight remained vividly clear. With his right hand, he once again drew forth the ebony staff and charged toward his foe. The Mist Ninja, realizing his vision was compromised by the vapor, seized the opportunity to unleash the mist concealment technique. Just after casting it, he noticed you charging directly at him. Was it instinct? This was his initial thought. But the mist concealment allowed him to perceive Yu's precise form and movements. Soon, they were entangled in a fierce struggle. However, as the ninja prepared to evade with the mist concealment, he discovered that no matter where he attempted to flee, Yu was right on his heels. As if the mist had no effect on him whatsoever. Curse brat. He cursed vehemently, promptly dispelling the mist concealment. To his astonishment, as he pursued his enemy, Yu realized the mist had dissipated. A sense of bewilderment washed over him, but recalling his series of maneuvers, he surmised that the mist ninja must have faltered in his defense. Hilariously, upon witnessing his opponent not only cancel the mist concealment but also abandon the notion of retreat, Yu erupted into laughter. The sight of the enemy's expression was utterly amusing. The thought of him having broken his defenses was simply ludicrous. Is it not amusing? The mist ninja retorted, his face now devoid of emotion, his tone icy and detached. Not funny, is it? Your ambush failed, and your entire team perished. Are you not the very definition of a joke? I wouldn't even deign to employ the renowned genjutsu of the Uchiha clan. The mist ninja refrained from further conversation, understanding that continued dialogue would only exacerbate his humiliation. He picked up the tanto that had been hastily dropped during his frantic use of ninjutsu, gripping the hilt with his left hand, bending it to secure the blade. Drawing it forth, he wiped the dirt from the blade's surface, then turned to Yu and proclaimed, "Since escape is no longer an option, I shall fight honorably to my last breath." Recognizing that his adversary was resolved to fight to the death, Yu retracted his earlier dismissiveness. Initially, he had intended to use this opponent as a means of honing his skills. He could not rely solely on the powers of the Rinnegan, for that would render him ineffectual. One need only look at the character Madara in the original work, who, upon his entrance, utilized his innate taijutsu to single-handedly take on the combined forces of the ninja world with unparalleled prowess. He too aspired to emulate his idol. However, the enemy's request was perceived as one deserving of respect, particularly for someone harboring a desire for death. To disregard such a choice would be a disservice to oneself. Thus, I shall honor your decision. In an instant, the power of the Rinnegan in Uchiha Suki's left eye was unleashed, allowing him to materialize behind the adversary. The black rod in his hand lunged once more towards the enemy's back, yet this time it met with failure, as the enemy had already discerned his ability. The adversary deftly evaded the attack using a small dagger, narrowly escaping Uchiha Suki's ambush. In the moment of deflection, the enemy was momentarily unprepared. The Rinnegan's power activated again, and Uchiha Suki reappeared behind him, the black rod thrusting toward the enemy's back once more. Was it a miss? Truly, a seasoned jonin, having grasped his ability, he managed to evade even consecutive strikes. Although the mist ninja could not counter the weapon a second time, he skillfully shifted his body, resulting in the rod merely grazing his arm instead of striking true to his back. Now, you must be unaware of this ability, Uchiha Suki remarked as he snapped the black rod in two, executing a backward leap while forming a sword hand gesture with his index and middle fingers raised. The enemy felt a chaotic surge of chakra coursing through his body. Subsequently, the remnants of the black rod melted into a viscous black liquid, enveloping his left arm and chest. In that instant, he sensed a dual consciousness exerting control over him. The left side of his body became entirely unmanageable, and even his right hand felt as though it was being restrained, leading him to understand that resistance was futile. With a pained gaze, he implored Uchiha Suki, "Grant me a swift end." Just as Uchiha Suki prepared to step forward and deliver the final blow, he recalled the encounter with Suigetsu and the pufferfish demon. Though the enemy had claimed to relinquish struggle, a hint of treachery lingered. It seemed wiser to proceed with caution. Universal pull. He gently raised his left hand, summoning a gravitational force that drew the mist ninja towards him. Uchiha Suki seized the enemy by the throat with his left hand. First, a courtesy response. Utilizing the Rinnegan's Predapath ability, a dense chakra emanated from within the enemy and transferred to Uchiha Suki's left hand. Mere seconds later, the enemy's chakra was entirely siphoned away. Once he felt the replenishment of his own chakra, Uchiha Suki readied himself to swiftly snap the enemy's neck. However, an idea struck him. He could directly access the enemy's intelligence. He placed his right hand upon the enemy's head, invoking the Rinnegan's human path ability. After a few moments, he had gleaned all pertinent information the enemy possessed. To his astonishment, He discovered that the spies from the Hidden Mist had relayed intelligence regarding their supply transport teams back to the Hidden Mist village. Subsequently, the Third Mizukage had issued 2 missions, a secondary objective to disrupt the supply transport led by Uchiha Suki, and the primary objective to ambush him. Of course, this information was inconsequential now, as the enemy had been utterly vanquished. However, Uchiha Yue was already aware of the location of the Three Tails, a tailed beast currently devoid of a Jinchuriki in their village. This was his objective, with the insights he had gained from the system over the past few days. Defeating the Three Tails would undoubtedly yield a mission, and the rewards would certainly be substantial. Upon clarifying this, Uchiha Yue swiftly broke the neck of the ninja before him. As he witnessed the health bar deplete entirely, he cast the lifeless body onto the ground. In total, he had dispatched 7 adversaries, and he believed there were no others remaining. After scanning his surroundings once more, Uchiha Yue recalled the intelligence he had just acquired, ruling out the possibility of any further ambushes. Thus, all those who had laid in wait for him had perished at his hands. Glancing at his status panel, he was met with a rather exasperating revelation. His experience was at 99% of level 11, just shy of the next upgrade. Never mind, he thought. There was no need to rush. Uchiha Yue gathered the bodies of his fallen foes, placing them together, and utilized a specially carried dissolving agent. He poured it over the corpses, and within moments, smoke enveloped them, reducing the remains to ash. For the time being, he needed to keep his abilities under wraps. In the world of Hokage, with its myriad peculiar powers, even a deceased individual could compromise secrets if their body remained intact. With the enemies now reduced to ashes, Uchiha Yue retracted his Rinnegan and Sharingan, preparing to return. Swiftly, he made his way for nearly 10 minutes until he encountered the material transport unit. Lord Yue has returned. Upon his appearance, a clan member named Uchiha Fei rushed forward in haste to greet him. Have you dealt with the enemies? What is the situation? He inquired as he surveyed the condition of the entire unit. Lord Yue, aside from several who were caught off guard and met their demise in the initial ambush, there were only a few lightly wounded and 2 severely injured. The injured have been properly attended to. As for the supplies, everything has been managed well under your guidance, with only minor losses, no significant issues. That is satisfactory, Uchiha Yue replied, having assessed the situation and finding it consistent with Uchiha Fei's account. He then proceeded towards the front of the cart he had prepared, standing atop it and proclaiming, "Let us continue onward." With that, the entire transport unit resumed its journey toward the front lines, while Uchiha Yue settled himself upon the cart, closing his eyes in meditation to contemplate the spoils of this battle. Upon opening his backpack, he discovered 7 items marked with exclamation points. Ninja Technique Scroll, Mist Concealment Technique, Ninja Technique Scroll, Secret Water Iron Cannon Technique, Ninja Technique Scroll, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Ninja Technique Scroll, Great Waterfall Technique, Ninja Technique Scroll, Water Whip, Ninja Technique Scroll, Water Release, Water Pillar Technique, Ninja Technique Scroll, Water Clone Technique. After examining all of them, he noted that aside from the Water Dragon Bullet Technique, which he already mastered, the rest were water release techniques he had yet to learn. Moreover, if memory served correctly, the Water Iron Cannon Technique was a secret art of the Kirigakure clan. He was pleasantly surprised to have obtained it. He diligently learned each unfamiliar technique and discovered that the Water Pillar Technique, despite his enhancement of the passive Super Fireball Technique, was indeed an advanced water release technique. No wonder it had been capable of countering his fireballs. Now, his skill set comprises 8 abilities, 2 secret techniques, and 6 conventional ninjutsu. The completion rate of his collection tasks has also seen an improvement. Glancing at the remaining item in his inventory, the Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Uchiha Yue contemplated continuing his studies. After all, it served no other purpose and could not be sold for profit. Surprisingly, he discovered that he could indeed learn this technique further. This raised a question in his mind. Could a skill already mastered be learned anew? Was it possible for skills to coexist? With curiosity, Uchiha Yue examined his skill bar, which still displayed only 8 abilities, not 2 versions of the Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Upon accessing the technique's description, he noticed 2 additional lines beneath it. One simply indicated Enhancement 1, while the other noted a 10% increase in skill damage. This revelation astonished him. Could this lead him to plunder the Hidden Mist village? Learning it 10 times would double the damage. If he mastered it 100 times, the damage would increase tenfold. A mere low-tier ninjutsu could rival the power of high-level techniques. Previously, he had dismissed the skill's damage potential, lamenting the lack of equipment to enhance it. Now, he realized he had been overly naive. In the future, He could acquire a complete set of graduation equipment from the Abyss and enhance his skills dozens of times. Just imagining the damage was overwhelming. Ordinary ninjutsu would pale in comparison to the might of his skills. This was the true purpose of the system. Uchiha Yue had long thought his system lacked significant utility. But as its capabilities gradually unfolded, he came to understand that the system was indeed his greatest ally. After a couple of days, they finally crossed the borders of the hidden Leaf Village and arrived in the Land of Bears. Lord Yu, shall we take a break up ahead? Uchiha Fei inquired, observing the terrain and weather. Yes, let's rest a moment. There's a small river nearby. We can catch some fish to enhance our meal, Uchiha Yue replied, sitting atop the cart. Upon opening his eyes, he spotted the river ahead, an opportune time for a brief respite. Understood, Lord Yu. After the previous battle and subsequent tasks, as well as their interactions over these past few days, Uchiha Yue felt that this clan member was a talent worth nurturing. Adequate followers were essential for mission completion. In no time, Uchiha Fei had organized the entire troop of dozens efficiently. He was particularly suited to the role of a steward. Reflecting on the ancient stewards who managed affairs with such diligence, Uchiha Yue saw the same qualities in Uchiha Fei. Lord Yu, please sit this way. Once the arrangements were completed, Uchiha Fei then presented Uchiha Yue with a prepared stone that was indeed suitable for meditation. After this meticulous setup, Uchiha Yue felt quite satisfied. A quarter of an hour later, Uchiha Fei approached again. Lord Yu, here is the grilled fish seasoned with my secret spice blend. As Uchiha Yue opened his eyes, he saw Uchiha Fei offering him a skewer of grilled fish. Taking a bite, he savored the flavors. As I savored the grilled fish, it was evident that it was perfectly charred on the outside while tender on the inside. One could easily discern the expertise of a seasoned grill master in this dish. Moreover, the addition of spices enhanced its delectable flavor, reminiscent of the barbecue I relished in a previous life. I was pleasantly surprised by your culinary prowess. With a smile gracing his face, Uchiha Tsuki turned to Uchiha Fei and remarked, Hehe, thank you for your kind words, Lord Tsuki. It is primarily due to my fondness for grilled fish. I always find other seasonings to fall short. Thus, I experimented with my own blend. I must say, your skills are such that not pursuing a career as a chef would indeed be a grave loss, Tsuki replied, and soon began to devour the fish heartily. He then rummaged through his backpack to produce some snacks he had brought from Konoha. Here, have some. Thank you, Lord Tsuki. I shall not be polite. The two continued to enjoy their lunch while engaging in lively conversation. During their chat, Uchiha Fei inquired why Tsuki, even while on the road, did not neglect to refine his chakra. Seizing the opportunity, Tsuki articulated his aspirations, the necessity of relentless effort to grow stronger. After embellishing his explanation, he noticed a shift in the way Uchiha Fei regarded him, realizing he had gained another ally. Unexpectedly, he discovered he possessed some talent for verbal persuasion. After 2.5 days of travel, having dispatched several waves of attackers along the way, Uchiha Tsuki successfully ascended to level 12 the day before, drawing closer to unlocking the second stage of the genetic lock. Lord Tsuki, the camp lies just ahead. I have already sent someone to inform Lord Akimichi Takafumi, Uchiha Fei, his loyal companion, called out. Understood, Tsuki replied, opening his eyes and ceasing his chakra refinement. After nearly 6 days of continuous chakra cultivation, Tsuki felt that his chakra had nearly doubled, instilling him with newfound confidence. No longer would he expend several jutsu only to find his chakra depleted. Upon reaching the camp entrance, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall and clad in clan attire adorned with patterns, approached them. It was evident that he was a member of the Akimichi clan. You finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, we would have been unable to cook, he boomed. Standing beside him, Tsuki felt dwarfed, having to look up at Akimichi Takafumi. Lord Takafumi, I have successfully completed the transport mission assigned by Lord Hokage. We can dispatch someone to tally the supplies. Additionally, there are several injured from the ambush. I hope medical ninjas can be arranged promptly for their treatment. Excellent, excellent. You have worked hard, Uchiha Tsuki, Akimichi Takafumi responded, swiftly organizing personnel to receive the supplies and the wounded. He then led Tsuki and his companions into the tent. As Tsuki entered the camp for the first time, his curiosity was piqued. He wondered if it would resemble the scenes depicted in previous television dramas, a large table surrounded by chairs. Upon entering, he found it indeed closely matched his recollections. After leading the way into the tent, Akimichi Takafumi took his seat at the head of the table and gestured towards the first seat on his right. Sit here. Uchiha Tsuki, are you certain this is not a test of my endurance? Upon encountering Akimichi Tofeng, Uchiha Suki was immediately directed to the seat beside him, even though he, as a member of the Uchiha clan, might not fully grasp the intricacies of the situation. He understood the necessity to decline the offer. Clearly, this position was reserved for the second-in-command, the third-in-command, or some advisor. At merely 12 years of age, he felt it inappropriate, particularly as a member of the Uchiha clan. Lord Akimichi Tofeng, are you not putting me in a difficult position? Uchiha Suki remarked. Given your achievements, Suki, you are more than deserving of this place. None can contest that. Please, take a seat. Very well, he conceded. With that, Uchiha Suki promptly settled into the chair, for while it was courteous to refuse, persistently doing so would serve no purpose. After all, he was confident that none present could surpass his prowess. As the attendees gradually filled the seats, Uchiha Suki took a moment to survey the assembly. Most were members of prominent clans, with only a handful being ordinary ninjas from Konoha. While observing the crowd, Suki gleaned some insights from the gazes directed at him. Some eyes brimmed with fear, others with sympathy, and a small faction bore expressions of hostility. This perplexed him greatly. While Uchiha Suki surveyed the gathering, Akimichi Tofeng also glanced around the room. Once everyone was seated, he began to speak. Now that we have the representative of the Uchiha clan among us, it signifies that all our support and resources have been assembled. What follows may involve a prolonged period of negotiation. Some of you may be uncertain as to why I have invited Uchiha Suki to occupy this position. Allow me to clarify. He gestured towards Suki, prompting the crowd to turn their attention to Akimichi Tofeng. Upon hearing his name, Suki also looked toward him. Do not be fooled by his tender age of 12. His accomplishments surpass those of most present here. Upon hearing Tofeng's assertion, some who were previously unaware of Suki's achievements felt a surge of disbelief. After all, they were all ninjas of esteemed families. Who could possibly outshine whom? Moreover, Suki was merely 12 years old. It is impossible. He is only 12. Even as a member of the Uchiha clan, he cannot possess such exaggerated accomplishments. A ninja clad in unfamiliar Uchiha attire rose to voice his skepticism. There is nothing impossible about this. Understand that some prodigies cannot be constrained by age. I will not keep you in suspense any longer. You see, he single-handedly vanquished the entirety of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Can any of you claim to do the same? As soon as he uttered those words, the room fell into a profound silence. The ninja who had stood to oppose him now stared blankly, muttering, impossible. He's only 12, in similar phrases. With the exception of myself, none present could hope to contend with Uchiha Suki. I trust you all comprehend this. This is precisely why the Hokage, upon recognizing Suki's capabilities, chose to send him here. Do you understand, everyone? With that, Akimichi Tofeng scanned the room, noting that all eyes were fixed on the table, likely processing the weight of this revelation. Let us conclude today's affairs with an introduction to Uchiha Suki. As Akimichi Kaze finished speaking, everyone present rose to return to their respective tents. At that moment, Uchiha Suki also prepared to leave. Ah, Uchiha Suki, please remain. I have matters to discuss with you. Akimichi Kaze hastily grasped Uchiha Suki, pressing him back into his seat, leaving Suki with no choice but to gaze at Kaze with resignation. Thus, Uchiha Suki watched as one by one, the others exited the tent. Once only the 2 of them remained, Akimichi Kaze turned to Uchiha Suki and spoke. I have learned from Hayashi that you have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. I possess a certain understanding of its capabilities, which are diverse and formidable, making them difficult to counter. Regardless of your lineage, if you possess such power, I am willing to employ it. Uchiha Suki listened intently to Akimichi Kaze's words, nodding in agreement, while internally he thought, hurry and send me to the battlefield. I excel in the art of killing. Enough with the idle chatter. Let's proceed. The battlefield in question is rather unique. Furthermore, I have heard whispers of your exceptional assassination skills. Engaging you in a frontal assault would be a waste. Recently, I gleaned some intelligence from a Mist Village spy regarding enemy supplies. Since the Mist Village dares to ambush our supply troops, we too can seize the opportunity. Having said this, Akimichi Kaze formed a hand seal. With a puff, a scroll materialized in his hand, which he handed to Uchiha Suki. Here, take a look. Uchiha Suki received it and examined it closely while casting a glance at the smiling Akimichi Kaze. The intelligence was exceedingly detailed. After thorough scrutiny, he grasped the specifics of the information. Here, Uchiha Suki, this is a map. Where do you believe would be suitable for an ambush? Once Uchiha Suki had finished reviewing, Akimichi Kaze produced another map and spread it out on the table. Based on the intelligence he had just seen, Uchiha Suki meticulously studied the map before indicating a specific point. Upon seeing Suki's chosen location, the gentle smile on Akimichi Kaze's face broadened even further. Excellent, Uchiha Suki. I had also intended to set a trap for the Mist Village here. They will undoubtedly approach this islet, presenting us with an opportunity. The Mist Village must travel the Konohagakure through the Land of Bears, and regardless of their departure point, they will require boats for transport. This grants us a significant advantage, especially as the Uchiha clan excels in fire release techniques. Thus, my proposal is this: you shall lead the elite members of the Uchiha clan, alongside other elite members from various clans, to ambush their vessels. If this operation succeeds, our position on the battlefield against the Mist Village will be secured. I wonder how you feel about this, Uchiha Suki. Rest assured, should we succeed, I shall report to Hayashi without claiming undue credit. After the discussion, Akadu Torikes continuously gazed at Uchiha Suki. Just as Uchiha Suki was contemplating, the long-absent voice of the system echoed in his mind, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Congratulations. The one born in the year of the pig, you have received a mission. Mission: Supply Raid on the Mist Village, Side Quest, Level, Divine Artifact Location, Border of the Bear Country Description, after receiving information from a Mist Village scout. Akadu Torikes has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Based on your apparent strength, he is prepared to leverage your assistance for a surprise attack on the supply line of the Mist Village. Objective: disrupt the supplies of the Mist Village. Reward: dependent on the level of destruction, roughly categorized as Divine Artifact level. Punishment: can you truly fail this? You might as well jump into the sea and end it all. Uchiha Suki sensed that the system was intent on depriving him of any hesitation. The allure of the task, which he was already inclined to undertake, became even more tempting, particularly given the potential for a divine artifact. Lord Akadu Torikes, I shall accept this mission. There is no one else more suited than I. Uchiha Suki stood tall, meeting Torikes' gaze with conviction. Upon witnessing Uchiha Suki's brief hesitation, Torikes could hardly contain his delight. Excellent, excellent. Truly a hero in the making. When shall we depart? Can it be now? The more Uchiha Suki considered the mission's rewards, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning the chance to vanquish foes and gain experience and skills. The thought of rushing to the Mist Village filled him with urgency as he expressed to Akadu Torikes, there is no need to rush. Time is on our side. We shall set off in 2 days. Furthermore, you have just arrived and must rest to regain your strength. We also need to confirm the number of participants for this mission. Noting Uchiha Suki's impatience, Akadu Torikes found it curious but swiftly addressed him. The missions dispatched to the front line differ significantly from those within the village. Numerous considerations must be taken into account. Well, you may arrange the specifics as you see fit. I am not well versed in such matters and will not interfere. I merely require the name Uchiha Fatter to be added to the list, Uchiha Suki replied thoughtfully. Accustomed to the assistance he had received from Uchiha Fatter these past days, it was essential that his companion accompany him on this mission. Uchiha Fatter, understood. Akadu Torikes acknowledged with a nod after a moment of contemplation. I shall return to rest. Please notify me once everything is confirmed. After finalizing these details, Uchiha Suki waved farewell and exited the tent. As he stepped out, a familiar voice called out to him from a short distance away. Lord Suki! Lord Suki! It was Uchiha Fatter. What are you doing here? Uchiha Suki inquired, puzzled by his presence. Lord Suki, I have just finished coordinating with the supplies manager and prepared your tent. I was concerned you might be unfamiliar with this place, so I waited for you. Uchiha Fatter explained promptly. How thoughtful of you. Let us go. I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Uchiha Fatter immediately led the way, with Uchiha Suki following closely behind. After a winding journey, the two of them entered a tent. Before entering, Uchiha Suki compared it to others and discovered that this tent was significantly smaller. Upon stepping inside, he observed that there was only a single bed, while the other necessities were neatly arranged. Lord Suki, this tent has been specifically designated for your solitary use. Everything is prepared, and should you require anything, simply call upon me, and I shall ensure your needs are met. Uchiha Fei entered and proceeded to introduce the arrangements to Uchiha Suki, pointing out where the necessary items were stored, embodying the role of a diligent steward. Once Uchiha Suki found a place to sit, he gestured towards another stool, indicating for Uchiha Fei to sit down. After Fei was settled, Uchiha Suki prepared to speak. Uchiha Fei, in a couple of days, you will accompany me on a mission. Be mentally prepared. Yes, Lord Suki, I shall certainly perform my best. Uchiha Fei's face brightened at this news, as if he grasped something profound. He promptly added, "Very well. If there is nothing further, I shall not disturb you. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call." Uchiha Fei, understanding the subtle cues, quickly exited the tent. Once he departed, Uchiha Suki allowed himself to relax and immediately reclined on the bed. Phew, what a tiring journey this has been. Throughout the trip, Uchiha Suki had remained vigilant about various matters. Reflecting on the original narrative, he considered how Obito could directly manipulate the future fourth Mizukage, attributing this not only to the fact that the fourth was a Jinchuriki, but also to his idol, Uchiha Madara. This was perplexing. Even if the Sharingan was formidable, the fourth was still a leader of a village. Thus, he pondered this issue throughout the journey. Moreover, it was highly probable that Uchiha Madara was already aware of his existence. His previous technique, the infinite Tsukuyami, could have been detected by Kagaya's manifestations, as they were entities imperceptible to others. If discovered, it was certain that Madara would be aware of his Rinnegan. This posed a dilemma. Would Madara, fearing the potential summoning of the Outer Path's golem, choose to ambush him while Uchiha Suki remained oblivious? Conversely, if Madara was unaware of his Rinnegan, would Suki's ability to single-handedly annihilate the 7 ninja swordsmen lead Madara to consider him a viable target for his schemes? After all, Madara had been observing the Uchiha clan for an extended period. Regardless, throughout the journey, Uchiha Suki was engaged in refining his chakra while remaining alert to his surroundings, maintaining a taut mental state. Finally arriving at their destination, he felt he could slightly ease his tension. After lying on the bed for a while, Uchiha Suki drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he opened his eyes to find that night had fallen. That sleep was truly refreshing. Sitting up from the bed, he stretched, exclaiming, "Ah!" The individual standing outside heard the commotion. "Lord Suki, you are awake?" A voice called from beyond the tent. Coming back to his senses, Uchiha Suki recognized it as Uchiha Fei's voice. "Uchiha Fei, why are you outside? As I delivered dinner to you, I noticed you were still resting, so I waited outside. May I come in now?" "Please come in," responded Uchiha Fei, carrying the prepared meal as he stepped into the tent. His gaze fell upon Uchiha Yue, who was half reclined in his bedding. "I'll place the meal here, Lord Yue. I take my leave," he stated, setting the food on a nearby table before exiting the tent. "Very well," Uchiha Yue replied dully, sinking back into the bed. After several days of fatigue, he relished the rare opportunity to rest and felt reluctant to leave his cozy confines. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Uchiha Yue finally dragged himself out of bed and approached the table to inspect the meal. There was a rice ball, some pickled vegetables, and a portion of grilled fish, unmistakably crafted by Uchiha Fei, albeit somewhat lukewarm. "How considerate," Uchiha Yue mused, retrieving a microwave from his backpack. "Surprised, are you?" "I, Uchiha Yue, come prepared for everything." "What? You say the rest no power? It's unusable?" Uchiha Yue then produced a portable power bank from his bag. "What's that? You claim it won't fit in my backpack?" After finishing his dinner, Uchiha Yue reclined on the bed, tossing and turning in an attempt to sleep. However, having just awoken, slumber eluded him. Perhaps a stroll outside would be beneficial, he thought, eager to observe his surroundings. With a swift motion, Uchiha Yue rose from the bed and slowly exited the tent. As he lifted the curtain, he was greeted by a scene aglow with lanterns illuminating the entire camp. Pairs of patrolling teams were inspecting the area, making a surprise attack highly improbable, unless executed by exceptionally skilled individuals. While Uchiha Yue surveyed the surroundings, a patrol team approached him. One ninja, adorned in Uchiha clan attire, acknowledged him with a nod, to which he reciprocated with a wave. The patrol then turned to continue their duties around the side of his tent. A secret escape, perhaps? Such a peculiar thought crossed Uchiha Yue's mind. Yet, he soon realized that having just arrived at the camp, he was unfamiliar with its layout, making a stealthy exit impractical. With this in mind, he dismissed the idea. "Then a walk it shall be, to familiarize myself with the camp's layout." Resolute, Uchiha Yue meandered in a random direction. After wandering for nearly half an hour, just as he contemplated returning to his tent for rest, he was halted by a patrol team approaching him. "Lord Yue, Lord Akimichi Shikaz seeks you." "Very well, lead the way." Following the patrol, he was guided around a few turns until they arrived at a tent he had previously passed. "Here we are, Lord Yue. You may enter." Uchiha Yue waved at them and stepped into the tent. Upon entering, he found Akimichi Shikaz with his head bowed, intently studying a scroll, oblivious to his arrival. "Lord Akimichi, did you seek me?" At the sound of Uchiha Yue's voice, Akimichi Shikaz snapped back to attention and turned to face him. However, this also allowed him to observe the expression on Akimichi Torike's face. which resembled that of someone suffering from constipation. "Ah, your timing is impeccable. Please, take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you." Upon noticing his arrival, Akimichi Torikase gestured for him to sit beside him. Once Uchiha Suki entered and settled himself, Akimichi Torikase turned to him, his voice laced with turmoil. "There has been a change in the circumstances regarding the mission scheduled for the day after tomorrow. I would like to hear your thoughts on whether we should consider cancellation." "What seems to be the problem?" Uchiha Suki inquired promptly. Akimichi Torikase remained silent, merely extending the scroll in his hand toward him. After carefully examining the scroll, Suki understood the source of Torikase's distress. This was intricately linked to his own circumstances, specifically the incident involving the 3rd Mizukage dispatching 18 elite shinobi to ambush him. The fact that those 18 shinobi had failed to relay any messages back to the village for several days indicated to the 3rd Mizukage that his team had been completely obliterated. Meanwhile, Uchiha Suki had successfully arrived at the camp, a piece of news that undoubtedly reached the 3rd Mizukage. Consequently, fearing that Konoha might also send operatives to ambush the supply transport teams, the 3rd Mizukage hastily doubled the personnel assigned to safeguard the supplies. This was the root of Torikase's dilemma. "What do you think? Should we cancel? After all, they have doubled their forces. And we cannot rule out the possibility that 1 or 2 formidable enemies may have infiltrated our ranks unbeknownst to us. Venturing into an ambush might result in excessive casualties, which seems unwise." At this moment, Akimichi Torikase voiced his apprehensions to Uchiha Suki. Contemplating for a moment, Suki acknowledged the validity of his concerns, recognizing that even the presence of a Jinchuriki among their adversaries was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, could this not be the opportunity the 3rd Mizukage inadvertently presented to him? What if, during this wave of ambush, he could successfully ascend to level 15? That would be a significant leap forward. This was a chance he could not afford to miss. "I believe we should proceed. Consider this, with their forces doubled, they might assume that an ambush is unlikely, leading to a lapse in vigilance. Wouldn't that present us with an opportunity?" After a moment of reflection, Akimichi Torikase, rubbing his head in frustration, responded, "You make a compelling point. It would indeed be far less troublesome if members of the Nara clan were involved. Regardless, Lord Akimichi, I am confident that this mission can be executed. If we can incapacitate the reinforcements from the mist, the pressure on our front will be significantly alleviated, potentially even leading to our victory. Should the ambush fail, I can cover the retreat. That should pose no issue." Noticing Torikase's lingering hesitation, Uchiha Suki felt it necessary to apply further persuasion. "Moreover, with my presence, I believe Lord Akimichi should not underestimate the prowess of Uchiha Madara. My awakened strength is formidable as well." At the mere mention of that name, Akimichi Torikase's pupils dilated, a flicker of fear crossing his features. It seemed that the terror instilled by that name extended beyond the formidable Noki. Torikase was suddenly reminded of the individual in his village who represented a forbidden legacy. He recalled the first time he had encountered Uchiha Madara as a child. Madara had not even deigned to glance at him, emanating an aura that seemed to disdain the world. He also recognized that, apart from the first Hokage, no one else held that individual in high regard. Akiyama, upon encountering Uchiha Suki, suddenly began to recall memories and hastily called out his name. Such reminiscence was ill-timed. Once you consented, you could reminisce to your heart's content. Hearing Uchiha Suki call him, Akiyama regained his focus and, after a brief moment, spoke. "You are correct. Since you claim to possess that power, I understand. Thus, we shall proceed with this mission. As for personnel, I will devise a plan." Upon hearing his affirmative response, Uchiha Suki's face blossomed with a smile. This moment was worthy of admiration for his idol. Furthermore, from this exchange, Uchiha Suki seemed to grasp a significant insight. His idol Madara had instilled a profound sense of fear in the older generation of the village. Most of the elder generation were in positions of power, and if he were to once again demonstrate the divine might of the Uchiha clan, it would rekindle their memories of terror. This could prove detrimental to his mission. However, contemplating the eventual awakening of his own divine power quelled any fears he might have. Anyone who stood in his way could simply be crushed by his strength. Yet, all of this hinged upon the true awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan, intricately linked to this very task. "Very well, I shall take my leave for now," Uchiha Suki said with a radiant smile, turning to exit the tent. Akiyama, witnessing Uchiha Suki's smile as he departed, felt an increasing sense of unease. Something about the situation seemed peculiar, yet he could not discern what it was. However, the mere mention of that individual by Uchiha Suki plunged him into deep reflection. 2 nights later, a line of Konoha ninjas stood at the camp entrance, with Akiyama and Uchiha Suki positioned at the forefront. This ambush team, led by Uchiha Suki, comprised a total of 42 individuals, including himself and Uchiha Fi. Upon reviewing the roster prior to departure, Akiyama was taken aback. 5 elite jonin, 15 jonin, and 20 special jonin, aside from the 2 of them. The rest were all of jonin caliber. It felt as though more than half of the camp's jonin combat strength had been entrusted to him. Reflecting Akiyama's resolute determination, failure was not an option. You must ensure that you return them as you took them. Otherwise, I will have no explanation for Lord Hokage. Akiyama expressed, a pained look on his face as he addressed Uchiha Suki. I understand. Rest assured, as I have reiterated countless times, I will handle everything. There will be no issues, Uchiha Suki assured impatiently. This ambush mission was largely spurred by his encouragement. Should anything go awry, he too would be branded a villain in the eyes of the village. On another note, the village was already engulfed in chaos from all sides, leaving no room for hesitation. Otherwise, Akiyama would not have had the heart to dispatch so many jonin with him. Is there anything else you wish to convey? If not, shall we depart? Uchiha Suki inquired once more, confirming whether Akiyama had any further instructions. Nothing else. Just wish you a victorious start, Akiyama replied. I await your auspicious news at the camp. Nodding at him, I turned my gaze once again over the entire troop and shouted, let us depart. It was Shy Akimichi who waved his hand, and Uchiha Suki swiftly led the team forward, standing at the entrance of the camp. Akimichi Shy wore a grave expression as he watched Uchiha Suki's squad hastily depart. Deep down, he felt uncertain, yet he had no choice. From the exchanges of information with Saratobi Hiruzen, he understood that Konoha's multi-front battle was nearing its breaking point. Reluctantly, he chose to trust in Uchiha Suki's capabilities to successfully lead this mission. After a day and a night of relentless travel, it was only on the afternoon of the 3rd day that Uchiha Suki guided the squad to their designated destination, a transit island. This island, while not particularly large, occupied a crucial position on the map. Every vessel from the land of water heading to the land of bears was required to dock here. With a total of 42 individuals in their party, Uchiha Suki assessed the situation and noted that several boats were available to reach their destination. He decided to arrange for them to board in batches, as there was no pressing urgency. However, upon boarding, Uchiha Suki was pleasantly surprised to find familiar faces. After counting the numbers, he was astonished to realize that they had all chosen the same boat simultaneously. Now gathered in a secluded area, all 42 members were present. But they would still need to wait in the town to avoid drawing attention to their sudden arrival on the island. Everyone, find a place to settle. According to our intelligence, the enemy's transport forces will arrive around 11 o'clock tomorrow night. For now, refrain from causing any disturbances. We shall reconvene here at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. Dismissed. After a few brief remarks, Uchiha Suki announced the disbandment, hoping that the day would pass without incident, allowing them to carry out their covert operation peacefully. Accompanied by Uchiha Fei and Uchiha Hua, the trio once again ventured into the bustling town. It is worth mentioning that Uchiha Suki's outward persona was that of a wealthy young master, accompanied by 2 attendants. The reason given before boarding was that they were visiting the capital of the land of water to pay respects to family. Let us find an establishment to dine. I am quite famished, Uchiha Suki remarked, patting his stomach as he spoke to Uchiha Fei and Uchiha Hua. My lord, prior to our arrival, I gathered information about a fine hotel. I have heard from others that it offers excellent accommodations and delectable cuisine, perfectly suited for someone of your refined taste. Uchiha Fei chimed in, his somewhat mischievous tone piercing through Uchiha Suki's left ear. After days of interaction with Uchiha Suki, his true nature had fully emerged, especially in his role as Uchiha Suki's attendant. Very well, lead the way, Uchiha Suki replied. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a hotel. Before even stepping inside, the sounds of lively chatter emanated from within. It seems you have chosen quite a commendable establishment, Uchiha Suki remarked. Upon hearing that sound, Uchiha Suki gestured approvingly to Uchiha Fei. Certainly. After speaking, Uchiha Suki led the 2 into the establishment. As they stepped inside, Uchiha Suki's expression shifted. Lo and behold, a myriad of familiar faces greeted him. The 3 haughty individuals situated on the left side of the innermost part of the room were undoubtedly his clansmen, whom he had encountered before in the village, loudly beckoning the waitstaff. To the right, a multitude of elite members from various prominent families of the village gathered in groups of 3. Are you reliable? Uchiha Suki turned his head away, whispering to Uchiha Fei. Well, wasn't I just boasting on the ship? They asked me about the best establishments on this island, and I couldn't resist divulging this place, Uchiha Yue admitted, a hint of shame evident in his voice. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Suki felt a profound sense of disbelief. It was indeed astonishing how Uchiha Yue managed to blend in seamlessly, bonding with the entire transport team, and now, once again, he found himself surrounded by acquaintances. It was hard to believe he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Regaining his composure, Uchiha Suki approached an empty table and settled down. Uchiha Yue, eager to place an order, called out to the nearby waiter. "Hey, waiter, hurry over here. My master wishes to order." "Ah, yes, esteemed sir. What would you like to have?" The waiter promptly approached, bowing his head to Uchiha Suki. Uchiha Suki remained silent, simply fixing his gaze on Uchiha Yue. It was at that moment that Uchiha Yue realized, quickly addressing the waiter. "What are you staring at? Bring us the specialty dishes of your establishment. My master is not short on funds, understood?" After making a gesture of approval with his thumb and index finger, the waiter nodded eagerly. "Of course, please wait a moment." The waiter then hurried off towards the kitchen. After the three had finished their meal, they requested 2 guest rooms and proceeded to their respective quarters. Before entering, Uchiha Suki called out to the two, briefing them on the important details regarding their mission for the following evening. On the following night at 8 o'clock, they gathered once more at the same location as the previous evening. Uchiha Suki counted the numbers, confirming that a total of 42, including himself, were present. Thankfully, there had been no unforeseen complications. In fact, he himself had nearly encountered trouble that day, a consequence of his status as a young master, having perhaps overacted and inadvertently provoked someone, but he had managed to smooth things over. "Well, I shall refrain from any further unnecessary chatter. If the ambush proves successful, each of you shall be hailed as heroes of the village. Let us proceed." After casting a final glance over the entire group, Uchiha Suki waved his hand and led the way toward the dock. Under the cover of night, the group advanced silently and swiftly toward the pier. After approximately 5 minutes, they arrived at the edge of the dock. Uchiha Suki signaled for them to halt, executing a gesture for silence. The group, composed of elite shinobi, made not a sound. "Hinata Q, assess how many ninjas are present here," he instructed, turning to the sole member of the Hyuga clan present, calling out to him in a hushed tone. "Yes, Lord Suki," came the prompt reply. Hinata Kagami stood beside Uchiha Suki, activating the power of his Byakugan. It was long before he assessed the number of ninjas present in the vicinity. "Lord Suki, there are a total of 21 individuals, based on the chakra levels. There are 2 Jonin, 15 Shunin, and 4 Jinin." "Excellent, as I anticipated." While Hinata Kagami scrutinized the area with his Byakugan, Uchiha Suki quietly activated his Rinnegan. The ability of the Rinnegan to observe was distinctly different from that of ordinary individuals and ninjas. He had not intended to conceal the Rinnegan during this mission. So if exposure was inevitable, it would be prudent to reveal it sooner rather than later. Their synchronized assessment of the target would ensure greater accuracy. Turning to face him, Uchiha Suki noticed the peculiar left eye of his companion. As he locked eyes with the Rinnegan, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. "My lord, your eyes. My power is also a safeguard for this mission. Please withdraw for now." "Understood, my lord." Hinata Kagami nodded and retreated into the ranks. With confirmation of only 21 ninjas present, regardless of their affiliation with the hidden mist village, they had to be dealt with. The 3-tomo Sharingan in his right eye silently manifested. Turning his gaze towards the 41 leaf ninjas before him, Uchiha Suki unleashed the power of his Rinnegan. It enveloped them, allowing all present to behold the distinct nature of his left eye, divergent from the Sharingan. Those who were scrutinized by Uchiha Suki's Rinnegan felt the immense pressure it exerted, causing their proud heads to bow. And some with wavering resolve even took a step back. Uchiha Suki, surveying the crowd, recognized that he had successfully established his authority, promptly retracting the intensity of his Rinnegan. "Now, allow me to demonstrate my capabilities. You have all witnessed it." With those words, the crowd beheld Uchiha Suki striding purposefully toward the dock. The Sharingan in his right eye emitted a faint crimson glow in the darkness, and if one were to gaze directly, they would see the 3-tomo spinning rapidly within his pupil. Upon reaching the dock, every individual who met his Sharingan's gaze froze in place. At that moment, a Jonin from the hidden mist, observing from a height, noticed that many were standing rigidly, unresponsive. This unusual scene alerted him to the gravity of the situation. He shouted urgently, "Who goes there?" As he rushed down, weapon in hand, Uchiha Suki heard the voice approaching from the side. Turning to look, he recognized it was the Jonin from above. As the Jonin descended, Upon locking eyes with Uchiha Suki, he felt the weight of those eyes invade his mind, overwhelming him with pressure. What does it matter even if he is a jonin? He mused, for despite his rank, he too stood paralyzed. Meanwhile, the 41 Leaf Ninjas continued to stare at Uchiha Suki as he leisurely traversed the dock, their arms hanging limply at their sides. As Uchiha Suki traversed each location, every individual stood obediently in place. A quarter of an hour later, they beheld Uchiha Suki leisurely exploring the entire dock before waving at them. To an observer from the sidelines, it would have been evident that the 41 ninjas were craning their necks, utterly astonished by Uchiha Suki, yet none dared to act. This spectacle was one they had never witnessed before. Is this all? Uchiha Hai, standing before them, inquired. It was Uchiha Fei who first regained his composure, exclaiming, "Everyone, snap out of it. Lord Suki has called for us." With that, Uchiha Fei led the charge forward, prompting the remaining Leaf Ninjas to finally react and rush towards the dock. "Lord Suki, you are truly impressive. You effortlessly subdued so many." Even before Uchiha Suki approached, he heard the exclamation. However, as he neared, he noticed the remnants of blood at the corner of Uchiha Suki's right eye. Realizing that such formidable genjutsu surely came at a cost, he glanced back, noticing a distance between himself and the ninjas behind him. From his pocket, he retrieved a tissue and offered it to Uchiha Suki, whispering, "Lord Suki, perhaps you should tend to the blood at your right eye? It may tarnish your dignity." Uchiha Suki then comprehended that his right eye was indeed bleeding. Yet, he had not felt any discomfort during the casting of the genjutsu. He only sensed an overwhelming pressure in his right eye, a consequence of the ocular prowess of the Rinnegan. Taking the tissue, he wiped his right eye and, upon seeing the bloodstains, understood the reality of his condition, even though he had not felt any bleeding. This ability was a result of Uchiha Suki's experimentation during a recent transport mission, where he discovered that the power of the Rinnegan was not singular in nature, but rather comprised two slightly divergent streams of chakra. The smaller stream, representative of the Sharingan, was enveloped by the larger force of the Rinnegan's power, which initially obscured his awareness of it. After this realization, he found that when invoking the Sharingan, he accessed the smaller stream, while the Rinnegan called upon the larger one. Subsequently, he experimented with amplifying the Sharingan's prowess using the Rinnegan's energy, discovering that it significantly enhanced the power of his techniques. Thus, the ensuing spectacle of Grand Genjutsu unfolded. Once Uchiha Suki had cleansed the blood, the ninjas behind him approached. "Wow, I never anticipated Lord Suki's Genjutsu would be this formidable," Uchiha Hai remarked, moving closer to a mist ninja nearby. He nudged the ninja, only to find him utterly unresponsive, his face reflecting a vague bewilderment. Turning to observe others, he noted that they all appeared similarly ensnared. He felt it was less an instance of being ensorcelled and more akin to their time being suspended. The 40 elite ninjas from the Leaf Village scrutinized the scene, realizing that the situation was even more terrifying than they had imagined. All of this underscored the immense power of Uchiha Suki's genjutsu. "All right, enough staring. Assemble." You observed them for a while, and only then did Uchiha Yue call out to them. Soon, they lined up and approached Uchiha Yue with nearly double the speed compared to before. This realization made Uchiha Yue understand that only those who possess power earn respect. "Follow me, and I shall investigate the intelligence of all the enemy ninjas one by one. You will temporarily play their roles, while the remaining 20 will lie in ambush. Once everything is ready, I will dispel the genjutsu. After the enemies arrive, I will give a signal, and you shall unleash your signature jutsu. Do you understand?" After finishing his instructions, Uchiha Yue beckoned them to follow him. Utilizing the power of his Rinnegan, he examined the memories of each hidden mist ninja, and upon understanding their information, he swiftly snapped their necks. He then reported the situation to the Jainin behind him. After relaying the information, the Jainin used a transformation technique to assume the appearance of an enemy. During this time, Uchiha Fei attempted to seize the opportunity to claim a kill, but his request was promptly denied. Such experiences were invaluable, and he could not afford to let them slip away. By the time everything was settled, over half an hour had passed, leaving less than 2 hours until the anticipated time. Standing at the highest point, Uchiha Yue once more called out to confirm that all was well. He made a gesture with his hand. The power of the Rinnegan and Sharingan retracted, dispelling the genjutsu. As the people on the ground awakened simultaneously, they were bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired, and resumed their unfinished tasks. Standing beside him, Uchiha Fei and Uchiha Huo were astonished by the extraordinary genjutsu, feeling as though the people below had been frozen in time, completely unresponsive. "Lord Yue, your genjutsu is truly miraculous," Uchiha Fei exclaimed as he came to his senses. Uchiha Yue merely crossed his arms and smiled, remaining silent. This was merely the beginning. The capabilities of the Rinnegan extended far beyond this. If he were truly to unleash his full potential, employing techniques such as the Heavenly Star or the Cosmic Collapse, it would be the true display of the Rinnegan's power. With all preparations complete, they awaited the arrival of the spectacle. Approximately 2 hours later, 2 large ships were making their way towards the dock. Lord Yu. It seems they have arrived. Uchiha Fei, who had been watching intently, called out to Uchiha Yue, who was meditating to recover his strength. Good, Uchiha Yue replied, opening his eyes and standing up. After 2 hours of recovery, his right eye, which had suffered some pain from overuse, was now restored and no longer hindered his combat abilities. He glanced once more at his experience points. Level 12, 29 experience. He was just a bit more than 2 levels away from the threshold of the second stage gene lock. It was evident that there were numerous personnel on the ships, and if he managed to claim many kills, perhaps he would reach level 15 tonight. Uchiha Yue, go to the dock to greet the enemies. Remember, do not blow your cover. Uchiha Suki turned his head and glanced at Uchiha Hai. He spoke to him. Yes, Lord Suki. With a resounding thud. The transformation technique was activated, and Uchiha Hai instantly morphed into the mist ninja, who was originally supposed to observe here. He nodded at Uchiha Suki and swiftly made his way towards the dock. Uchiha Hai, this battle will involve a considerable number of participants, so you must take care to protect yourself, Uchiha Suki advised, his expectations for this follow were evident. It would be unfortunate for you to perish in the midst of battle. I understand. I will certainly be cautious, Lord Suki. Uchiha Hai felt a surge of gratitude at Suki's concern, which solidified his determination to perform exceptionally well in the upcoming fight. However, unbeknownst to Uchiha Suki, had he known, he would have certainly chastised him vehemently. Prepare yourselves, Uchiha Suki announced, having spotted the enemy ships docking at the harbor. Uchiha Hai approached the landing site. The enemies have disembarked. Who among you is in charge? With his Rinnegan and Sharingan activated, Uchiha Suki stood at a distance, clearly observing the first individual to descend. Reflecting on the original narrative, he realized he had never encountered this person before. Yet, judging by their physical characteristics and attire, particularly the 2 red dots on their forehead, it appeared they belonged to the Kagaya clan. This struck him as peculiar. The Kagaya clan was notorious for their reckless ferocity in battle, lacking in intellect. Why then? Was a member of the Kagaya clan leading this expedition? As approximately 30 individuals disembarked from the ship, most of them seemingly from the Kagaya clan, Uchiha Suki began to grasp the situation. The issue likely resided with their leader. The Kagaya clan was indeed known for their lack of strategy, but their combat prowess was undeniable. They fought with reckless abandon. As Uchiha Hai engaged in conversation with the leader of the Kagaya clan, Uchiha Suki felt a twinge of uncertainty. Should they fail, it was highly probable that his clansmen would perish, and the mission would likely end in failure as well. Fortunately, no unforeseen circumstances arose. After their exchange, another 30 individuals disembarked from a different ship. However, the leader of this second group piqued his curiosity. With a large blade wrapped in bandages slung across his back, white hair, and white pupils, he appeared to be none other than the prodigious youth of the Hozuki clan. Hozuki Mangetsu. Suki vaguely recalled the original text describing him as one who regarded all 7 swords as his prey, a figure cherished by the ninja blades. Indeed, he was a remarkable individual capable of wielding an entire arsenal of ninja tools, though his life was tragically cut short. Yet, even with 7 individuals wielding 7 blades, they would still fall short against him. After all, he was alone. Perhaps this mist prodigy would meet his demise even sooner than portrayed in the original tale. Observing that nearly 100 individuals had disembarked from the 2 ships, a radiant smile illuminated Uchiha Suki's face. This encounter appeared to be a foregone conclusion. After all, with over 100 individuals disembarking, it was imperative that some remained aboard the vessel. Collectively, this constituted a substantial undertaking requiring investment. Observing that the replaced Miss Shinobi had seamlessly integrated into the disembarking ranks, he discerned that the opportune moment had arrived to act. Uchiha Suki launched a signal flare into the sky, exclaiming a battle cry. Subsequently, he turned to quietly advise Uchiha Hai to ensure his own safety before utilizing the power of his Rinnegan to vanish from sight. In the fleeting seconds during which Suki's signal flare ascended, all eyes were drawn skyward, captivated by its sudden appearance. Seizing the opportunity, the 20-leaf Jonin who had infiltrated the mist forces executed their ambush with success. Only Uchiha Hai's surprise attack was thwarted by a formidable member of the Kagaya clan. resulting in a fierce confrontation. The majority of the enemy, bewildered by the ensuing chaos, remained in a state of confusion as the 20 Jonin, still cloaked in transformation jutsu, advanced upon their nearest foes, igniting pandemonium at the dock. Meanwhile, the 20 Jonin accompanying the ordinary citizens on board, upon hearing the tumultuous sounds emanating from the dock, comprehended that the operation had officially commenced. The mist shinobi aboard the ship, hearing the commotion from the dock, observed the majority of the remaining ninjas gravitating towards the edge of the vessel, eager to ascertain the situation. At that moment, a Jonin from the Sarutobi clan exchanged a glance with an ordinary Jonin beside him. They both nodded in unison, surveying their surroundings, and noticed their comrades simultaneously drawing their kunai, stealthily approaching the nearest mist ninja from behind. Upon reaching their adversaries, they swiftly plunged their weapons into the foes' backs. This maneuver resulted in the demise of 20 enemies, although a few mist ninjas managed to react in time to grasp the kunai, yet their response was still too delayed, resulting in their throats being swiftly cut by another hand wielding a kunai. Meanwhile, at the dock, Uchiha Suki retrieved a black rod from his right hand, swiftly eliminating one enemy in a single strike. His Sharingan diligently scanned the battlefield, and the black rod in his left hand materialized instantaneously, intercepting an enemy's assault. He then withdrew the rod from his right hand and pierced it into the heart of the assailant. In the midst of the chaotic skirmish, the three-tomo Sharingan provided him with unparalleled clarity, allowing him to anticipate and counter every enemy movement with ease, as he continued to dispatch foes with casual precision. Uchiha Suki also remained vigilant, observing the overall battlefield situation. After all, he had assured Akimichi Torikes that their forces must not suffer significant losses. Initially, the Mist Ninjas experienced a degree of disarray due to the Leaf's transformation jutsu ambush, however. Once the Kagaya clan's formidable warrior declared that all except those accompanying the supply ships were to be eliminated, their panic subsided. The Leaf Ninjas, realizing the transformation jutsu was no longer effective, subsequently dispelled it. A considerable portion of the over 100 adversaries who had disembarked had already fallen. Yet some Leaf Ninjas remained wounded due to the chaos of battle. Had they not been advised to exercise caution? Uchiha Suki had the urge to strike him down. He noticed Uchiha Tai charging with more vigor than even the elite shinobi of Konohagakure. This ordinary Chunin dared to plunge into the enemy's ranks. And although he possessed a pair of Sharingan with double tomo, it was only due to his constant vigilance towards Uchiha Tai that he managed to evade a lethal assault that could have claimed his capable steward's life. Just then, Uchiha Tai heard Suki's voice behind him, realizing he had narrowly escaped an ambush. "Lord Suki, let us go." With his left hand grasping Tai's, Uchiha Suki instantly transported them to the other side of the battlefield, where he shielded a Konoha ninja from an impending attack by a member of the Kagaya clan, whose bone spikes threatened to pierce him. The Konoha ninja, believing death was imminent, was astonished to see the two figures materialize before him. Upon recognizing Suki's flowing hair and the clan emblem on his back, he understood who had come to his aid and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Suki. Please be careful. I will remain vigilant for you as well." Releasing Uchiha Tai, Suki activated his abilities once more, assisting another comrade in fending off a surprise assault from behind. On the battlefield, the ninjas from the mist began to realize that the Konoha forces were at a disadvantage. "Fire on the ship!" A mist ninja cried out, drawing attention to the flames and smoke billowing from two vessels. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Suki's face lit up with joy. Their infiltration had been successful. This was their primary objective. Killing the enemy was merely a secondary concern. The 20 ninjas below had been tasked with creating a diversion to mislead the enemy. "Damn it! Put out the fire!" The powerful Kagaya clan member, taken aback by the presence of foes aboard the ship, shouted urgently. Water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water surged from the ship, extinguishing the flames and cascading into the sea. Observing this spectacle, Uchiha Suki utilized his Rinnegan to see through the chaos and discern a figure brimming with immense chakra. Could it be the one known as the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Kisame Hashigaki? He surmised it had to be him. After all, the volume of water produced was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary mist jonin. A radiant smile graced Uchiha Suki's face. How delightful it was to encounter such an interesting adversary. Even members of the future Akatsuki, such as Nando, had emerged alongside the Kagaya and Hozuki clans. Who knew what greater surprises lay ahead? The appearance of the Mizuki clan was not beyond the realm of possibility. These individuals could indeed make remarkable contributions to his missions. Following the guidance of his Rinnegan, Uchiha Suki leaped aboard the ship and immediately spotted the enemy at its center, wielding the legendary sword Samahata. With deep blue hair and a visage reminiscent of a shark. Indeed, it was Kasame Hashigaki, a true ninja, and a worthy adversary, instantly activating his lethal technique. Uchiha Suki appeared behind Kisame, thrusting his black staff towards the vulnerable point in his back. Respect was one thing, but they were now adversaries. And he had already taken the lives of Suki's comrades. Moreover, defeating renowned ninjas from the original tale would inevitably yield rewards from the mission system, whether grand or modest. At the precise moment when the figure of Uchiha Suki materialized aboard the vessel, Kakashi Zabuza had already sensed his presence, having kept a vigilant watch on him. After all, the two different eyes, one of which was the Crimson Sharingan, were particularly attention-grabbing. Consequently, his ambush was naturally thwarted by Kakashi Zabuza. Lord Suki. We found an opportunity to incinerate the enemy's supplies, but unfortunately, we only managed to destroy a fraction before this adversary obstructed us, remarked a Leaf Jonin standing beside Uchiha Suki. Suki did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings and noted the numerous corpses strewn across the deck, predominantly those of the Mist Ninjas. However, among the 20 Leaf Jonin who had boarded, only 12 or 13 remained. This loss was substantial. Get off the ship, Suki shouted, as he defended against Kakashi Zabuza's onslaught while retreating to provide cover for the Leaf Jonin's escape. Just as they neared the edge of the vessel, the last Leaf Jonin, preparing to withdraw, observed that the Mist Ninjas had surrounded them in a semicircle. It's fine, descend. Gather together, we can support each other, Uchiha Suki assured the last Jonin. As he spoke, he swung his black rod forcefully at an advancing enemy. Realizing he needed a more formidable weapon, one that could serve him better than the black rod in every situation, a katana would have decisively slain or gravely injured the foe. The black rod was suited only for one-on-one combat. When he found himself alone on the ship, he cast a casual glance toward the dock and noted that, despite the numerical disparity, the 12 Jonin who had joined the fray were managing to hold their ground. Witnessing this, Uchiha Suki resolved to remain on the ship, believing that as long as he could keep the adversaries occupied, the situation below would not escalate significantly. In fact, they might even gain the upper hand. After all, his fellow clan members had already begun to demonstrate their prowess. Those who could awaken the three-tomo Sharingan were undoubtedly the elite of the clan. Gazing at the foes before him, a smile crept across Uchiha Suki's lips as his eyes fixated intently on the Mist Ninjas, recognizing them as precious experience points capable of hastening his ascent to power. Since my teammates are no longer above, I shall not hold back any longer, he declared to the Mist Ninjas, whose eyes dared not meet his. The black rod in his hand began to dissolve. Behold the power of the divine. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force erupted from Uchiha Suki, this time amplified in potency. The enemies before him, along with the ship's planks, were forcefully propelled away. In an instant, the great vessel was severed in half, and most of the Mist Ninjas were violently thrown against the deck, their bones shattering. A significant number of adversaries were caught unawares by the overwhelming force and were instantly annihilated. While only a few of the more formidable Mist Ninjas managed to react in time, plummeting into the sea. The figure whom he had been vigilantly observing. The formidable Kisame Hashigaki was now using the sword in his grasp to shield his entire being, landing safely upon the surface of the sea. As the tumult subsided, Uchiha Suki hovered gracefully in midair, his garments and the wispy strands of hair that fell across his forehead, as well as the ponytail secured behind him, swayed gently in the ocean breeze. He sensed that the release of this force had absorbed nearly half of his chakra. However, given the current circumstances, his gains were substantial. Coupled with the adversary he had just vanquished at the dock, his experience points had surged to 98. He was but a whisper away from ascending to the 13th level. Let us elevate a level then, he murmured to himself. Once again, a black rod manifested in his hand as he charged towards the Mist Ninja sprawled upon the remnants of the shattered vessel. Nearby, the onlookers at the dock were jolted by the resonating sound. Turning to behold the scene before them, Uchiha Suki, suspended in the air, appeared ethereal. A stark contrast to the Mist Ninja standing upon the water and the half-destroyed ship. This spectacle left all present in awe. Both the Mist Ninjas and the Leaf Ninjas were rendered speechless. Yet, unlike the Mist Ninjas, who wore expressions of cold sweat and despair, the Leaf Ninjas experienced a surge of exhilaration amidst their astonishment, for Uchiha Suki was indeed one of their own. This moment lifted their spirits immensely. Is my understanding of Lord Suki merely superficial? Uchiha Fi, who had been accompanying him for over half a month, murmured. Each time he witnessed Suki's battles, He believed his prowess to be formidable, yet Suki persistently redefined the limits of his strength in Fi's eyes. Conversely, this also affirmed Fi's discerning judgment. For Suki's initial performance was hardly commensurate with his prior achievements at 17. During private conversations, many clan members had voiced their opinions, deeming his demeanor overly humble. With these realizations, Uchiha Fi found himself smiling. Such a leader was indeed worthy of allegiance. As Uchiha Suki soared past to deliver a finishing blow, the crowd finally regained their senses and resumed their combat. The numerous mist ninjas standing upon the water also reacted, their fury ignited by the unfolding scene. Armed with their weapons, they fervently charged towards Uchiha Suki, with Kisame leading the charge, swiftly closing the distance to stand before him. At that moment, Suki, with his back turned as he executed a finishing strike, heard the commotion and turned to face the oncoming adversaries. A gentle breeze emanated from his being, caressing his flowing hair. The cool zephyr, reaching close to Kisame, abruptly halted him in his tracks. Standing still, Kisame inhaled a soothing essence carried by the wind, quelling some of the rage within him. Nevertheless, he still swung his weapon towards Uchiha Suki, for this individual was the reason his mission had faltered. 13th level, indeed. The sensation of ascension brought an exquisite pleasure to Uchiha Suki, allowing the tension within his heart to dissipate significantly. Upon witnessing the assault from Kisame Hashigaki, he merely wielded the black staff in his hand to casually deflect the attack. Despite Kisame now possessing the formidable sword Samahata and an impressive reservoir of chakra, it was evident that his combat experience was lacking. Each of his strikes was reflected in the three-tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Suki, easily repelled. The mist ninjas, who had survived behind Kisame, surged forward one by one, launching their attacks at Uchiha Suki. However, the damaged vessel afforded them limited standing space, allowing only 2 or 3 to engage him at once, while the rest could only watch helplessly, refraining from using ninjutsu for fear of inadvertently harming their allies. Some of the mist ninjas skilled in healing techniques seized the opportunity to assist their incapacitated comrades lying on the ground. Observing this from the corner of his eye, Uchiha Suki merely smiled, remaining silent. The fallen mist ninjas had been struck directly by Shinra Tensei. Even if they still drew breath, they were merely clinging to life. Once they reached their incapacitated teammates and deployed their medical ninjutsu to cover their bodies, they quickly realized the exorbitant cost of healing. Even if they succeeded in saving them, those revived would be rendered useless. Thus, they retracted their healing techniques. The 40 or so standing behind them recognized that they could not intervene in the ongoing battle. Most of them rushed towards the dock, where the enemy posed a less daunting challenge compared to the ship. After dispatching an adversary that attacked him, Uchiha Suki noticed the enemies advancing toward the dock. Reinforcements were not an option. He kicked aside an enemy and, during the momentary lapse in assault, focused on an opponent closest to the port. Activating the power of the Rinnegan, he executed a swift kill, plunging his black staff into the enemy's back before withdrawing it. Turning to face the enemies charging towards him, the mist ninjas merely a few meters away halted in their tracks, weapons in hand, anxiously observing Uchiha Suki. On the ship, as one of the mist ninjas launched an attack, Uchiha Suki vanished in an instant, nearly losing his balance before stabilizing himself, weapon in hand, scanning his surroundings. He called out, "Where is everyone? Where did they go?" They jumped down. Most of those aboard the ship were bewildered by Uchiha Suki's sudden disappearance, except for Kisame, who had been closely watching him. Turning, he spotted Uchiha Suki not far away, alongside allies who had plummeted into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, the mist ninjas at the rear, preparing to charge towards the dock, noticed their comrades in front had halted, clutching their weapons, their bodies trembling slightly, causing them to stop as well. Uchiha Suki regarded the enemies before him, who had ceased their advance and were now nervously fixated on him. Illuminated by the dock's lights, he observed the cold sweat trickling down the face of a mist ninja near his lips. With a slight smirk, he surveyed the scene and proclaimed loudly, "Let us make a pact. If you refrain from providing support at the dock, I shall refrain from employing my technique." How does that sound? Before the words could fully escape, a resounding voice echoed from another vessel, reverberating throughout the dock. "Then allow me to engage you in a duel." At that moment, all the ninjas on the sea, including Uchiha Suki, were drawn to the source of the voice, their gazes fixated upon a tall man standing on another ship. Through his Sharingan, Uchiha Suki discerned that the individual possessed brown bangs, with his left eye obscured by hair, and was clad in a blue haori. A small, horn-like device was affixed to his waist. Could it be that this was the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, Yutaka? Upon seeing this figure, Uchiha Suki immediately recalled the name Yutaka from the original narrative, albeit uncertain if he had attained perfect Jinchuriki status yet. Uchiha Suki observed Yutaka leap forward, his body adorned with a faint crimson cloak and a chakra tail extending from his back. Indeed, he was the Jinchuriki Yutaka. Simultaneously, the voice of the system resonated within Uchiha Suki's mind. His previous conjecture had proven correct. The emergence of a tailed beast invariably heralded the onset of a system task. However, he was unable to examine it in detail as Yutaka had already closed the distance between them, gripping the black rod in his hand. Uchiha Suki paid no heed to the Six Tails Jinchuriki Yutaka, activating his Rinnegan abilities to plunge the rod into the heart of an unsuspecting enemy. As the foe reacted, brandishing their weapon to strike, Yutaka surged into the fray, the mist ninjas hastily parting to grant him passage. Yutaka's figure darted through the crowd, swiftly locating Uchiha Suki. With his fist, enveloped in the cloak of the tailed beast, aimed directly at Uchiha Suki's face, everything was vividly perceived through his three-tomo Sharingan. He deftly evaded a slashing attack from an enemy's katana, seizing Yutaka's attacking wrist with his left hand, a subtle smile gracing his features as he remarked, a bit inexperienced. "Aren't we?" As he spoke, he leveraged Yutaka's momentum to deliver a powerful kick, sending another adversary flying. Yutaka, witnessing his assault thwarted and inadvertently redirected towards a comrade, felt a surge of rage wash over him. Attempting to free his captured wrist, he exerted force, yet Uchiha Suki maintained his grip with unwavering strength. He could even sense his chakra gradually depleting from his wrist. In a moment of desperation, Yutaka intensified the release of the tailed beast chakra, the aura surrounding him darkening further, while the tail behind him multiplied to 3. The Six Tails, sensing the excessive absorption of its chakra, began to stir from its slumber. However, despite the increased outpouring of tailed beast chakra, he remained firmly ensnared by Uchiha Suki, who utilized his body as a shield against incoming attacks. As Yutaka observed the shifting gazes of the surrounding mist ninjas, a sense of discomfort morphed into a deeper fury, prompting him to draw even more chakra from within the tailed beast. As the chakra of the tailed beast gradually increased, their outer forms began to shroud their appearances completely. Before long, they transformed into a vivid crimson beast. Uchiha Suki, wielding the Jinchuriki as a shield against the blade, suddenly perceived a faint red glow emanating before him. It was then he noticed that the tailed beast cloak of Yutaka had sprouted 5 tails from its rear, with the tailed beast sphere beginning to coalesce at the corners of its mouth. This was intolerable. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Suki halted his chakra absorption and flung Yutaka away. The tailed beast sphere shot forth towards the distant sea. With a resounding boom, a wave of sound erupted, followed by a rush of seawater and air that surged towards the harbor. The ninjas atop the water were tossed about by the undulating waves, while the mist ninjas charging from the wrecked ship were also halted by the force of the blast. Nonetheless, the conflict at the dock continued unabated. Uchiha Suki leapt backwards, positioning himself between the battlefield on the sea and that at the dock, a gentle smile gracing his face. It seemed the Jinchuriki had succumbed to madness. He too would need to unleash his power. Otherwise, should the frenzied Jinchuriki charge towards the dock, he would be unable to withstand the onslaught. The essence of a man's romance lies in the thrill of bloodshed. Regrettably, with the Jinchuriki now deranged, proper revelry was no longer feasible. As he mused aloud, Uchiha Suki's body began to levitate. Shinra Tensei, having continuously absorbed the chakra of the Jinchuriki, he now found himself in a state of saturation. Yet this exertion drained him by half. Nevertheless, the outcome pleased him. From his body, a repulsive force radiated outward, akin to a sphere cleaved in two. The sea erupted in waves, sending the ninjas standing atop, and the frenzied six-tailed Jinchuriki Yutaka hurtling away in the wake of the overwhelming force. Amid the melee at the dock, another thunderous sound echoed. A mist ninja, witnessing the scene, was overcome with dread, exclaiming, "Lord Hire, one of our ships has been lost." At that moment, a formidable member of the Kagaya clan paused his skirmish with Uchiha Yue, casting his gaze towards the sea. He observed a large vessel, intact yet trembling with the motion of the waves. Initially dismissing it as mere folly, he soon recalled that they had arrived with 2 ships. He shouted, "Why is there only 1 ship now? Quickly, someone, go investigate." Unable to recall the name of the ninja he pointed to, Kagaya, he merely gestured towards him, before resuming his assault on Uchiha Yue with his bone-like weapon. "Yes, Lord Hirai," replied the ninja, dashing towards the sea. After a short distance, he was met with a shocking sight. Fragments of wood floated upon the surface, some pieces bearing the limp forms of one or two comrades, all moaning weakly in despair. This harrowing scene filled him with profound terror, cold sweat breaking out upon his face from sheer fright. At that moment, a translucent shark surged from the depths of the ocean, within which lay two familiar figures. One was the newly appointed member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki, and the other, held in his grasp, was the unconscious boy, the 6th Jinchuriki, Yujidoni. Could even the Jinchuriki and the newly formed ninja swordsman merely evade? The ninja lamented helplessly, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the scene before him. Was this truly within the realm of what ordinary humans could achieve? What kind of entity had they provoked in the hidden mist village? Could they genuinely emerge victorious? Suspended in midair, Uchiha Suki observed the unfolding drama. The recent Shinra Tensei, which had absorbed a substantial portion of his chakra, exhibited a markedly greater force than its previous release. The most evident indicator was the surge in his experience points, which had escalated from a mere fraction to 52%. It appeared that this latest deployment of Shinra Tensei had harvested the remaining, severely injured ninjas in one fell swoop. Another strike or two, and he would attain level 14, drawing ever closer to his objective. On the vessel, only a handful of enemies remained, with merely 20 or so ninjas still standing on the planks in the surface of the sea. Uchiha Suki smiled at the sight before shifting his gaze toward the battlefield at the dock. To his dismay, the remaining mist ninjas had rushed to support their comrades at the dock, resulting in a precarious situation for the Leaf Ninjas. Lord Suki, we cannot hold on much longer. Uchiha Fi shouted toward the heavens. At this moment, he was the only one free to assess the situation, as the Leaf Jonin, whom Suki had rescued moments ago, were periodically glancing in his direction. The circumstances were even graver than he had anticipated. Initially, Uchiha Fi believed that destroying an enemy vessel would significantly demoralize the mist forces, but he was taken aback when the Kagaya clan's warriors, witnessing the destruction of one ship, descended into madness, prompting the 40 remaining mist ninjas on another vessel to join the fray. The current predicament saw Uchiha Fi and the remaining Leaf Jonin reduced to just over 20, while the mist forces at the dock numbered nearly 100. Uchiha Suki, still hovering in the air, recognized the dire situation faced by his comrades at the dock. Activating the power of his Rinnegan, he instantly transported himself behind a mist ninja, plunging his weapon into the heart of his foe. He then noticed Uchiha Fi at the outer edge of the battlefield and once again teleported behind him, calling out urgently, "Retreat." Yes, Lord Suki. The Leaf Jonin understood that the situation had turned unfavorable, and most began to fight their way toward the town. Upon hearing Suki's command to retreat, 2 Jonin seized the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield. "I'll cover you. You must hurry to retreat," Uchiha Suki shouted, fending off the onslaught from the mist forces. The mission had only been partially successful, and the loss of several Jonin had rendered the endeavor less than advantageous. A retreat was imperative. Surround them. Do not let them escape, Kagaya Hirai ordered upon realizing that the Leaf forces intended to withdraw, commanding the Mist Ninjas to encircle the retreating Leaf Ninjas. With a comprehensive understanding of the battlefield, he discerned that the Leaf's ambush comprised elite forces, predominantly Jonin. Should they be completely annihilated, it would nonetheless constitute a significant achievement for him, even if it meant the loss of half their resources. Relying on the greater number of Mist Ninjas, he engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha Yue for over 10 minutes. At one point, he considered rushing to provide assistance. Yet Uchiha Yue obstinately denied him the opportunity. However, as Uchiha Yue prepared to retreat, he was resolute in not allowing him to escape. He remained fixated on him. On the other side, Uchiha Suki observed that most of the Jonin had nearly disengaged from battle, with only Uchiha Yue still entrenched in the fray. While contending with the Mist Ninjas, he kept a vigilant eye on Kagaya Hiraichi. The moment he sensed Kagaya had successfully blocked Uchiha Yue's attack, the power of the Rinnegan activated. Uchiha Suki saw the black rod in his hand poised to pierce the skin, when suddenly, a skeletal form materialized to thwart his ambush. This marked the first instance where his backstab had failed, yet he understood that the Kagaya clan was inherently resistant to physical attacks, rendering such a failure rather commonplace. After all, his intention was not to slay Kagaya Hiraichi, but rather to cover Uchiha Yue's retreat. He cast a glance at Uchiha Yue, signaling him, as he wielded the black rod once more to strike at Kagaya Hiraichi. Simultaneously, Uchiha Yue grasped Uchiha Suki's intent and executed a body flicker technique, appearing beside him. While Uchiha Suki launched his left-hand attack with the black rod, he caught a glimpse of Uchiha Yue materializing behind him, whereupon his right-hand rod vanished as he reached out to grasp Uchiha Yue. His gaze turned to Uchiha Taka, who was stationed at a higher vantage point, ready to assist. As Kagaya Hiraichi prepared to counter the assault of the Black Rod and seize the opportunity for a counterattack, he discovered that the two had abruptly vanished from his sight. Enraged, he bellowed, "Where the hell did they go?" "Lord Hiraichi, they have already vacated the battlefield," replied a mist ninja facing Uchiha Taka. Having spotted the duo materializing not far away, "Pursue them. Do not let them escape." At this moment, he also took note of Uchiha Taka's position, which lay behind the Jonin of Konoha, indicating the imminent withdrawal from combat. Upon their arrival behind Uchiha Taka, Uchiha Suki shouted, "Uchiha Hai, take him with you," gesturing towards Uchiha Taka. Before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha Suki's figure vanished once more, reappearing beside a Jonin closest to the mist. He aided him in fending off attacks while asserting, "Go, I will cover your retreat." The nearby Jonin, seizing the opportunity, began to withdraw. Once he had distanced himself sufficiently to escape the fray, Uchiha Suki activated his ability again, vanishing from his position to assist another Leaf Jonin in repelling the mist's onslaught. The Mist Ninjas aimed to detain the Leaf Ninjas, but all their attempts were thwarted by Uchiha Suki, who systematically facilitated their escape. After a quarter of an hour, the Mist Ninjas realized they could no longer completely encircle them and managed to capture a few Leaf Ninjas who were unable to flee. The remaining 24 Jonin, alongside Uchiha Taka, stood firm, with only a few positioned at the front, while the rest took their place behind Uchiha Suki, facing off against the Mist Ninjas. "You all go ahead. Return to the camp first. Do not concern yourselves with us." Uchiha Suki, alongside several elite shinobi from Konoha, valiantly withstood the onslaught of the Mist Ninjas, contemplating a means for his comrades to escape. However, the relentless use of his ocular techniques had begun to induce a painful strain in his eyes. Casting a glance at his teammates behind him, he resolved to prioritize the withdrawal of the 20 shinobi stationed at the rear. Earlier that day, they had prepared a vessel sufficient to accommodate their entire team on a secluded coastline of the island, ensuring an avenue for retreat should their mission falter. "Very well. Lord Suki, we shall await your return at the camp." Uchiha Hai, perceiving the precariousness of their situation, recognized that remaining would only hinder their progress. He promptly addressed Uchiha Suki, then turned to his fellow teammates, gesturing for them to follow. "Let us depart. Do not impede Lord Suki." With that, the 20 Konoha ninjas swiftly retreated in the designated direction. At this juncture, Kagaya Hirai, standing at the forefront, immediately discerned Uchiha Suki's intention to remain behind and shouted, "Do not let them escape. Pursue them." Observing the intent to pursue his fleeing comrades, Uchiha Suki hesitated before proposing, "Why not allow them to leave? And I shall stay behind? I assure you I will refrain from utilizing my ocular abilities." In his heart, Uchiha Suki was weighing his options. With several elite shinobi still unable to escape, he could not recklessly unleash his powers. If the Mist Ninjas were resolute in their pursuit, his team would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties, leaving only a few to return to the camp. This would render their mission a failure. Conversely, should the Mist Ninjas acquiesce to his request, he could refrain from employing his techniques, resorting instead to hand-to-hand combat, ultimately relying on the abilities of his Rinnegan to evade. "Very well, as you say. It is agreed. Release them. Your life is worth more than all of theirs combined," Kagaya Hirai conceded after a moment's contemplation, instructing his subordinates to free the remaining elite shinobi. Uchiha Suki exchanged a knowing glance with them, prompting their hasty departure to join their fellow 20 comrades. Once the group of Konoha ninjas had distanced themselves, Uchiha Suki found himself encircled by the Mist Ninjas, remaining motionless throughout the ordeal. It was not that he lacked the desire to escape. Rather, he did not place significant value on his reputation. However, upon Kagaya Hirai's agreement to his proposal, the system also sanctioned this request, issuing a new mission. Taking a moment to assess the rewards and penalties, he found the rewards tantalizingly favorable, while the penalties were severe, influencing his mission's outcome. Thus, he resolved to remain. Even without utilizing his Rinnegan abilities, he was confident that, with the system's support, he would not be defeated. Moreover, there was another enticing prospect, the experience points before him. He was certain that upon reaching level 15, he would awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Let the challenge commence. As he watched his comrades gradually vanish from sight, Uchiha Suki's lips curled into a smile, excitement coursing through him as he surveyed the Mist Ninjas surrounding him. Meanwhile, Kagaya Hirai, witnessing Uchiha Suki's unexpected smile, felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. Upon reflection, they were indeed over 100 strong, all converging to confront a single individual, bolstered by the presence of a Jinchuriki and several prodigies. Should they falter, the disgrace would be monumental. Yet, he harbored no concerns that Uchiha Suki would retract his decisions and unleash a formidable technique. After all, the reputation of a ninja holds great significance. A tarnished name would hinder the ability to undertake missions. After much contemplation, nothing substantial emerged. Kagaya Hirai shouted a battle cry, rallying his comrades as he brandished a bone blade and charged at Uchiha Suki. Following his lead, the other mist ninjas, armed with their weapons, surged towards Uchiha Suki. In response, Uchiha Suki grasped two black rods and advanced toward Kagaya Hirai. However, his left eye's Rinnegan had reverted to a normal state of white and black. It was not that he lacked the desire to utilize it, but due to mission constraints, the Rinnegan had been forcibly sealed. Moreover, even absent these restrictions, he had pledged not to employ it, thus its retraction conserved chakra. With the power of his right eye's three-tomo Sharingan, he felt undaunted by the prospect of facing over 100 ninjas. His idol, Madara, had once taken on a coalition of thousands single-handedly. Besides, with the Rinnegan Limited, he was not without advantages. He was equipped with a system. His skill repertoire still contained 8 ninjutsu, all capable of instantaneous activation. While fending off Kagaya Hirai's assault, Uchiha Suki observed him with a smile, beginning to call out the name of a technique. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet. Kagaya Hirai, taken aback by Uchiha Suki's invocation of ninjutsu without forming hand signs, found it perplexing. However, as Uchiha Suki completed his incantation, a water dragon surged forth from behind him, striking down 2 ninjas who had attempted to ambush him, obliterating them instantly. Uchiha Suki's experience points surged by 1%. What say you now? Uchiha Suki taunted, eyeing the furious Kagaya Hirai. You shall pay for this. Kagaya Hirai exclaimed, manifesting a bone spike from his palm and lunging at Uchiha Suki. With a swift maneuver, Uchiha Suki evaded the strike and redirected his focus toward the other ninjas. After all, this adversary was bristling with spikes, resembling a porcupine, rendering any desire to engage physically futile. If Kagaya Hirai was akin to a hedgehog, the other mist ninjas were soft targets, easily manipulated. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy remained unaware of his capabilities, he struck first. Water Style, Water Cannon Technique, forming a pistol gesture with his left hand. A rapid water bullet pierced through an enemy skull. Following this, a powerful kick sent another would-be assailant flying. Not far from the fray, the eager Gazuki Mangetsu observed Uchiha Suki unleashing his family's secret technique, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Grasping his Hiramiki Doryu, he charged toward Uchiha Suki. The surrounding mist ninjas instinctively parted to allow him passage, until he stood directly before Uchiha Suki, shouting, "How do you possess my clan's secret techniques?" Gazing at Gazuki Mangetsu's furious countenance, Uchiha Suki responded with a mysterious smile, "Guess." This only fueled Gazuki Mangetsu's rage further, prompting him to shout in indignation, "Quickly tell me, or I shall take your life." In his grasp, the black blade of the flatfish was now adorned with a shimmering blue chakra aura, indicating his intent to unleash formidable power. Uchiha Suki casually parried the assaults of nearby adversaries, and upon witnessing the spectacle of Kirigakure's Manatsu, his laughter grew louder. Indeed, he was still too young. A mere jest was enough to provoke him into a fervor. "Then come at me. I welcome the challenge. Come, try to slay me." As he spoke, Uchiha Suki silently recited the names of his techniques. This was not a game. There were no buttons to activate his skills. He could only utter them aloud or mentally invoke them to unleash their power, while a silent invocation could facilitate a stealthy attack. Voicing the incantation amid physical combat would strike a greater psychological blow to his foe. Notably, he had the freedom to choose the direction of his skill's release. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Release, Water Clone Technique. A water dragon, augmented by passive enhancements, emerged from Uchiha Suki's vicinity, larger than the usual manifestation, surging directly toward Kirigakure's Manatsu. Confounded by the absence of hand seals, Manatsu, wielding the luminescent flatfish, quickly reacted, raising his weapon to defend. However, the water dragon did not strike him directly. Instead, it veered sharply, targeting 2 ordinary ninjas beside him. From the dragon's tail, a water clone, mirroring Uchiha Suki, detached and lunged with a black rod aimed at Manatsu's chest. Upon realizing he might not withstand the onslaught, Manatsu was momentarily bewildered by the dragon's unexpected maneuver. The imminent thrust of the water clone with the black rod intensified his dread. The weapon pierced through the gaps, striking Manatsu squarely in the chest. A sharp sound resonated as the black rod penetrated his form, revealing that Manatsu had instinctively activated his family's secret technique, the water transformation technique. It was a revelation that Uchiha Suki had discovered after methodically unleashing all his skills. Water element ninjutsu, when released simultaneously, would amalgamate, aided by the passive manipulation that allowed him to control the timing of their detachment. Observing Manatsu's startled expression, Uchiha Suki noted the evident impact of his assault. With his hands gripping the flatfish, Manatsu retaliated against the water clone, revealing that this prodigious child of the mist had indeed suffered a setback. Yet, this was merely a casual combination of two techniques from Uchiha Suki. He had no intention of dwelling on Manatsu's plight. The clone's duty was fulfilled. It was not yet time to deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, despite Manatsu's status as a genius, even with the ability to command 7 ninja blades at will, he remained simply a prodigy, not a true powerhouse. The rewards for slaying a formidable opponent far surpassed those for vanquishing a mere genius. 15 minutes later, Uchiha Suki, with his 3-tomo Sharingan, had evaded most attacks, yet amidst the chaos of battle, he had inevitably fallen prey to a sneak assault, leaving a deep, gaping wound on his back that exposed bone. Similarly, through relentless effort over the past fortnight, the chakra within him has undergone a profound transformation compared to before. Yet, it remains insufficiently enduring. Following numerous releases of this quarter-hour skill, his reserves have nearly been depleted. The abilities of the Hungry Ghost Path, restricted by the limitations imposed on his Rinnegan, hinder his recovery. This particular setback inflicts significant pain upon him. Nevertheless, Uchiha Suki does not succumb to despair. During this fleeting moment, he has utilized his black rod and unexpected skills to eliminate over 30 mist ninjas. His experience points surged to an impressive 97%, leaving merely 3% until his next upgrade. The situation has become quite dire. While contemplating this, Uchiha Suki keenly observes the remaining mist ninjas surrounding him. Previously, he had capitalized on their numbers to evade formidable foes such as Kagaya Hyuga and Kisame Hashigaki. However, as he dispatches the more vulnerable enemies, the remaining weaklings have been strategically positioned by Kagaya to encircle him, thwarting his efforts to swiftly eliminate them. If only he had access to his Rinnegan. Gazing at the surrounding weaklings, Uchiha Suki reminisces about the unique abilities of his Rinnegan, an exceptional tool for dispatching foes, sadly sealed by the system. He harbors a lingering suspicion that the system's sealing of his Rinnegan stems from his initial disdain for its skills, and that it has held a grudge ever since. Just as Uchiha Suki selects a target he deems to be a soft target, a sense of impending danger permeates his mind. He raises his gaze to behold a translucent bubble, the size of a basketball, drifting ominously above him. Realization strikes. The Jinchuriki has awakened. This is the special water release foam technique belonging to the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yutaka. This jutsu remains etched in his memory from the original work, akin to Daidara's exploding clay, capable of detonation. More crucially, this technique can combine with the Six Tails' unique acidic solution, amplifying its potency. In a swift motion, he leaps away from the basketball-sized foam. And at that very moment, Yutaka commands the bubble to explode nearby. Fortunately, he narrowly avoids the blast. Uchiha Suki watches as 2 mist ninjas, unable to evade in time, are struck by the acidic solution released upon the bubble's detonation. One ninja's face begins to corrode as he stands there, hands clutching his visage in agony, rendered powerless. The other, more fortunate, suffers only a minor injury to his arm, the skin corroded in a limited area. He grits his teeth to suppress any cries of pain. Yet his combat effectiveness plummets. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Uchiha Suki bursts into laughter. 2 jonin incapacitated so effortlessly? Yutaka truly proves to be an exceptional ally. Spotting Yutaka standing not far away, beaming at him, he shouts, "Thank you, Yutaka." As he speaks, he brandishes his black rod and lunges toward the jonin clutching his face, striking directly at his heart. Observing the rise of his experience by 2%, he swiftly brandished the black rod and lunged toward another injured jonin. Nearby, the mist ninja, having recovered from the explosion, hastily grasped his weapon to assist in warding off Uchiha Suki's assault, but he was a moment too late. Uchiha Suki, with a mischievous grin, declared, "You're too late." The jonin managed to parry the attack aimed at his right arm, yet, despite his injury, he could not evade Uchiha Suki's left hand. which thrust another black rod directly into his chest. The anguished cries of the fallen enemy faded, accompanied by the familiar voice of the system echoing in Uchiha Suki's mind. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 14. An invisible wave of energy radiated from Uchiha Suki's being. The enemies surrounding him felt a refreshing breeze wash over them, alleviating the tension that had gripped their hearts. The mist ninja standing behind Uchiha Suki distinctly witnessed the moment the once grievous wound on his back miraculously healed in an instant. He rubbed his eyes, convinced he had misperceived the scene, only to find the injury had genuinely vanished. Bewilderment painted his expression. Thank you, Yutaka, Uchiha Suki exclaimed joyfully to the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, his gratitude evident. He was a man of manners, after all, especially towards a comrade who had significantly aided his ascension. Yutaka recalled his recent experience of being pulled into the mental space by the Six Tails, where he received extensive guidance from the beast. He had come to comprehend the extraordinary nature of Uchiha Suki's eyes. However, upon awakening, he noticed that Suki's Rinnegan was absent, prompting him to seize the opportunity to ambush. The embarrassment of injuring a teammate after a failed surprise attack was already a blow to his pride as a Jinchuriki, and now Uchiha Suki's thanks felt like mockery. Anger surged within him. Ignoring the Six Tails' advice, he intensified the extraction of tailed beast chakra from within, sprouting 3 additional tails. He refused to believe that Uchiha Suki could surpass him without the Rinnegan. As Uchiha Suki defended against his opponents, Yutaka recognized this as his chance. Positioned high above, he exerted force with his foot, causing a small section of the ground beneath him to collapse. He propelled himself forward in an instant. Yet, the outcome mirrored his previous attempt. Uchiha Suki seized his wrist, having kept a vigilant watch on him. What is this? Are you not satisfied? Uchiha Suki remarked, holding Yutaka's wrist firmly while feeling the resistance in his struggle. With a smile, he regarded the boy, who appeared to be around 10 years old, and seemed quite indignant. Uchiha Suki pondered that if he were in Yutaka's position, he too would feel anger and refuse to accept such derision. At their similar ages, neither would back down easily. Although Uchiha Suki had grasped Yutaka's wrist, the absence of the Rinnegan's suppressive influence allowed Yutaka to muster his strength and break free. This newfound freedom visibly brightened Yutaka's demeanor. Moreover, he sensed that Uchiha Suki's loss of the Rinnegan significantly diminished the pressure he exerted, reducing it by nearly 90% compared to their last encounter. This time, I shall defeat you. After coming to this realization, a smile crept across Yutaka's cheeks, unfazed by the gazes of the surrounding mist ninjas. Excitedly, he addressed Uchiha Suki, launching an attack with a martial technique that was, in Suki's eyes, rather unsightly. As long as you are happy, Uchiha Suki casually replied, effortlessly parrying Yutaka's strikes. He cast a peculiar glance at the mist ninjas encircling him, who refrained from attacking, and then at the exhilarated Yutaka, who continued his onslaught. Was this a deliberate strategy to exhaust the Jinchuriki first? As the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, Yutaka was endowed with the formidable powers of the tailed beast, which significantly enhanced his physical strength, speed, and resilience to damage. Each punch directed at Uchiha Suki bore the unique corrosive quality of the tailed beast's chakra. Consequently, with every evasion of Yutaka's blows, Uchiha Suki found himself expending more chakra to counteract the corrosive effects. It was only after enduring several of Yutaka's assaults that he became aware of this alarming reality. This situation was untenable. Although Uchiha Suki possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan, which allowed him to deftly defend against Yutaka's attacks, he noticed that the mist ninjas who had previously surrounded him had retreated a meter, weapons at the ready. Observing him warily, who orchestrated this? Continuing on this path would be detrimental to him. Hypothetically, should he eliminate the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, he would undoubtedly gain substantial experience. Yet, no amount of experience could equate to an immediate level up. Moreover, even if he succeeded, his chakra reserves would be nearly depleted, leading to the inevitable failure of his mission. The thought of this realization troubled Uchiha Suki. However, an opportunity soon presented itself, courtesy of Yutaka. As Uchiha Suki grasped Yutaka's right hook with his left hand, he was taken aback to find that Yutaka was not attempting to break free, but instead launched a left punch towards Suki's face. In that moment, Uchiha Suki seized both of Yutaka's fists, a smile blossoming on his face. Water release, great waterfall technique, he swiftly uttered, invoking the sole high-level ninjutsu in his arsenal. He directed the technique diagonally forward from beneath his feet, sending Yutaka hurtling away in a torrent of water. Uchiha Suki watched with a smile as Yutaka was swept away. Even waving goodbye, all the while noting the incredulous look in Yutaka's eyes. Uchiha Suki was aware that this high-level water release technique was indeed formidable, particularly against ordinary ninjas with low resistance. However, against a Jinchuriki clad in the tailed beast's cloak, it was likely akin to a mere scratch. Yet, this was precisely the outcome he desired, a reprieve from Yutaka's proximity. As Yutaka was carried off by the rushing waters, the mist ninjas witnessed their Jinchuriki being swept away and hastily pursued him, while those positioned closer to Uchiha Suki brandished their weapons and charged at him. With enemies drawing nearer, Uchiha Suki found this result exactly as he had hoped. These mist ninjas resembled mere minions from a game, though possessing considerable strength. He could not escape the fate of merely offering experience to others. The abundant chakra flowing within him endowed Uchiha Moon with a significant sense of confidence. With a black staff in his right hand, he navigated through the throng in a seemingly erratic manner while casually deflecting the attacks of his adversaries. Uchiha Moon sensed a hint of his idol's essence in his movements, yet felt something was still lacking. As he reminisced about his idol's graceful dance, an enemy's katana swung toward his face, which he evaded effortlessly by sidestepping. Observing the blade flash past him, a realization dawned upon him. The black staff in his hand dissolved into nothingness, and he seized the enemy's wrist with his left hand, snatching the katana from their grasp with his right. The razor-sharp blade glided across the enemy's neck, and as the crimson streams of blood erupted, he experienced an epiphany. This was the sensation he had been seeking. After enduring the battle for so long, it was only at this moment, as the blade cut through flesh and blood flowed freely, that he truly entered his element. Upon grasping the katana, Uchiha Moon felt as though he had unlocked something within himself, perhaps certain skills. A smile graced his face as he gently caressed the blade. This sensation was peculiar, unlike any previous encounters with the katana. It felt as though this weapon was destined for him, rather than the so-called black staff. It was the first time in his life that holding a katana evoked such a feeling. Although Shui had previously wielded a katana, this time felt entirely different, as if he had finally come into his own. With the katana in hand, he confronted a mist ninja jonin who had been his steadfast adversary, one he had yet to defeat. Gripping the katana, he charged at his foe, aiming for the enemy's chest before the weapon could inflict a fatal blow. As he executed the Uchiha-style sword technique, Flame Leap, the moment the katana struck the enemy's chest, the seasoned mist jonin, overconfident in his battle experience, anticipated only a minor injury. With a dismissive expression, he prepared to retaliate, intending to trade wounds. However, he did not foresee the price he would pay for his arrogance. The instant the blade made contact with his body, he felt an intense heat surging through his chest. Lowering his gaze, he discovered the wound was charred black, his heart exposed and seared. Yet, he felt no pain. In disbelief, he looked up at Uchiha Moon one last time before collapsing to the ground. This technique was one he had discovered within the Uchiha arsenal, a ninjutsu style reminiscent of the katana techniques he had taught Shui. However, this particular move had not appeared in the original narrative. It was a technique employed by Shui in Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Storm Revolution. Disregarding the dying enemy's gaze, Uchiha Moon observed the depletion of the enemy's health bar and promptly kicked the lifeless body into the arms of another foe. His right Sharingan reflected the movements of an adversary as he effortlessly parried their attacks. Although dozens of mist elite remained on the battlefield, only 2 or 3 were truly capable of engaging Uchiha Moon in combat. Moreover, he had consistently employed the body flicker technique to evade formidable adversaries. For over 20 minutes, he had dispatched more than 30 soft targets amidst the throng, yet his encounters with true warriors had been minimal. However, this time he realized that evasion was no longer an option. Perhaps it was due to the sheer number of foes he had eliminated, or possibly because he had sent a Jinchuriki flying. Regardless, he could now perceive 3 figures, Kisame Hashigaki, Mangetsu, and Kagaya Hirai, gradually converging upon him from 3 different directions within the crowd. This was problematic. It seemed that stealth was no longer viable. Sensing that he still possessed a substantial reserve of chakra, approximately 80%, he resolved to attempt a ninjutsu that had previously failed due to insufficient chakra. He grasped his katana in his right hand, positioning the blade horizontally before him, while his left hand glided along the blade from the hilt to the tip. As he traced his fingers along its surface, flames began to leap forth from the blade, until, upon completing the motion, his katana transformed into a flaming sword. The flames danced along the blade, gently swayed by the breeze. This technique was named the Uchiha Flowing Flame Sword. True to its name, the weapon bore persistent flame. This technique had been developed by Uchiha Suki based on the Uchiha flowing sword's leap of flame during his instruction of Shursui. The continuous output of chakra allowed the flames to linger on the blade for an extended duration. When the flaming blade struck an opponent, the flames would remain upon the wound, akin to a magical fire enchantment, much like Amaterasu, inflicting ongoing burns upon the enemy. Once the ninjutsu took form, Uchiha Suki noted that the three adversaries were still several paces away. He decided to test the waters. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of flames, and struck one of the enemy's swords. The opponent managed to parry the fiery assault, but before he could react, he found the flames igniting upon his weapon. The fire then rapidly spread towards his grip on the hilt. In a panic, he attempted to sever his connection with his katana. Yet Uchiha Suki's blade moved in tandem with his, resulting in a direct collision of their weapons. Realizing he could not escape the weapon's grasp, and feeling the searing heat of the flames, the enemy relinquished his hold on the katana and attempted to retreat, as ample space lay behind him due to the need to yield to the three esteemed figures. However, Uchiha Suki had already anticipated this retreat the moment the adversary exerted force to leap back. In that instant, he executed another technique in conjunction with the body flicker technique. The Uchiha flowing gale sword materialized behind the enemy, and with his flaming blade, he delivered a diagonal slash towards his foe's back. The fiery blade expanded outward, transforming into a colossal flaming sword that cleaved through the opponent's back. The enemy could not escape the clutches of death, and he was promptly converted into 2% experience for Uchiha Suki. After executing this technique, Uchiha Suki found the sensation oddly familiar. He had managed to backstab an enemy even without the power of the Sharingan. The Gale Sword technique resembles his ability to deliver instantaneous kills. However, it demands greater energy and can only be executed at close range. Otherwise, the body flicker technique may fail to bring him behind the enemy. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the body flicker technique, Uchiha Suki approached a distant mist ninja. Armed with his flame blade, he swiftly struck before the adversary could react, cleaving open his chest. Uchiha Suki could almost sense the flesh beneath the enemy's exposed skin being charred by the flames, and a savory aroma wafted from the wound to his nostrils. While three enemies still maintained a distance, Uchiha Suki, relying on his intuitive grasp and the advantages bestowed by his three-tomo Sharingan, dispatched several surrounding mist ninjas with lethal efficiency. Meanwhile, Kagaya Hiraichi, positioned behind him, witnessed one of his subordinates fall in an instant. Alarmed, he shouted, "Stand aside." The two mist ninjas in front of him promptly cleared a path. While the two engaged with Uchiha Suki yielded their positions to Kisame Hashigaki and Aoigetsu Mangetsu. Kisame Hashigaki, an elite jonin of the Hashigaki clan, a prodigy capable of wielding 7 ninja blades, currently wielded the formidable sword Samahata, embodying at least the prowess of a jonin. Observing these three, Uchiha Suki realized that the gravest danger of this ambush mission had arrived. Without the Rinnegan, could he truly prevail against them? It seemed a daunting prospect. For the first time, he sensed the gravity of his predicament. Kagaya Hiraichi resembled a hedgehog. Aoigetsu Mangetsu was immune to physical attacks, requiring lightning-based techniques to counter. And Kisame Hashigaki, with his vast chakra reserves and living weapon, posed a formidable challenge. Without the Rinnegan, he struggled to conceive any means to overcome the trio. It appeared inevitable that he would be vanquished, perhaps even perish here. Upon first encountering this mission, Uchiha Suki anticipated facing such a scenario. Yet, past missions had never presented him with a situation of unavoidable death. Surely, there must be a way. Perhaps the opportunity had yet to reveal itself. If you choose to surrender now, I might allow you to keep your remains intact. What do you say? Give it some thought. The three surrounded Uchiha Suki without attacking immediately. Kagaya Hiraichi, standing before him, addressed him while eyeing his chin. Though he understood that surrender was not a viable option, he felt compelled to utter the words. As Uchiha Suki pondered, he heard this remark and fixed an unusual gaze upon Kagaya Hiraichi, refraining from responding to his inquiry. What is that look in your eyes? Kagaya Hiraichi, noticing Uchiha Suki's prolonged silence, instinctively glanced into his eyes, realizing he was being regarded with an unusual expression, reminiscent of the disdain he had once directed towards others. Anger surged within him. I cannot discern whether you are truly foolish or merely pretending to dare gaze directly into my eyes. Do you think the illusions of the Uchiha clan are to be taken lightly? The opportunity for Jinjutsu had presented itself, as Uchiha Suki had not anticipated that Kagaya Hiraichi would dare to meet his gaze simply because he had remained silent. Without hesitation, he unleashed a Jinjutsu upon him. Moreover, This illusion was not merely conjured through the ordinary power of the three-tomo Sharingan. When Uchiha Suki employed the three-tomo Sharingan to unleash the Genjutsu, he subconsciously tapped into the abilities of the Rinnegan and astonishingly found success. It seems that the incapacity to wield the Rinnegan's powers does not imply the absence of its ocular strength. Meanwhile, other ninjas observed Kagaya Hirai still conversing with Uchiha Suki, only to suddenly collapse to the ground. On the other side, Kakashi Kisame and Aogetsu Mizuki, upon witnessing Kagaya Hirai fall right after speaking, turned to see the crimson Sharingan of Uchiha Suki and quickly grasped the situation. A wave of different thoughts began to stir within them. It was truly mind-boggling. They could not fathom why the Mizukage had appointed him as the leader. What a fool, muttered Aogetsu Mizuki. He held a deep disdain for the Kagaya clan, believing them to be mere brutes who knew nothing but violence. Such mindless individuals were unworthy of leading a team. As he spoke, he infused his Hiramiki sword with chakra and swung it toward Uchiha Suki. Kakashi Kisame, positioned opposite Aogetsu Mizuki, immediately signaled the ninjas behind Kagaya Hirai to assist in dispelling the Genjutsu. He too raised his great sword, Samahata, and charged at Uchiha Suki. The simultaneous assaults from both Kakashi Kisame and Aogetsu Mizuki, along with the ninjas dragging Kagaya Hirai away and the increasing distance from him, were all reflected in his three-tomo Sharingan. He realized he could only attempt to use ninjutsu, understanding the necessity to seize an opportunity for a counterattack. Uchiha Suki knew that relying on the water clone technique, without the support of equipment and after multiple studies, would merely waste chakra. The shadow clone technique was no different. It was difficult to ascertain who was weaker or stronger between the two. However, it was evident that Aogetsu Mizuki, being younger, lacked experience, and was thus more susceptible to being outmaneuvered. With his Uchiha-style Gale Blade in hand, he directed his fiery blade towards Aogetsu Mizuki, utilizing the body flicker technique to swiftly appear behind him, aiming to strike with his flame-infused blade. As Aogetsu Mizuki noticed Uchiha Suki's chin aimed at him, he realized he had been singled out. Anticipating the attack, he raised his Hiramiki sword to shield himself, while his body began to liquefy. Uchiha Suki saw his fiery blade halted by the Hiramiki sword. The flames he had summoned dissipated by the chakra of the blade, rendering his flames more akin to Amaterasu than the true Amaterasu. He sighed inwardly but was not deterred. He swiftly kicked towards Aogetsu Mizuki's back, attempting to launch him away, only to pass right through him. Aogetsu Mizuki transformed entirely into liquid, collapsing to the ground, leaving only his weapon-wielding hands behind. Truly, a prodigy of the Mist Village. Witnessing this spectacle, Uchiha Suki felt he had underestimated Aogetsu Mizuki. Meanwhile, Kakashi Kisame, seeing Uchiha Suki poised for a backstab, intended to use Samahata to aid in defense. But before he could act, he realized the offensive had been entirely neutralized by Aogetsu Mizuki, a smile breaking across his face. However, the movements of his hands did not cease despite the attack being neutralized. Opposite him, Uchiha Suki caught sight of the large sword, Samahata, hurtling towards him, a wave of familiarity washing over him. This was a technique he knew well, as the pufferfish demon from Suigetsu's realm had often employed it to ambush him. Grasping the flame blade in his right hand, he swung it toward the incoming Samahata. The two blades clashed, and Suki staggered back half a step from the force of the impact. In that moment of collision, he observed the spines along Samahata's blade retracting by half due to the flames engulfing it. Yet, the encounter was not over. The liquid form of the ghost lantern, Mangetsu, witnessed Uchiha Suki's slight retreat and immediately rose from the water's surface, brandishing the Hiramiki blade aimed at Suki's left waist, intent on delivering a devastating blow. However, such a subtle maneuver could not escape the scrutiny of Suki's Sharingan. As the Hiramiki blade descended, a dark rod materialized from Suki's left palm, meeting the thick edge of the Hiramiki in a fierce collision. Mangetsu, taken aback by the ease with which his calculated strike was deflected, stood up, undeterred. With a smile directed at Uchiha Suki, retreating backwards with an air of confidence. Witnessing his smile and retreat, Suki's instincts heightened. This individual, having been thwarted in his ambush, still managed to smile. He was either concealing a follow-up attack or was simply a fool. Yet, it was evident that Mangetsu could not be a fool. Following his gaze, Suki's thoughts raced behind him. Realizing this, he refrained from turning to look. He had no allies at present. Turning to glance behind him could very well be a trap set by Mangetsu. Moreover, he was not obligated to engage in battle with either Mangetsu or Kisame. He was here to harvest experience. In an instant, Suki utilized the body flicker technique, moving diagonally forward into the gap between them. A mist ninja surged into the fray. As he appeared beside the mist shinobi, his blade sliced across the enemy's chest, and a loud explosion erupted from the spot where he had just stood. Turning around, he recognized a familiar figure materializing in that location. "Again, you?" he exclaimed, finding the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, Yagura, standing where he had just been. The explosion had been the result of Yagura's bubble technique. Suki had anticipated that Kisame and Mangitsu would be unable to stop him. Especially since Kagaya's enhanced illusion was not easily dispelled, this was a prime opportunity for him to reap experience. However, he had not expected this Jinchuriki to charge at him. Furthermore, Suki felt as though Yagura's gaze was intent on devouring him. "Shouldn't you be hiding like a good child? Do you wish to be beaten?" Suki remarked casually. Yagura, now around 10 years of age, must have been dispatched by the third Mizukage to gain battlefield experience. To Suki, this presented a golden opportunity. A child, easily provoked, could become uncontrollable, and if that happened, he would make for a splendid ally. "You are the child. I will tear you apart." The Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yuka, exclaimed with fury. Initially, he had intended to showcase his prowess, only to be swiftly knocked unconscious by Uchiha Suki, who then repeatedly sent him flying. At this juncture, Yuka's concerns dissipated. His sole desire was to vanquish Uchiha Suki and eliminate him entirely. He raised a small horn to his lips, from which a cascade of bubbles erupted, swiftly drifting towards Uchiha Suki. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Suki chuckled. Indeed, children are easily excitable. He effortlessly evaded the bubbles. Yet the mist ninjas behind him were not so fortunate. "Scatter!" shouted Kisame Hashigaki, realizing that the Jinchuriki's interference was unforeseen. He had always perceived Yuka as a rather aloof individual, but it was surprising to see him easily provoked. Observing Yuka's demeanor, Kisame understood that if the Jinchuriki continued unchecked, it could lead to repercussions for him, given their already tenuous relationship. Best to create some distance to avoid collateral damage. He then prepared to coordinate with Hozuki Mangitsu to assist Yuka in subduing Uchiha Suki. What once was a 6-meter radius of engagement quickly expanded to over 10 meters. The surrounding mist ninjas felt the need to distance themselves from the frenzied Jinchuriki, for should a bubble inadvertently strike, the consequences would be dire. With the area now more open, Uchiha Suki found his mobility greatly enhanced. He eschewed ninjutsu, utilizing a body flicker technique to dodge the bubble attack, reappearing directly beside Yuka. He brandished his flame blade, aiming a downward strike at Yuka's head. With a resounding clang, Yuka managed to block the attack with his horn, which was enveloped in the tailed beast chakra. The flames along the blade were likewise thwarted. However, Uchiha Suki was acutely aware that the importance lay not in the blocked attack, but in inciting the Jinchuriki to rage. He quickly launched 3 or 4 more strikes, all of which Yuka successfully parried. Just as Uchiha Suki was about to speak, Hozuki Mangitsu and Kisame charged in, weapons at the ready. "We're here to assist you," Kisame called out to Yuka, slashing at Uchiha Suki's shoulder with his Samahada. Yet, every move was laid bare to Uchiha Suki's Sharingan. Gazing at the blade of Samahada, Uchiha Suki recognized that if struck, the serrated edge could cleave him in two. As he prepared to parry with his katana, he turned only to find Yuka grasping the blade with both hands. Left with no choice, Uchiha Suki raised his left hand in front of him, palm facing Kisame, as a black rod emerged to barely intercept the attack. "Are you still exerting force?" Uchiha Suki felt the pressure from the black rod, resisting the oncoming strike. "How will you block this attack?" Yuka, his anger dissipating, smiled at Uchiha Suki, poised before him. He grasped the katana in Uchiha Suki's right hand, while the attack from Kisame Hashigaki was thwarted by the black staff in Uchiha Suki's left hand. He could hardly believe that Uchiha Suki possessed a third hand capable of countering the assault from Hozuki Mangitsu. Upon hearing Hitaka's words, Uchiha Suki understood that there was another presence on the field. However, he only had the Sharingan in his right eye, which allowed him to perceive the attacks from the two adversaries on his right. Yet, without the Rinnegan in his left eye, he was left with mere ordinary vision, devoid of the foresight that the Sharingan afforded, thus rendering him unable to predict Hozuki Mangitsu's strike from the left. How could he defend himself? The water clone technique. At that very moment, he turned his head and noticed the faint smirk on Hitaka's lips. Uchiha Suki smiled in return, swiftly uttering the name of his technique. Though the water clone served little purpose, it could certainly assist in deflecting an attack. To the left of Uchiha Suki, Hozuki Mangitsu gripped the merged Hiramakiri with both hands, the massive blade descending towards Uchiha Suki's head. Yet, Before the blade could make contact, a puddle of water appeared beside Uchiha Suki, instantaneously transforming into his likeness. Arms crossed above his head, blocking the attack from the Hiramakiri. In that moment of diversion, his right foot propelled towards Hataka's chest. Hataka, in response, kicked back at Uchiha Suki. However, Uchiha Suki's aim was not to send Hataka flying. Instead, as his foot connected with Hataka's, he released his grip on the katana, leveraging the momentum to leap backward. Simultaneously, the weakened water clone was cleaved in two by the Hiramakiri in Gazuki Mangetsu's hands. The Samehada in Kisame Hashigaki's grasp, now unimpeded by the black staff, struck the ground with force, creating a deep crater. And not even a speck of dust? Uchiha Suki performed a graceful 360-degree flip in the air, landing gently a few meters away from the trio, brushing himself off, only to discover that not a single grain of dust clung to him. In the dim light, even the slightest speck would have been conspicuous. The three men discerned the underlying implication in Uchiha Suki's words, which irked both the typically amiable Gazuki Mangetsu and Kisame Hashigaki, not to mention the already ruffled Hataka. Are you implying that we are incompetent? Hataka shouted angrily at Uchiha Suki. Uchiha Suki offered no reply, merely folding his arms and smiling at him. Hataka, recognizing the meaning behind Uchiha Suki's demeanor, fell silent, his expression darkening as he intensified the absorption of tailed beast chakra within him. Uchiha Suki watched as Hataka knelt on the ground, transforming into a small-tailed beast cloaked in dark red. His heart swelled with delight. How simple. Seeing Hataka now resembling a diminutive tailed beast lying on the ground, Kisame Hashigaki and Gazuki Mangetsu exchanged glances, both sensing that the situation was turning dire. The surrounding mist ninjas, having kept their distance, observed Hataka sprawled on the ground with three chakra tails swaying behind him, hastily retreated even further, widening the already expansive perimeter. As the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, Guizhong Manue sensed an unsettling atmosphere and called out into the mist, "Where is Hirai Kazuki? Does it truly take so long to dispel an illusion?" He suspected that Kagaya Hirai Kazuki was hiding in the shadows, reluctant to emerge. This thoughtless leader was allowing the Jinchuri to reach the brink of madness while remaining concealed. Uchiha Suki, upon hearing Guizhong Manue's outcry, felt a smile blooming on his face. For his enhanced illusion was not so easily dispelled. While it was referred to as the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, in essence, it was an illusion released through the Rinnegan, merely utilizing the Sharingan as a medium. This illusion could only be undone by Uchiha Suki himself or by someone with a resolute mind capable of eroding the residual ocular power within them. Otherwise, it was impossible to break free. To diminish the Jinjutsu's influence would require at least 12 hours of torment, by which time the individual would be utterly incapacitated. From the side of Uchiha Suki, a ninja, who had just taken Hirai Kazuki away, emerged and addressed Guizhong Manue. "Lord Guizhong, we have attempted numerous methods to dispel this illusion, but to no avail. Lord Hirai is still lying in the back. How can this be? It is merely an illusion." Guizhong Manue and Kisame Hashigaki exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing the mist ninja's words. Even if it was an illusion released by the Sharingan, surely disrupting or interfering with the chakra flow of the afflicted should suffice to break it. "We have tried, but we cannot dispel it." The mist ninja, in a state of urgency, hastily retreated, having noticed that Yagao was beginning to stir. The ground beneath them began to sink. Both Kisame Hashigaki and Guizhong Manue felt the earth beneath them shift, prompting them to glance at Yagao. "Kisame, are you all right? Can we assist you?" Yagao's once normal eyes had transformed into beastly slits, fixated intently on Uchiha Suki, with chakra surging wildly from his hands and feet, pressing forcefully against the ground. "I am coming." Despite his current state, the furious Yagao retained a shred of rationality, responding to Kisame's inquiry. With renewed force, he pressed down, creating a massive indentation in the ground, causing both men to struggle to maintain their balance. In an instant, Yagao lunged toward Uchiha Suki. Uncertain if the black staff could control the tailed beast without the Rinnegan, Uchiha Suki pondered this as he retrieved another black staff with his right hand. Having lost his katana, given that the yin-yang release from the Rinnegan represented a form of six-paths technique, it should, in theory, enable him to control the tailed beast upon striking it. This was a natural counter, but with his Rinnegan forcibly shut down, he had no access to ocular techniques and was unsure if he could manage it without the Rinnegan synergy. Nevertheless, he resolved to find out when the opportunity arose. His right eye, adorned with the three-tomo Sharingan, perceived every movement of Yagao as he lunged forward. With a deft sidestep, Uchiha Suki evaded the attack, the two passing each other in a fleeting moment of eye contact. As Yugao's entire body surged past him, his deep crimson tails lashed out towards Uchiha Suki's side. Yet, he was still effortlessly seen through by Uchiha Suki, who raised both hands to block with the dark staff. After Yutaka landed, in just a few fleeting seconds, he lunged at Uchiha Suki multiple times, all of which were deftly evaded. Under the illumination, it was evident that Uchiha Suki remained entirely unscathed. Not even a wrinkle in his attire. Is this all you're capable of? You haven't even touched my clothes, Uchiha Suki remarked casually, observing Yutaka, who stood 2 meters away. Yutaka remained silent, but an additional tail sprouted from his back, and the dark red cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloping him grew denser. With a clang, he reversed the grip on the black staff, barely managing to parry the blade extending from Kisame's weapon. I've seen it all. Uchiha Suki turned his gaze toward the shark-like figure of Kisame Hashigaki and addressed him. While evading Yutaka's attacks, his eyes instinctively noted the positions of Kisame and Ao. Will you evade this time? With a swift motion, Ao appeared behind Uchiha Suki, leaping gracefully through the air. In his hand, the Hiramakiri glowed with a blue radiance. And a chakra sphere, a meter in diameter, formed at the blade's edge, aimed directly at Uchiha Suki's back. Before Ao could finish his sentence, Uchiha Suki felt a sharp pain emerge from behind. There was no time to run. If he employed the water clone technique now, it would result in both the clone and himself being cleaved in two. However, he was not limited to just the water clone skill. The previous use of the water clone was sufficient, but now it was inadequate. Therefore, he invoked the water release, water dragon bullet. Quickly uttering the technique's name, he summoned a water dragon that emerged from behind him, colliding directly with the chakra sphere of Ao's weapon. The two techniques countered each other, causing Ao to land on the ground. Simultaneously, Yutaka, who had sprouted 4 tails, lunged at Uchiha Suki with nearly 3 times the speed of before. Yet, that speed was still insufficient. Yutaka's form was sharply reflected in the 3 Tomo Sharingan's pupils. The black staff vanished from Uchiha Suki's grasp as Yutaka charged toward him. Uchiha Suki slightly leaned to the side, seizing Yutaka's right wrist with his right hand. Then, utilizing the force of inertia, he hurled Yutaka toward Kisame. This time, he had successfully grasped Yutaka's wrist and sent him flying. In truth, Uchiha Suki was taking a gamble, feeling a twinge of anxiety in his heart. But he had to act. Only by making the Jinchuriki feel humiliated and enraged could he hope to complete this mission flawlessly. Fortunately, this time, his gamble paid off. As Yutaka soared through the air, he caught sight of the smile on Uchiha Suki's face. His sense of pride shattered. He realized that 3 of them were attacking a single person, and he was the 6 tails Jinchuriki. After several encounters, they had not even grazed their opponent's body. And yet here he was, the Jinchuriki, being tossed away like a rag doll. The more he dwelled on this, the angrier he became. He no longer wished to hold back. For the sake of his pride, he intensified the absorption of tailed beast chakra. Before he could land, he had already vanished entirely, transformed into a dark crimson beast. With a tail of the same hue swaying behind, Yugao's appearance startled the dry persimmon Zetsu, who quickly sought refuge upon witnessing such a sight. He had encountered this state back in the village. It was a manifestation devoid of reason. He certainly did not wish to attract the attention of the Jinchuriki. Uchiha Suki observed Yugao's transformation with a smile, reveling in the success of his scheme. Yet, with opportunity came an ominous sense of urgency. Nearby, the ghostly figure of Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu, noted that Yugao had morphed into a smaller-tailed beast, all 4s planted firmly on the ground, saturated in a rich, dark crimson chakra, rendering his human form unrecognizable. 6 tails flowed majestically from his back, and atop his head sprouted dark crimson beastly ears, leaving only a pair of all-white eyes and sharp teeth visible. Uchiha Suki felt a pang of concern as Yugao's unyielding white gaze locked onto him. Just moments ago, the Jinchuriki had been in a similar state, yet at that time, he wielded the Rinnegan, effortlessly controlling the Jinchuriki. Now, however, he was merely a middle-ranked ninja endowed with a single Sharingan adorned with 3 Tomo. After exchanging glances with Yugao's ghostly white eyes, Suki contemplated whether he could employ the 3 Tomo to cast an illusion and manipulate the Jinchuriki. Yet, it was evident that he had failed. Even with the enhancement bestowed by the Rinnegan, he was still limited to the inherent power of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. While sufficient for ordinary individuals, it proved inadequate against a Jinchuriki. Only through the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan could he hope to elevate his ocular prowess, thereby gaining the ability to control the Jinchuriki with ease. The power of a standard 3-tomo Sharingan was rated as high quality within the system, akin to blue-grade equipment. Presently, bolstered by the Rinnegan's immortal-level ocular power, it ranked at the pinnacle of high quality, yet remained a step away from the divine-grade pink tier. Should he awaken the Mangeki, however, his ocular prowess would ascend directly into the divine-grade realm, and under the Rinnegan's enhancement, it could reach the apex of divine-grade power. Clearly, if one were to assess the situation, the Jinchuriki's capabilities could be categorized between high quality and divine grade. High quality could not be controlled, while divine grade could be manipulated with ease. As Suki realized Yugao's body remained still, he observed the beast's right hand plunging into the earth. Understanding the imminent danger, he leapt backward, only to find a dark crimson claw reaching for him mid-air. Just the way I like it, Suki chuckled, executing a swift motion that sent a black rod hurtling forth from his hand, piercing through the beast's claw and anchoring it to the ground. He was curious to test whether the Rinnegan-enhanced black rod could subdue the Jinchuriki. On the other side, after his extended arm was struck, Yugao attempted to retract it, but found his right hand stubbornly immobile, pinned by the black rod. He bellowed in frustration, while his left hand plunged into the ground. Reaching out in an effort to dislodge the rod, Uchiha Suki observed a dark red claw emerging from the ground. Its intent unmistakably clear, it sought to extract the black rod. This was indeed alarming, as that hand grasped the black rod embedded in the ground. Suki hurled his own black rod from his left hand, striking the elongated left hand of Yutaka once more. Now, both hands were immobilized. What further schemes could he devise? Suki watched as Yutaka, sprawled on the ground, attempted to wrench his arms back with all his might, only to discover he was utterly powerless. His frustrated cries were almost comical, eliciting a suppressed chuckle from Suki. However, that mirth was short-lived. The temperament of this Jinchuriki was undeniably volatile. Suki noticed Yutaka's tail violently smashing against the ground, and then he began to gather swirling chakra within his mouth. In an instant, a high-density black energy sphere formed at the corner of Yutaka's lips. Oh dear, a tailed beast bomb. Suki was momentarily taken aback. Before he knew it, the tailed beast bomb was visibly forming. On the other side, Kisame Hashigaki and Mangitsu, initially intending to assist, quickly realized the gravity of the situation. In the brief time it took for Yutaka to conjure the tailed beast bomb, they rushed towards the rear of the Jinchuriki, calling out urgently, "Get back! The Jinchuriki has lost control. I told you not to deploy the Jinchuriki. It always spells trouble. Had it not been for this disruption, Suki would have already met his end," they lamented. Kisame quietly voiced his grievances to Mangitsu. The two had become somewhat familiar within the village due to various reasons. They had initially believed that deploying a Jinchuriki, especially one so young, was fraught with potential complications. Yet, the Mizukage insisted on sending him out for reasons unknown. The surrounding mist ninjas were not oblivious. They had already discerned the small black sphere forming in Yutaka's mouth under the illumination. Realizing the impending danger, they hurriedly retreated behind the Jinchuriki. In no time, Suki noted the mist ninjas frantically rushing behind Yutaka to evade the tailed beast bomb. Suddenly, an enemy that had been behind him vanished. The Jinchuriki consumed the tailed beast bomb. The last of the fleeing mist ninjas shouted as they passed by Yutaka. Suki witnessed this scene unfold, feeling the chakra gathering at his feet intensify. This was akin to a rapid-fire cannon. Suki recalled from the original narrative that once the tailed beast bomb was swallowed, it could be unleashed multiple times. A diminutive tailed beast bomb was expelled from Yutaka's mouth. Yet with his 3-tomo Sharingan fixated on Yutaka, Suki adeptly evaded using his body flicker technique. Nevertheless, the tailed beast bomb grazed past him, prompting a cold sweat to break out on Suki's brow. The mist ninjas situated behind the Jinchuriki heard a tremendous explosion echoing from the distant mountains. They glanced up slightly, noticing a brilliant light emanating from the source of the sound. However, these concerns were far from Suki's mind. Upon observing Yugao's demeanor, he realized that Yugao had indeed tilted his head in a predictive manner, adjusting the angle of the tailed beast ball he released towards him. Did Yugao possess some semblance of rationality? Uchiha Suki felt that Yugao's actions indicated he was not entirely devoid of reason, as he seemed to anticipate Suki's movements. Once more, a radiant light emanated from Yugao's mouth, and another small-tailed beast ball was expelled into the air. Uchiha Suki continued to utilize the body flicker technique, narrowly evading the attack. As Yugao altered his trajectory, he expelled tailed beast balls, each one barely eluded by Suki's swift maneuvers. Meanwhile, the distant sound of tailed beast balls detonating echoed in the air. The members of the Mist Village watched as Uchiha Suki dodged the tailed beast balls while closing in on them, urgently shouting, "Do not approach." "Oh, But I must get closer. Fortune is meant to be shared, he retorted, darting towards the mist shinobi while employing the body flicker technique in a graceful arc. This pursuit was his primary aim to provoke the Jinchuriki. The last-tailed beast ball could land amidst the mist ninjas, followed by another to strike the intact vessel. This would ensure his resounding victory. Naturally, he had pondered whether a tailed beast ball landing in the midst of the crowd could inadvertently harm him. However, as he ran, he noticed the explosion of a tailed beast ball nearby, leading him to believe the risk was minimal. Surely he would not perish. Regardless, he would deal with the consequences if it came to that. The mist ninjas were presently engaged in a chase around him, with Yugao as the focal point. The mist ninjas attempted to escape behind the Jinchuriki, while he diligently circled them, striving to draw nearer. It was a relentless game of pursuit. Yet Uchiha Suki dared not close the distance to the Jinchuriki, maintaining a cautious separation lest he be struck by a tailed beast ball. After several laps, his strategy faltered. The laps resulted in but one tailed beast ball landing near the previously wrecked ship, creating a wave in the ocean. While the vessel he aimed to destroy merely bobbed on the surface, the rest had soared far away, erupting in explosions. After expelling 21 tailed beast balls, it seemed to finally conclude. As he sprinted, Uchiha Suki kept a mental tally of how many tailed beast balls Yugao had unleashed, astonished by the sheer quantity. At this moment, Yugao, lying on the ground, finally closed his mouth. Suki noticed that the tailed beast cloak enveloping Yugao had begun to dissipate, revealing his original form. Another one? Initially, Uchiha Suki had thought the cessation of Yugao's mouth signaled the end, only to discover a tailed beast ball forming at the corner of Yugao's mouth, albeit significantly smaller than before, approximately the size of a quail egg. What could such a diminutive sphere accomplish? Could it be that the tailed beast's chakra was depleted? Observing the minuscule tailed beast ball, Uchiha Suki felt a sense of bewilderment. From his vantage point, it appeared that the tailed beast ball was not aimed at him, but rather, the onlookers were left speechless as they witnessed Yugao tilt his head and expel the tiny tailed beast ball towards his restrained hands, where it instantaneously created a crater over a meter in diameter. Upon the strike, Uchiha Suki observed Yugao, who was vociferously expressing his distress. Witnessing his plight, Suki felt a genuine pang of sympathy. Indeed, he was a formidable individual. After failing to hit his adversary with the tailed beast bomb, he resorted to exploding his own hands. Fortunately, the protection of the tailed beast cloak spared him from losing them entirely. Once the dust settled, the onlookers beheld two black rods embedded in Yugao's wrists, yet they were not anchored in the ground. His hands were barely able to move. Yugao attempted to retract his hands, only to find the black rods obstructing his path. For a moment, he was unable to pull them back, and exerting force only exacerbated the pain in his arms. As he emitted a loud cry, fissures appeared in the ground before him, revealing that he had exerted himself to lift his arms from the earth itself. In just a second or two, he managed to bring his hands back, albeit with the absurdity of the black rods still attached to his wrists. Uchiha Suki mused that despite Yugao's transformation into a diminutive tailed beast, rendering his visage unrecognizable, his intellect remained intact. The rods, piercing his arms and anchoring him to the ground, effectively immobilized him. The tailed beast bomb had created a crater, causing the rods to levitate, thus allowing his hands to be retracted. Subsequently, Yugao aimed to extract the rods from his hands. However, Suki was determined not to grant him such a reprieve. With a swift hand sign, Suki raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers. Before Yugao could remove the rods, they morphed into a black liquid, enveloping his hands. Was it possible that this transformation was achieved without the use of the Rinnegan, rendering these rods mere imitations? Suki manipulated the black liquid, intending to seep it into the tailed beast cloak and thereby envelop Yugao's hands. Yet, akin to shedding skin, the black liquid, along with the cloak, slid off Yugao's hands and fell to the ground. Such a development! As Yugao had not yet expelled the tailed beast bomb, Kisame Hashigaki and Mangitsu Hozuki drew closer, witnessing the spectacle of Suki and Yugao's maneuvers. Both were momentarily taken aback. After this series of actions, Suki realized that his scheme to utilize the tailed beast bomb to bombard the ship and the mist ninjas had ultimately failed. He glanced behind him, only to find no mist ninjas in sight. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated fleeing, having already been entangled in this situation for nearly half an hour. Suki surmised that Uchiha Fei and the others had likely set sail some distance away. Feeling the chakra within him, he noted it had dwindled to less than half. He examined his status panel, which indicated an experience level of 29%, still far from the threshold for leveling up to 15. Each remaining missed ninja could potentially yield a 2 to 3% increase in experience, meaning he would need to eliminate at least 30 foes to reach that milestone. Suki surveyed the missed ninjas standing across from him. Initially, there had been nearly 300. Now, only around 70 or 80 remained. Even if the intact ship had some defenders, the number could not exceed 100. Initially, he had no intention of fleeing, but upon calculations, he realized that his aspiration to ascend to level 15 was likely unattainable. Moreover, the Jinchuriki was relentless, fixating his gaze upon him. The missed ninjas were of little assistance, only knowing to retreat, leaving his strategic plans in disarray. Reluctantly, he contemplated escape, with his chakra depleted to less than half. Fleeing for survival seemed a reasonable course of action. Given the circumstances, he concluded that retreat was indeed the wisest decision, while Uchiha Suki fervently persuaded himself of this truth. Yet, a part of him resented the notion of surrendering so easily, feeling that such a hasty retreat would tarnish his dignity. In that fleeting moment, his mind was tumultuously conflicted, rendering him motionless. However, within the span of a second, he regained focus, fixating on Yutaka. After all, this was a battlefield, and a lapse in concentration could prove fatal. Transformed into a diminutive-tailed beast, Yutaka's eyes bore into Uchiha Suki, sensing a momentary distraction that ignited his fury, resulting in a resounding roar. Uchiha Suki retrieved his black staff once more, locking his gaze on Yutaka. Driven by the allure of substantial rewards, he felt compelled to test his strength, for he still possessed nearly half of his chakra. Should it prove insufficient, he could always flee later. In an instant, Uchiha Suki witnessed Yutaka bellowing as he lunged towards him, his speed significantly enhanced compared to before. Suki could only barely evade by sidestepping. Had he been struck? Through the eyes of Kisame Hashigaki, Yutaka and Uchiha Suki brushed past each other. Was it merely a graze of fabric? Once they separated, standing at a distance, the moonlit figure of Hozuki Mangetsu observed the outcome. Uchiha Suki had indeed been caught off guard, his right sleeve torn, but that was the extent of it. To his surprise, he had not fully evaded the attack. Based on the observations of the Sharingan and his mental calculations, he believed he could have sidestepped it successfully. Yet, in that critical moment, he detected a glimmer of dissatisfaction in Yutaka's eyes, prompting the latter to extend his right claw forward just enough to slice through Suki's sleeve. Impressive, he thought, a smile gracing his face as he turned to address the newly landed Yutaka. However, it was merely a fortuitous miscalculation. A sudden idea struck him. He had dispatched approximately 70 enemies. Thus, these fallen mist ninjas would undoubtedly drop items. If his skill levels increased, so too would their potency, while the adversaries would remain oblivious to the enhanced power of his abilities. This could catch them completely off guard. Yutaka, overhearing his words, felt a surge of indignation. He was on the brink of full-tailed beast transformation, and yet had only managed to tear a piece of fabric. After releasing a furious shout, his hands elongated and lunged towards Uchiha Suki. Nevertheless, Suki evaded with a series of agile leaps. Frustrated after several failed attempts to grasp his target, Yutaka roared once more, his six tails lengthening and striking towards Uchiha Suki. It was quite a predicament. The dual appendages seized him, while six tails descended towards his position with relentless force. Uchiha Suki found himself in a rather challenging situation. Merely evading would lead to his exhaustion. At that moment, he divided his focus to inspect his backpack, intending to absorb all the ninjutsu scrolls unleashed upon defeating his adversaries. Upon discovering a pair of scrolls within the bag, marked with a yellow exclamation point in the upper right corner, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, the thrill of acquiring new gear was an exhilarating prospect etched into his very being. Upon thorough examination, he noted that the Water Releases Water Clone technique had the most scrolls, totaling 11, which was quite astonishing. The Water Dragon Bullet technique had 6, as did the Mist Concealment technique, while the Water Barrier technique had 3 and the Water Prison technique had 2. The Earth Release boasted 2 scrolls, 1 offensive, the Decapitation technique, and 1 supportive. The Earth Release, Underground Submarine Voyage. The Lightning Release contained only 1 scroll, the Lightning Release, Ground Walk, and similarly. The Wind Release had but a single scroll, the Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Overall, it appeared that the Mist Ninjas possessed the most water release techniques, yet curiously, there were no fire release scrolls at all, which perplexed him. While evading, he prepared to mentally absorb each technique one by one. Kisame Hashigaki and Aoigiri Mansuki watched the Jinchuriki in a frenzy, relentlessly striking at Uchiha Suki. They understood from the recent skirmishes that Yutaka still retained some semblance of rationality, yet they feared the possibility of being inadvertently struck. Being young, they were somewhat reluctant to engage in battle, which caused them to merely observe alongside the other mist ninjas. He was struck. They noticed that Uchiha Suki's evasive maneuvers had slowed momentarily for some unknown reason, resulting in Yutaka's tail slamming him to the ground. Witnessing this, they felt a rush of exhilaration. The previous moments had been quite stifling. Continue, Yutaka. Aoigiri Mansuki shouted. After Yutaka confirmed a successful hit with one tail, the remaining 5 tails surged forward without hesitation towards Uchiha Suki, who appeared to be in peril. In the night, clouds of dust erupted, obscuring the state of Uchiha Suki from view. Could he have perished instantly? Kisame turned to Aoigiri Mansuki, as he felt that if he were on the receiving end of those 6 tails, survival would be nearly impossible. Not necessarily. Let us observe further, Aoigiri Mansuki replied, noting that all 6 tails had struck, yet he had not seen Uchiha Suki emerge from the dust. However, Yutaka's 6 tails remained unwithdrawn, providing him with hope. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld a scene of astonishment. Uchiha Suki had grasped one of Yutaka's tails with his left hand, while his right wielded a dark staff, pinning a tail to the ground. Before him manifested a water clone, arms crossed in defense, blocking the assault of the remaining 4 tails. How is this possible? Aoigiri Mansuki exclaimed incredulously. After all, Uchiha Suki's water clone had been shattered just moments ago, yet now it stood resolute against the onslaught of 4 tails. He did not believe that his assault could surpass the might of the 4 tails possessed by Yutaka. Nothing was impossible. The water release, water dragon bullet technique served as a response to the inquiry posed by Kaige Mangitsu. Yet he subsequently recited the name of the water dragon bullet technique that had been enhanced 7 times. A water dragon, nearly twice the size of a normal one, emerged from the side of Uchiha Suki, soaring skyward before instantly striking Yutaka, who lay prostrate on the ground. He remained unconvinced that the 7 times enhanced water dragon bullet would merely cause a light scratch. This enhancement did not simply amplify the base damage, rather, it was the base damage augmented by the values derived from equipment, followed by the addition of enhancement values. It functioned similarly to the final damage of a skill, belonging to a multiplicative calculation. Upon witnessing the water dragon collide with Yutaka, Uchiha Suki observed him sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. It was clear that he was genuinely suffering, not merely experiencing a scratch. However, he understood that the ultimate reason this 7 times enhanced skill was capable of inflicting harm upon Yutaka was due to the excessive tailed beast bombs he had just unleashed, resulting in a depletion of tailed beast chakra and a subsequent decline in his defensive capabilities. Rising to his feet, Yutaka shook himself and prepared to retract his tails. After pulling back 5 of them, he realized that 1 tail remained ensnared. A tremendous roar erupted from within the tail. Subsequently, Yutaka stood upright on 2 legs, extending his arms to grasp his ensnared tail, intent on extricating it. Observing Yutaka's actions, Uchiha Suki recognized an opportunity with his right hand. He once again drew forth the black rod, exerting force beneath him as the ground fissured, propelling him directly towards Yutaka. In midair, he turned to see Gaikashi and Kaige Mangitsu racing towards him, both preparing to intervene in the battle to shield Yutaka from Uchiha Suki's impending assault. Water release, water clone. Uchiha Suki, soaring through the air, uttered the name of the technique upon spotting Gaikashi and Kaige Mangitsu charging towards him. From his body, 2 water clones emerged, each wielding a black rod as they advanced toward the duo. Even though these water clones were enhanced 11 times, they would be insufficient to overpower both of them. However, they were more than adequate to serve as a distraction. Yet another tail emerged. Before Uchiha Suki could reach Yutaka, one of Yutaka's extended tails obstructed his path, but ultimately, that tail too was pinned to the ground by his black rod. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Mist Shinobi, a special jonin standing at the forefront questioned, "Should we intervene?" He observed their Jinchuriki attempting to withdraw the black rod, only to be ensnared by one of Uchiha Suki's water clones. Now, another tail lay pinned to the earth, creating an impression of helplessness. Meanwhile, Gaikashi and Kaige Mangitsu were similarly entangled by the water clones. He turned to his comrades and suggested, "Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. The Jinchuriki may yet prevail. Besides, neither of the esteemed adults have summoned us to engage, have they?" A nearby Chunin advised. He had originally remained aboard the undestroyed vessel, fortuitously evading Uchiha Suki's gravitational pull on 2 occasions. After disembarking, he had also been fortunate enough to escape Uchiha Suki's wrath. Upon witnessing Uchiha Madara obliterate the ship and slay numerous elite shinobi, the terror instilled in the hearts of the onlookers was palpable. Time and again, he mercilessly subdued the Jinchuriki and the 7 ninja swordsmen. While he himself remained unscathed, the sheer magnitude of Uchiha Madara's prowess had left them paralyzed with fear. Indeed. Let's wait a moment longer. Who knows if the Jinchuriki still possesses any semblance of rationality? What if we are struck down? Remarked another nin, equally shaken by Madara's formidable abilities. Exactly, they haven't even called us forth. Preserving our lives is paramount, chimed in a ninja behind him, tugging at his garments to prevent him from charging recklessly into battle. The special nin glanced back at his comrades, noting the trepidation reflected in their eyes. Many bore beads of cold sweat upon their brows. It dawned upon him that their supply team was all but doomed. He refrained from uttering further words, fixating his gaze on the battlefield ahead. Yet, he resolved that should the Jinchuriki fall, he would undoubtedly leap into the fray. Meanwhile, as he uttered these thoughts, Uchiha Madara had already impaled 2 of Yutaka's tails into the ground, producing his black rods once more, his eyes locked onto the remaining tails. Concurrently, he sensed the initial water clone had vanished, only to turn and find it grasped firmly in Yutaka's hands, which subsequently crushed it with ease. After dispatching the water clone, Yutaka extended his hands, intent on extracting the black rods from his tails. Observing this scene, Uchiha Madara recognized Yutaka's stubbornness and understood the urgency of the moment. Do you think 2 tails can withstand me? He mused as he withdrew his black rods with both hands. Uchiha Madara evaded the next oncoming tails with a deft leap, launching his rods to pin the last 2 tails firmly into the earth. Have you noticed, Kisame? Uchiha Madara's water clone is peculiar, Hozuki Mangetsu exclaimed, while simultaneously engaging the water clone. He perceived that this iteration of the clone exhibited significantly enhanced durability and speed compared to its predecessors. Indeed, it's quite a nuisance. It surpasses even the original speed, Kisame acknowledged, realizing the gravity of the situation. Damn it, someone assist me, he called out. Noticing that all 6 of the Jinchuriki's tails were now ensnared, clearly at a disadvantage, urging the observing mist ninja to intervene. Stop holding me back. Lord Kisame has summoned us to assist. The special nin implored the ninja who had initially restrained him. Taken aback by the urgency of the command, the ninja reluctantly released his grip. Then go, he said. However, the special nin hesitated to rush forward. Uchiha Madara, too, caught wind of Kisame's desperate plea for assistance. He raised his gaze to the ninjas standing behind the Jinchuriki and observed that the majority, numbering around 70 or 80, remained at a distance, hesitating to respond to the call for aid. However, only a sparse few ninja rushed forward. Yutaka, I truly feel sorrow for you. Among your companions, only a handful of ninjas wish to assist you. Perhaps it would be best for you to embark on your journey peacefully, wouldn't it? Turning around to gaze at Yutaka, who had retracted his hands and a tail, Uchiha Suki spoke to him in a calm tone. In response to Uchiha Suki, Yutaka unleashed a roar of fury. With his 5 tails pinned down, Yutaka once again extended his arms towards Uchiha Suki in an attempt to seize him. Why bother? Observing Yutaka's hands, which were now barely resembling their original form and moving much slower than before, Uchiha Suki effortlessly evaded the attack. The black rod in his hand flew out and pinned one of Yutaka's hands to the ground. Leading the charge among the mist ninjas was the special jonin who had spoken initially. Before he could approach, he noticed that his Jinchuriki's other arm had been pinned to the ground. He was merely 6 or 7 meters away, filled with a sense of despair. Gripping the katana in his right hand, he accelerated his pace significantly. However, just as he was 4 meters away from the Jinchuriki, he witnessed Uchiha Suki's black rod pinning Yutaka's final tail to the ground. Seeing Yutaka, now only capable of utilizing one arm, filled him with even greater sorrow. Yutaka merely let out a cry of anguish as he reached out with his remaining arm towards Uchiha Suki. But Uchiha Suki sidestepped effortlessly, once again using the black rod to pin Yutaka's last functional arm to the ground. Do not blame me, Yutaka. I actually admire you. But alas, we are foes. Having perceived the approaching enemies behind him, Uchiha Suki conjured another black rod in his hand and swiftly thrust it towards Yutaka's defenseless chest. Is he about to be killed? The special jonin realized he was only 2 meters from the Jinchuriki, but it was too late. In his line of sight, Uchiha Suki's black rod was already aimed at Yutaka's chest. Damn it. Similarly, the restrained Kakashi and Mizuki, entangled by the water clones, also saw Uchiha Tsuki's black rod heading towards the defenseless Jinchuriki's heart. Panic surged within them. If the Jinchuriki were to be slain by Uchiha Tsuki, they would be deemed the villains of the village. It seems your will to survive is no less fierce than mine once was. Observing Yutaka forcibly severing his pinned hands and tearing away his tail, he then reverted from partial tail beast transformation, regaining his human form. His scarred hands clutched tightly around the black rod that was about to pierce his chest. In Uchiha Tsuki's view, the special Jonin who had been on the verge of halting upon witnessing Yutaka's reversion to human form, now gleamed with hope as he gripped his katana tightly and swung it towards Uchiha Tsuki's shoulder. Then, I shall spare your life, Yutaka, in light of the enemy's attack. Uchiha Tsuki calculated that the benefits of killing Yutaka were too minimal at this moment. Subsequently, he extracted the black rod from Yutaka's hands and leapt back, distancing himself from them. As Yugao sensed the absence of immediate life-threatening danger, he relaxed his mind and collapsed onto the ground. Observing Uchiha Tsuki moving away from the Jinchuriki, the elite Jonin positioned himself in front of Yugao, gripping his katana tightly and fixating nervously on Uchiha Tsuki. The hidden mist ninjas, who had remained motionless in the background, noted that the Jinchuriki had fallen unconscious, prompting the majority of them to seize their weapons and charge forward. After all, the Jinchuriki was no longer a threat to them, allowing them to advance without hesitation. A small faction of the hidden mist ninjas, witnessing their comrades rush into battle, exchanged glances and leisurely followed suit. Uchiha Tsuki observed as Yugao was swiftly encircled by the hidden mist ninjas. Yet the two water clones, having been enhanced 11 times, withstood the assault for a considerable duration before being dispersed. Nevertheless, the dispersal of the water clones posed no significant issue, as their objective had already been fulfilled. Upon further inspection, he discerned that the attributes of the water clones were fixed, representing a layer of the main body, and after being enhanced 11 times, they boasted approximately 30% of the main body strength. Furthermore, he could create 3 water clones, with the creation of each clone consuming triple the chakra. Tsuki also realized that these water clones benefited from a passive 30% damage amplification, effectively elevating their capabilities to 4 layers of the main body. Gazing at the hidden mist ninjas led by Kakuzu Kisame and Hozuki Mangitsu standing before him, Uchiha Tsuki felt an urgent desire to advance to level 15. Subsequently unlocking the second-tier genetic lock and awakening the Meijiki Sharingan. With his chakra reserves dwindling to 30%, he resolved to take a gamble. Having incapacitated the Jinchuriki, if he could create 2 more water clones to withstand Kakuzu Kisame and Hozuki Mangitsu's onslaught, he would then be able to unleash havoc upon the crowd. This was a risk worth taking. Water release, water clone technique. 2 water clones emerged from either side of him, standing at his flanks as he began to strategize on how best to eliminate his foes. With swift hand seals, he initiated fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, capable of engulfing the entire assembly of hidden mist ninjas, coupled with the chakra consumption of the water clones. His own chakra dwindled to 2 layers. This inferno also benefited from a passive 30% increase in both power and range. Water release, water barrier. As the flames unleashed by Uchiha Tsuki surged forth, hidden mist ninjas immediately positioned themselves at the forefront, chanting this ninjutsu. The elements of water and fire intertwined, enveloping the entire battlefield in a thick veil of steam. This was precisely the outcome Uchiha Tsuki had anticipated. Otherwise, he would not have unleashed such a formidable fire technique. Not good. Kakuzu Kisame, upon realizing that visibility had been obscured by the steam, grasped Uchiha Tsuki's intentions and hurriedly charged towards him. Similarly, as the mist thickened, the 2 water clones surged forward, honing in on Kakuzu Kisame and Hozuki Mangitsu, followed closely by Uchiha Tsuki himself. This time, no one could impede his path. He was ready to commence his harvest of experience. Yet, this was merely a secondary benefit. Uchiha Tsuki charged into the fray, delivering a swift kick that sent a mist shinobi sprawling, before seizing the katana from his grasp. Brandishing the blade, Uchiha Tsuki unleashed the final technique of the Uchiha style, the Daybreak Dance, which swiftly claimed the lives of 3 foes who, blinded by the mist, could not evade their fate. Tsuki sensed that his 2 water clones had successfully entangled Kisame Hashigaki and Kirigakure's Manatsu, managing to hold their ground against 2 or 3 adversaries despite the onslaught. Thanks to the obscuring steam that granted them a momentary reprieve, Kisame, disconcerted by the intermittent cries of agony piercing through the fog, felt a growing unease. In that moment, A mist shinobi contemplated utilizing ninjutsu to envelop the battlefield further, taking advantage of the dense mist. Although enveloped in the mist, Uchiha Suki, devoid of the Rinnegan's penetrating vision, activated the system that revealed the opponent's health bars, which danced chaotically before his eyes. The mist technique inadvertently aided him, allowing him to strike down enemies he could not perceive. As the battlefield gradually succumbed to the encroaching fog, the frequency of anguished cries intensified. Standing at the periphery, Manatsu sensed the mist thickening around him. And upon hearing the relentless wails, he cursed loudly. "You fool! By obscuring the enemy's vision, you've shrouded ours as well. Dispense with it at once." "Understood." The shinobi, realizing the chaos he had wrought, hastily dispelled the mist. As the vapor dissipated, the battlefield became illuminated by the interplay of light and moonlight, revealing several corpses strewn across the ground and numerous injured combatants. Uchiha Suki had traversed the entire battlefield, positioning himself at the periphery, while four mist shinobi stood armed and vigilant before him, their eyes wary. Behind them lay two incapacitated figures, Kagaya Hiraichi, ensnared in Suki's genjutsu, and the fallen Jinchuriki, Yutaka. "Why are you standing there? Go assist. Protect the Jinchuriki." One shinobi, having seized the opportunity to eliminate one of Suki's water clones with his secret technique, caught sight of Suki's position. He called out to the hesitant ninjas behind him, disregarding the plight of Kisame as he rushed forward. The death of Kagaya Hiraichi was of little consequence. What truly mattered was preventing Suki from slaying the Jinchuriki, lest they be branded as the village's betrayers. With a smile, Uchiha Suki regarded the four mist shinobi before him, having overheard Manatsu's words. However, his true target was not the Jinchuriki. He had previously vowed to spare Yutaka, and he had no intention of reneging on that promise. His sights were firmly set on Kagaya Hiraichi, as the sealing of his Rinnegan had been a consequence of his commitment to Hiraichi's request, which had led to this very mission and its subsequent sealing. Yet he cunningly turned the tables, leading others to believe he harbored intentions of slaying the Jinchuriki. As he faced his four adversaries, beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow. His hands gripped his weapon tightly, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he dared not meet their gazes. Uchiha Suki realized that he had managed to instill such immense pressure upon his enemies, evoking a semblance of the legendary Madara's aura. He brandished his katana toward them, declaring, "I trust you have resigned yourselves to your inevitable demise." With a flourish, the blade ignited in flames once more, signaling the execution of a technique that belonged to the upper echelons of the Uchiha repertoire. This maneuver, a combination of body flicker technique and a three-part sword strike, aimed to overwhelm his foes. The consumption of chakra was substantial. However, should his conjecture prove correct, such expenditure would pale in comparison to the stakes at hand. Channeling chakra through his feet and integrating it with his physical prowess, he seized the flaming blade and, in an instant, struck at three of his adversaries. A crescent of fire manifested before each foe, and against an enemy bereft of morale, the outcome was unmistakable. Except for one adversary whose life was spared due to Suki's imperfect execution, the other two were struck squarely in the chest and fell lifelessly to the ground. As the two mist shinobi collapsed, Uchiha Suki unleashed another sword strike, this time aimed at the remaining unscathed enemy. Yet, this attack did not inflict injury. It merely sent the foe staggering back, the one with only a wounded left hand, intent on aiding his fallen comrades, tightened his grip on his weapon and charged towards Suki. Simultaneously, the two mist shinobi, driven to confront Suki, left their fallen allies momentarily unattended, which was precisely Suki's intention. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he anticipated their reaction. In a flash, he executed the body flicker technique, positioning himself beside Kagaya Hiraichi and the Jinchuriki Yutaka. The mist shinobi, rushing forward, beheld the grim sight of their comrade slain at Suki's hands, and the two incapacitated figures on the ground lay at his mercy. Halting their advance, weapons drawn and eyes warily fixed upon him. In the rear, the approaching Aogetsu Mitsuki intensified his chakra flow, enhancing his speed considerably. Meanwhile, Uchiha Suki pressed the tip of his katana against the throat of the still entranced Kagaya Hiraichi, while extending a black rod toward Yutaka's neck. Observing the regret etched upon the faces of his two adversaries and the wary gazes of the assembled mist shinobi, a smile graced his lips as he inquired, "Whom shall I spare today? Let us negotiate. Mercy is a possibility." Emerging from the throng, Aogetsu Mitsuki's gaze fell upon the sharp weapons poised at the throats of Kagaya Hiraichi and Jinchuriki Yutaka, his expression fraught with tension as he addressed Suki. Meanwhile, The formidable Kisame Hashigaki had just dispatched the water clone that had ensnared him, turning back to observe his comrades standing in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, a realization struck. And hastily, I concealed the fish skin behind my back, plunging into the crowd. Do you think one can simply retain those who should be retained? Uchiha Suki swiftly severed Kagaya Hiraichi's neck. The leader, still ensnared in illusion, departed this world without a trace of suffering. The expression on Akatsuki Mangetsu's face turned awkward upon witnessing Uchiha Suki's direct execution of Kagaya Hiraichi. He fixed a fervent gaze upon Uchiha Suki, poised to strike him down with the Hiramiki flounder in hand. However, upon noticing the crimson hue blooming around the neck of Yutaka, he abruptly ceased his actions, bitterness etching his features as he addressed Uchiha Suki. Speak, what must you do to spare Yutaka? During their time in the village, Yutaka's prowess had led the higher-ups to believe he possessed the potential to fully control the Six Tails, rendering him a beacon of hope for the village's future. Thus, the third Mizukage had entrusted Yutaka with the task of honing his skills. Before their departure, the third Mizukage had explicitly instructed them that while anyone could perish, Yutaka's life must be preserved. This left Akatsuki Mangetsu and his companions in a particularly vexing predicament. After all, a mere 10-year-old Jinchuriki, even if capable of tenuous control over the tailed beast, should not be thrust into the battlefield. They were compelled to tread carefully around this Jinchuriki while simultaneously safeguarding him, a dilemma that rendered their situation precarious. Little did he anticipate finding himself in such a predicament so swiftly. The mindless Hiraichi had met his demise. Yet the Jinchuriki could not be allowed to fall. As Uchiha Suki eliminated Kagaya Hiraichi, he realized that his cunning plan had unraveled. He had vowed to Hiraichi not to employ the powers of his Rinnegan, resulting in the system locking away his Rinnegan abilities. Ordinarily, by slaying Hiraichi, one would assume their pact was nullified, thereby allowing the return of his Rinnegan. However, when he attempted to unleash its powers, his left eye remained untransformed. This was indeed an awkward predicament. Evidently, the system did not share his interpretation, offering no loophole for exploitation. Previously, under the cover of mist, he had dispatched 8 opponents, followed by 2 more, and after killing Hiraichi, his experience points had only increased by 38%, totaling 67%, leaving him 33% shy of leveling up. Additionally, his internal chakra barely exceeded a meager 10%. Without the Rinnegan's restorative capabilities, leveling up to the 15th tier seemed an unattainable goal. Fortunately, he had prepared contingencies. Glancing down at the unconscious Jinchuriki Yutaka, he realized that having spared him, he could still leverage Yutaka's significance for survival. From Akatsuki Mangetsu's tone, it was evident that this Jinchuriki lying on the ground held considerable importance. The prodigious genius, Akatsuki Mangetsu, appeared visibly unsettled. He addressed him, "Allow me to depart, and I shall spare your Jinchuriki." From the tone of his words, Akatsuki Mangetsu sensed that Uchiha Suki was at his wit's end. Yet, upon seeing the confident smile adorning Uchiha Suki's face, he felt a sense of disquiet. In truth, Uchiha Suki held the power to choose whether to stay or leave. The fog ninjas could not retain him. Moments ago, he meticulously examined the rewards to be acquired upon the conclusion of this battle and discovered, beneath the mission issued after his agreement with Kagaya Hirai, a sudden appearance of the words "cancel mission," accompanied by a small note. It stated that relinquishing all rewards from this battle would allow the Rinnegan to lift the seal. Uchiha Suki was certain this was newly added, for it had certainly not been there moments before. It appeared that the system, while somewhat tsundere, was still unwilling to see him perish. Kisame Mangetsu hesitated briefly, but ultimately resolved to speak to Uchiha Suki. "Very well, as long as you do not harm the Jinchuriki, you may leave." "That cannot be allowed. My lord, I can see that this fellow is in no condition to escape now. We cannot let him go. We must avenge Lord Hirai." A fog ninja standing behind Kisame, marked by 2 red dots on his forehead, brandished his bone spike, stepping forward with rage etched upon his face as he glared at Uchiha Suki. "I understand, but the Jinchuriki is paramount. After saving the Jinchuriki, you may do as you wish," Kisame whispered to his companions, then raised his voice to Uchiha Suki. "As long as you guarantee the Jinchuriki's safety, I assure you that you will be allowed to leave." Uchiha Suki regarded the one who appeared to be of the Kagaya clan stepping forward, initially believing he would forfeit his rewards. However, upon hearing Kisame's words, he felt a tinge of disbelief. The circumstances were markedly different from before, especially since he had just eliminated the leader, Kagaya Hirai. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The mere opportunity to withdraw was sufficient. After all, The rewards from this array of tasks were bountiful, and he was loath to give them up. Step back, both of you. While keeping the black rod's sharp tip pressed against the neck of Yutaka, he wielded his katana menacingly towards the two adversaries who stood close by. Quickly, retreat. Without hesitation. Kisame ordered his subordinates to back away. The two exchanged wary glances yet remained on guard, gradually retreating behind Kisame. What further demands do you have? Kisame inquired of Uchiha Suki. None, came the reply. Having addressed his question, Uchiha Suki sheathed the black rod, allowing Kisame to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Kakashi Zabuza emerged from the crowd, having heard Kisame's words and witnessed the Jinchuriki's perilous situation. He remained silent. Yet his mind was already prepared to pursue Uchiha Suki at a moment's notice. Kisame's relief was short-lived as he observed Uchiha Suki seize Yutaka. The blade poised against the latter's throat. He swiftly stepped forward. Do not move. Remain where you are. If you do, I shall eliminate your Jinchuriki. Upon seeing Kisame advance, Uchiha Suki quickly interjected. Very well, we will remain still. You must ensure the Jinchuriki's safety. Kisame halted, his expression resembling one who had just tasted something profoundly unpleasant. He had never anticipated that he would find himself in a position of being threatened. Do not move. If you do, I cannot guarantee the Jinchuriki's fate. Holding the feathered height, Uchiha Suki faced a group of adversaries, gradually retreating from them. Observing Suki's actions, a ninja of the Kagaya clan attempted to advance, only to be halted by Kirigakure's Hashigaki Kisame. Once Uchiha Suki had distanced himself approximately 30 meters from the dock, he cast aside the taijutsu and the Jinchuriki he had been holding onto the ground. Then, he swiftly darted towards the direction from which the elite shinobi of Konoha had just departed. Chase him down. Do not let Uchiha Suki escape. Kisame bellowed as he recognized the Jinchuriki had evaded peril. He led the pursuit after Suki, knowing this was to be expected. Meanwhile, Suki, in his rapid retreat, caught wind of Kisame's words and silently thought to himself, quickening his pace significantly. On the distant coastline, the remaining 24 Konoha ninjas had just boarded their vessel prepared for departure. Will Lord Suki be all right after that series of thunderous explosions? Uchiha Fai voiced his anxiety. We must have faith in Lord Suki. He is incredibly formidable and will surely be unharmed. Uchiha Hai responded, though he too felt uncertain. After all, there were still over 100 enemies before their retreat. Shall we depart immediately? One of the elite shinobi from Konoha inquired. Perhaps we should wait a moment. What if Lord Suki manages to break free now? Indeed, let us wait a little longer for Lord Suki, several elite shinobi concurred. In that case, let us wait a quarter of an hour. If Lord Suki has not yet arrived by then, we shall return to the camp and await his return, Uchiha Fai suggested, which received unanimous agreement from the shinobi. Then, Hinata Kagami, would you mind exerting yourself a bit to use your Byakugan to keep an eye on the surroundings? You might also spot Lord Suki's arrival, Uchiha Hai proposed to the lone member of the Hyuga clan beside him. Very well, Kagami replied. A quarter of an hour later. The time had elapsed. In that case, we should head back to the camp, Uchiha Hai announced, having meticulously counted the minutes. Agreed, let us go. Lord Suki should be safe. We must trust him. Just as the surrounding elite shinobi were poised to depart, Hinata Kagami made one last observation with his Byakugan, noticing a figure rapidly approaching from the edge of his vision. What? Are you certain it is Lord Suki? Uchiha Fai, who had initially lowered his head in despair, suddenly perked up at Kagami's sudden exclamation. I cannot be certain, but I can discern that this individual seems low on chakra, Kagami replied. Moreover, it is but one person, heading straight towards us. I believe it must be Lord Suki. Hinata Q observed intently with his Byakugan while responding to Uchiha Fei's inquiry. Are you uncertain? However, if it is merely one individual, let us wait a moment longer. What do you all think? Uchiha Hua pondered for a moment, glancing at the surrounding jonin. Then we shall wait. It matters not to delay a little longer. It was evident that the individual in question was Uchiha Suki. Although the pursuers behind him were only a little over 100 meters away, his sudden dash into the forest had bought him some time, thus increasing the distance between him and his pursuers. He hoped they had not departed. Otherwise, he would have to forfeit the rewards of the mission. As he leapt swiftly between the tree trunks, Uchiha Suki contemplated these matters. 2 kilometers had passed, yet a few more figures appeared behind him, albeit seeming somewhat disoriented. Hinata Q continued to observe with his Byakugan, reporting the situation to his comrades as if he were an announcer. That initial figure must be Lord Suki. The ones behind are undoubtedly the enemies from the hidden mist pursuing him, Uchiha Yue remarked. Let us prepare to depart at any moment. Once Lord Suki boards, we will retreat. Indeed, it is Lord Suki. It is truly him. Uchiha Yue exclaimed, standing atop the highest vantage point, fixated on the coastline. Upon spotting the familiar silhouette emerging from the woods, he swiftly activated his Sharingan to discern the identity of the figure. Once he recognized the visage, he immediately lowered his head, exclaiming excitedly to the Jonin below, his voice brimming with uncontainable exhilaration, even causing his body to bounce with enthusiasm. At that moment, Uchiha Yue glanced up at Uchiha Yue, their eyes meeting, and was taken aback by his scarlet Sharingan. Uchiha Yue, your eyes. Huh? What is wrong with my eyes? Uchiha Yue replied, bewildered as he regarded Uchiha Yue below. Simultaneously, the Jonin beside Uchiha Yue also looked up, astonished by the sight. If I am not mistaken, your eyes have evolved into the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Yue relayed what he had observed. Is that so? But that is of little importance. What truly matters is that Lord Suki has arrived, and I see his clothes are unscathed. Remarkable. Uchiha Yue disregarded Uchiha Yue's words. For him, the arrival of Uchiha Suki filled his heart with immense joy. Lord Suki. Uchiha Yue called out loudly to the figure before him. Uchiha Suki, noticing a ship still anchored at sea and hearing that familiar call, turned his gaze toward the sound, identifying it as Uchiha Yue, who stood at the observation point on the vessel. In a short while, Uchiha Suki had leapt onto the ship. Once aboard, he gasped for breath and shouted to the Jonin on the vessel, hurry, set sail. There are still a horde of pursuers behind us. With that, he collapsed onto the deck, his chakra nearly depleted, relieved to have made it aboard. Upon hearing his command, the Jonin sprang into action, unfurling the sails and raising the anchor. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yue jumped down, landing directly beside Uchiha Suki, fixing his gaze upon him. Lord Moon, I had thought you would not return. Ah, Fat, when did you evolve into the 3-Tomo Sharingan? At this moment, Uchiha Moon noticed Uchiha Fat's eyes, which remained open. He was somewhat astonished. If his memory served him correctly, just before their group retreated, Uchiha Fat's Sharingan was merely a 2-Tomo. Lord Moon, it seems Fat was so thrilled to see your appearance that his Sharingan transformed before my very eyes from 2-Tomo to 3-Tomo, replied Uchiha Fire, standing alongside. Uchiha Fat merely grinned at Uchiha Moon, yet the latter felt an oddity in that smile. At that moment, the ship, aided by the wind, commenced its slow journey. Meanwhile, from the coastal woods emerged a group of 30 to 40 mist ninjas, led by the formidable Kisame Hashigaki. Upon gaining a clear line of sight, they spotted the vessel not far from them. Kisame bellowed, there's still time. Let us pursue them. Seeing their target, the group accelerated toward the ship, their murderous intent palpable, as if they bore a grudge akin to having lost their entire family. In reflection, Uchiha Moon's actions were not far removed from that sentiment. Simultaneously, the sudden appearance of over 20 ninjas on the shore was clearly observed by the Leaf Jonin aboard the ship. Lord Moon, the pursuers have arrived. Should we eliminate them? Inquired one Jonin. They have arrived? Let me take a look, Uchiha Moon responded, immediately rising to his feet and spotting the mist ninjas chasing him. Upon discerning their expressions, he quickly commanded, hasten the ship with wind release. These men are reckless, do not engage with them. Our mission is, for all intents and purposes, accomplished. Indeed, having abducted the Jinchuriki and fled, it was evident that the mist ninjas had realized he was merely a paper tiger. Understood, Lord Moon. Several Jonin then unleashed small-scale wind release techniques, the gusts propelling the ship rapidly across the waves. Uchiha Moon observed as they distanced themselves from their enemies. He noted Kisame Hashigaki at the forefront, wearing a bright smile, and he called out loudly, all right, no need to see me off. You all should return now. I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. Having reached the surface of the sea, Kisame watched as the ship sped away into the distance, weighing his options and ultimately conceding to abandon the pursuit. However, upon hearing the voice from the vessel, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Secretly, he vowed that the next time he encountered Uchiha Moon, he would ensure his demise. Turning to his companions, he spoke in a flat tone, let us head back. We can't catch up. Similarly, the group observed the ship growing ever more distant and understood that pursuit was futile. Yet, discontent was evident on their faces, particularly from a member of the Kagaya clan, who erupted in curses, berating both Uchiha Moon and his own comrades. As they disembarked, more than 20 mist ninjas emerged from the thickets, led by the formidable Hozuki Mangetsu. Upon seeing their comrades approaching, illuminated by the moonlight, They also noticed the ship on the sea receding further into the distance. It dawned on them that they had failed to catch up. Indeed, it was unexpected that the elite Jonin had chosen to remain, waiting for Uchiha Suki. Fortunately, they had fled. Otherwise, facing over 20 Jonin, victory would have been uncertain. You speak the truth, remarked Kisame Hashigaki, who had felt trepidation during the chase, noting the palpable bloodlust radiating from his peers. However, he understood that the Leaf Ninjas were biding their time, and had they engaged in combat, he would have swiftly retreated with his comrades. For the disparity in strength was too great. Indeed, our losses this time are considerable. I am at a loss as to how to report this to Lord Mizukichi. Hozuki Mangetsu confessed, his heart heavy with uncertainty, yet he found solace in the fact that the Jinchuriki's life had been preserved. We will report the truth. This is not entirely our fault. It was unforeseen that Lord Hiraki would succumb to Uchiha Suki without much resistance. Kisame felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was disheartening for an elite member of the Kagaya clan to meet such a fate. Let us return to the dock and assess our losses. Then send the intelligence regarding Uchiha Suki back to the village. Gaining insight into Uchiha Suki's capabilities is a small consolation, he added with a sigh. Come, let us head back. With a wave of his hand, a contingent of over 60 ninjas made their way toward the dock, their spirits notably low. Reflecting on their departure from the village, filled with vigor and confidence, they now faced the grim reality of mission failure and heavy casualties, leaving them with little pride to confront their Mizukichi. As the mist ninjas retreated, their attention turned toward Uchiha Suki. Lord Suki, why do they appear as if they've witnessed a death? Have you committed some grave act? Uchiha Fuyu inquired, intrigued by the expressions of the departing mist ninjas. Well, I merely killed their leader, Hiraki Kagaya, and threatened them with the Jinchuriki's life to secure my escape. Nothing more, Uchiha Suki replied after a moment's contemplation. Rising to address the group, the gathered ninjas were taken aback by his words. It was a chilling revelation that he had not only defeated the enemy's leader, but had also threatened a Jinchuriki, an act of formidable prowess. Well then, this mission, albeit precarious, can be deemed a success. We have eliminated over 150 foes, including their leader. However, we set out with 42 and shall return with only 25. 17 comrades remain at the dock. They are heroes of our village. Let us etch this into our memories. Uchiha Suki declared, gazing at the stunned faces around him. He then turned to his two clan members, by the way, Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Hai. Please document the list of personnel lost in this encounter. Furthermore, let us ascertain the total number of adversaries that emerged during this foggy encounter, as well as the toll of lives claimed in the material destruction wrought. This information should be promptly relayed to Lord Akidu Shufu, enabling him to prepare adequate defenses. Now, there is little more to discuss. We are merely 2 days from landfall. Everyone, maintain vigilance and guard against any surprise attacks by the enemy. I shall retire to the cabin for some rest. With that, Uchiha Suki bid farewell to his companions and entered the ship's cabin, a modest private room. This room, while small, was well appointed. It contained a table, a chair, and a slightly larger window, through which the dark blue sea under the night sky could be glimpsed. Additionally, there was a small door leading to a private bathing area, complete with a toilet and sink, amenities that Uchiha Suki had specifically requested. Upon entering the room, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, indicating the completion of his task, though this was not his primary concern at the moment. He proceeded into the small adjoining room to take a refreshing shower, followed by a meal. Afterward, he intended to rest thoroughly, as he felt utterly fatigued. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and his Sharingan eye had been overexerted. Even though he had retracted it, the right eye remained swollen and uncomfortable. Soon, Uchiha Suki emerged from a hot shower, changed into a set of spare clothes from his spatial backpack, and retrieved a warm meal he had previously set aside. With the system at his disposal, he had no desire to consume the ship's rations. After finishing his meal, he indulged in a rejuvenating sleep. In his dreams, he envisioned himself displaying extraordinary prowess, striking down his idol, Madara, and delivering powerful kicks to Kagaya Tsutsuki, ascending to the pinnacle of his life. Filled with immense satisfaction and contentment, upon waking, he sat on the edge of his bed, recalling the vivid dream, and felt compelled to apologize to his idol, Madara, for the imagined affront. He then gazed out at the serene sea view, lost in contemplation. In merely 10 days to 2 weeks, his life had been irrevocably transformed, evolving from a mere pretty face into a strikingly handsome and formidable warrior. What merit did he possess to warrant such excellence? Yet, His reverie was abruptly interrupted by a series of mocking laughter from outside, likely emanating from the deck. He remained unaware of the source of such derisive amusement. Regaining his focus and sensing the abundance of chakra within him, Uchiha Yue prepared to examine the spoils of this recent mission. First, he turned his attention to the scrolls that had emerged from his backpack, having just vanquished 12 ninjas and a member of the Tsutsuki clan. Curiosity piqued. He opened his backpack and discovered a meager assortment of items, for in total, strangely, 3 of them were scrolls, unfurling from the bottom and tinted blue, while the 4th was a small vial, seemingly filled with a blood-like substance. Intrigued, he focused his thoughts on the vial, the first of its kind to appear. And as he reviewed the information contained within, he was left utterly astounded. Bloodline limit, corpse bone pulse description. It contains the inherited bloodline limit of the Kagaya clan. Quality, artifact, consumable. Is this even possible? The bloodline limit can be unleashed. This revelation astonished Uchiha Yue. Does this imply that all bloodline limits, along with bloodline elimination and bloodline acquisition, have the potential to be manifested? With a focused thought, he attempted to extract a vial from his backpack. A small bottle materialized in his hand, filled with a crimson liquid that seemed as though it could be consumed in a single gulp. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the liquid shimmered with an ethereal white glow, captivating in its allure. Could this liquid conflict with the bloodline of the Uchiha? A question arose in Suki's mind as he gazed at it. However, recalling that it was a product of the system, he dismissed his worries. Firmly believing it posed no danger, he swiftly drank the contents of the vial. As he savored the taste, he was reminded of the fruit juices from his past life, indescribably delightful. Afterward, he closed his eyes to attune himself to his body. To his dismay, he perceived no immediate changes. Could this all be a ruse? He quickly checked his skill panel and was astonished to find 7 new skills, each marked as Bloodline Ninjutsu. 10-finger penetration, willow dance, camellia dance, pine dance, iron wire flower dance, and early fern dance. Additionally, a new passive skill appeared, corpse bone pulse, activated. This passive ability granted him the power to manipulate his bones freely. Any action related to bones could be controlled without limitation. Quality, artifact. Effect, bone manipulation. At that moment, Uchiha Yue felt his skill and passive panels had become significantly more substantial. Furthermore, he discovered that he could already control the bones within his body. Observing the palm of his right hand, he channeled his chakra, and a bone spike gradually emerged from his palm, reminiscent of the black rods produced by the 6 Paths technique. However, unlike the black rods that could only manifest from his palm, the bone spikes could emanate from any part of his body as long as he had sufficient chakra. He scrutinized the bone spike, noting its conical shape. In contrast to the cylindrical form of the black rod, he retrieved the black rod from his left palm and struck it against the bone spike, producing a sound akin to hammering metal. Initially, Uchiha Yue contemplated the idea of covering his entire body with bone spikes, transforming into a hedgehog of sorts. However, upon glancing down at his attire and realizing he was still lying in bed, needing at least one more good night's sleep, he promptly abandoned the notion. Retracting the bone spike and black rod, Uchiha Yue prepared to examine the 3 scrolls of ninjutsu. At that moment, a chorus of hearty laughter echoed in the air. Yet one particular voice struck him as somewhat irritating. It was unmistakably Uchiha Yue's laugh. It seemed that Uchiha Yue was particularly suited for diplomacy, effortlessly mingling with others. With a gentle smile, he reclined on the bed, feeling the vessel sway with the rhythm of the waves outside the window. His spirits lifted considerably. Opening his backpack, he gazed at the 3 scrolls, certain they pertained to water techniques. One was a signature technique of the water dragon bullet, another the hidden mist technique, and the last a water prison technique. He confirmed each one with his thoughts and was delighted to see his skills enhanced by a level. In truth, the items he had acquired were not the primary focus. Even the corpse bone path merely added a novel aspect to his journey. The essence lay in the rewards from the 3 tasks, one involving the tailed beast Yugao, another a pact with Kagaya Hiraichi, and the third concerning a surprise attack. All 3 tasks displayed a completion status. Task: the first appearance of the 6 tails. The rhinoceros dog, completable, level, divine artifact location, doc description. As the Jinchuriki capable of initially controlling the 6 tails, Yugao was brimming with confidence, poised to showcase his prowess. Objective: defeat Yugao and teach him a lesson. Reward: chakra seed of the 6 tails. Penalty: none. Failure signifies that you have been slain by Jinchuriki Yugao. Task: packed with Kagaya Hiraichi completable, level, divine artifact location, doc description. Kagaya Hiraichi has agreed to spare the Leaf Village's elite shinobi, contingent upon the temporary sealing of your Rinnegan. Objective: eliminate all mist ninjas or escape. Reward: total annihilation grants a legendary weapon. Escaping yields a divine artifact level weapon. Penalty: failure implies you have been brutally slain by the mist ninjas. Task: mist supply battle. Side quest: completable, level, divine artifact location, border of the Bear Country description. After receiving intelligence from mist spies, Akimichi Shikaz has awaited your arrival. Prepare to utilize your strength in a surprise attack on the supply line of the Mist Village. Objective: sabotage the Mist Village's supply. Reward: varies based on destruction, from crude to divine artifact level. Penalty: if you can fail at this, you might as well leap into the sea and end it all. Having selected to complete all 3 tasks, Uchiha Suki found 3 new items in his backpack: a jet black katana, a green seed, and an unfurled blueprint featuring a red skull dominating most of the space. Upon inspecting the weapon's description, Shadow Blade, a jet black katana, a family heirloom revered by the Shadow clan through generations. Weapon type: short katana. Quality: divine artifact attack power, 110 magical attack power, 110 agility, 20 physical critical rate, 5 magical critical rate, 5 special effect. Shadow attack attribute. Dark special effect. Shadow power damage from behind increases by 18. Level requirement: level 15. After closely examining this blade, Uchiha Suki felt an intriguing connection between it and his Rinnegan abilities. He found it rather peculiar, as he had no desire to become a petty thief or a stealthy assassin. However, he wished to retrieve it, only to discover that it could not be summoned through mere thought, likely due to his insufficient level. Overall, the blade proved to be quite impressive. He then glanced at the seed, which bore only a name: the chakra seed of the 6-tailed rhinoceros dog, accompanied by a flurry of question marks. The seed could neither be extracted nor utilized, leaving it confined to his backpack. Yet, the name stirred a sense of foreboding within Uchiha Yue, hinting that this seed would undoubtedly be of significant assistance to him in the future. Next, Uchiha Yue's gaze fell upon a final item, a piece of parchment adorned with a crimson skull. It was an invitation to the Abyss Party, a challenge scroll from the depths. Quality: rare. Effect: upon tearing it open, a portal to the abyss would be unveiled, allowing one to confront numerous formidable beings from across the realms. The mere sight of this invitation sent Uchiha Yue's mind into a frenzy. Had such an object appeared so swiftly? According to the game's standard progression, one would typically encounter it only around level 30. If he were to challenge it now, he could only wonder whether he would be ruthlessly defeated by the powerful entities within. However, if he were to wait until he reached level 15, unlocked the 2nd-tier genetic seal, and awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he would be eager to test his mettle. After all, with a Rinnegan in his left eye and a Manjiki in his right, traversing this world would become a matter of ease. The thought of the treasures that could be uncovered in the abyss, the golden glimmers, the immortal equipment, and rare materials, caused Uchiha Yue to salivate with anticipation. Yet, he could not help but wonder if the abyss would differ from its portrayal in the game. At that moment, a rumble emanated from his stomach, revealing that after sleeping for over 10 hours, he was quite famished. It was time to rise, to eat, and to enjoy the breeze. Stretching languidly, Uchiha Yue climbed out of bed, donning his signature fan-patterned coat emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's emblem. After a meal, he proceeded to the deck to engage in light-hearted banter with his companions and foster camaraderie. 2 days later, on a sunny afternoon at the port of the Bear Country, the ship had fulfilled its mission, colliding gently with the shore. Finally, they had arrived. Uchiha Yue stood on the deck, weary from 2 days of sailing. Even the most picturesque seascape had grown tiresome. Everyone, once we disembark, let us enjoy a hearty meal together, for we shall not have such luxuries back at the camp, he proposed, feeling the pangs of hunger as he patted his belly, aware that his rations were running low and desperately needed resupplying. After all, once he returned to the camp, he anticipated a prolonged stay, and the food there would surely pale in comparison to what could be found outside. As the captain of the team, he had the authority to make arrangements as he saw fit. After disembarking, the group exchanged pleasantries with the merchants who had been waiting, and they proceeded towards the marketplace. The vessel had been rented, as purchasing one outright would have been prohibitively expensive. Renting was a far more economical choice. The group satisfied their hunger, while Uchiha Yue took the opportunity to leisurely explore the entire marketplace, indulging in an array of delectable snacks and treats, packing numerous portions. Consequently, his already limited supply of coins dwindled even further. Subsequently, the entire team gathered, and a resounding voice called out, "Let's depart. Back to the camp." In the land of bears, at the Konoha camp, within the main tent, Lord Akimichi Torafu announced that the team, led by Uchiha Suki, was about to arrive at the camp entrance. A chunin hurriedly entered, noticing several individuals gathered around a table. Engrossed in a map, engaged in fervent discussion, he glanced towards the robust figure seated at the head of the table and said, "Enough of the deliberation. Let us go and welcome Uchiha Suki and his team." Upon hearing this news, Akimichi Torafu swiftly rose from his seat. Feeling a twinge of irritation at the ongoing discussions among his companions, which had yielded no substantial conclusions. Without the Nara clan's contributions, it proved to be quite a challenge. Finally, they had arrived. Uchiha Suki gazed at the camp's grand entrance and the gathering of figures awaiting them. After a relentless journey spanning 3 to 4 hours, they had reached their destination. He turned to address the elite jonin behind him, saying, "Everyone, victory is within our grasp. I can see Akimichi Torafu standing at the gate. Let us muster our spirits." A chorus of agreement erupted from the group. After finishing their lunch and assembling, they had not paused since, and now, just before dinner, they had finally reached the camp. The weariness that had begun to settle upon them dissipated as energy surged through their ranks. "Uchiha Suki, we have eagerly awaited your return," Akimichi Torafu said, looking directly at the foremost Uchiha. With that, he welcomed the group into the camp. Upon their return, the jonin resumed their respective duties, while Uchiha Suki followed Akimichi Torafu into the main tent. "Lord Akimichi Torafu, I regret to inform you that this mission cannot be deemed a complete success, as we unfortunately lost 17 of our elite from Konoha," Uchiha Suki admitted candidly as soon as they entered the tent. Acknowledging the promise he had made to safeguard the jonin, "It is of no concern. The fact that more than half returned exceeds my expectations. Moreover, it is astonishing that the Mist Village audaciously deployed a mere 10-year-old Jinchuriki. This was beyond my anticipation, so you must not bear the blame. Furthermore, I have heard that you not only destroyed one of their supply ships but also defeated the Jinchuriki and eliminated their leader, Kagaya Hirai. These are commendable achievements. Rest assured, I have reported all of this to Lord Hokage," Akimichi Torafu said, taking his seat and gesturing for Uchiha Suki to do the same, his face reflecting a mixture of admiration and contemplation. Indeed, the adversaries Uchiha Suki encountered during this mission were formidable, a powerful member of the Kagaya clan, 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and even a Jinchuriki. In truth, the Mist Village had dispatched a remarkably formidable lineup to escort the supplies, making it quite a secure operation. Uchiha Suki's team had managed to disrupt half of their material transport. When he received this news, he was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, this conflict had undeniably demonstrated Uchiha Suki's strength to the higher echelons of Konoha. Moreover, he harbored no resentment towards the Uchiha clan. His relationship with his former teammate, Uchiha Kagami, had been quite cordial, which fostered his appreciation for Uchiha Suki. "Not at all. It is truly the collective effort of my comrades," Uchiha Suki humbly responded to the praise from Akimichi Torafu. However, deep within, his thoughts were of a different nature. Had he been alone in this endeavor, he was confident he could have annihilated the supply team of the Hidden Mist. Unburdened by any concerns, he envisioned the perfect opportunity to unleash a Densetsuzen upon the crowd, hoping for fortune to favor him and eliminate 100 or so Mist Ninjas. Subsequently, he would ascend to level 15, unlocking the genetic seal, manifesting Susanoo and the Rinnegan for swift execution of the remaining foes. Such a simple task it seemed to him. He had it all mapped out. Alas, what a pity. Do not be so modest. According to the intel, it was indeed the presence of those jonin that held you back. After their departure, you vanquished the enemy leader, defeated the Jinchuriki, and escaped their encirclement. This is your achievement, one that cannot be contested. Rest assured, you shall be hailed as a hero of Konohagakure, Akimichi Torafu stated with conviction. Now in his 50s, he lacked the energy to quarrel over accolades and had no desire for advancement. His greatest wish was simply to live out his days peacefully, were it not for the village's pressing need for a commanding officer to stabilize the front lines. He would not have ventured out. I feel ashamed. Had they not awaited my return, I fear I would have struggled as well, Uchiha Suki confessed, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Enough of this humility. You have rightfully earned it. Furthermore, I would like to hear you recount the details of this mission again. As the initial report lacked sufficient depth, Akimichi Torafu expressed, contemplating the need for a thorough understanding of the task at hand. Subsequently, Uchiha Suki meticulously narrated how he approached the mission, how he utilized Genjutsu to dominate the entire dock, and how he executed a surprise attack on the mist through clever deception, sharing every detail with the Kimichi Torikes, including the abilities he had employed. After all, so many had witnessed it, and there was no concealing it any longer. On the other hand, even if he disclosed his abilities to a Kimichi Torikes, it mattered little. He was on the verge of awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, bolstered by the various powers bestowed upon him by the system. He was beginning to embody the essence of a well-rounded warrior. I never anticipated your Genjutsu would be so formidable, effortlessly controlling both ordinary citizens and ninjas at the dock. While such feats can be achieved by other large-scale illusions, what sets yours apart is that those ensnared seem to awaken from the Genjutsu without the slightest sense of disorientation. As if their time had simply been snipped away, a Kimichi Torikes remarked, astonished by the capabilities of Uchiha Suki's Genjutsu. In all his years as a ninja, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have found it hard to believe. My Genjutsu is merely adequate, Uchiha Suki replied, feeling a touch of bashfulness as he observed a Kimichi Torikes praising his illusionary prowess. It was but a common Genjutsu, enhanced by the might of his ocular power. Indeed, Lord Akimichi Torikes, after this mission, I fear I have deeply offended their six-tailed Jinchuriki and 2 members of the Sword of the Mist. With half of their resources destroyed, I dread they may act out of desperation. This is a point that cannot be overlooked. Uchiha Suki suddenly recalled how he had threatened Akatsuki Minatsu and Deidara with the Jinchuriki, and he could only imagine their furious expressions afterward. Furthermore, the Jinchuriki Yutaka had nearly brought about his demise. This is certainly worth noting, since they still possess half of their resources. They are bound to transport them to the front lines. While they have suffered considerable losses, the mere presence of the Jinchuriki poses a significant threat to us. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and rest, Lord Akimichi Torikes. Uchiha Suki felt a pang of hunger and addressed him accordingly. Upon returning to his previous tent, Uchiha Suki retrieved his dinner from his backpack. After finishing his meal, he lay down on the bed, contemplating the issues that had arisen from this mission. After much reflection, he concluded that his most pressing problem remained the insufficiency of his chakra reserves. Even with the passive reduction of chakra consumption by 5% following his last mission and the subsequent days of unlimited chakra refinement, it still fell short of the required standards. Especially after his Rinnegan had been sealed, this weakness became glaringly evident. Had it not been for Yutaka, he would have lost his rewards. Had his chakra been sufficient during this mission, even without the Rinnegan, he could have accomplished his objectives and leveled up to 15. Fortunately, he had not yet reached level 15, thus avoiding the gene lock that would hinder his training gains, allowing him to swiftly enhance his chakra capacity and prepare for the awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan. On the other hand, due to this mission, the Mist Village refrained from initiating a conflict with Konoha, likely awaiting their next wave of reinforcements. This created a temporary lull in the battlefield, providing Uchiha Suki with an opportunity. During this 15-day interlude, aside from eating and sleeping, Uchiha Suki dedicated himself to chakra refinement. He had previously informed Akimichi Torikes that unless there was an urgent matter, he should not be disturbed. The results of these 15 days were quite remarkable. His total chakra had doubled. At 3:10 in the afternoon, a figure appeared at the entrance of Uchiha Suki's tent. It was Uchiha Fei. My lord, Lord Akimichi Torikes is seeking you. He has important matters to discuss. The voice penetrated the tent, and upon recognizing the familiar tone, Uchiha Suki awakened. All right, I shall come at once, he replied. After stretching, Uchiha Suki descended from his bed. The relentless chakra refinement over these days had indeed doubled his reserves. Yet it also left him feeling somewhat agitated. In the following days, he found himself wanting to pause the refinement every few hours. But the recollection of the previous mission's circumstances compelled him to persevere. He was determined not to fail the next mission due to inadequate chakra once more. After all, his chakra refinement had been slowed for 6 or 7 years. Now that he could refine it at full speed, he had to work even harder than before. Using his chakra, he conjured a small sphere of pure water from the air to wash his face, invigorating his appearance before heading towards the main tent. Inside the main tent, a senior ninja from the Saratobi clan spoke. Lord Akimichi, I believe we should refrain from engaging in battle. Our focus should be on defense. He felt that the Leaf Village had fewer personnel and should not take the initiative to fight. Holding the line was sufficient. Lord Akimichi, I believe we ought to confront them. It is not in our leaf village's nature to act like turtles retreating into their shells. They have been slandering us and disparaging Lord Suki, making it seem as though we are afraid of the Mist Village, Uchiha Yue rebutted. He strongly disagreed with the Sarutobi's stance on avoiding confrontation. The Uchiha clan had never feared anyone. They had been taunted for days. And had it not been for the opposition to his departure, he would have already sought out and dealt with the rogue ninja, Kiri's Mangetsu. Enough, enough. Let us wait for Uchiha Suki to arrive and hear his perspective, Akimichi Takeo said leisurely. Initially, he had not wanted to summon Uchiha Suki, as the Leaf Village was already outnumbered, and he had sent Suki because of his exceptional defensive skills, believing that a steadfast defense would suffice. However, the relentless taunts from the enemy and the incessant bickering among the senior ninjas had worn him down, leading him to acquiesce to their demands. At that moment, Uchiha Suki happened to be standing at the entrance of the main tent, having overheard his name mentioned within. He pushed aside the curtain and entered. Lord Akimichi, what insights do you seek from me? The 7 or 8 senior ninjas in the tent, along with Akimichi Takeo, turned their gazes towards Uchiha Suki. You have arrived just in time. This Mangetsu has been challenging us for several days, demanding we engage in battle. Here, half of the group, led by Sarutobi, believes we should maintain our defensive stance, while the other half, led by Uchiha Yue, feels we should take the initiative. What do you think? Akimichi Takeo regarded Uchiha Suki as a savior. These individuals were difficult to manage, constantly bickering, which had become quite bothersome. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Suki's eyes sparkled. What a delightful opportunity! Why had he not been summoned sooner? It had been several days. Why had Lord Akimichi not called upon him earlier? This was precisely the sort of situation he should handle. I can take on their entire group by myself, he stated. A hint of irritation in his gaze directed at Akimichi Takeo. This delay had cost him a chance at glory, as he was merely a third of the way to leveling up. However, I still do not support engaging in battle. Our numbers are essentially fixed. Unless our front line is on the verge of complete collapse, the village will not send reinforcements. Our enemies from the Mist Village, on the other hand, have different circumstances. Apart from their skirmishes with the Sand Ninja, they have only had conflicts with us. But now, the Sand Ninja have fully retreated. The Mist Village's main forces will undoubtedly be focused on us, especially after suffering such a significant loss. Therefore, I am under considerable pressure. Do you think I do not wish to eliminate them? I truly believe that as ninjas, we must endure and persevere. Surviving is what matters most. Akidu Torikes candidly expressed his innermost thoughts. However, upon hearing that the primary forces of the mist would be stationed here, Uchiha Suki ceased to pay attention to Akidu Torikes' subsequent complaints. If the mist's main forces were indeed positioned here, it signified that waves of adversaries would descend upon the battlefield, an abundance of experience points. The prospect thrilled Uchiha Suki, leading him to ponder these matters, which caused Akidu Torikes to call his name repeatedly before he snapped back to reality. Ah, Lord Akidu Torikes, what is it? Do you wish for me to eliminate them all? Uchiha Suki remarked, his eyes emanating an enigmatic brilliance that left Akidu Torikes feeling somewhat embarrassed. I merely sought your opinion. A few days ago, they dispatched small squads attempting to infiltrate our rear. Do you think I am oblivious to their schemes? I have thwarted those squads. Yet they are now making a ruckus again, which leaves me feeling uncertain. I wonder if this is part of their plot, hence my reluctance to send anyone out. However, their incessant noise prompted me to consult you, Akidu Torikes confessed, his expression a blend of concern and indecision. I believe that so-called conspiracies are the tools of the weak. Allow me to confront them directly. All cunning plots shall be laid bare before my gaze. This time, Uchiha Suki resolved to be forthright, revealing his left eye's Rinnegan, casting his gaze upon everyone present, and inadvertently unleashing his ocular power. The emergence of this eye instilled an inexplicable pressure among all in the tent, compelling their attention to fixate on Uchiha Suki's extraordinary left eye. How does it feel, everyone? Uchiha Suki inquired with a smile gracing his lips. Your eye? Is it not a Manjiki? Akidu Torikes exclaimed, visibly astonished by the sight, and quickly posed the question. Certainly not. This is a Rinnegan, a more advanced form than the Manjiki. Uchiha Suki responded with a smile, having clarified his abilities after a fortnight of introspective chakra refinement. He had come to understand many aspects of his path, realizing it was time to step forth boldly. Moreover, the enemy's heads had begun to roll in his favor, propelling him into the next phase of his life, where fear would no longer hold sway. A Rinnegan, you say? I have heard of it from my teacher, the second Hokage. Akidu Torikes remarked, gazing at Uchiha Suki's eye with a look of awe. However, the other attendees remained bewildered. They sensed the weight of the Rinnegan's aura yet remained ignorant of its nature, their eyes darting between Akidu Torike's and Uchiha Suki, hoping for an explanation of what the Rinnegan truly entailed. Allow me to enlighten you about the Rinnegan, Uchiha Suki began, observing their eager faces. You are familiar with the Sage of Six Paths, correct? I know. He is the god of creation in the ninja world. Uchiha H immediately responded with enthusiasm. The Rinnegan is a name attributed to the Sage of Six Paths Eyes, and it can also be referred to as the Sage's Eye. Similarly, the Rinnegan is also referred to as the eye that controls life and death. Its bearer may either be a deity of creation, endowed with the power to forge existence, or a deity of destruction, possessing the capacity to annihilate worlds. Akidu Takakaze added that he had recalled the words spoken by their teacher, and his heart was filled with profound astonishment. After hearing Uchiha Suki's explanation and Akidu Takakaze's addition, the crowd was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Their gazes fixated upon Uchiha Suki's Rinnegan. Therefore, all I need is to be allowed to step out. With this eye, any conspiracy will be shattered. Uchiha Suki smiled at Akidu Takakaze. Revealing this, I serve to both astonish the onlookers and to reassure Akidu Takakaze. In light of this, very well. You may step out to confront him. After a moment of contemplation, Akidu Takakaze acquiesced to Uchiha Suki's request. If Uchiha Suki was willing to unveil the Rinnegan, then indeed. As Uchiha Hai had said, he would become a coward if he did not make a move. This battle, I shall surely win. The timid ones of Konoha. Capable of ambushing, but not of facing me in combat? Is that so? The illustrious first great village of the ninja world, unable to dispatch even a single individual. Is it not a source of mockery? Enough of the scolding, it is truly tiresome. Mizuki's prodigy, Hozuki Mangetsu, had been challenging them for 3 days. And after over 3 hours of cursing today, he too had grown weary. It is lamentable that he, a genius of the Mist Village, must resort to such verbal assaults like the village elder. Yet they found themselves powerless, as Konoha's defensive position was easy to guard but difficult to assault. The prospect of large-scale combat was untenable due to insufficient manpower, and small teams that attempted infiltration were thwarted. Thus, they found themselves in this predicament. Just as he was about to turn away, he sensed movement from the Konoha formation. Upon discerning the figure approaching, he was taken aback to find it was his long-anticipated adversary, Uchiha Suki. Immediately, his gaze fixed intently upon Uchiha Suki. After 3 days of boasting, he had awaited this moment. So, you have finally emerged, Uchiha Suki. When enemies meet, tension escalates, however, upon Uchiha Suki's arrival. He felt an overwhelming desire to unleash his fury upon him. Yet, he maintained a facade of indifference, gazing at Uchiha Suki with a composed countenance. Indeed, I have arrived. Are you prepared for your demise? The sea breeze swept through, tousling the hair of both individuals as Uchiha Suki approached, arms crossed. Peering down at Hozuki Mangetsu through the strands of hair that obscured his vision. Observing the audacious Uchiha Suki before him ignited a flame of anger within Hozuki Mangetsu. He retorted, "What is this? After a few days of hiding, now you dare to show yourself? That is only because I was unaware, otherwise. Do you think you would have lived to see this day?" In response to Hozuki Mangetsu's taunt, Uchiha Suki candidly stated the truth. This revelation only served to infuriate Hozuki Mangetsu further, prompting him to draw the Hiramiki from his back, ready to strike. Very well. I did not come here merely for idle banter. Call forth your ambushers. The sooner this concludes, the sooner I can return for a meal. Yet, as he observed Hozuki Mangetsu, who merely held the Hiramiki and fixed his gaze upon him, he continued, "What now? Do you truly believe that you alone can defeat me?" "How laughable," remarked Saratobi Asuma, standing high above, alongside his companions. They watched anxiously as Uchiha Suki approached the enemy, yet neither side made a move. "It was you who initially declared against engaging in battle. Now you seem the most anxious as the time for conflict draws near. Lord Suki has entered the fray. What is there to fear?" Uchiha Hai spoke confidently, his faith in Uchiha Suki's prowess unwavering after their last encounter, revealing his admiration. "Here we go. The battle is about to commence." Saratobi Asuma intently observed the two figures before him, ignoring Uchiha Hai's comments. His anticipation heightened when he saw the weapon emerge from the back of Kagetsu Manatsu. As Uchiha Suki unveiled his Rinnegan, Saratobi Asuma felt a sense of certainty. This battle would undoubtedly culminate in a victory for Konoha, heralding Uchiha Suki's ascent. "What is that?" Asuma inquired. His gaze fixated ahead as he noticed two faintly red spheres hurtling towards them from a distance. The others also turned their attention to the approaching orbs. Those must be tailed beast balls. Akimichi Choza recalled the legendary confrontation with the second Hokage and recognized the significance of the spheres. The target is Lord Tsuki. Uchiha Yue observed, his Sharingan accurately tracing the trajectory of the tailed beast balls. Realizing the imminent danger, he shouted a warning. As they grasped the gravity of the situation, the two-tailed beast balls struck Uchiha Tsuki. How is this possible? One exclaimed in disbelief. It is indeed possible, Uchiha Tsuki declared, raising his hands to reveal a wisp of smoke emanating from his palms, dissipating in the wind. Meanwhile, Kaigetsu Manatsu, not far off, was taken aback. The massive tailed beast balls flew past him, aimed directly at Uchiha Tsuki. However, just before impact, he witnessed Uchiha Tsuki's left eye transform into an unusual circular pattern. And with a graceful gesture, the tailed beast balls disintegrated into smoke within his grasp. Uchiha Tsuki had no intention of absorbing the two incoming tailed beast balls. His chakra remained abundant, allowing them to dissolve harmlessly. In contrast, those atop the Konoha mountain felt elated, while the adversaries who had unleashed the tailed beast balls found their spirits dampened. They had not anticipated that the tailed beast balls would simply evaporate. They had considered deploying the tailed beast balls to bombard Konoha's defenses, but even if successful, they knew the enemy could still thwart them. Expanding the conflict further would only disadvantage them, given their fewer numbers compared to Konoha. Moreover, as long as Uchiha Tsuki remained, the danger he posed to the Mist Village would only escalate. Thus, they aimed to eliminate Uchiha Tsuki first, awaiting reinforcements to break through their lines, invade the land of fire, plunder resources, and ultimately forge a treaty as victors with the defeated Konoha, thereby fortifying the strength of the Mist Village. However, their plans had already begun to unravel. In that case, let us proceed with the plan, Hoshigaki Kasame declared, gazing at his comrades. They devised multiple plans to eliminate Uchiha Tsuki. Since the first attempt failed, they resolved to proceed with the next. Very well, no issues, one of them replied. Aren't you going to flee? Uchiha Tsuki, arms crossed, observed the cold sweat trickling down the face of Kaigetsu Manatsu with curiosity. To his astonishment, Kaigetsu Manatsu did not retreat. Instead, the large flatfish in his grasp began to emit a blue glow, and he swung it directly at Uchiha Tsuki. Shinra Tensei. Faced with the enormous chakra sphere on the blade of the flatfish, Uchiha Tsuki did not summon his black rods for defense. Nor did he employ any skills or attempt to evade. Instead, he activated the Rinnegan's Deva Path ability. After a 15-day respite, he felt a sense of impatience building within him. A repulsive force emanated from Uchiha Tsuki's body, creating a vast, smoothly carved concave pit centered around him, sending both the weapon and its wielder hurtling backward. Shinra Tensei. While Kaigetsu Manatsu was airborne, Uchiha Tsuki unleashed his power once more. A force of repulsion enveloped Kaigetsu Manatsu, causing him to momentarily halt midair before being propelled back toward Uchiha Tsuki. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Tsuki grasped Kaigetsu Manatsu by the neck. Kaigetsu Manatsu. Why, as Uchiha Tsuki was about to speak, he exerted a slight pressure, and with a sudden puff, Kaigetsu Manatsu transformed into smoke and vanished. A shadow clone? No wonder he had the audacity to challenge me alone, Uchiha Tsuki remarked, brushing his palms together. He cast a cold glance at the mountain peak from which the tailed beast bomb had just been launched, then turned his attention to his companions perched a short distance behind him. On the mountain, Kaigetsu Manatsu shivered. The destruction of his shadow clone had significantly dampened his spirits. Are you all right, Kaigetsu Manatsu? Inuzuka Kiba inquired hastily, noticing the distress on Kaigetsu Manatsu's face. As one of the key players in this plan, he could not afford to falter. I'm fine, still able to endure. It was part of the suffering I anticipated. However, I am uncertain whether Uchiha Tsuki will proceed as we planned. Kaigetsu Manatsu expressed his concerns, relaying the information his shadow clone had transmitted. Uchiha Tsuki's calm and overbearing demeanor had deeply imprinted itself in his mind. From the information conveyed by the shadow clone, he feared that their plan might indeed fail. But seeing his comrades so resolute, he felt unable to voice his doubts. The plan had already commenced. Speaking out now would only undermine their morale. It should be so. Based on our analysis of Uchiha Tsuki's intelligence, he will undoubtedly feel deceived and, driven by blind arrogance, will come forth, said Akatsuki Kasame thoughtfully. Then let us await the outcome, remarked another unfamiliar man, the commander of this Mist Village unit, who had once been the strongest before Kaigetsu Manatsu's arrival. Absorbing the words exchanged between the two, he also believed that Uchiha Yue posed the greatest threat to their advance into Konoha. Hence he was in full agreement with the current plan. Meanwhile, the members of Konoha, witnessing how Uchiha Yue effortlessly turned the enemy into a cloud of smoke. Quickly realized it was a ruse. They hastened towards Uchiha Yue's position. Uchiha Yue, with his arms crossed, observed the leaders capable of determining the frontline battle approaching him. He felt quite unsettled by the fact that Hozuki Mangetsu was merely a shadow clone, akin to being toyed with, yet he felt somewhat powerless. The nature of shadow clones, impervious to the Byakugan, Sharingan, or Rinnegan, made them elusive. However, being tricked did not preclude him from seeking retribution. He awaited the arrival of Akimichi Takafumi to inform him. As he prepared to advance towards the hill from which the tailed beast bomb had been launched. Lord Akimichi Takafumi, your timing is impeccable. I am ready to pursue. Uchiha Yue addressed the stout ninja at the forefront. Clearly, this is a trap designed to entice you into a snare. I believe it would be wiser to retreat and defend. Akimichi Takafumi, exhibiting caution, was hesitant to let Uchiha Yue take such a risk, for it was evident that the enemy aimed to lure him in. Lord Akimichi Takafumi, my presence here is not to negotiate with you. I am merely, in name, your subordinate, here to express my discontent. I am aware this scheme is directed against me, yet I am unfazed. Let them come, Uchiha Yue declared, recognizing the trap laid for him. Nevertheless, he could not deny that the enemy's maneuver had successfully drawn him in. With the Rinnegan activated in the 15th level within reach, halting now was out of the question. The onlookers sensed his anger, the pressure palpable. Very well, I understand I cannot dissuade you. Go ahead. If the situation turns unfavorable, retreat immediately. Understood? Akimichi Takafumi, seeing Uchiha Yue's resolve, ceased his attempts to persuade him. All right. With that, Uchiha Yue, his Rinnegan still aglow, cast a sweeping gaze over the assembled group, then turned and strode towards the enemy's location. Uchiha Yue is coming. Everyone, prepare yourselves, especially you. Yutaka, maintain your composure, he cautioned. As the nominal leader of this hastily assembled team, he felt a degree of trust in individuals like Kisame Hoshigaki, yet he felt compelled to issue special warnings to Yutaka. After all, should Yutaka lose his rationality, as a Jinchuriki, he would pose a greater threat to their side than Uchiha Yue himself. Not a problem, Yutaka nodded silently, understanding that losing control would render him unable to avenge his grievances, forcing him to live perpetually in Uchiha Yue's shadow. Initially, he had been sent to the front lines merely to observe, his naturally aloof demeanor leading him to avoid confrontation. Yet, he had not anticipated the relentless torment he would endure at the hands of Uchiha Yue at the docks, and later, he heard that after he had succumbed to unconsciousness, he had been threatened, allowing Uchiha Yue to escape. This left him with a lingering sense of bitterness and frustration. After confirming that everyone was prepared, the leader turned his head to gaze in the direction of Uchiha Suki, and his expression revealed a flicker of surprise. Wait, why was it not made clear that Uchiha Suki could fly? When he witnessed Uchiha Suki ascend into the air effortlessly, he was left somewhat bewildered. Could this truly be possible? His countenance turned slightly awkward as he felt deceived. Primarily, there was concern that if we disclosed this, you might oppose the plan, remarked Akatsuki Manatsu with a smile. At the dock, the trio organized their ranks, unable to suppress their frustration. They were all geniuses from their respective villages. So why could the Uchiha Suki from Konoha defeat 7 opponents? Thus, they conspired to enlist the mightiest of the Mizuki clan, believing that this would enable them to exact their vengeance. Do not worry, Lord Mizuki Yuru. Did we not arrange for 4 Jonin to set up the 4 Crimson Flames formation? Once trapped, it matters not whether he can fly. With our 4 and 4 elite Jonin, how could we possibly be outmatched by a mere Uchiha Suki? Explained Kisame Hoshigaki hastily. Furthermore, Lord Mizuki Yuru, the plan has commenced, and Uchiha Suki is already approaching. We must fight with all our might. If we manage to slay Uchiha Suki, the credit shall be yours. Then we shall have no worries regarding our assault on Konoha. After hearing Kisame's explanation, Mizuki Yuru could only nod reluctantly. The moment had arrived, and the plan must continue. Meanwhile, Akiyama Torikes and his companions were left dumbfounded upon witnessing Uchiha Suki soaring into the sky. Did Uchiha Suki possess the ability to fly during your last mission? Akiyama inquired hastily of Uchiha Hai. At that time, I was too preoccupied battling Kagaya to pay much attention to Lord Suki. I believe he could fly. But I thought I might have been mistaken, Uchiha Hai replied thoughtfully. Then why did you not report this in the mission briefing? Had I known he could fly, we would not have had to worry, Akiyama said with slight reproach. I did not anticipate it either. Well then, let us return. It seems there are no issues now. I need not worry any longer. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to head back. The wind at such heights was palpably stronger than on the ground, causing Uchiha Suki's garments to flutter vigorously. His previously arranged hair was now tousled by the gusts, nearly obscuring his vision with unruly bangs. Nonetheless, he could effortlessly discern the location of his adversaries. Even with his eyes closed, he could locate them, as the Jinchuriki had recently attacked him, and the health bar was already visible in his line of sight. Following the direction of the health bar and utilizing his Rinnegan, he clearly identified 8 opponents, their chakra manifesting at their feet. In just a minute's time, Uchiha Suki descended slowly before these adversaries, embracing himself with crossed arms. He gazed upon the 8 adversaries before him. Apart from the 6 tails Jinchuriki, Yutaka, and the formidable members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki and Mangitsu, the remaining 5 opponents were unfamiliar to him. However, from their chakra signatures and the palpable aura they emanated, Uchiha Suki discerned that they were all at least of the Jonin level. A faint smirk graced his lips as he calculated in his mind. This indicated that he was faced with a total of 8 foes, each possessing a minimum of 4% experience. If he were to eliminate them all, he would undoubtedly ascend to level 15. With the power of his Rinnegan, he surveyed the enemies before him. Observing their grim expressions, Uchiha Suki erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Are you prepared for your demise? Ignoring Suki's mockery, the frontmost figure, Mizuki Yoru, bellowed, "Attack." Upon his command, the 8 adversaries readied themselves for battle. Suki then noticed a wall of purple flames suddenly materializing behind them, reaching skyward. Glancing around, he realized that within mere seconds, the area surrounding him, including above, was engulfed in a formation of violet flames. Ah, so it is the 4 purple flames formation? Are you not concerned about your own escape? Suki remarked with a smile. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. Be cautious. He possesses an ability that allows him to appear behind us in an instant. We must remain vigilant, warned Mangetsu to his comrades. Moreover, his almighty push is a formidable technique capable of repelling everything. We must be wary, added Kisame, having experienced its might firsthand. Have you finished your chatter? Enough of the delays. Whether you choose to ambush or confront me head-on, let us proceed. Come at me. Suki interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Then, I shall make my move first, Yutaka declared, instantly transforming into his half-tailed beast form, his white pupils fixated on Uchiha Suki as he spoke calmly. Following their previous defeat, he had engaged in profound discussions with the 6 tails, enhancing his control over the tailed beast. This was indeed the source of their confidence in ambushing Suki. Upon hearing Yutaka's declaration and witnessing the flowing dark red cloak of the tailed beast enveloping him, Suki began to comprehend their resolve. I see now. This is your source of confidence. In the very next moment that Yutaka launched his attack, the 7 mist ninjas also sprang into action, their sights set squarely on Uchiha Suki. Yet, Suki remained utterly unfazed by their onslaught. He spread his arms wide. Almighty push. Mizuki Yoru swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a transparent ice wall several centimeters thick that appeared before them, designed to shield against the repulsive force unleashed by Uchiha Suki. The repulsive force emanating from Uchiha Suki collided with the ice wall, which momentarily withstood the onslaught before shattering entirely. However, Mizuki Yoru did not cease the technique. He continued to release it, attempting to mend the ice wall. Yet, after only a brief moment, the entire structure was obliterated, crashing down to the ground. Strikingly, this repulsive force also dissipated immediately following the ice wall's destruction. Had the enemy anticipated this all along? Was the Mizuki clan's ice release their countermeasure against my Shinra Tensei? As he observed the remnants of the ice wall crumbling into frost, Uchiha Suki grasped the reason behind their audacity to lay an ambush. How swift! In the instant the ice wall shattered, Uchiha Suki caught sight of Heiga lunging towards him, prompting him to activate his Sharingan. He sensed that Heiga's speed had increased by at least 30% compared to before. Nevertheless, Uchiha Suki deftly dodged to the left to evade Heiga's attack. However, in his moment of evasion, a kunai flew toward him from an unexpected angle. By the time his Sharingan detected it, it was too late. He could only awkwardly tilt his head to dodge, feeling a gash form on his left cheek. Yet this was merely the beginning, as a rapid onslaught from his adversaries ensued. Drawing forth his black rod, he relied on the dynamic vision afforded by his Sharingan, barely managing to defend himself. Within mere seconds, Uchiha Suki sensed that he was beginning to struggle against the relentless assault. But no matter, he was a man endowed with the Rinnegan. In the face of a combined offensive from 3 foes, Uchiha Suki activated his unique ability, materializing behind one of the ordinary Jonin enemies. As his black rod aimed to pierce the enemy's heart, he saw the foe retaliate with a kunai, resulting in a collision between the rod and the weapon. Had he failed? In that moment, Uchiha Suki understood that once his abilities were disowned, it became exceedingly difficult to eliminate his opponents, especially when they banded together. Yet, he remained undeterred. Once again, he vanished from his previous position, reappearing behind the central figure, Kirigakure's Manatsu. A smile crept upon his lips. Yet he refrained from attacking with the black rod, for the conclusion was already at hand. Shinra Tensei, with both hands outstretched. An invisible repulsive force emanated from Uchiha Suki's body in all directions once more. This time, he opted to amplify the intensity. Mizuki Yoru. Witnessing Uchiha Suki's emergence at the center and his subsequent gesture, quickly comprehended his intent. He hastily formed hand seals, and in an instant, several ice walls materialized before each of his comrades, directed towards Uchiha Suki. However, the combined height of these ice walls barely exceeded 10 centimeters. Did they truly believe they could withstand such power? Observing the sudden appearance of several transparent ice walls right in front of him, Uchiha Suki felt a chuckle rising within him. Mere ice walls, attempting to resist the might of the divine eye. As the ice walls manifested, the members of the Mist Village reacted swiftly, either unleashing ninjutsu or brandishing their weapons, preparing to counter Uchiha Suki's impending assault. The intangible repulsion emanated from Uchiha Suki's body, radiating in all directions. The icy wall, which had elicited a smile from Uchiha Suki, shattered upon the moment of impact with the force. The hearts of those behind the ice wall sank, yet they could do little more than watch their weapons or recently unleashed ninjutsu in a futile attempt to resist. Within a mere half-second, a smooth circular ground with a diameter of several meters appeared around Uchiha Suki, within which the earth was utterly devoid of substance. The enemies, who had just dispersed around him, were violently repelled and buried beneath stones and trees. However, before Uchiha Suki could meticulously survey the situation of his adversaries, a dark crimson figure emerged from beneath the rubble at the fringe of his Sharingan's vision, swiftly lunging toward him. Yet, this attack was deftly evaded by Uchiha Suki. "Yutaka, your speed leaves much to be desired," he remarked, turning to face the now grounded Yutaka. Simultaneously, he heard the sound of stones crashing to the ground on his right. Turning to look, he recognized the figure of Kirigakure's Manatsu, who wielded a Hiramiki Dori. Has he transformed into liquid to evade? Uchiha Suki pondered. Observing that Manatsu bore almost no signs of injury, with just a hint of moisture evident at the edges of his form, it dawned on him that this was the secret technique of the Hozuki clan, immunity to physical attacks. Their primary vulnerability lay in lightning-based ninjutsu, as the paralysis induced by such techniques could prevent full liquefaction, thus exposing them to lethal harm. Yet, he was surprised that even repulsion could be evaded. Reflecting further, it made sense. The force of Shinra Tensei, strictly speaking, was indeed a form of physical attack. Once Manatsu steadied himself, the remaining 6 enemies from Kirigakure rose from behind Uchiha Suki, to his left, and directly in front of him. Uchiha Suki turned his head to survey the scene, noting that both Kisame and Natsuki appeared unscathed, while the other 4 bore only minor injuries, with one nursing a wounded left arm. Then let us eliminate one, he resolved. Fixing his gaze upon the adversary cradling his injured arm, extending his hand in a grasping motion. This action was distinctly misinterpreted by the Kirigakure ninjas. Natsuki immediately erected an ice wall to shield himself and his closer companions. The others followed suit, preparing their defenses in anticipation of an impending attack. However, it was clear that they had misjudged the situation, believing Uchiha Suki was unleashing another Shinra Tensei. In the palm of Uchiha Suki's hand, a barely discernible dark translucent orb materialized, emanating a potent gravitational pull. The adversary, who was adopting a defensive posture while cradling his arm, was evidently positioned farther from Natsuki. Without an ice wall to shield him, his body was abruptly lifted into the air, rapidly hurtling towards Uchiha Suki's outstretched hand. Save him. The defensive Kirigakure ninjas watched in horror as their comrades soared towards Uchiha Suki, realizing they had gravely misunderstood the situation. Natsuki cried out in alarm. In a flurry of urgency, the fog-cloaked figures hastily prepared to rescue their comrade. The nearest to Uchiha Suki, the swift Hayaka, dashed towards him with the intent to attack. Yet, it was evident that he was already too late. Before Hayaka's assault could reach Uchiha Suki, Suki seized the adversary by the throat. Time was of the essence. In that fleeting moment of capture, Suki discerned that Hayaka was but a few meters away. With a powerful twist of his hand, he snapped the enemy's neck. subsequently casting the lifeless body towards Hayaka. As Suki propelled the corpse from his grasp, a swift strike materialized before him, a Jainin appearing behind his foe. With his left hand, he aimed a palm strike at the enemy's back, while simultaneously a spiked black rod emerged from his palm, targeting the adversary's heart. Simultaneously, Hayaka, obscured by the fallen body and unable to evade, collided with the corpse, splitting it apart and emerging drenched in blood. However, upon his emergence, he realized that Uchiha Suki had vanished from his sight, leaving him to land where Suki had just stood. Turning around, he was startled to see Suki materialize beside a Jainin. As Suki prepared to eliminate another foe, he found his black rod thwarted upon contact with the adversary's attire, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. The Jainin, having just risen, felt a rush of relief for donning his protective vest, which had spared him from a fatal blow. However, the force transmitted from Suki's rod sent him sprawling several meters back, struggling to regain his footing. Yet, as he attempted to turn and confront Suki, he discovered there was no enemy in sight. Suddenly, he felt a force at his lower back, propelling him forward again, causing him to stumble. What on earth? Is my back covered in iron plates? Suki thought, exasperated by the absurdity of the situation. It was perplexing, as ninjas were typically lightly equipped. Even an attempt to strike the lower back was thwarted. It was as though he were facing an impenetrable protective vest. Haha. These are specially designed defensive devices to counter your abilities, came a voice from the shadows. On the other side, the mischievous Kazuki man Gitsu reveled in Suki's momentary setbacks, finding great amusement in the situation. Suki turned to face him, and alongside him were the grinning figures of the formidable Kisame Hashigaki and the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Hayaka. They shared smiles, their intentions clear. They had prepared an ambush, anticipating Suki's exposed powers and devising countermeasures accordingly. While this was all within Suki's expectations, their gleeful expressions ignited a flicker of irritation within him. Is it amusing? You shall find no laughter soon enough. Uchiha Suki gazed at them with a mocking smile, contemplating whether to unleash the devastating technique known as Geto Rinne Tensei. However, he ultimately refrained, recognizing the potential for collateral damage, even if his adversaries were on high alert. His Rinnegan granted him a remarkable probability of victory, standing at nearly 98%. The only conceivable threat to his supremacy lay in the complete transformation of the Six Tails Jinchuriki into its tailed beast form, which posed a slim chance of failure. As for the others, it was no exaggeration to claim that with the Rinnegan's power, he regarded them as beneath his notice. In a strict sense, this world was merely a civil war among the Tsutsuki clan, and the rest were nothing but detritus. On the other side, Mizuki Yoru, realizing that Uchiha Suki was devoid of allies, decided to unleash a formidable ice technique from his ice release, aiming to eliminate Uchiha Suki in one fell swoop. Yet, he had evidently forgotten the warning imparted by the trio at the outset, that Uchiha Suki possessed the ability to absorb ninjutsu. As he completed the hand seals, a massive ice crystal emerged from the ground, hurtling towards Uchiha Suki with great speed. Ordinarily, this ice crystal would shatter upon striking its target, but upon reaching Uchiha Suki, it was effortlessly absorbed. Unable to rely on ninjutsu, he realized that only taijutsu could possibly suffice. Meanwhile, the nearby Kisame Hashigaki, poised to strike Uchiha Suki with his samahata, noticed his blundering comrade had just unleashed a ninjutsu. Promptly, he exclaimed a warning. After absorbing the ninjutsu, Uchiha Suki felt a rejuvenation of chakra coursing through him, significantly lifting his spirits. This stark contrast illustrated the fundamental disparity between a wielder of the Rinnegan and an ordinary ninja, while chakra was depleted with the use of ninjutsu. The Rinnegan allowed for swift replenishment, akin to the legendary techniques of martial arts. Upon witnessing Uchiha Suki absorb the ninjutsu, Mizuki Yoru's expression morphed into one of regret, realizing the gravity of his oversight without needing Kisame's reminder. Thus, eliminating you is rather effortless for me, Uchiha Suki remarked, his confidence palpable. No sooner had he spoken than the visibly irate fist of Yutaka lunged toward his face. Yet Uchiha Suki deftly evaded the blow. Ninjutsu, I can absorb. Jinjutsu, you cannot best me. Taijutsu, my Sharingan sees through all. Pray tell, what gives you any semblance of hope for victory? The Mist Nin, who had attempted 2 consecutive assassinations, swung his katana at Uchiha Suki, but despite their combined efforts, Uchiha Suki evaded their onslaught with ease, casually uttering his rhetorical question. The 7 elite members of the Mist Village present remained silent, contemplating the ease with which Uchiha Suki had sidestepped the attacks of the Jinchuriki and the 2 Jainin. They couldn't help but recall the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, who had met their demise in a similar manner. Deep down, they understood that, despite the odds, retreat was not an option. They still held a glimmer of hope to ambush Uchiha Tsuki and potentially eliminate him. Yet, they also recognized that he was still young and had yet to reach the zenith of his powers. In a few years, the fully matured Uchiha Moon will undoubtedly become another Uchiha Madara, evolving into a new legend within the ninja world, an entity that others will look up to. By that time, those who now stand against him will find themselves devoid of both opportunity and strength to ambush him. With a silent agreement, the group exchanged glances, each grasping their weapons and charging towards Uchiha Moon, leaving no avenue for retreat. The Ice Release Secret Technique, Ice Binding Jutsu. Mizuki Yoru unleashed his ninjutsu. Not of the conventional kind, but rather a specialized technique within the realm of ice release. His palms were enveloped in a layer of crystalline ice, capable of freezing any part of an adversary's body upon contact. Observing the frost coating his hands, he swiftly advanced toward Uchiha Moon. Despite the 7 assailants attempting to wield their weapons against him, Uchiha Moon remained unfazed. To them, he appeared insignificant without the Rinnegan, yet with the Rinnegan, they were but mere trifles. In an instant, he activated the Rinnegan's power, seizing the opportunity to materialize behind a mist-hidden elite ninja. His left palm aimed at the enemy's back, yet the vigilant foe reacted promptly, raising his weapon to parry the attack. This counter was anticipated by Uchiha Moon. As the dark staff collided with the adversary's weapon, Uchiha Moon swiftly struck towards the opponent's neck. However, the staff merely grazed the enemy's throat, leaving a thin line of crimson. The elite ninja narrowly evaded the deadly strike. Indeed, the instantaneous kill ability faced significant challenges when confronted with a wary adversary, particularly one as seasoned as this elite ninja. A sigh escaped Uchiha Moon's lips as the brilliance of his smile dimmed. Yet, this outcome was expected, after all. Few who attain the rank of elite ninja are without their own formidable prowess. Across from him, the elite ninja widened his eyes in shock, realizing he had narrowly escaped Uchiha Moon's lethal assault, feeling a pang of fear at the brink of death. He had instinctively tilted his head just in time to evade the fatal blow. Meanwhile, the others, having lost sight of their target, noticed their comrade's fortunate escape from the deadly strike and erupted into laughter. Particularly, Akatsuki's members, including Zuki Mangetsu, Kisame Hashigaki, and Yagura, felt bolstered in their confidence to defeat Uchiha Moon. Who would have thought you would falter again, Uchiha Moon? Zuki Mangetsu chuckled, casting a playful glance at Uchiha Moon. Yet his movements remained relentless, wielding the Hiramiki flatfish with precision as he aimed for Uchiha Moon. The others followed suit, their resolve firm as they launched their attacks from various angles. Nevertheless, Uchiha Moon adeptly evaded this onslaught with his instantaneous kill technique, reappearing behind Mizuki Yoru. However, rather than attacking his vulnerable back, he chose to leap away from them, for the chance of a successful backstab had diminished significantly, and perhaps it was for the best. As Uchiha Tsuki directed the palm of his left hand towards the 7 individuals who had turned to face him, he contemplated unleashing a Shinra Tensei powerful enough to consume half of his own chakra. However, he quickly realized that such an action would merely provoke their defenses, resulting in diminished impact. Instead, it would be more prudent to send his adversaries flying and seize an opportunity when they were unguarded. An invisible repulsive force surged forth from his palm, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, rapidly enveloping the 7 foes before him. The ice wall that had just materialized crumbled into shards, and the repulsion sent the vigilant 7 hurtling backward. In that fleeting moment, as they soared through the air, a different force emerged from Uchiha Tsuki's left palm, not repulsion, but attraction. This gravitational pull directly ensnared the enemy who had narrowly escaped a previous assassination attempt. For Uchiha Tsuki bore a grudge. The clash between attraction and repulsion wreaked havoc on the Jonin's internal organs. Suspended in midair, he expelled a copious amount of blood, mingled with fragments of his own insides. In the brief span of a heartbeat, as the remaining 6 mist ninjas crashed to the ground due to the repulsive force, the injured Jonin was propelled in the opposite direction toward Uchiha Tsuki's grasp. He deftly secured the enemy's neck, leaving the latter no choice but to futilely clutch Tsuki's wrist. Uchiha Tsuki did not immediately sever his adversary's neck. Instead, a rich blue chakra emanated from both the enemy's throat and Tsuki's hand. The Jonin, glancing down in horror at the swirling blue chakra, could feel his own chakra ferociously draining from his body through his neck. He had scarcely evaded a backstab only to find himself ensnared once more. The adage that surviving a great calamity brings fortune seemed a cruel deception at this moment. As Mizuki Yoru clambered to his feet, he was met with a shocking sight. He could clearly see that the subordinate ensnared by Uchiha Suki had rapidly deflated, his once robust form now emaciated. Moments later, Suki snapped the man's neck and discarded him carelessly. Gazing at the lifeless body, a chill of fear coursed through Yoru. Lord Yoru, if I recall correctly. He was quite formidable, wasn't he? Nearby, the formidable Kisame Hashigaki rose, his gaze falling upon the corpse of his comrade. The sight of his once vibrant ally now reduced to a mere husk sent shivers down his spine. You are not mistaken. He was indeed strong. What other abilities does this man possess that we are yet unaware of? With trepidation, Mizuki Yoru regarded Uchiha Suki warily, his words laced with caution. Meanwhile, another jonin, who had only sustained minor scrapes thanks to his teammates' protection, rose from the ground to behold the familiar figure of his ally, now lifeless before him. Resembling little more than a desiccated shell, a wave of dread washed over him. What kind of enemy was he facing that had claimed two comrades without so much as a scratch on their own attire? His chakra had returned to its full capacity. With a casual flick, the lifeless body of his enemy was cast aside, and Uchiha Suki felt the surge of chakra replenishing within him. A wave of satisfaction washing over his heart. He observed the 6 foes before him, their gazes laden with a mixture of trepidation and dread. In the eyes of 2 adversaries, who had been sweating profusely, he discerned a palpable fear directed towards him. As he noted the increasingly furious downward shift of Yutaka's gaze, he instinctively glanced at the enemy he had just slain, feeling a twinge of shock at the realization that he had drained the very life essence from his foe. This marked his first experience in completely siphoning the chakra from an enemy's body. Yet, the profound replenishment of his chakra filled him with a comforting ease. I will eliminate you, Yutaka shouted vehemently at Uchiha Suki. Behind him, an additional tail sprouted, bringing his total to 6, a manifestation of his semi-tailed beast transformation's ultimate state. In this form, though he retained some semblance of reason, the potential for losing control loomed ominously. It was remarkable that at merely 10 years of age, he had mastered such a level of tailed beast transformation, earning him the title of a prodigy among Jinchuriki. Yutaka, if you wish to defeat him, you must not lose your composure. A familiar voice resonated from deep within him, the voice of the 6 tails, Saiken. This utterance, emerging from the depths of his consciousness, helped Yutaka regain clarity, pulling him back from the brink of disorientation caused by the overwhelming tailed beast chakra. He bore no animosity towards Saiken. The fault lay in his own youth, and the 6 tails had even assisted in regulating the borrowed chakra. Thank you, Saiken. Yutaka sincerely expressed to the manifestation of the 6 tails standing before him within his mind. Since his last failure, he had engaged in heartfelt discussions with Saiken and gleaned insights into the abilities of the Rinnegan. Saiken had even counseled him against opposing those who wielded such power. Yet at his tender age, he found it impossible to heed this advice. His upbringing had instilled in him the belief that one must always reclaim their honor after being wronged. After expressing his gratitude to the 6 tails, Yutaka returned to the present, warily observing Uchiha Suki, whose demeanor appeared indifferent. He turned to his companions and declared, I shall take the lead. You provide support. Understood, responded Kisame Hashigaki, wiping the blood that had trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yutaka, his Bansho Tenin cannot be maintained indefinitely. It has approximately a 5-second interval. GT Mangetsu interjected suddenly, causing Yutaka, who was poised to charge, to halt his movements and direct his attention towards him. Are you certain? Yutaka inquired. Certain. Mangetsu affirmed with a nod. Ever since Yutaka had informed him about Uchiha Suki's Rinnegan abilities during their previous encounter, he had been acutely observant. He recalled the time at the docks when, absent any other Konoha ninjas on the surface, Uchiha Suki had refrained from unleashing that power to obliterate all the mist ninjas and vessels present. Thus, in this battle, facing 8 formidable opponents, Uchiha Suki had only deployed Bansho Tenin sparingly, opting instead for alternative abilities. He had noted that approximately every 5 seconds, regardless of whether an opportunity arose for his comrades to strike, Uchiha Suki would activate Bansho Tenin. All of this was meticulously noted in his observations. Very well. I shall proceed, Yutaka resolved. Standing opposite him, Uchiha Suki observed his adversaries as they recounted their capabilities, completely unfazed. The ability known as Shinra Tensei was inherently flawed. His foes were not fools, and after falling victim to it multiple times, they could easily deduce its nature. He chose to step into this trap with 2 intentions. One was to elevate himself to the transformative level of 15, and the other was to refine his combat skills. After all, this body was one he had designed in his previous life. He was acutely aware of the standard one would achieve upon reaching the maximum level of 46 and transcending the saintly tribulation, which merely placed him at the ordinary realm of the six paths. However, his idol was none other than Madara. Idols are often those who endure defeat. When the time came for him to confront his idol, he needed to possess ample combat experience. At that moment, Yutaka swiftly lunged at Uchiha Suki. After having learned a lesson the last time when his arm was ensnared and defeated by a black rod, Yutaka was determined not to repeat his mistakes. His fists, enveloped in a dark substance, aimed once more for Uchiha Suki's face, intent on knocking him down to reclaim his lost honor. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 adversaries assumed a formation, not encircling Uchiha Suki, but advancing towards him in A-crowd formation. Excellent. Observing their approach, Uchiha Suki refrained from meeting their assault head-on. Instead, utilizing the power of his Rinnegan, he appeared behind them and delivered a powerful kick to one enemy's lower back. However, upon witnessing the adversary he had attacked, as well as Kisame Hashigaki and Mizuki Yuru turn to face him, Uchiha Suki's hopes were dashed. He had naively assumed they would all turn, allowing him to reposition himself behind another foe for an opportune strike. The sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. Uchiha Suki lamented silently, contemplating that if they refrained from using ninjutsu, he too would abstain from it, opting merely to employ his ocular techniques. Yet he realized that this would not provide adequate training. Subsequently, he chose to leap backward and commenced his ninjutsu. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. He swiftly formed hand seals mid-air and, taking a deep breath, unleashed a torrent of flames towards his foes. Uchiha Suki watched as the inferno he expelled engulfed the 6 mist shinobi before him, obscuring his own view in the process. Once the flames dissipated, he was astounded to find that the 6 adversaries were unscathed. It was merely the ice wall before them that was dripping with moisture. He discerned that the enemies had no intention of launching any offensive jutsu. A wave of dissatisfaction washed over him. In a battle among ninjas, if they refrained from using their offensive techniques, what kind of shinobi were they? Are you afraid that using water style will lead to your demise? Uchiha Suki exclaimed with frustration. Indeed, we would perish, came the straightforward response from Kisame Hashigaki. Uchiha Suki regarded Kisame's serious demeanor, momentarily uncertain whether he was being earnest or jesting. Will we truly die? Inquired a regular genin standing behind Kisame. He was genuinely frightened. Having pondered for quite some time, unable to fathom how the remaining 6 could possibly defeat Uchiha Suki. Moreover, Kisame Hashigaki bluntly conveyed this harsh reality to him. Even now, amidst the battle, he lacked the confidence to eliminate Uchiha Suki. The vast chakra he prided himself on, along with his ninja blade, proved to be of little significance against Uchiha Suki. Yet, it was imperative that they act. Do you comprehend? Beside him, Kido Mangetsu gazed at him and spoke. They must advance. There would truly be no opportunities left in the future. Additionally, I have conceived a plan. If it holds true, we may not be without a chance. Water release, water iron cannon technique. Kido Mangetsu formed a hand gesture resembling a pistol with his right hand, and a water bullet shot forth from his index finger, piercing through the ice wall before him, hurtling towards the palm of Uchiha Suki's raised left hand at supersonic speed, only to be instantly dissolved. Did we not agree that we shouldn't release ninjutsu? Did you not claim you would assist in restoring his chakra? The ever-watchful Mizuki Yuru, upon witnessing Kido Mangetsu's sudden release of ninjutsu, felt a surge of irritation and questioned him. However, Kido Mangetsu refrained from responding, instead observing as Uchiha Suki extended his palm to absorb the ninjutsu he had unleashed. Lord Yuru, please lower your ice wall, Kido Mangetsu suggested after a moment of contemplation. As he began to form seals with his hands, the others nearby regarded him with confusion, while Mizuki Yuru, feeling a tumult of emotions, ultimately complied and dispelled the ice wall before him. Kido Mangetsu swiftly completed his seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon erupted from his mouth, and he noticed Uchiha Suki still raised his left hand to absorb the water dragon. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him, and he exclaimed with excitement, I've found the method. Uchiha Suki raises his hand to absorb ninjutsu, which means if we deny him the opportunity to absorb it, our ninjutsu can strike him. Kido Mangetsu declared with enthusiasm. Yet, this revelation was equally heard by Uchiha Suki, who found it rather peculiar. He felt as though he were in a game, with the 6 mist ninjas before him acting as players attempting to conquer him, and now one player had discovered the strategy to do so. This felt rather off. Could it be that this narrative was titled in those years, I Was Conquered in the Ninja Realm? Nevertheless, Uchiha Suki remained indifferent to their intentions to strategize against him. After all, what could it matter even if they could release ninjutsu? I have also discerned this, Kisame Hashigaki stated, having closely observed Kido Mangetsu's actions. He had not anticipated that Kido Mangetsu could find an opportunity in such circumstances. Indeed, he was a prodigious talent. Do not rejoice too soon. This is merely a chance. The most formidable aspect of Uchiha Suki remains his ability to negate any interval of time. Mizuki Yue remarked, noticing the smiles on everyone's faces, hastily adding, it was not his intention to undermine their confidence, but if they became overly elated merely from discovering a slight opportunity, that would be problematic. Thus, he felt compelled to voice these words. Indeed, so shall I take the lead in the offensive? After a moment of contemplation, Yutaka spoke up. No. This time we shall not have a primary attacker, or rather, we shall all take on that role. During the 5 seconds of his vulnerability, we must ensure he has no opportunity to absorb any ninjutsu. Hanabi, holding a flatfish, split it apart and directed his gaze towards Yutaka. The others nodded in understanding. Kisame, I require your assistance. Hanabi then addressed the shark-like figure. Understood, Kisame responded, comprehending his intent. He began to weave hand signs. Water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water gushed forth from Kisame's mouth, enveloping the area within the confines of the 4 purple flames formation in mere seconds, until it reached the level of their ankles, marking the end of the technique. Observing the encroaching water, Uchiha Suki, unwilling to soak his shoes, levitated off the ground. Hanabi nodded to the group, gripping the flatfish, and swiftly charged towards Uchiha Suki, with the others following closely in his wake. Witnessing his adversary strategize on how to confront him, Suki felt a flicker of delight at the thought that even a mere nin like himself could be perceived as a significant threat by a cadre of nin. This, in itself, was a testament to his strength. Moreover, in his eyes, the enemy's so-called opportunities were non-existent, just as Hanabi was about to strike him. Uchiha Suki reappeared behind Mizuki Yue, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling across the water's surface. As Kisame's blade descended towards him, Suki executed another swift maneuver. Leaping behind Hanabi once more, his palm aimed at his back. Shinra Tensei. A gaping hole appeared in Hanabi's chest, from which a powerful repulsive force erupted, propelling the other 5 enemies backwards. Simultaneously, Hanabi transformed into water, cascading to the ground. Once submerged in the water, Hanabi swiftly navigated through it. Just as a few of the adversaries were about to land, he commanded the flow to create water columns behind them, aiming to mitigate any secondary damage from their fall. Bensho Tenin. A strong gravitational pull emanated from Uchiha Suki's hand. He felt that these 2 techniques complemented each other perfectly after sending the foes airborne. He could easily draw them back in, while the 2 forces clashed within their bodies, inflicting internal injuries. He selected one of the ordinary nin from the Mist S6, and just as the enemy's body was about to make contact with the water column, Suki's gravitational force drew him in once more. However, the enemy did not fly directly towards him. Seeing his comrade being pulled away, Hanabi emerged from the water beneath the nin, grasping him in a desperate attempt to counteract Uchiha Suki's powerful gravitational pull. Yet, he only held on for a fleeting second. Uchiha Suki intensified the output of his chakra, and with the augmented gravitational pull, even the likes of Mizuki Mangetsu was sent flying. Upon realizing he could no longer maintain his grasp, Mangetsu was compelled to release his hold. Helplessly witnessing his comrade being seized by the enemy, their neck in a vice-like grip, followed by a brutal thrust of a dark rod through the heart. The sound of his companion's cough, accompanied by the ripples of blood falling onto the surface of the water, filled him with a profound sense of powerlessness and sorrow. As he watched Uchiha Suki discard his fallen ally, Mangetsu's head drooped in contemplation, uncertain whether their relentless pursuit of this plan was right or wrong. Mizuki Mangetsu, it is not your fault. You need not bear the burden of guilt. We shall ultimately confront Uchiha Suki, even in defeat. Gaining an early understanding of his abilities will suffice. Mizuki Yue rose from the water's edge. Witnessing the death of his subordinate and observing the moment Mangetsu was forced to relent. After all, Mangetsu was merely in his early teens. He approached to offer comfort, stating, Indeed, we cannot evade our fate. We must strive to do our utmost. Kisame Hashigaki echoed this sentiment, addressing Mangetsu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Suki observed the scene, feeling an unsettling shift. What had begun as a strategic assault now felt like an insidious game. Yet, he remained unfazed. As a ninja, he understood that lacking strength would invariably lead to death in battle. It was either he vanquished his foes or they him. Do not feign that I am bullying you. This was your trap all along. To be outmatched is to perish, Uchiha Yue shouted at his adversaries. He did not wish for Mangekyo to lose his fighting spirit. The enemy's determination would only enrich his own combat experience. Otherwise, he would have annihilated this place without hesitation. Rest assured, we will slay you. The young Mizukage Mangekyo, momentarily lost in confusion, was revitalized by his comrades' encouragement. Very well then, come and attempt to kill me. Uchiha Yue smirked, ready for the confrontation. Should he fall, he would harbor no resentment towards his foes. All bets were placed, and the outcome must be accepted. We must act swiftly. Uchiha Yue is merely stalling for time. Yudaka remarked, having discerned that the delay would allow the Mist Village to analyze Suki's weaknesses more clearly and enhance their chances of victory. However, the relentless god of Shinra, unleashed every 5 seconds, proved taxing. Each of Suki's 3 abilities claimed one of their comrades. Did you notice? Uchiha Yue overheard Yudaka's words and realized that his strategy of waiting while the enemy deliberated was futile. Each successful skill execution resulted in the loss of a comrade, and the ability to replenish his chakra was rather exhilarating. Let us advance together. If we draw closer, we can effectively counter Uchiha Yue's ambush from behind, Kisame suggested. You go ahead. I shall provide support, Mizukage contemplated before responding. He felt that the situation was still untenable. Initially, he had intended to assist by employing ice release to mitigate damage, but he soon realized that reality and ideals diverged significantly. The capacity of ice release to defend was exceedingly limited. As the technique Ice Mirror was activated, while everyone surged towards Uchiha Yue, he remained stationary, swiftly forming hand seals. Just as the group was about to strike Uchiha Yue, his ninjutsu was successfully unleashed. Enormous ice mirrors materialized around Uchiha Yue, enveloping him like a fortress, with the visage of Mizuki Yoru reflected upon each ice mirror. Upon witnessing Mizuki Yoru lingering behind, Uchiha Yue anticipated his reappearance at his flank, only to discover that Mizuki Yoru's form had vanished from the original spot, now positioned atop the ice mirror. Left with no choice, he wielded his black staff and engaged the remaining 4. Faced with their alternating assaults, Uchiha Yue could barely defend himself. Yet, each time he believed he had thwarted an attack, Mizuki Yoru would swiftly emerge, his icy hand aiming towards the unsuspecting Uchiha Yue. Consequently, each emergence from the ice mirror compelled Uchiha Yue to employ his instant kill technique to evade the impending strike. Within a mere 3 seconds, he found himself forced to utilize the instant kill ability 5 times consecutively. Such excessive use of his ocular technique resulted in a slight swelling of his left eye. After narrowly avoiding another of Mizuki Yoru's ambushes, Uchiha Yue rubbed his left eye, realizing that he could not continue in this manner. While the chakra expenditure of the instant kill technique was inconsequential to him, he could simply absorb more. His physical body was struggling to keep pace. There was an imbalance between his physical and mental capacities. A few more encounters like this, and he might render his Rinnegan unusable, potentially leading to his demise. The quartet of Kirigakure's Manatsu and Mizuki Yoru observed Uchiha Yue retreating, rubbing his left eye. Though their expressions remained unchanged, they understood that this situation favored them, prompting them to quicken their movements. Since you have reached this point, I, Uchiha Yue, shall no longer hold back. Feeling the pressure mounting upon him, Uchiha Yue resolved to unleash his full potential. Water release, water clone technique. With a decisive clap of his hands, he announced the name of the skill, summoning 3 water clones that instantaneously appeared at his sides. These enhanced level 11 water clones, possessing nearly 40% of his original strength, could effectively distract 2 opponents, allowing him to engage 3 foes with relative ease. Thus, Uchiha Yue, accompanied by his 3 water clones, each wielding a black staff, charged towards the enemy without hesitation. 2 water clones confronted Kisame Hashigaki and Manatsu, while 1 targeted an ordinary Jainin. As they beheld the approaching water clones, Manatsu and Kisame recalled their previous encounter at the docks, where the water clones had delayed them for several crucial seconds, ultimately leading to a revised outcome at the hands of Uchiha Yue. They hoped this time would not mirror the last. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yue's true form locked onto the Jinchuriki of the 6-tailed beast, Yutaka. As he zeroed in on Yutaka, the latter had also homed in on him. In the fleeting moment when the two clashed, Mizuki Yoru re-emerged, his figure materializing from the surface of the ice mirror. his icy hand poised to strike at Uchiha Tsuki's back. I've been waiting for this moment. Now that my water clones have restrained your three companions, I need not fear your ambush. Uchiha Tsuki had anticipated Mizuki Yoru's appearance all along. Silently, he chanted the name of a technique in his mind. Mizuki Yoru sensed something was amiss. Just moments ago, during the onslaught, Uchiha Tsuki had opted to evade using his abilities, yet now he stood with his back exposed, inviting an attack. Despite the oddity of the situation, he dismissed his concerns and aimed his palm at Uchiha Tsuki's back. If he struck true, his ice release would instantly freeze the impacted area. However, upon what he believed to be a successful hit, he felt an unexpected sensation in his palm. Nevertheless, he chose to retreat, swiftly vanishing into the ice mirror to observe Uchiha Tsuki's condition post-strike. To his astonishment, he saw ice shards cascading from Uchiha Tsuki's back. Yet the latter appeared utterly unaffected, continuing his struggle with Heiga. What is happening? Did I miss? His confusion deepened when the ice shards ceased falling, revealing that Uchiha Tsuki's garment remained entirely intact. Dismissing this anomaly, he sought another opportunity, reappearing behind Uchiha Tsuki from the ice mirror. Once again, he felt he had struck true, but returning to the ice mirror, he found Uchiha Tsuki's back still unscathed. Amidst his battle with Heiga, Uchiha Tsuki caught sight of Mizuki Yoru's furrowed brow reflected in the ice mirrors, seemingly perplexed by the circumstances. However, he had no intention of alleviating Mizuki Yoru's confusion. Each time he exposed his back, it was a deliberate choice. As Mizuki Yoru attempted to strike, Uchiha Tsuki invoked his technique to interact with the palm of Mizuki Yoru, creating the illusion that his back had been hit, resulting in the falling ice shards, while his back remained untarnished. At the same time, Uchiha Tsuki seized upon a moment of vulnerability from the Jinchuriki Heiga, who had overexerted himself. He firmly grasped Heiga's right arm, activating the abilities of the Hungry Ghost Path, swiftly siphoning the tailed beast chakra from Heiga's body. Once Heiga's right hand was ensnared, he felt the tailed beast chakra rapidly flowing towards Uchiha Tsuki. Before he could muster the strength to break free, Uchiha Tsuki delivered a powerful kick, sending him hurtling away. Feeling the surge of chakra replenishing within him, Uchiha Tsuki experienced a wave of relief. On the other hand, Heiga, after being kicked away, felt a surge of anger rising within him. He found it particularly vexing to have his wrist captured and chakra drained, only to be kicked away without having even touched his adversary's clothing. Meanwhile, Mizuki Yoru, realizing he could not inflict damage upon Uchiha Tsuki, redirected his focus towards his water clone, swiftly dispatching it in a surprise attack against the ordinary jonin engaged with it. As he prepared to launch another surprise attack on the water clone of Gizuki Mangetsu, the moment he emerged from the ice mirror, he instinctively cast a glance at Uchiha Tsukiyomi, only to find that the figure had vanished from sight. This prompted him to abandon his assault and retreat back into the ice mirror. Once inside, a wave of apprehension washed over him. It turned out that Uchiha Tsukiyomi, having replenished his chakra, had focused on the water clone after sensing its destruction. The instant Shimizu Yoru appeared, he materialized behind Uchiha Tsukiyomi. Yet before Tsukiyomi could initiate his attack, Shimizu Yoru slipped back into the ice mirror, leaving him at a loss. He could only resort to ambushing Gizuki Mangetsu, who was entangled with the water clone. Swiftly, Uchiha Tsukiyomi emerged behind Gizuki Mangetsu, thrusting his black rod toward Mangetsu's throat. However, at the moment of impact, Tsukiyomi sensed something amiss. The rod encountered no resistance, and he watched in disbelief as Mangetsu's throat transformed into liquid. At that moment, Gizuki Mangetsu fully liquefied. Landing in the water with the Hiramiki flounder in hand, Tsukiyomi observed as the flounder swiftly maneuvered through the water, appearing behind the water clone engaged with Kakashi Zabuza. And with chakra enveloping it, the flounder cleaved the clone in two, liberating Zabuza. Meanwhile, an ordinary J-Nin and Heiga charged directly at Uchiha Tsukiyomi and his clone. Tsukiyomi remained unfazed by their advance, instead gracing them with a broad smile as they drew nearer. In that instant, the two men realized the interval of Shinra Tensei had elapsed upon witnessing Tsukiyomi's grin. In midair, Heiga reacted swiftly, extending his tail to ensnare the ordinary J-Nin beside him, intending to hurl him backward. Observing Heiga's movement, Tsukiyomi silently remarked that it was too late for them. With his hands raised, Tsukiyomi directed one toward Heiga and the J-Nin, while the other aimed at Zabuza and Gizuki Mangetsu. A powerful repulsive force surged, propelling the two airborne figures away. Heiga's extended tail, still grasping the J-Nin, was abruptly severed, and they retreated at double their original speed. On the other hand, Zabuza, Upon witnessing Tsukiyomi's raised hand, deployed his sword to shield himself. During this, the sword, momentarily disobedient to Zabuza's commands, attempted to slither toward his back but ultimately yielded to him, retracting its exposed tongue and sealing its mouth, just before the repulsive force could strike. The sword's tip elongated significantly toward the direction of the impending force. Gazuki Mangetsu, feeling considerably more at ease, effortlessly liquefied his body, merging with the water beneath his feet, thus evading the onslaught with ease. Tsukiyomi, executing a sudden change in tactics, directed an invisible gravitational pull from his left hand, once again manifesting in his palm, enveloping the last ordinary J-nin. The final mist shadow Jonin similarly could not withstand the transformation of Uchiha Suki. After the clash of gravitational and repulsive forces, he remained suspended in place for half a second, his internal organs shattered, and his body was propelled rapidly toward Uchiha Suki. Midair. Yutaka watched as his companion was hurled in the opposite direction and immediately used his tail to ensnare him, attempting to save his ally. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Suki increased his chakra output, the powerful gravitational force yanking the Jonin away from Yutaka's grasp, swiftly drawing him toward Uchiha Suki. Mizuki Yoru, observing this scene, emerged from the ice mirror behind Uchiha Suki, aiming to strike his back in a bid to rescue his subordinate. However, the water clone, lying in wait, swiftly intercepted him. Ultimately, the Mist Shadow Jonin could not escape his predetermined fate, meeting the same end as his companion, as Uchiha Suki twisted his neck and cast him to the ground. Uchiha Suki glanced at his experience bar, noting that this Jonin had granted him a slightly greater increase than the previous ones, with an additional 1% of experience, bringing his total to 83%. Just 17% more, and he would reach the goal he had set for this venture. Yet, he suddenly pondered the fact that such a formidable Jonin had only contributed 5% to his experience. How many Jonin would he need to defeat to level up from 30 to 40? He found himself reminiscing about the days when experience-enhancing equipment, breathing techniques, and passives existed in the game. In his recollection, the maximum experience gained through the synergy of all equipment, breathing techniques, and passives could reach 400%, effectively quadrupling his experience. Thus, if he could achieve a fourfold experience boost, each Jonin would yield 20% of experience. Alas, he possessed only the basic single-fold gain. Yutaka crawled out from the debris, shaking off the stones that clung to him. Meanwhile, Kakashi Zabuza, having retreated several meters, regained his footing. He had not sustained significant injuries. Only his clothing was torn by Zabuza's sharp spikes, leaving him with some pain in his back and feet, while 2 water channels wide enough for his feet lay before him. Kisame Hashigaki approached him, panting heavily. Earlier, while submerged, Kisame had thought to appear behind Zabuza, using his hands to push against his back in an attempt to alleviate the impact of the repulsion. Ah, it appears there are only 3 of you left. And you are all former subordinates of mine. I am most curious to see how you intend to eliminate me now, Uchiha Suki remarked, gazing at the pitiful trio before him. In response, Mizuki Yoru, realizing he could not save his subordinate, retreated back into the ice mirror, where all reflections of him stared intently at Uchiha Suki. Ah, Yutaka exclaimed upon noticing his comrade, who lay defeated beside Uchiha Suki. He could not accept it. He was not only unable to conquer Uchiha Suki, but also powerless to save his ally. He could only watch helplessly as his companions fell one by one before him, his sanity teetering on the brink. Help me, six-tailed beast. I beg you, assist me. In the depths of his soul, Yutaka knelt before the six-tailed beast, his hands covering his face as he cried out in anguish. Please, help me. His inner voice echoed persistently, compelling the six-tailed beast to take notice. It wasn't that the beast was unwilling to aid Yutaka, rather. They faced an adversary possessing eyes akin to those of the Sage of Six Paths, making assistance exceedingly challenging. Seeing the six-tailed beast's indifference, Yutaka's lips trembled as he continued to plead for help. Gradually, the beast detected a note of despair in Yutaka's voice, causing it to shed tears. This softened its heart. I warned you long ago, the wielder of the Rinnegan is not someone you can easily defeat, the six-tailed beast remarked, addressing Yutaka, who remained half-kneeling and in distress. I was wrong, Yutaka admitted, his stubbornness now apparent. But now, I wish to save my companions. I cannot bear to witness their demise any longer. I am at my wit's end. Please, six-tailed beast, help me. Just this once, will you? Upon sensing the beast's willingness to acknowledge him, Yutaka seized the moment like a lifeline, hastily explaining, just as you once sought to inhabit my body, this time, I shall not resist. Please, assist me. He crawled a few steps forward, tears glistening in his eyes as he gazed at the beast. Ah, they had shared their hearts 2 years prior, and now their relationship resembled that of friends. The six-tailed beast, witnessing Yutaka's current state, felt a pang of sorrow. "Will you help me, please?" Yutaka implored once more. "Only this once, I shall not make a habit of it," the softened beast reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well." A smile broke across Yutaka's face at the beast's agreement. Meanwhile, standing opposite them, Uchiha Suki observed Yutaka standing vacantly, his eyes devoid of light as the chakra of the tailed beast began to wane. This raised suspicions within him. This can't be right. They have only just begun. Could it be that something is amiss? Is Yutaka on the brink of complete tailed beast transformation? Confusion brewed in his heart, yet Suki was not inclined to wait idly. Without awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, he could handle the tailed beast with his current Rinnegan. But the remaining foes posed a significant challenge. Time was of the essence for him to level up. Among the remaining adversaries, one was the formidable Kagetsu Manatsu, whose liquid transformation technique was greatly enhanced in the now waterlogged terrain. His lightning techniques were inadequate, and he found it difficult to eliminate his foes. Then there was Kisame Hashigaki, endowed with vast chakra reserves and wielding the Samahata, making him a formidable opponent. Lastly, Mizuki Yuru, a master of ice release, was nearing the strength of a Kage, not easily vanquished. As for Yutaka, he was not a consideration. A Jinchuriki devoid of sanity was far from easy to kill. To be candid, in one-on-one combat, he could easily overpower any of them. However, facing them collectively, without anyone faltering, presented an exceptionally daunting challenge. Uchiha Suki has set his sights on the 4 ninjas responsible for maintaining the 4 purple flames formation as his next targets. Given his current prowess, eliminating these 4 individuals poses a significant challenge. However, his ambitions extend beyond them. The 4 adversaries outside are considerably easier prey, leaving a water clone stationed in place. Uchiha Suki turned his head, confirming the positions of the 4 enemies outside the barrier with his Rinnegan. He then smiled at Kisame Hashigaki and Akatsuki's moonlight, before swiftly dashing towards the nearest foe. Don't let him escape. His target is the ninjas maintaining the barrier. Akatsuki's moonlight immediately reacted, shouting loudly. His form transformed into liquid, propelling him through the water in pursuit of Uchiha Suki, accompanied by a flatfish. Meanwhile, the water clone had already received the message from the original. Upon witnessing Akatsuki's moonlight morph into liquid, it fixed its gaze on the flatfish's position, preparing to intercept him. Kisame Hashigaki also hurriedly pursued Uchiha Suki, wielding his Samahata. Upon encountering an ice mirror, Uchiha Suki clapped his hands, summoning a water dragon that surged from behind him, crashing into the ice mirror at a velocity that far exceeded his own. The water dragon vanished upon impact, shattering the ice mirror, while Uchiha Suki seamlessly passed through the debris, racing towards his quarry. Mizuki Yuru had just intended to emerge from the ice mirror, only to be taken aback when his own mirror was shattered by the water dragon. His original form quickly leaped onto another ice mirror, subsequently dispelling the ice technique. He drew 8 kunai from his combat pack, flinging them towards Uchiha Suki. Simultaneously, Kisame Hashigaki darted from behind to intercept him, pursuing Uchiha Suki in tandem with Mizuki Yuru. Uchiha Suki, through the Rinnegan of his water clone, caught sight of the kunai launched by Mizuki Yuru. He swiftly dodged, pausing for a brief moment before resuming his charge towards his target. The momentary daze of Yutaka dissipated as he glanced at the ongoing skirmish between Akatsuki's moonlight and the water clone, then shifted his attention to Uchiha Suki racing ahead, with Kisame Hashigaki and Mizuki Yuru trailing closely behind. "I am ready. Come forth, QB." Yutaka, having just shed his tailed beast cloak, felt his body rapidly enveloped once again, with tails emerging in quick succession. As 6 dark crimson tails materialized, the previously darkened hue of his body began to fade to a pale white. Within mere seconds, the ground trembled, revealing the 6-tailed beast, the QB, from the hidden mist village. Its form resembled a slug, with a creamy white body and 6 corresponding tails, adorned with 2 antennae on its head, and a mouth resembling stitched seams with 9 openings. It appeared as though it was exuding a transparent liquid, which, to an outsider, mirrored the hue of its body. Both Akatsuki's moonlight and Mizuki Yuru turned their heads at the sound emanating from where Yutaka had stood, their hearts filled with astonishment upon witnessing the silhouette of the 6-tailed beast. As Uchiha Suki perceived the commotion, he chose not to turn around. Utilizing the Rinnegan of his water clone, he had already discerned the outcome. After all, the water clone and the mist ninja, Kaigatsu, were in close proximity to Yuga. And the moment Yuga exhibited signs of distress, they both glanced over, allowing them to witness the complete transformation of Yuga into a tailed beast. The instant the six tails, Saiken, materialized, one of its tails lashed out at Uchiha Tsuki's water clone. The clone, offering no resistance, stood still as it was obliterated by the force of Saiken's tail. The destruction of the water clone was a deliberate command from Uchiha Tsuki. It had fulfilled its purpose by restraining the enemy and was no longer needed. Fortunately, I possess foresight. As the six tails manifested, Uchiha Tsuki couldn't help but reflect upon his own choices with satisfaction. "Do you believe I could slay you?" he inquired with a smile, gazing at the mist ninja beyond the barrier. He had reached the boundary, while Deidara and his companions were still some distance away. Within the time it would take them to traverse that gap, he would have ample opportunity to eliminate the foe before him. The mist ninja offered no response to Uchiha Tsuki's question, merely observing him with a smile, then casting his gaze toward the distant-tailed beast. He was confident that Uchiha Tsuki would remain trapped within the barrier, yet he now worried about how to conclude the battle once the six tails had made its presence known. Seeing his adversary silent, merely gazing with concern toward the rear, Uchiha Tsuki found his amusement dissipating. As the mist Nin stared at the distant beast, he suddenly felt Uchiha Tsuki extend his hand. Turning to look, he was taken aback. The Nin regarded Uchiha Tsuki with a smirk. Inwardly, he mused about how this enemy seemed utterly foolish, daring to reach out toward the barrier. Did he not realize that touching the barrier would result in his hand being incinerated by the violet flames? He eagerly anticipated witnessing Uchiha Tsuki's hand reduced to ash. However, Uchiha Tsuki, observing the expression of his opponent, comprehended his thoughts. Who truly is the fool here? The mist ninja watched, bemused, as Uchiha Tsuki's hand slowly approached the boundary. Yet the anticipated spectacle of his hand being engulfed in flames did not transpire. Instead, he beheld Uchiha Tsuki's hand accelerate through the barrier, swiftly seizing his throat. The Nin was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief at Uchiha Tsuki's audacity. "Did you assume I was a fool? Now tell me, who appears to be the fool now?" Uchiha Tsuki tightened his grip around the Nin's neck, lifting him slowly, exerting increasing pressure as he spoke playfully. The Nin, unable to respond, struggled for breath as his face turned crimson, tears welling in his eyes. His hands clawing at Uchiha Tsuki's wrist while his legs flailed desperately in a futile attempt to escape. As Uchiha Tsuki's grip intensified, the Nin's struggles waned. His limbs gradually succumbing to gravity, his head tilting to one side as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The unconsciousness of the mist ninja resulted in a disruption of the chakra supply sustaining the barrier, which required 4 sources of chakra. The violet barrier, emanating from the position of Uchiha Tsuki, began to rapidly dissipate, vanishing within mere seconds. At that moment, Kisame Hoshigaki and Mizuki Yoru appeared behind Uchiha Tsuki. Witnessing him holding a mist ninja and the disappearing barrier, both felt a pang of self-loathing for their lack of speed, lamenting why they could not arrive in time. "Oh, you finally made it," Uchiha Tsuki remarked, turning to see the tardy duo, a smile gracing his lips as he observed their faces contorted with frustration. "Do you wish to save this individual?" He glanced towards the distant six-tailed rhinoceros, which was approaching leisurely, then inquired of them. "Yes." Mizuki Yue responded without hesitation. "Alas, it is futile. None of you can save him. He will be the first." With a forceful grip, he snapped the enemy's neck and cast the lifeless body aside, smiling at them. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tsuki noted that his experience points had increased by 4%, reaching 87%, leaving 13% remaining. Something felt amiss. The ninja he had just slain should have been of Nin rank, implying that the remaining adversaries possessed similar strength. Otherwise, they would not have allowed the 4 of them to maintain the barrier. The combined experience from the remaining 3 would amount to merely 12%, just 1% short. A troubling realization struck Uchiha Tsuki. Nevertheless, he decided to set that concern aside for the moment. Mizuki Yoru, witnessing the death of his subordinate at the hands of Uchiha Tsuki after expressing his desire to save him, felt like a mere puppet, manipulated and discarded. Furthermore, Uchiha Tsuki's declaration that this was merely the first ignited a deeper fury within him. With a surge of icy energy, he charged at Uchiha Tsuki, followed closely by Kisame Hoshigaki wielding his sword, Samahata. However, Uchiha Tsuki paid them no heed. The six-tailed rhinoceros had already arrived. He propelled himself into the air, quickly ascending to a height of 8 or 9 meters within seconds. At that moment, the six-tailed rhinoceros appeared before him, alongside Gazuki Mangitsu, both gazing at Uchiha Tsuki suspended in midair. The strands of hair at the sides of Uchiha Suki's forehead danced in the wind as he folded his arms, looking down upon the now shorter Six Tails and the three companions beside it. The beast and its companions exchanged glances for a brief moment before the Six Tails initiated the assault, expelling a dense, pink gas from the 9 orifices in its mouth, which surged toward Uchiha Suki. The trio below exchanged knowing looks and retreated in opposite directions, realizing that their best course of action was to avoid complicating matters and to seek an opportune moment to ambush Uchiha Suki. Indeed, we must hasten to locate my 3 subordinates. Mizuki Yoru recalled Uchiha Suki's earlier words and promptly urged the others. The 3 then raced towards the position where the barrier had been released. Soaring through the air, Uchiha Suki paid little heed to the corrosive gases surrounding him. Through the lens of his Rinnegan, he discerned the presence of a tailed beast before him, its chakra surpassing his own by 100-fold. This revelation merely stirred a fleeting envy within him. However, his aspirations did not lie with the beast. Beyond the tailed beast, he identified the locations of 6 additional ninjas. Among them, 3 were clustered closely together, particularly near him: Kisame Hashigaki and his companions. The most distant of the group was over 100 meters away, flanked on either side by another 2, with the ninja to his right drawing ever closer, while the other 2 receded further into the distance. Then, Uchiha Suki observed Kisame and his comrades dispersing. Inferring their intentions, he swiftly flew towards the nearest ninja on his right. Upon realizing that his gas was unable to match the speed of Uchiha Suki's flight, the six-tailed beast, Saiken, pursued him rapidly, its tail striking out towards Suki from behind. The tail moved with a velocity that far exceeded Suki's aerial pace. Before he had traveled a few meters, he heard the sound of air being sliced behind him. Turning around, he beheld a milky white tail hurtling towards him and quickly sidestepped to evade it. The 6 tails posed a significant challenge for Uchiha Suki, forcing him into a precarious dance of evasion. Having narrowly dodged another tail strike, he caught sight of his prey on the ground, a mist ninja gazing upward at him. "I see you," Uchiha Suki thought, smiling as he hovered above the mist shinobi, momentarily halting his flight. At that moment, the mist J-Nin also noticed Suki. Upon hearing his words, the J-Nin drew 2 kunai, his demeanor shifting to one of heightened vigilance. Yet, such caution would prove futile in avoiding death. Seeing his adversary adopt a combat stance, Uchiha Suki found amusement in the spectacle. However, that brief pause of less than a second provided the 6-tailed beast with an opportunity. 2 of its tails lashed out swiftly towards Suki, and the beast believed that he could not possibly evade them. To its astonishment, it felt nothing strike before its tails reached the ground. Lowering its gaze, Saiken discovered that Uchiha Suki had already materialized behind the mist ninja. Having learned from his previous misstep, Uchiha Suki understood that whether he struck the neck or the back, death awaited his foe regardless. Noticing the evident lack of defense on the J-Nin's neck, he adjusted the angle of his black rod and plunged it into the back of the mist ninja's neck. The mist J-Nin was not entirely unprepared. He had been observing Uchiha Suki, albeit with waning focus due to the shock of seeing him airborne. Although he had taken precautions, his attention was not fully engaged. He had resolved to remain alert in battle, yet regrettably, he found that the opportunity had slipped away. He could distinctly feel the black rod piercing through his neck and severing the major artery beside it. As Uchiha Suki beheld the black rod protruding from the enemy's form, blood dripped rapidly from its tip. With a swift motion, he extracted the weapon, causing a significant loss of life for the adversary. Blood splattered from the artery in his neck, and despite his desperate attempts to cover the wound with his hands, crimson fluid continued to spurt through the gaps between his fingers. The 6 tails, Kai-Bai, witnessed firsthand how Uchiha Suki stealthily eliminated the fog ninja, initially standing together. It had hesitated, concerned about harming Yutaka's companion, but with the enemy on the brink of death, all reservations vanished. The 6 tails unleashed a highly corrosive liquid from the 9 openings in its mouth, sending it hurtling toward Uchiha Suki and the mist ninja. After withdrawing the black rod, Uchiha Suki showed no interest in observing the enemy's demise. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the 6 tails, who had just expelled the acidic fluid. In that instant, Uchiha Suki activated the power of his Rinnegan, appearing behind the head of the 6 tails. With his left palm, he aimed directly at its skull. Using the technique of Shinra Tensei, a powerful repulsive force surged forth from his palm. However, this time, the once invincible repulsion faltered against the slick, viscous form of the 6 tails. The force collided with the creature, yet it absorbed the impact as if it were a massive slug, dispersing the concentrated energy throughout its body. The continual flow of slime also aided in mitigating the effects of the repulsive force. As a result, the Six Tails merely swayed slightly, lowering its head a fraction, with only a few drops of slime falling, suffering no significant harm. After releasing Shinra Tensei, Uchiha Suki did not dwell on the damage inflicted upon the Six Tails. His presence behind the creature was solely to ascertain the location of his next target. During the process of unleashing the repulsion, he had already pinpointed the target's position and was advancing toward it. While soaring through the air, Uchiha Suki monitored the growth of his experience points. Knowing that should the enemy fail to succumb within the designated time, he would need to deliver a finishing blow. In just 3 or 4 seconds, he witnessed his experience points rise by another 4%, reaching a total of 91%, only 9% away from leveling up. Meanwhile, the Six Tails, sensing a slight pressure on its head, swiftly turned to discover Uchiha Suki flying toward its right rear. Without hesitation, it pursued the shinobi. Disregarding the half-corroded mist ninja on the ground and the severed tree trunks scattered nearby, the sound of the Six Tails' movement reverberated loudly from the earth, its towering height impossible to ignore. On the other side, Mizuki Yoro had just located one of his subordinates tasked with releasing the barrier when he heard the commotion. He leapt onto the tree trunk, observing the rhinoceros beetle moving in another direction, thus realizing that he had lost yet another subordinate. Xiongyi, you must stay close to me. We are to find Kageaki and the others. Then, we shall collaborate with the Six Tails to eliminate Uchiha Suki in this very place. However, you must be exceedingly cautious of attacks from behind. The enemy may employ space-time ninjutsu to appear at your rear. This subordinate had originally been assigned merely to maintain the barrier and thus lacked a comprehensive understanding of Uchiha Suki's capabilities. Now, as they prepared for battle, Mizuki Yoro felt compelled to impart crucial precautions. Rest assured, Lord Yoro, I shall be vigilant, replied the misnamed named Xiongyi, nodding in acknowledgement. The two then proceeded toward the direction of Deidara and his companions. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps before they realized that their trajectory aligned precisely with that of the Six Tails, which caused a flicker of concern in Mizuki Yoro's heart. Xiongyi, we must hasten. I fear something may have gone awry, Mizuki Yoro urged. Anxious that if he advanced alone, his slower companion might fall prey to Uchiha Suki's ambush. As they covered more than half the distance, they heard the distant rumble of the Six Tails' tail striking the ground, accompanied by the faint sound of metal clashing. A chill ran through Mizuki Yoro. He sensed disaster looming. Just moments ago, they had been unable to prevent Uchiha Suki from slaughtering his subordinate, and now, bereft of their numbers and faced with a fully manifested tailed beast, he wondered if they could still intervene. With urgency, he pressed onward, while Xiongyi strained to summon his chakra to keep pace with Mizuki Yoro. It's over. The moment they reached the battlefield, Mizuki Yoro heard Kageaki's voice calling out. Accompanying him were Deidara and another subordinate, racing toward them. In haste, he constructed an ice wall to shield Deidara from the impending onslaught. Unfortunately, he could do little for the other subordinate, who had already fallen into Uchiha Suki's grasp. Similarly, Uchiha Suki had spotted Mizuki Yoro and his companion. Gripping the neck of the misnamed, he gleefully addressed Mizuki Yoro. Are we receiving a delivery? With a decisive snap, he severed the enemy's neck, discarding the lifeless body carelessly aside. Uchiha Suki cast a grateful glance at Mizuki Yoro, expressing his thanks before turning his attention to Xiongyi. Thank you. Mizuki Yoro perceived the unmistakable intent in Uchiha Suki's gaze and heard his words distinctly. Yet, Xiongyi also grasped the exchange, leaving him perplexed. They had just arrived, and Uchiha Suki had already slain his comrade, thanking Mizuki Yoro in the process. While throughout their approach, Mizuki Yoro had been fixated on him, fearful of his escape. Turning to face his subordinate, Mizuki Yoro noticed the questioning look in his eyes. He wished to explain, yet found himself in a rather helpless position. The entire plan had been sanctioned by him, and he had personally selected to aid elite shinobi. Now 7 lay slain at the hands of Uchiha Suki. From the perspective of outcomes, the entire process appeared as if it had been meticulously orchestrated to deliver achievements to Uchiha Suki. One must not fall prey to the enemy's machinations. What benefit could there be in betraying someone of Lord Mizuki's stature? The gaze and expression of Kakashi Kisame as he observed Keiichi were telling. He had witnessed such expressions frequently and could discern that Keiichi was beginning to harbor doubts about Mizuki. Nevertheless, Keiichi, being a jonin and a vital pillar of the village, warranted a thorough explanation. Indeed, Lord Kisame, he responded. Upon hearing Kisame's clarification, Keiichi pondered for a moment and realized that he had indeed overthought the situation. Simultaneously, Uchiha Suki deftly evaded the assaults of the Six-Tails tail. He suddenly recognized that the Six-Tails' capacity to inflict harm upon him was severely limited. It could not utilize the tailed beast bomb. Nor could it unleash corrosive liquids or gases amidst the crowd. It was left with only physical attacks using its tail, which truly seemed to put the beast in a predicament. Similarly, the members of the Kirigakure observed this dilemma as well. When the Six-Tails had rampaged through the village, it had frequently released corrosive liquids, gases, and tailed beast bombs. Yet now, it could only swat at Uchiha Suki with its tail. Have we inadvertently caused trouble for Yutaka, rendering its abilities entirely ineffective? GT Manatsu remarked as he addressed Mizuki while Suki was under assault. He had already noted this issue when he had just rescued the recently deceased Jonin. However, we have no recourse, Kisame interjected. Uchiha Suki's spatial abilities have consistently manifested behind us, clinging to us like a persistent affliction. As he seized the opportunity to attack Uchiha Suki, he responded to Manatsu's concerns. This was a predicament they could not evade. Unless Uchiha Suki, as he had done previously, shifted targets, they would remain ensnared. But now, with Suki fixated on Jonin Keiichi, they found themselves utterly powerless. Why did Uchiha Suki, after eliminating the 4 ordinary Jonin who attacked him, choose to pursue the 4 Jonin who were maintaining the barrier? He had clearly had the opportunity to eliminate us. This is the point that warrants our vigilance. For the sake of reputation, he could have easily dispatched us, thereby achieving even greater notoriety. Yet, he deliberately targeted those weaker than us, seemingly preferring to seize the softest fruit. Mizuki had been contemplating this matter, perplexed, and thus posed the question to the group. Lord Knight, your words remind me of something. Manatsu interjected. Back at the docks, he had 2 opportunities to eliminate the Jinchuriki Yutaka directly, yet he chose to spare him. Furthermore, when tallying the casualties at the docks, I noticed that those who perished were predominantly the weaker individuals. Upon hearing Mizuki's statement, GT Manatsu recalled the previous incident at the docks and promptly expressed his thoughts. Speaking of which, I too remember. At the docks, an ethereal breeze emanated from Uchiha Suki, and upon inhaling it, one felt a remarkable sense of tranquility. Accompanying this gentle breeze was the miraculous restoration of Suki's wounds to their original state. Kisame also recalled his prior encounter and shared his thoughts. The events are undoubtedly intertwined with his actions. Mizuki Yoru felt that there must be a significant connection between the various deeds of Uchiha Suki and the current situation. Yet, they remained perplexed by the underlying cause. These thoughts distracted him momentarily. Lord Yoru, be careful, exclaimed Kuma, who, upon noticing Uchiha Suki suddenly appearing behind Mizuki Yoru, shouted urgently and brandished his weapon, prepared to strike. Mizuki Yoru snapped back to reality and swiftly employed the ice mirror instant body technique, propelling himself several meters forward. However, in the next instant, he sensed something amiss. Indeed, just as he intended to turn around, he felt a familiar forceful impact from behind. Caught off guard, he tasted blood in his mouth as he was propelled further away. As he was about to land, he noticed a milky white object before him and collided with it, becoming ensnared within. Could it be the Six-Tails? He never anticipated that one day he would be rescued by the Six-Tails. This was his immediate thought upon contact with the entity, but soon he worried about his subordinates. Clambering down from the tail of the Six-Tails, he expressed his gratitude and turned his gaze towards Uchiha Suki. Indeed, Uchiha Suki had once again ensnared the neck of his subordinate, wearing a smug smile. Lord Yoru, are you unharmed? Came the voice of Kisame Hashigaki from Mizuki Yoru's left. Upon turning, he saw the tail behind Kisame, indicating that, apart from his subordinate Kuma, the rest of them were unharmed. I'm fine, merely lamenting the loss of another subordinate, Mizuki Yoru replied. Meanwhile, Uchiha Suki was growing impatient. The recently slain enemy had yielded 4% of experience, and with his current experience at 95%, he only needed 5% more to level up. He pondered whether the J-Nin he held could facilitate his advancement. Thank you for orchestrating this splendid performance. Uchiha Suki cheerfully addressed the trio and the beast across from him. They were indeed benevolent souls, significantly contributing to his progression, particularly Mizuki Yoru, who had even delivered the final blow. As a person of courtesy and refinement, Uchiha Suki expressed his gratitude sincerely. Upon hearing his thanks, the expressions of the trio and the beast varied, while Kuma, caught in Uchiha Suki's grasp, wore a face of discontent, especially since he had not heard any objections from his companions. Kuma, is it? I appreciate you as well, Uchiha Suki said, acknowledging the opponent in his grip. Recognizing the substantial contribution this individual made to his level up. Subsequently, Uchiha Suki crushed the enemy's neck, depleting their health bar. Simultaneously, a long-forgotten system notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, Level Pig. Your level has increased, now at level 15. With this elevation to level 15, accompanied by a refreshing breeze emanating from him, Uchiha Suki felt the shackles that had bound him for 12 years dissolve, once again enveloping him in their presence. However, it is hardly surprising that Uchiha Suki has reached such a level, as the 15th tier represents a significant threshold. This level is the gateway to unlocking the second-tier genetic lock. Discarding the corpse in his grasp, Uchiha Suki gazed at his genetic lock interface. Aside from the abilities granted by the first-tier genetic lock he recently unlocked, a new genetic lock had emerged. Second-tier genetic lock, a shackle that restrains the human body. Only by unbinding it can one continue to advance. Quality, exquisite. Usage, tear apart genetic lock. Effect, 100 experience acquisition rate. This 100 experience acquisition rate far surpasses the previous 99, though it is of little concern to him at this stage. Yet, Uchiha Suki was taken aback to discover that his second-tier genetic lock was of exquisite quality. It is well known that the quality of genetic locks is significant. Upon unlocking, the abilities gained will be of at least one tier higher than the lock's quality itself. In the game, some second-tier genetic locks require materials to unlock, while others can be accessed directly. However, since his character was designed by himself in a past life, he was acutely aware of what was needed to unbind his second-tier genetic lock. Consequently, he focused his mind and chose to unlock it. At that moment, the system prompted him that unbinding the genetic lock required the item Sharingan, which was indeed a crucial item in his system inventory. Sharingan, an ocular entity of formidable power. Quality, immortal. Usage, unknown. It was then that Uchiha Suki finally opened the description of the Sharingan that he had previously overlooked. To his astonishment, he found that the quality of this Sharingan was also immortal, placing it on par with the Rinnegan he had encountered earlier. This revelation left him somewhat bewildered, making him feel as though he had missed something important. Initially, upon seeing the 3-tomo Sharingan in his inventory, he had considered replacing his right eye with it. However, the discomfort of having to replace an eye deterred him, coupled with the fact that the 3-tomo Sharingan could easily evolve, causing him to abandon the idea. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that there would be future opportunities for such changes. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Suki felt a sense of calm. Suddenly, he recalled his blind eye, which piqued his curiosity about the original quality of his sight. He focused his mind and opened the inventory for the left eye that had been blind. 1-tomo Sharingan, blind an ocular entity that should possess immense power, yet trapped in eternal blindness due to a certain forbidden technique. Quality, divine artifact. Usage, unusable. Upon discovering that his blind eye was classified as a divine artifact, Uchiha Suki was taken aback. Among the system's classifications, divine artifacts rank quite highly, with the next tier being immortal. The other tier, legendary, is often considered equivalent to immortal, representing the pinnacle of quality. The brief moment spent perusing the descriptions of both eyes lasted only a few seconds, while the 3 individuals and 1 beast before Uchiha Suki remained vigilant and apprehensive, observing his every movement. Uchiha Suki glanced at the trio and the beast before him, but his attention remained fixated on the 6-tailed rhinoceros dog. After all, he could unlock the second stage of the genetic lock at any moment, which indicated that he could also obtain the kaleidoscope Sharingan at any time. Once he unlocked the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he was uncertain whether he could activate the exclusive Susanoo, given that he possessed only 1 Sharingan. If he could, it would certainly be essential to unleash Susanoo to engage in a clash with the complete-tailed beasts. Unlock the genetic lock. Subsequently, Uchiha Suki confirmed the release of the genetic lock. As the lock was lifted, he felt the shackles that had recently bound his body dissipate, and he sensed a near 50% enhancement in his physical constitution, alongside a corresponding increase in the total amount of chakra within him. If his original chakra was 3, it had now soared to 45. However, most importantly, Uchiha Suki perceived a transformation in the power of the Sharingan in his mind. The small current of power enveloped by the Rinnegan was swirling chaotically. Soon after, he felt a slight swelling in his right eye. This phenomenon did not go unnoticed by his adversaries, who stood not far away, clearly observing the 3-tomo of Uchiha Suki's right eye spinning rapidly, as if they were on the verge of merging. Yet, before they could discern the details, Uchiha Suki tightly closed his eyes, lowering his face away from them. Could the change in his right eye be related to the death of my subordinates? This is terrible. Could it be that he is awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Mizuki Yuru, witnessing the unusual changes in Uchiha Suki's right eye, quickly recalled something. As the current leader of the Mizuki clan, he was privy to certain secrets of the original 5 Kage, particularly those concerning the Uchiha's kaleidoscope, which remained vividly etched in his memory. Back then, Uchiha Madara had reigned over the shinobi world, wielding that pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan. We must act quickly. We cannot allow him to awaken it. Although Kirigakure's full moon had no knowledge of what the kaleidoscope Sharingan entailed, he could infer the gravity of the situation from Mizuki Yuru's tone. Acting swiftly, he dashed towards Uchiha Suki, while Kasame Hashigaki unleashed the shark skin's flying chain slash as an attack. Mizuki Yuru rapidly conjured an ice mirror, his hands radiating a chilling aura as they reached towards Uchiha Suki. Only the six tails, Saikin, remained motionless, refraining from attacking out of concern for its companion, Yutaka. On the other hand, Uchiha Suki, though not directly facing his enemies, overheard the words of Kirigakure's full moon. It seemed the adversaries intended to impede his awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, was this truly something they could prevent? Uchiha felt the awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan to be an arduous process, yet in reality, it had taken less than a second. Simultaneously, he sensed the power from his Sharingan had surged to over 30 times its previous strength, now stable and no longer increasing. He also noticed that the swelling in his right eye had subsided, indicating that it had evolved into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. He was merely curious about the design of his kaleidoscope's tomo. At that moment, Uchiha Suki felt a sharp pain emerge before him, signifying that the enemy's attacks had reached his vicinity. In the gaze of Kasame Hashigaki, the elongated muscle of the shark was poised to strike the motionless Uchiha Suki. Though curiosity flickered within him regarding the enemy's lack of evasion, all that mattered was the prospect of avenging his fallen comrades. The sound of collision quietly resonated, yet their expressions remained devoid of mirth as they regarded Uchiha Suki. Particularly, the unusual patterns within Suki's right eye, coupled with the emergence of an imposing figure before him, deepened the heaviness in their hearts. Susanoo. Before Uchiha Suki loomed several colossal golden ribs, radiating a faint yellow glow that encased his form. The trio's onslaught struck the golden ribs, yet not a single mark marred their surface. Witnessing their attacks, thwarted by the sudden appearance of these gigantic ribs, Kisame and his companions swiftly retreated, halting at a distance of 5 or 6 meters, weapons in hand, vigilant against their adversary. Ha 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 ha. Enveloped within the protective ribs, Uchiha Suki covered his eyes with his right hand and laughed maniacally, having awaited this day for what felt like an eternity. Since arriving in this world and becoming a member of the Uchiha clan, he had longed for this moment. Finally, he had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Despite activating the system and acquiring the Rinnegan, a lingering anxiety still resided within him. He had feared that even with the Manjiki, he might not unlock Susanoo. However, to his astonishment, the evolution of the Sharingan into the Manjiki had begun to intertwine with the powers bestowed by the Rinnegan, enabling him to successfully manifest Susanoo. At long last, this day has arrived. Thank you for your support, Uchiha Suki proclaimed, a wide grin spreading across his face as he ceased his laughter, fixing his Manjiki and Rinnegan upon the trio of Kisame. As Suki focused on them, they discerned the transformation of his right eye. No longer did it bear the familiar 3 tomo, but instead showcased a 5-pointed star, a manifestation of Susanoo and the Manjiki Sharingan. We are doomed, Mizuki murmured grimly to his companions. Having researched the Manjiki, he was acutely aware of its terrifying capabilities. Meanwhile, the 6-tailed beast, the Kaibai, sensed the profound change within Uchiha Suki's form, a shift that caught him entirely off guard. Leave the rest to me. You all retreat, commanded Hashigaki. Understanding the significance of the Manjiki Sharingan, the memory of the immense pressure exerted by Uchiha Madara during their first encounter flooded back to him. The 6-tailed beast recalled the fear instilled by Susanoo and the Manjiki, reminiscing about a time when it lived peacefully in a corner of the Land of Water, a haven arranged by the Sage of 6 Paths, where the environment was particularly comforting. Occasionally, ordinary ninjas attempted to subdue it, but they were invariably repelled by its formidable abilities. Until one fateful day, a ninja clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit, adorned with layers of crimson armor resembling a porcupine, suddenly shouted at it, "Beast, submit to me," just as it contemplated resistance. The porcupine-headed ninja swiftly incapacitated it with Susanoo and subsequently controlled it with the power of his Manjiki Sharingan. This encounter left lingering dread within it. Even upon returning to the hidden mist village, haunted by the fear instilled by the ninja known as Uchiha Madara. However, circumstances had changed. The six-tailed beast, upon regaining its composure, gazed at the figure of Yutaka before it, contemplating the advantage of being a Jinchuriki. With that status, it would not fall under the sway of the Mangeky's hypnotic gaze. Moreover, Uchiha Suki had only recently awakened his Mangeki, and Susanoo might not be sufficient to overpower it. Perhaps this time, it would have the opportunity to conquer its fears, for it held on to grudges fiercely. Upon hearing the words of the six-tailed beast, Mizuki realized the profound implications of the Mangeky's capabilities and hastily pulled back Kisame and GT, retreating from the battlefield. As the ground trembled with a rumbling sound, the six-tailed beast stood defiantly before Uchiha Suki. Truth be told, I am not particularly inclined to kill you. Do you know why, Yutaka? Uchiha Suki remarked, arms crossed. Looking up at the six-tailed beast. Why? Came the voice emanating from within the beast, recognizable as Yutaka's. For the maximization of value, Uchiha Suki replied nonchalantly. Kisame, GT, and Yutaka were not at their peak performance, and only by eliminating them at their zenith could the benefits derived from the system be optimized. However, this was also tied to the system's mission. Thus, from multiple perspectives, unless Uchiha Suki was unable to restrain himself, he would not eliminate them just yet. Yutaka and the six-tailed beast exchanged glances without speaking. They struggled to comprehend the meaning of maximizing value, but were certain it did not bode well, prompting them to choose the course they desired most, to defeat Uchiha Suki and seek vengeance. The six tails of the six-tailed beast lashed out towards Uchiha Suki. This man lacks martial ethics, Uchiha Suki thought, silently cursing the six-tailed beast and Yutaka as he observed the impending assault of the six tails. Isn't fighting supposed to follow a dialogue? To strike without a word reveals a ruthless nature. In response, he decided to test the might of the Susanoo, often referred to as the power of the gods. Uchiha Suki, still with arms crossed, unleashed an astounding surge of chakra from within, a force palpable even to Kisame and the others at a distance. This chakra wave emanated from his feet, gradually extending upwards, causing his garments and hair to billow upwards in a captivating display. The trio of Kisame Hashigaki, alongside his companions, beheld with their own eyes as the several rib-like structures enveloping Uchiha Suki began to grow at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a half-skeletal form, its eyes radiating a ghostly white light. In another fleeting moment, the skeletal figure was swiftly adorned with intricate veins and flesh, ultimately encased in a layer that rendered it a fully formed half-human shape. This colossal half-human figure, with arms crossed, successfully withstood the assault of six tails. At the moment of collision, a shock wave surged forth from the point of contact, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Uchiha Suki, positioned within the giant figure, staggered back a few steps. Was the power still insufficient? Despite advancing directly from the initial form to the second stage of Susanoo, Suki felt he was still unable to contend with the complete form of the tailed beast. The onslaught from the six tails forced him to retreat. If a regular Uchiha were to activate the second stage of Susanoo right after opening their eyes, the strain would be immense. Yet, Uchiha Suki felt differently. His eyes remained unfazed after activating the second stage, as if he could progress further at any moment. Onward, Uchiha Suki maintained his composure, arms crossed. Yet he advanced slowly towards the tailed beast. Simultaneously, another wave of energy emanated from within him. The Susanoo before him underwent yet another transformation. The giant's pure white eyes glowed, its chakra cloak solidifying, subsequently morphing into a dark Tengu armor that enveloped the entire Susanoo. The third stage of Susanoo. Observing Uchiha Suki's approach, the six tails unleashed a potent acidic liquid, engulfing the Susanoo in front of him. The struck areas, accompanied by white smoke, began to exhibit cracks. However, Uchiha Suki did not falter. The gaps in Susanoo swiftly mended themselves. Noticing this, the six tails of the six tails continued to strike at the massive Susanoo. This time, after the impact, Uchiha Suki merely paused momentarily before continuing his advance towards the six tails. Still insufficient. Suki sensed that the third stage of Susanoo had yet to reach its maximum potential. The kaleidoscopic power within his mind and the chakra coursing through him surged forth. In an instant, the Susanoo before him manifested its lower body and legs, while Suki's form began to levitate slowly from the abdomen of Susanoo. Soon a Susanoo, towering nearly the same height as the six tails, materialized in place. This spectacle left Kisame and his companions awestruck as they witnessed the golden chakra giant clash with the tailed beast, resonating with thunderous booms and shockwaves that stirred their hearts. Among the trio, Mizuki Yoru experienced the most tumultuous thoughts. While Kisame and Akatsuki's member, Atsuki Mangitsu, were less familiar with the kaleidoscope, Mizuki Yoru understood it well. Particularly upon witnessing the Susanoo before him, he finally comprehended the fear that had gripped his father when he spoke of the kaleidoscope. As the commander on this front line, he felt a twinge of desire to abandon the assault on Konoha. Uchiha Suki could sense that the four-stage Susanoo posed no threat to the complete form of the tailed beast. In fact, it even held certain advantages, albeit at a significant chakra cost. At that moment, the enormous Susanoo he had activated remained devoid of any weapon, making him feel somewhat inadequate, as if his Susanoo was lacking in capability. Yet, he sensed something peculiar about his Sharingan. Having already unlocked the four-stage Susanoo, he still had not reached his ultimate limit. It seemed that he could easily awaken the complete Susanoo. The mere thought of it filled him with an uncontrollable desire, akin to Pandora's box. He was intensely eager to attempt it. However, he felt his chakra had already diminished by 2 or 3 layers in such a short span, which gave him pause. The humanoid Susanoo clenched its fists and engaged in a few clashes with the Six Tails, leaving both sides in a state of stalemate. Ultimately, Uchiha Suki could not resist any longer. He tightened his right hand before him, once again drawing upon his ocular power and chakra. As he did so, the Susanoo began to transform anew. Within mere seconds, a towering figure resembling a Tengu warrior adorned in a cloak, complete with wings, stood before the Six Tails. The complete Susanoo. The Six Tails gazed upon the colossal golden warrior, and the indifferently poised Uchiha Suki nestled within the warrior's forehead gem, reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's imposing presence, which had once effortlessly subdued him. Was this truly a power that any human could possess? The cold sweat trickled down the brows of Kisame and his companions as they stared in terror at the winged warrior before them. Meanwhile, Uchiha Suki maintained a calm facade, though internally he was shouting in dismay. Why was the chakra consumption so immense? The instant the Tengu warrior took form, Suki's chakra reserves had dwindled to half. It continued to deplete rapidly and intensely. No matter what, he must experience the thrill and test its might. In mere seconds, he felt as though 1/20th of his chakra had been consumed. He hastily entered a state of readiness. The colossal Tengu warrior extended its left hand, firmly grasping, and soon a sword of Susanoo manifested from its palm. With his right hand gripping the hilt, he unsheathed the Susanoo sword and swung it directly at the Six Tails. The sticky-bodied Six Tails quickly shielded itself with its 6 tails, yet at the moment of impact, a fissure tore through the mountainside behind it. The summit cleaved asunder by the strike. After 2 seconds of withstanding the blow, the Six Tails began to dissipate, and the figure of Yutaka within the tailed beast collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Subsequently, the enormous warrior's chakra began to swiftly wane, while Uchiha Suki remained poised and steady on the ground, a stark contrast to the unconscious Yutaka before him. What a close call. He had not anticipated the complete Susanoo to be so formidable. As Uchiha Suki descended, he beheld the mountain peak before him cleaved away by a single stroke of his blade, a sensation both exhilarating and refreshing. Nevertheless, this exhilaration was not without its cost. To the eyes of Kisame and his companions, it appeared as though Uchiha Suki had dispelled his Susanoo after vanquishing the Jinchuriki. Yet only Suki himself understood that he had been compelled to dissipate it, for merely 1/10 of his chakra remained. That singular slash had consumed nearly 4/5 of his chakra reserves. Yet, the thrill was undeniably palpable. Not far off, Kisame and his 2 allies observed Uchiha Suki standing upon the ground, striding towards the fallen Jinchuriki. Fortunate were they, for their hearts were resolute, overcoming their inner fears. The trio ran towards Suki and the Jinchuriki. Even amidst their trepidation, they felt compelled to safeguard the Jinchuriki. Uchiha Suki slowly approached the unconscious Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yutaka, turning his gaze briefly to the advancing Kisame and his companions. He then lowered his head, focusing on Yutaka. This marks your second fainting spell before me. Truly, I have no desire to slay you, he spoke softly, though Yutaka, in his unconscious state, could not hear him. Suki still wished to nurture this Jinchuriki, whose potential was considerable. In a mere fortnight, Yutaka had managed to achieve complete tailed beast transformation. Yet, Suki sensed that this transformation had not fully unleashed the capabilities of the Six Tails. It was far from its limit. At that moment, Kisame and his companions stood a short distance away, warily observing him. Uchiha Suki placed a foot upon Yutaka's back, gazing at Kisame's trio. "Are you not afraid?" he inquired. "Indeed, we are afraid," replied Hozuki Mangetsu. "Yet fear does not necessitate retreat," he declared with righteous fervor. In truth, he felt a profound lack of confidence, but felt powerless to act otherwise. The scene evoked memories of their previous encounter at the dock, where Uchiha Suki had similarly threatened the Jinchuriki. However, the circumstances were inverted this time. Suki held the upper hand. "Well said," Uchiha Suki responded, satisfaction swelling within him. He believed that true strength transcended mere physical power. It was the strength of spirit that was the foundation of a true warrior. Thereafter, Uchiha Suki drew upon the abilities of the hungry ghost path from within Yutaka, seeking to swiftly absorb the tailed beast chakra. Dark crimson chakra, akin to liquid, began to emanate from Yutaka's body, enveloping Suki's shins as he stood upon him. While they were in agreement, it did not preclude their intent to hinder the absorption of chakra. Upon witnessing this, Mizuki Yoru immediately reacted, his hands manifesting frost as he swiftly struck towards Uchiha Suki. However, Hozuki Mangetsu and Kisame refrained from intervening. Suki's golden ribcage materialized before him, effectively blocking the attack. In that brief moment, Suki's previously depleted chakra surged from less than 1/10 to nearly 30%, just in time to manifest his Susanoo as the palm approached. "Ah, are you so eager to meet your demise?" Uchiha Suki crossed his arms, his left eye gleaming with the Rinnegan and his right eye with the five-pointed Sharingan, fixating intently on the gaze of Mizuki Yoru before him, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The formidable gaze emanating from the Rinnegan and Sharingan swiftly penetrated Mizuki Yoru's consciousness, rendering him momentarily dazed. Behind Mizuki Yoru, Kisame Hashigaki and Akatsuki's Kagaya were likewise stunned upon witnessing the impact on Mizuki Yoru's ribs, their eyes drawn to Uchiha Suki's unwavering stare. Regaining their senses, they leapt into action, intent on rescuing Mizuki Yoru. At that instant, a skeletal arm emerged from the right side of the ribcage before Uchiha Suki, lunging rapidly toward Mizuki Yoru. Simultaneously, as Mizuki Yoru emerged from the oppressive force of the ocular technique, his body remained unresponsive, leaving him helplessly watching as the skeletal arm reached for him. Unexpectedly, just as the skeletal grip was about to seize him, a water whip yanked his body backward. Propelling him to safety, it was Mizuki Yoru's water release technique. Kisame, wielding his sword, the Samahata, struck with all his might against the ribcage before Uchiha Suki, eager to test its defensive capabilities. Upon collision, the spikes on the Samahata receded slightly, while the ribcage before Uchiha Suki revealed minute fissures, which did not go unnoticed by either Kisame or Uchiha Suki. The defensive prowess was not particularly formidable after all. The initial terror that gripped Kisame's heart began to fade, replaced by a flicker of hope. "As expected of you, Kisame, your striking power is commendable, yet there remains room for enhancement," Uchiha Suki remarked with a hint of indifference. Behind them, Kagaya and Mizuki Yoru observed with trepidation as the dark red-tailed beast chakra enveloping Uchiha Suki's shins gradually diminished, sending a chill through their hearts. Could the Jinchuriki be on the verge of collapse? Both shared the same thought in their minds. It's full. If he absorbs any more, it will overflow." Uchiha Suki sensed that the chakra within Weigao was an endless abyss compared to his own. His chakra had fully replenished, and he could feel Weigao's chakra as potent as it had been before he began absorption. This was after a substantial increase of half his chakra total upon reaching level 15. This was merely the 6 tails. What if it were the 9 tails? Uchiha Suki found it astounding that the 6 tails possessed such an abundance of chakra. The 9 tails, Kurama, had absorbed most of the chakra from the original 10 tails. From the 4th Great Ninja War, it was evident that even half of the 9 tails within Naruto could easily overpower 6 fully formed tailed beasts. In contrast, the chakra within Uchiha Suki was barely sufficient for a single strike of his complete Susanoo. He felt an overwhelming envy. When would he ever attain such power? "Still, I shall offer it to you," Uchiha Suki proclaimed, retracting his right foot and sending the unconscious Weigao hurtling towards Kagaya. Both Kagaya and Mizuki Yoru stared in astonishment at the approaching figure of Weigao, momentarily transfixed. Universal pull. As the attention of both individuals was captivated by the soaring Weigao, Uchiha Suki seized the moment, directing his right palm toward Mizuki Yoru. Just as Mizuki Yoru regained his senses, he felt himself being lifted into the air, swiftly propelled toward Uchiha Suki. This was a clever ploy by Uchiha Suki. After all, it was evident that Weigao could not be eliminated at this juncture, and the enemy would surely assume he intended to kill Fei Gao, thus affording him an opportunity. A swift kick sent Fei Gao flying, leaving the enemy momentarily bewildered. With that, he focused on his primary target, Mizuki Yoru. Fei Gao would make for a prime target in a few years. The stronger he became, the more valuable the spoils would be. What if he were to drop a six-tailed beast? Mizuki Yoru, on the other hand, needed no nurturing. At nearly 30 years of age, he was at his peak and would undoubtedly yield superior rewards upon defeat. Nearby, the formidable Kisame Hashigaki halted his attack, feeling a sense of helplessness as his ribcage began to mend from the cracks. Observing that Uchiha Tsuki's primary target was Mizuki Yoru, he knew he had to intervene. Yet, just as he prepared to act, he was effortlessly swatted away by a colossal skeletal hand. Meanwhile, the resolute Akatsuki member, Kazuki Mizu, abandoned the notion of catching Fei Gao. After all, he wouldn't meet his demise from a fall. However, if Mizuki Yoru were to be slain by Uchiha Tsuki, the morale of their front lines would undoubtedly plummet. With swift hand seals, he unleashed a high-level water barrier jutsu, conjuring 3 torrents of water to shield Mizuki Yoru from Uchiha Tsuki's approach. Yet, behind those 3 water curtains, Uchiha Tsuki's Susanoo advanced to the next stage, transforming into a skeletal form with a robust upper body. The left arm of the skeleton effortlessly shattered the water barriers, and its right arm reached out, ensnaring the immobilized Mizuki Yoru. Do you have any last words? The skeletal arm held Mizuki Yoru before Uchiha Tsuki, who addressed him coolly. To perish by your hand is no injustice, Mizuki Yoru replied calmly. Since Uchiha Tsuki's Susanoo had just repelled the tailed beast and obliterated the mountaintop, despair had begun to envelop him, clouding his focus. Then allow me to send you on your way. Die. The golden-hued skeletal arm crushed Mizuki Yoru, blood splattering from between its fingers, staining the ground. The bloodied remnants were halted by the ribcage before Uchiha Tsuki. Once assured of Mizuki Yoru's demise, the skeletal arm released its grip, and the lifeless body fell before Uchiha Tsuki. Only the 3 of you remain. Uchiha Tsuki remarked nonchalantly to the trio across from him, as the skeletal ribs dissipated gradually. What opportunity should he seek to spare the 3? It was a conundrum. Externally composed, he wrestled with inner turmoil. He had to contemplate the future, after all. These 3 were prodigies. Presently, they resembled newly grown piglets, lacking in substance. To kill them now would be a regrettable loss. Yet, if they were allowed to mature and grow in strength, the outcome would be entirely different. Once these piglets were ready for market, the returns would be substantial. Moreover, even if these 3 individuals were to reach their utmost potential, the pinnacle they could achieve would merely be that of shadow-level power. Even with Yu Gao being a 6-tails Jinchuriki, he could only barely touch the threshold of Super Shadow status. In contrast, Uchiha Tsuki is different. With the activation of the 2nd stage genetic lock revealing the Manjiki Sharingan, it stands to reason that even if the 3rd stage genetic lock does not grant him the Rinnegan, the 4th stage genetic lock must surely bestow the abilities of the Rinnegan. At that juncture, the distinction between peak shadow level or super shadow level becomes trivial. On another note, he possesses the confidence to ascend to the highest tier. After all, the fact that he can now summon Susanoo renders him unmatched by anyone in the world. It is quite vexing. He struggles to find a plausible reason to release them. After much contemplation, Uchiha Tsuki is at a loss for a reasonable justification to grant them their freedom. Otherwise, perhaps it would be best to end it all and eliminate them. Unable to make sense of it, Uchiha Tsuki resolves to simply take their lives. With his arms crossed, he prepares to approach and eliminate the 3. Meanwhile, Kisame Hashigaki, upon witnessing Mizuki Yue being captured, returns to the side of Hozuki Mangetsu. Together, they observe Uchiha Tsuki advancing slowly. Kisame lifts the unconscious Yu Gao from the ground, and the 2 begin to retreat. Mangetsu, what should we do? The defensive capabilities of this chakra giant are exceedingly formidable. We cannot even breach its defenses at present. With Yu Gao slung over his shoulder, Kisame faces Uchiha Tsuki as he speaks. At this moment, we have no viable options. Let us seize any opportunity to escape. Even Mizuki Yue was effortlessly slain. Hozuki Mangetsu gazes at Uchiha Tsuki, articulating his thoughts. Clearly, they are out of options. The best they can hope for is that one of them manages to escape. On the other hand, as Uchiha Tsuki continues his approach, he finds himself unable to conceive a valid reason to spare them and is prepared to deliver the final blow. The Susanoo before him manifests once again, skipping the initial stage and donning the armor of the Tengu. However, just as Uchiha Tsuki commands Susanoo to draw forth its simplified sword, ready to strike them down. An intense discomfort suddenly grips his left eye. The ocular power symbolizing the Rinnegan begins to exhibit erratic fluctuations in his mind, causing the Susanoo before him to dissipate abruptly due to the anomaly in his ocular energy. Clutching his left eye, Uchiha Suki kneels on the ground. Kisame Hoshigaki and Hozuki Mangitsu, facing each other, have already made their decisions regarding who will stay and who will flee. Suddenly, Uchiha Suki's distress becomes apparent, and they are filled with elation. We must leave at once. Hozuki Mangitsu reacts instantly, realizing that their adversary is in trouble, and now is the perfect opportunity to escape. With that, Kisame hoists the unconscious Yu Gao and follows Hozuki Mangitsu as they swiftly change direction towards the Mist Village encampment. Uchiha Suki, still clutching his left eye, raises his gaze with his right eye, characterized by a white background and black pupil, observing the two fleeing individuals. His mind begins to relax. Why has the ocular power of the Rinnegan manifested such anomalies? He senses a tumultuous chaos within his mind, as the energy associated with the Rinnegan spirals rapidly. This not only causes pain in his left eye, but also triggers a relentless throbbing in his head. Though his head ached, Uchiha Suki calmed his mind to observe the ocular power within his consciousness. This led him to uncover an intriguing issue. It bore a resemblance to the recent evolution of his Sharingan into the Meijiki. Meanwhile, Kisame Hoshigaki and his companion fled, occasionally glancing back at Uchiha Suki, who remained stationary in the same posture as before. Their anxiety began to dissipate. We should be out of danger now, remarked Hozuki Mangitsu. However, he pondered why Uchiha Suki was clutching his left eye. Could it be that something was amiss with it? Kisame Hoshigaki, considering this, expressed his astonishment. Could it be that his left eye has also evolved? Surely not. It has already transformed into the Rinnegan, he countered. I've heard that the Rinnegan belongs to the Sage of Six Paths, the Eye of a Sage. Can it evolve further? He remained skeptical, preferring to believe that excessive use of his powers had led to a backlash. Hozuki Mangitsu directed his thoughts towards Kisame, dismissing his claims as fanciful. You do have a point, Kisame conceded, acknowledging Mangitsu's explanation, which he found quite reasonable. The overuse of bloodline abilities could indeed result in such phenomena. Once we return to the camp, you stay behind while I promptly head back to the village, Hozuki Mangitsu suggested. On the other side, Uchiha Suki remained stationary for 5 or 6 minutes, his Rinnegan's ocular power finally stabilizing. He then rose to his feet, gazing towards the distant figures of his companions, who had vanished from sight, and exhaled deeply. You see, he needn't devise a solution himself. The Rinnegan has resolved it for him. How splendid. Casting a glance at his surroundings, Uchiha Suki closed his eyes again, focusing entirely on the ocular power within his mind, eager to discern the cause of its recent tumult. However, upon meticulous examination of his ocular power, he sensed something was amiss. After scrutinizing it thoroughly 3 or 4 times, he confirmed his suspicions. The total volume of his Rinnegan's ocular power had inexplicably increased by 30%. This revelation left him incredulous. How could such a sudden surge occur? Hadn't he done anything significant? Prior to the anomaly, he had merely defeated Mizuki Yue. Subsequently, he retrieved the kunai from his ninja pouch. As he caught a glimpse of his left eye's reflection in the kunai, astonishment washed over him. Impossible! How can this be? In the reflection, he distinctly observed that his left eye was no longer merely a bare circle. 3 Tomo had emerged in the ring closest to the pupil. 3 Tomo Rinnegan? Surely, this cannot be. How did it evolve to 3 Tomo? Could it be that after unlocking the genetic seal, it had brewed for a moment before evolving? This left him in a state of bewilderment, yet it was also an unexpected delight. At this moment, Uchiha Suki finally had the opportunity to examine the abilities he had gained from unlocking the second stage of his genetic seal. Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Imperfect, Gene Lock, second stage. This power, derived from the Uchiha clan's bloodline, has achieved a partial awakening, possessing formidable strength. However, due to certain reasons, it appears to have some vulnerabilities. Quality, Divine Artifact. Effects, Insight, Replication, Hypnosis, Susanoo. Indeed, the ability to manifest Susanoo stems from this passive trait. The impairment is evidently due to one eye succumbing to eternal blindness. The abilities represented by the question marks are likely eye techniques associated with both eyes but may not be fully unlocked yet. Nevertheless, the classification of divine artifact quality seems a reasonable assessment. Uchiha Suki has indeed activated the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, eager to explore the eye techniques it bestows. However, he soon discovers that while the techniques exist, he cannot fully utilize them, as if there were a misreading of the target. This is quite perplexing. Nonetheless, he dismisses it, realizing that he does not particularly need those techniques. After all, his primary focus remains on awakening the most potent technique, Susanoo, granted by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Subsequently, Uchiha Suki scrutinizes his status bar, skill bar, gene lock bar, and passive bar. It is then that he uncovers a passive ability previously absent. 3-Tomo Rinnegan activated, passive. This signifies the powerful and proud Uchiha clan. Upon awakening, one shall acquire unimaginable strength. Quality, immortal. Effects, basic abilities, Deva Path, Asura Path, Human Path, Preta Path, Naraka Path. Outer Path. Exclusive ability, instant kill, enhanced stage 1. Uchiha Suki is acutely aware that this passive ability of the 3-Tomo Rinnegan is something he did not possess before. Thus, he is convinced that it emerged after the second stage of the gene lock unlocked the Rinnegan's ocular power, adding 3-Tomo, which then manifested in the passive abilities. The emergence of this passive ignites new ideas within Uchiha Suki, especially when considering the task with Obito. He believes it is highly probable that it can be realized. Could this activation imply that it is triggered by his possession of the Rinnegan? If he were to extract his Rinnegan, would it be considered unactivated? What if, after losing the Rinnegan, he were to obtain something that would activate it? Would that not mean possessing the abilities of the Rinnegan without actually having it? Uchiha Suki considers this a splendid notion, albeit merely a thought. As for the exclusive ability enhanced to stage 1, it piques his curiosity. He is uncertain what enhancements it entails. After all, he can already effortlessly appear behind his enemies, albeit with some distance limitations. Shaking his head, Uchiha Suki realizes the lack of experimental subjects and decides to abandon the thought for now. Glancing down at the corpses scattered on the ground, Uchiha Suki lets out a sigh before swiftly ascending toward the Leaf Village camp. Inside the camp, Akimichi CHF has returned with several companions. Do you think Uchiha Suki will return safely? He muses slowly, despite nearing 50 years of age. To others, his cheeks appear chubby, reminiscent of a child. Yet, at this moment, his round visage is filled with concern. It was he who released Uchiha Suki to confront the enemy. Although he held great faith in him, a lingering concern remained. Rest assured, Lord Torafu, I have unwavering confidence in Lord Suki's prowess. He will undoubtedly incapacitate the adversaries and return triumphantly. Uchiha Hai responded with palpable bravado to Akimichi Torafu's inquiry. Despite the outcome of the previous battle at the docks, he had become one of Uchiha Suki's most ardent admirers, steadfastly believing in all his endeavors. Your confidence is quite remarkable, Uchiha Hai. I can see that Uchiha Suki is formidable. Yet he has personally stepped into the enemy's trap this time. Even with the Rinnegan, he may be underestimating the situation, which could lead to complications, interjected Sarutobi Hiruzen, who remained skeptical that the Rinnegan alone would assure victory over their foes. Just as Akimichi Torafu was about to articulate further thoughts, a resounding rumble echoed from afar. Quickly, let us check outside. There might be trouble, Torafu urged. Soon after, the group had barely settled in when they dashed out. Upon reaching the edge of the camp, they were met with a shocking sight. What is that colossal white object? Sarutobi Hiruzen gaped at the immense figure in the distance. Even from their considerable distance, he could discern the enormity of the moving white entity. If I am not mistaken, it should be the Six Tails from the Hidden Mist Village. It seems the Jinchuriki has lost control. Who would have thought this tailed beast would emerge? It presents an opportunity for us to observe from a distance. Let us just hope Uchiha Suki remains unharmed, Torafu speculated, recognizing the pale behemoth in the distance with a sense of nostalgia. Reminiscing about the village's former strength during its early days, Lord Suki will surely be safe, Uchiha Hai declared with conviction, though a hint of worry flickered in his eyes, for this was indeed a tailed beast. Moments later, look, what is that? Uchiha Hai activated his Sharingan to scrutinize the scene. He noticed that the previously motionless tailed beast was now on the move, and opposite it appeared a flash of golden hue. Though not overly large, he could make out its form. What is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to see clearly, exclaimed. It appears to be a mass of golden energy, Uchiha Hai remarked. It has grown larger. It is a gigantic half-human figure, Uchiha Hai observed as the golden mass expanded to nearly match the size of the opposing tailed beast. We can see it now? He urged, prompting the others to take notice. Akimichi Torafu, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this figure, fell silent, his previously jovial expression twisting into one of concern. It has grown again, now towering over the tailed beast. The giant has risen. They are clashing. How is this possible? The mountains are being cleaved. As the crowd beheld the towering giant opposite the tailed beast, it suddenly grew larger than the beast itself, donning a warrior's attire. Subsequently, a colossal blade manifested in its left hand, and with a sweeping motion, it struck at the six tails, cleaving the mountain peak across the way in two, causing the tailed beast to vanish without a trace. Soon after, the golden giant also disappeared. How could this be? It was utterly inconceivable. Yet, if such a being existed, there would be nothing to fear. Uchiha Yue could hear a faint voice whispering nearby, one he would have missed had he not been attentively listening. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Akimichi Torikase standing beside him, his expression shifting with evident concern. "Lord Akimichi, is something the matter?" Uchiha Yue inquired softly. "Huh, no, nothing at all," Akimichi Torikase replied, snapping back to reality. However, the worry etched on his face led Uchiha Yue to believe otherwise. What a troublesome autumn this is, with Susanoo having appeared. It indicated that Uchiha Suki had awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. No wonder he dared to reveal his trump card before departure. If Uchiha Suki aspired to become Hokage, who could possibly stand in his way? Nevertheless, this matter bore no relation to me. I hold no ambition for the esteemed position of Hokage. Let the likes of Hizashi and Danzo deal with it. I shall attend to my duties with a sense of detachment, he mused silently. It seemed that matters over there had concluded. Let us return, Akimichi Torikase declared, having sorted through his thoughts and made a decision. He turned to address the group that had just emerged. At that moment, the crowd began to regain their senses from the spectacle of the giant. Who was that golden giant? Its strength was astounding. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, patting his chest in astonishment. Need you even ponder? It must surely be Lord Suki. Uchiha Yue asserted without a moment's hesitation. Now that you mention it, that is indeed plausible. I can't believe it. Uchiha Suki is barely in his teens, yet possesses such might. Imagine how powerful he will become in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, astonished. Acknowledging the validity of Uchiha Yue's assertion, given that only Uchiha Suki could confront the tailed beast, he was taken aback by Suki's remarkable strength. Very well. We shall learn everything upon Uchiha Suki's return, Akimichi Torikase said nonchalantly, before making his way toward the main tent. Uchiha Suki flew at a steady pace, swiftly returning to the entrance of the camp. Upon landing, he strode directly toward the main tent. During his flight, he had contemplated a pressing issue. His involuntary activation of the complete Susanoo would undoubtedly be noticed by Akimichi Torikase. As someone born in the Warring States period, Torikase was undoubtedly familiar with Uchiha Madara and the Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, he realized that he could not conceal the awakening of his own Manjiki. Upon touching down, Uchiha Suki resolved to speak candidly. Regardless of whether the village, especially Danzo, learned of his Rinnegan and Manjiki Sharingan, he felt no need for secrecy. He was no longer inclined to hide. Anyone who dared to trouble him would face dire consequences. He possessed that confidence. "My lord, you have returned," greeted Uchiha Yue, who stood at the entrance of the main tent. Upon noticing Uchiha Yue's approach, he hurried forward. "Yes, if you have matters to discuss. Please wait until we are inside my tent. You may attend to your duties for now," Uchiha Yue replied, arms crossed. "Understood," Uchiha Yue responded before departing. With his arms still folded, Uchiha Yue stepped into the main tent. Ever since awakening the Manjiki Sharingan and activating Susanoo, he had come to understand why Uchiha Madara had favored this posture. Without crossing his arms, he was unsure where to place them. And now he too had developed a fondness for it. "Ah, Lord Yu has returned. I knew it had to be your doing," exclaimed Uchiha Yue, recognizing the figure that had lifted the tent flap. "Indeed," Akimichi Torikase remarked nonchalantly. "Yes, I have fulfilled my mission," Uchiha Yue responded, fixing his gaze upon him. "Now, enlighten me about the specifics of what transpired." "Well, I eliminated 8 Jonin, along with an individual named Mizuno Yukiyuru, and defeated the tailed beast. Deidara and Kisame escaped with the unconscious Jinchuriki." Uchiha Yue recounted his achievements with a remarkably calm demeanor, devoid of any excitement. The onlookers, however, were left in astonishment. Was it the Mizuno Yukiyuru who possesses the ice-release bloodline? Only Akimichi Torikase remained unfazed by Uchiha Yue's report, as a ninja who had traversed the Warring States period. He had witnessed much. Particularly, he had seen the first Hokages would release and the Naruto Uchiha Madara's abilities, which made such feats seem achievable. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to reconfirm regarding Mizuno Yukiyura. Indeed, he is the one capable of ice release, and quite formidable, Uchiha Yue affirmed. That individual is the commander of the Mist Village Front. You have achieved a significant victory. Akimichi Torikase's expression relaxed considerably upon confirmation. recognizing the implications of the commander's demise for their current battlefield. Well, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Uchiha Yue contemplated aloud, preferring to return and refine his chakra. After all, his complete Susanoo could only be sustained for nearly 5 seconds with his current capabilities. It was akin to being like a real man for just 5 seconds. Moreover, recalling how the Earth explosion stars had nearly drained him, he knew he needed to exert more effort. He felt rather inadequate. Please document the detailed account of this operation, and I shall relay the events back to the village, ensuring you receive due recognition. Akimichi Torikes urged promptly. Very well. I shall take my leave now, Uchiha Yue answered succinctly before exiting the main tent, leaving behind a group of jonin who were utterly impressed by his accomplishments. As for his abrupt departure, he indeed hoped to return as a hero to the village, believing it would alter the villagers' perceptions of the Uchiha clan. As he contemplated the Uchiha clan, he realized he had been away from the village for many days. He wondered whether Uchiha Fugaku had heeded his advice, if Uchiha Itachi was diligently practicing his kunai throwing techniques, and how Uchiha Shursui was progressing with his body flicker technique. Had he made any advancements? Furthermore, he reflected on Obito, who had once saved his life. Was he still enthusiastically aiding the elderly and forging new friendships? After so many days away, he found himself oddly nostalgic. He had transformed significantly, becoming remarkably powerful. How would his former comrades perceive him upon learning of his accomplishments? Lord Akimichi CHF, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, said Saratobi Ashina, his face etched with astonishment as Uchiha Suki departed. He felt compelled to relay this matter to their clan leader, the third Hokage, although CHF would later report the incident to the village. Ashina's message pertained to clan affairs, which held its own significance. There's no need for concern. You may return, replied Akimichi CHF, granting his request. Hinata Q also chimed in, Lord Akimichi CHF, I too shall take my leave. Members of the Shimura clan echoed similar sentiments, followed by those from the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans, as various clan jonin opted to depart. Go on, CHF acquiesced to their requests. Given the magnitude of the event and the presence of one who could confront tailed beasts, it was only natural for them to hasten back to report to the village. Moreover, he too planned to convey the battle intelligence back to his own clan. By the way, if you intend to send reports back to the village, it would be prudent to dispatch someone together, CHF suggested, considering the limited personnel available. Indeed, Lord Akimichi CHF, the assembly acknowledged, understanding the necessity of the task at hand after CHF's prompt. Why do you not leave? CHF inquired, noticing one remaining jonin. I have no report to make, so I wish to see if Lord Akimichi CHF had any further instructions, Uchiha High stated promptly. After all, Uchiha Suki was a member of their clan, and he felt little need to report such matters. Observing the varied expressions on the faces of those who had just departed amused him, causing him to forget to leave. You should also write a report. Even if it concerns your clan, your leader must be informed, CHF admonished him with a glare. Yes, Lord Akimichi CHF. I shall take my leave now, Uchiha High replied, grinning as he bowed to CHF before merrily exiting the main tent. Ah, a change is upon us. CHF sighed once the others had departed. After all, Uchiha Yue can no longer be contained, and given his current achievements, his future accolades are sure to multiply. As a celebrated hero of the village, Uchiha Yue is destined to disrupt the delicate balance maintained by various factions. Moreover, if he aspires to ascend to that esteemed position, who could possibly rival him? Nevertheless, this is not a concern of mine. My relationship with Uchiha Yue is quite amicable, and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have historically stood united, showing no desire for such power, thus I need not worry. After some careful contemplation, Akimichi Shikafa concluded that the situation was manageable. Let them deal with it. He chuckled to himself, envisioning the interesting scenarios that lay ahead. Lord Yue, you have arrived, he heard as he approached his tent. Uchiha Fei, standing at the entrance, greeted him eagerly. Come, let us discuss matters inside the tent. With that, Uchiha Yue led Uchiha Fei into the tent, where an array of delicacies awaited on the table. Uchiha Yue smiled and remarked, You are quite thoughtful. I anticipated that after your battle, you would surely be famished. It has been the case in our previous encounters, so I prepared in advance, Uchiha Fei replied. The two engaged in conversation while enjoying the splendid feast. Approximately an hour later, Uchiha Fei exited the tent. Ah, Uchiha Fei is rather impressive, akin to a devoted steward, attending to every detail, Uchiha Yue mused, patting his round belly as he reclined on his bed. It is time to assess the spoils from this endeavor. In truth, after Yutaka transformed into a complete tailed beast, the system had issued a new task. However, at that time, he was solely focused on advancing to level 15 and paid little heed to anything else. Now, he could take the time to carefully review the results. Uchiha Yue first inspected his backpack, and as he surveyed its contents, several exclamation marks appeared, as anticipated. Among them, one item stood out as undoubtedly the most precious from this haul. It was a small vial, identical to the one from the corpse bone pulse. He quickly used his mind to open the vial. Bloodline limit. Ice release description. Contains the bloodline limit inherited from the Mizunayuki clan. Quality. Divine artifact consumable indeed. It was the bloodline of ice release, and he had now gathered another bloodline limit. Without further ado, Uchiha Yue extracted the vial with his mind, uncorked it, and observed the red liquid shimmering with iridescent white light. Without hesitation, he gulped down the liquid in one swift motion. The taste of the ice release was reminiscent of the coconut juice he had enjoyed in his previous life. Delicious. Afterwards, Uchiha Yue's gaze fixed upon the passive abilities section. After a brief wait of several seconds, he noticed a new passive ability had appeared. Ice Release, activated, passive. A bloodline limit of ice attributes formed by the combination of water release and wind release, exhibiting immense potential. Quality, divine artifact effect, manipulation of ice. Another passive ability has been added, much to my delight. The power to control ice feels remarkably formidable. Subsequently, Uchiha Suki sensed his newfound ability to wield ice release, which seemed instinctual. Chakra coalesced in his hands, manifesting as a shimmering ice mirror. Truly, I remain as striking and elegant as ever. Gazing at his reflection, Uchiha Suki couldn't help but express his admiration for his own visage. His attention swiftly shifted to the remaining items in his inventory. However, he was somewhat disheartened by the outcome. Among the remaining items were 3 scrolls of water release, 1 mist technique, 1 water dragon bullet, and 1 water whip. All rather unimpressive. Additionally, there was a lightning release, body flicker. After mentally assimilating the 4 skill scrolls, Uchiha Suki regarded the newly acquired skill and the 3 enhanced ones without any significant emotion. He then scanned his backpack, seeking to ensure he had not overlooked anything. A casual glance at his damage revealed an anomaly. The pupil, which should have been white, now bore a peculiar black dot. This intrigued him. Upon opening the description, he found himself taken aback by the information presented.